Everything began some time ago at a magnificent grand castle. Unlike usual, today the castle was shrouded in blood and fire, with screams and wails echoing everywhere. In a corner of the courtyard, a long-haired teenage boy was struggling to fend off the attack of an assassin in black. In a corner of the courtyard, a long-haired teenage boy was struggling to fend off the attack of an assassin in black. This is the Ragnar family, a ducal house defending the empire at the continent's northernmost point. The reason the Ragnar house has stood like a wall in the north for over 1,000 years is thanks to a special constitution, rumored to inherit dragon blood. All who carry Ragnar blood are born with extraordinary magical power, enduring stamina, and superior swordsmanship. Everyone except Theo. Right now, he had just taken a direct hit from the enemy, the blade cutting through his belly and blood gushing out. After that, Theo could no longer hold himself up and began to kneel before the enemy. Seeing this, the cloaked man spoke. At this point, you still haven't learned anything. There are things no matter how hard you try, you just can't do. People call that inability. You do not inherit talent, even though you bear the Ragnar bloodline. If it were me, I'd be annoyed too, young Master Theo. Saying that, he pulled down the cloth covering his face, revealing a very familiar face that made Theo's eyes widen. Rendon, why you? Theo asked in astonishment, with a hint of pity for the one about to be sent to the next life. However, old Rendon didn't finish him off right away, but calmly explained. You see, every morning watching you train tirelessly despite having no talent is a truly pitiful sight, especially when that hard work leads you nowhere. The Ragnar idiot. That label fits you. You should run away, you worthless thing. It's hilarious to watch you flail trying to make something of yourself. Saying this, he grinned broadly, as if witnessing the funniest thing on earth. At those words, Theo ground his teeth, stuck his sword into the ground to support himself, and demanded, Rendon, you came close to me to become my swordsman and taught me useless techniques just to drive me out of the Rose Hall. Why are you such a bastard? No sooner had the words left than Rendon suddenly swung his sword and sliced Theo's left arm clean off, the limb flying into the air. The intense pain made Theo scream miserably. Seeing this, Rendon swung his sword hard again to fling the blood off the blade, then sighed. Do you blame me? All of this happened because of you. Why won't you understand? As he spoke, he grabbed Theo's hair tightly, yanking his face up to force him to witness the sea of fire before him. Look, why is the Rose Hall burning? Why are members of your family dying? Why has your mother become a cold, lifeless corpse? Over here, a cloaked man obligingly dragged the body of some lady and tossed it before Theo like a sack of rags, so he could witness it all with his own eyes. Then old Rendon coldly concluded, all of this is because of you, the Ragnar family's idiot. In a family ruled by strength, you are the weakest. Rendon's voice and expression were full of mockery. On the other side, Theo's rage reached its peak. Immediately he sprang up, grabbed a sword from somewhere, intending to risk his life against the old man. But before he could act, a sword flew in from afar, piercing Theo's chest and sending his body flung backward. Too talkative, end this, the superior coldly ordered. Seeing this newcomer, Rendon immediately became obsequious and said respectfully, You have arrived, what an honor. Ignoring them, the man turned back to Theo. The fatal stab from the sword made his consciousness blur. After memories flashed through his mind. Theo only thought, so this place is finally over. Over, is it really over? I couldn't protect them, I couldn't do anything. Everything's been burned to ashes. Is this really the end? If only I had talent, would things be different? He regretted that thought inwardly, before his consciousness sank completely into darkness. Suddenly, a mechanical voice rang in Theo's head. Death confirmed. Theo Ragnar trait activated, returning to checkpoint. As the sound ended, Theo suddenly found himself holding a sword, standing before Rendon. But the surroundings felt different. You look tired. All right, today's lesson ends here. Rendon said calmly, while Theo's face remained blank, not understanding what was happening. Seeing that, Rendon complained a bit. Rendon complained, so dazed. Theo looked at the sword in his hand, and the scene around him, but still couldn't piece together what had happened. What is this? Didn't I just die? Maybe I'm replaying my life, but I can't believe the face replaying is that hateful Rendon. Even death is this cruel. He sighed, lamenting his fate. Suddenly, a blue screen appeared before Theo with the words, Tutorial Quest 1, Punch Rendon in the face. The screen's sudden appearance puzzled Theo even more. What is this? A tutorial telling me to punch Rendon. What the hell is going on? Do people usually replay memories like this when they die? I don't think he can see this. Thinking that, he stopped staring at the screen and watched Rendon's expression. The odd behavior made the old man puzzled too, and he asked, What's wrong? Without answering, Theo tossed the wooden sword aside, thinking, I don't even know what's happening. Maybe this is a gift from the gods. Let me vent my anger before I go. Even if it's a dream, I'll give him a beating. With that thought, he didn't hesitate and threw a punch, straight at the face of the man he hated most. However, the punch was so weak it barely made the other flinch. Rendon only looked at Theo in puzzlement, wondering what this young master was smoking. Feeling his fist hit skin made Theo start to question life. Why is this dream so real, and my punch is this puny? No sooner had he thought that than Rendon swung his sword, knocking Theo away like a duck being slapped out of the way, while frowning and asking, "I thought the lesson was over." The pain from the blow made Theo feel it more clearly. What is this? Can I feel pain in a dream? He wondered to himself. As for Rendon, he looked at Theo's bewildered face and sighed. "Sigh, I understand your frustration about the awakening ceremony coming up and not seeing progress despite trying your best. But I can't forgive a student who rebels against his master, and since you're of the Ragnar house, you should use a sword, not your fist. I'll see you at the next lesson." Having said that, he turned and left, leaving Theo behind with 1,000 questions in his head. Wait, the awakening ceremony. What the hell is going on? Theo muttered. Meanwhile, the trainees nearby couldn't help but snicker at his pitiful state. Heh heh, what an idiot. How could he disappoint his teacher like that? Is this guy even really from the Ragnar house? He's so pathetic, worse than a bastard child. That's all he can do despite the effort. What a disappointment. Mocking laughter rang out, but our protagonist paid no mind to those words. Right now, he still couldn't tell whether this was a dream or reality. I can't believe it. The pain I'm feeling is so clear right now. This sensation is so real. This isn't a memory replay. It's real. The awakening ceremony will take place in 2 years. Does that mean I've gone back to the past? How can this even happen? Theo thought in a panic, but before he could find an answer for himself, the notification screen appeared again, capturing his attention. Congratulations, you have completed Tutorial Quest 1. Reward unlocked. Ragnar Talent. Do you want to accept the reward now? Yes, no. On the other hand, although he didn't understand what was going on, the message seemed well-intentioned at first glance. So Theo unconsciously reached out his hand and pressed the accept button. You have received the reward. All your stats will increase rapidly, beginning next quest. At that moment, a light burst from Theo's chest, leaving him stunned. What the heck is happening? Theo screamed inwardly. Time quickly passed, cutting to a luxurious room somewhere inside the Rose Hall. Old Rendon was also present, talking to someone about Theo's condition. Honestly, I've never seen anyone so useless, but that's why I'm here. This true Master Rendon will train him as much as possible. I'll make him strong enough to participate in the awakening ceremony in 5 months. At least that's the plan, he said with a smile. If one didn't know what this old man would do later, anyone would buy that friendly smile. Opposite them, a beautiful lady produced a pouch of money as a token of thanks for the old man's efforts. That was the lady of Rose Hall, Cecilia. Yes, I'll hand the boy over to you, Rendon. Please take better care of him, she said, offering a bulging pouch of coins, which the old man accepted without ceremony. Of course I plan to train him day and night, so don't worry, Rendon said. I'm not worried, I believe in Theo, Cecilia replied confidently. No one knew where this innocent-looking woman's confidence for her worthless son came from. After pocketing the money, Rendon slithered away. Walking down the corridor, he sneered, Cecilia, you'll worry. Even if I don't teach him properly, the truth is he's totally useless. Like mother, like child, the bloodline won't go anywhere. Wonderful. As he spoke, he checked the pouch. After seeing the glittering coins inside, Rendon couldn't stop grinning. A handsome fee, and the title of trainer to the Ragnar main line as payment for exposing Theo and meddling in his development. That person would secure his future, just like the Ragnar idiot was doing him a favor. The more he thought, the more the old man showed a sleazy expression, until Theo's hurried footsteps woke. Immediately after, Theo darted past Rendon, without even bothering to say hello, which made his face twist in disgust. What a loser. Back to Theo, he was rushing like that only to see his mother, who had died in his previous life. Mother. Theo called out loudly, catching Cecilia's attention, and she turned and asked, My son, you must be tired from training today. Before she finished, Theo lunged forward and hugged her tightly, leaving the lady a bit flustered. My son, why are you? I really have returned back to 10 years ago. Theo thought, his eyes already blurred with tears. After calming down, Theo looked straight at his mother and told himself, I have to change the future. Right now I'm still weak, with nothing in my hands. But if that mysterious notification window is real, I could become strong. Strong enough to stand firm in that damn battle for the throne. And strong enough to take revenge on Rendon. Tutorial Quest 2, train your body to the limit, not below 100%. Time passed quickly, cutting to the training area. Our protagonist was now sprinting, pushing himself to complete that task. I really want to get revenge on Rendon right now. But with this frail body I can't. I need to focus on getting stronger first. Theo thought the spy agency I joined in my last life, Black Tongue, had demoted me to intel gathering for lack of skill. But I didn't expect to use the collected intel like this, a potion to make the body extraordinarily strong. The Emperor's Bloodsword Elixir, and its true value will be revealed in the manual. Most importantly, the harsh training I once abandoned for lack of talent can now all be accomplished because I have the Ragnar talent. The notification window is real. Theo thought excitedly and ran without stopping, not knowing the meaning of tired. Current progress, train body to the limit 27,100%. Around him, the other cadets saw Theo charging like a mad ox, running furiously, and whispered, "How many laps has he run without stopping? Is he really that fit?" Ignoring their thoughts, our protagonist finished running and then began sword training. "I'll run more than I ever have, swing the sword more than before, to truly become strong." Current progress, 65,100%. Time flew. A few days later, at night in the training yard, Theo's figure was still swinging his sword like a maniac. Not far away, a pink-haired girl sat smoking, watching Theo with bored interest. This was the manager of training ground number 4, Evelyn Naravel. He's been training without sleep for days. The Ragnar family's idiot, but is he really talentless? Evelyn thought to herself as she witnessed Theo's crazy effort. Back to our protagonist, he was now exhausted to the point of collapse. "I'll die, but I must train my body to the limit." Theo screamed at himself. Current progress, 97,100%. Last night, he had reached 90,100%. But the moment he lay down to rest, that number dropped to 89, which terrified him, so he didn't dare rest for another second. "I didn't expect the rate to fall just because I rested a little. Now I can't stop until it's finished." Fueled by insane determination, Theo gritted his teeth and swung his sword without pause. "I'm almost there, just a little more, just a little more," until he could barely breathe. Theo kept running laps around the training yard at top speed until the progress bar hit 100%. "Congratulations, you have completed Tutorial Quest 2. You have received the Dragon Heart as a reward. Bonus reward for fast completion. You have received 10 years of magic from your previous life. Would you like to claim your reward now?" Back to Theo, though he was so exhausted he could barely breathe. When he saw the system prompt, he tremblingly reached out to press the button. Immediately after, his body erupted with a surge of power, blowing the dust around him away. Evelyn, watching from afar, witnessed the whole thing. After who knows how long, Theo came to again from his stupor and found himself in an unfamiliar room. "Where am I?" he wondered. Hearing Theo's voice, Evelyn, cigarette in hand, stepped in and explained, "Don't worry, this is the resting room for training ground 4. Even a Ragnar would collapse if they pushed themselves that far." "Evelyn?" Theo asked. Evelyn nodded. "Do you remember me? I'm the manager of training ground 4, Evelyn Naravel. You passed out training alone this morning, so I brought you here." "I understand, thanks," Theo replied. Evelyn handed Theo a cup of water to cool him down, adding, "But young master, you know that in the Ragnar family opening your mana channel before the awakening is forbidden, right?" Of course, Theo shrugged, not understanding what Evelyn meant. Seeing his naive look, Evelyn blurted out, "So you also know what happens if you break that rule, right?" Hearing this, Theo's brow tightened slightly and he asked, "Why are you suddenly asking me that?" Evelyn continued, her tone turning serious. "Just before you lost consciousness, there was a wave of mana coinciding with the opening of a mana channel. Did you open your mana channel, young Master Theo Ragnar?" she said, widening her eyes, which left him stunned. "What are you talking about? My mana channel, if I'd opened it, I wouldn't be alive right now." Theo wondered inwardly, then recalled the system's mechanical voice before he fainted. "You have received the Dragon Heart reward. Bonus reward for fast completion. You have received 10 years of magic from your previous life." Thinking of this, Theo began to piece things together. The Dragon Heart. Speaking of the Dragon Heart, it's a mana reservoir that can be placed inside a dragon's heart. Placing a mana reservoir in the heart makes it far more efficient. However, humans, those who are not dragons, usually have to place mana reservoirs in the lower abdomen because the human heart cannot withstand that pressure. That's also why every Ragnar warrior dreams of getting a dragon heart. It's the easiest shortcut to becoming absurdly powerful. Yet humans have never managed to surpass their own limits. But now the dragon heart is mine. The reward from the mission is truly astonishing. Theo thought with joy, but quickly sobered when he felt the cold, piercing gaze and frigid air radiating from the girl before him. "Actually, I'm in a delicate situation." The great swordswoman Evelyn Naravel. She retired after losing her left arm and became the manager of Training Ground 4. Yet she was once the commander of the White Armored Dragon Knights, her skills so outstanding that even the war dragons of the cavalry admired. Furthermore, she's renowned for being extremely principled, indifferent to rank or power, and absolutely intolerant of lies or cowardice. Because I was once overly rigid, she even gave up being my direct mentor. In other words, if she discovered my dragon heart mana reservoir, I could be executed immediately. However, what if she doesn't detect it? I'll have a chance to turn the table. Thinking that and drawing on 10 years of worldly experience, Theo began to devise a way to handle the situation. Responding to Evelyn's accusatory stance, Theo's face grew serious and he said, "Will you take responsibility? Are you going to threaten me over a momentary emotion? Will you take responsibility? I am also an heir of the Ragnar clan. If your suspicion proves baseless, this could be regarded as bringing shame upon the Ragnar family." Across from him, Evelyn listened and nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, that is the law." "Do you know the punishment for shamming a descendant of the clan?" Theo demanded, eyes wide. "Execution." Evelyn answered. Hearing that, Theo pressed his advantage. "Good, you know then. So why don't you try checking?" he said with a challenging confidence, and that very air made Evelyn feel something odd. What is this feeling? What kind of person is he? But she was certain there had been a mana surge. Even if Theo has Ragnar blood, the law is the law, no exceptions. With that thought, Evelyn didn't hesitate and agreed. "Fine, let me check." As she spoke, she reached forward and gently touched Theo's abdomen, while using her mana to probe. But immediately afterward, her expression changed color. "Wait, no mana reservoir. Did I make a mistake? That can't be." The more she thought, the paler Evelyn grew, because by the law she might have to pay with her life. Of course, that confused expression didn't escape Theo's eyes. "So there's nothing right. Please execute me. I was wrong. I will pay with my life," Evelyn said, kneeling on one knee before Theo, which made him feel rather pleased with himself. And Theo also understood why she couldn't detect it. How could she? The dragon heart is very different from a normal mana reservoir. Its existence can be completely controlled by the user. In other words, I can hide my mana at will. Moreover, a human possessing a dragon heart can go years before being discovered. How could she possibly have guessed? With that thought, and while Evelyn waited, Theo lightly patted her shoulder and said, "No need. You're just doing your duty." Not many people would risk their lives like that. Saying that, Theo had his own plan. "Evelyn is one of the strongest. Indebting her to me will surely pay off later. Besides, the reason opening mana reservoirs is restricted before the opening ceremony is the fear of mana overflow. You worry I'll, the Ragnar bastard, overflow my reservoir. I'm delighted. Thank you for taking care of me, Evelyn." With that, Theo turned and left directly, leaving Evelyn behind full of questions. A dragon heart and 10 years of magical power from a past life. This life I will be unbeatable, Theo thought to himself. Time passed quickly. A few days later, old Rendon kept on with his usual process of stupid teachings for Theo. "No, that's not right. You need to swing the sword slightly more to the right. How many times have I told you?" Rendon's words really made Theo's ears itch. "I'm getting stronger, but pretending to learn from Rendon is truly annoying. That bastard Rendon, he's secretly teaching me weird sword techniques. There must be someone pulling Rendon's strings, the one who killed me. I have to find out who he is. Rendon's mission must be to pretend to be a tutor to keep an eye on me. Then I'll have him dismissed." Thinking that, a sudden idea sprang to Theo's mind. He couldn't help but smile. "That's right, Rendon. Young master, no talking during training," he warned. At that, Theo rolled his eyes and snapped his wooden sword in two. "I don't understand what you're teaching. It's all trash. How could someone of this level be considered a mid-tier swordsman? I think you'd even struggle against low-level mana beasts." What did you just say?" Old Rendon gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face. Seeing this, Theo stepped forward, looked him straight in the eye, and repeated, "Are you deaf? Your skills are a stinking pile of garbage." Cut to the Camellia Hall. At that moment, inside a tavern-like area, a young cadet suddenly ran in and said excitedly, "Axion, have you heard? The Ragnar bastard will have a match with my master next week. It seems he blames his master for his own ineptitude. After that fight, he'll definitely be crippled," he said joyfully, but no sooner had he finished speaking than a plate flew straight into his face at alter speed, sending him flying backward. "So what? Why should a crippled Ragnar bastard concern me?" Axion said angrily. He was one of the Northern Four Hounds, Black Tiger Axion Ragnar. Beside him, the boy with a gentle face and white hair was also one of the Northern Four Hounds, Silver Tiger Remington Narcio. At the same time, outside, a blonde guy walked in and said, "He should have been crippled long ago. Don't be careless." This man was one of the 9 Heavens dragons, Sky Dragon Ede Troy. When he entered, Remington bowed slightly in greeting, while Axion remained calmly seated and replied, "I only fear those with talent. You're worrying too much. Why bother about that bastard?" In response, Ede's eyes flashed with danger. With the Ragnars, the unprecedented can happen. From the smallest possibility, a spark in the wind can flare into a blaze. Back to Axion, he actually found the whole situation rather satisfactory. But in the end, that's fine too. The tutor will take care of this matter for us. Time passed quickly. A week later, at Training Ground 4, countless people had gathered inside to watch the match. Judging by their faces, nobody expected Theo to win. Back with Theo, sweat was starting to bead on his face. Damn it, I only meant to humiliate him and get him fired. But this has gone way too far. Well, since it's come to this, I'll get revenge on Rendon. Theo tightened his grip on his sword as he spoke. At the same time, his third quest appeared, defeat Rendon and win. To explain further, let us go back to a week earlier, when our protagonist Theo, after insulting Rendon, flat out declared that he was firing him and told the old man to get out of sight. Of course, Rendon wasn't about to give up a lucrative position, so the moment he heard Theo, he made a big fuss. Young Master Theo, I won't accept this. My paperwork still has plenty of time left. Theo, didn't bother to explain. What does that matter? If I say you refired, then you refired. Saying that, Theo had to suppress the murderous intent bubbling inside him to avoid storming the old man. Thinking back to his past life, he had wanted to strike Rendon, but he still lacked confidence in his current strength. First, Theo decided to separate from him and gather more information. Turning back to Rendon, seeing Theo's decisive tone, the old man's face twisted like an ancient trunk. No, if I am fired like this, my mission fails. I must persuade him at all costs. With that thought for the sake of his livelihood, Rendon dropped his haughty attitude and begged Theo, "Young master, please wait a moment. Doing this breaks the rules. If I report this to the court." Ignoring the old man's cries behind him, Theo walked on until he received the third quest notification. Third guidance quest, defeat Rendon and win. The sudden quest alert made Theo's step falter. At the same time, Evelyn, watching from the side, had overheard the story and ran over to offer. Then resolve this the Ragnar way. The Ragnar way, Theo asked. Evelyn said bluntly, the rule of the strong, decide it by duel. No need for the court, just accept the winner's judgment. Heaven help me, Rendon silently screamed and hurriedly agreed. Fine idea. Paying no mind to his attitude, Evelyn continued. The duel will be held 1 week from now. Is that acceptable? She smiled. Theo's face went pale. Of course not. I am not ready to beat Rendon in my current state. He thought as he glanced at Rendon, who wore a smug look as if victory were guaranteed, and in fact it was. Back in the stands, the cadets began gossiping about the Ragnar clan's trash. From what I heard, he doesn't even know how to swing a sword properly, said a gray-haired friend. The curly-haired youth beside him sneered. Huh, no way, and he's still a Ragnar. If he were a normal Ragnar, I wouldn't say that. He's the cripple of the Ragnar clan. How could he beat a mid-tier swordsman? The group said, shaking their heads with no confidence in Theo at all. Down on the ground before the match began, Rendon smiled confidently and advised Theo, young master, if you apologize now, I can pretend this never happened. Don't risk your life for pride. Theo's expression darkened in response. That's exactly what I should be saying. If you don't want to become a one-armed swordsman, you'd better accept the truth, Theo replied coldly. Rendon sneered when his kindness was repaid like that, thinking, even at this point, I thought about letting him go because he's pitiful, but that's not right. I'll kill him and pretend it was an accident. The outcome of the match is clear. Actually, that would be better. With that thought, his expression changed as he said, then attack me first. As your teacher, I'll yield the opening strike. On the other side, Theo, hearing Rendon say that, dropped his courtesy. Then I won't refuse. With that, he gripped his sword tightly and charged forward to strike first. Thus, the duel between the two officially began. The moment the swords clashed, everyone in the stands gaped at the sight. How can this be? Look, the red bets are about to lose. He really doesn't know how to swing a sword. At this rate, he could die. The crowd cried out in astonishment. Although rumors said Theo was hopeless, seeing him in person made him seem even more useless than they'd imagined. What's going on, young master? You can't do anything against a mid-tier swordsman, and yet you look down on him. Rendon taunted as he kept swinging his sword. This is the obvious result. Theo Ragnar isn't even a low-rank swordsman, just a trainee. His skill may have improved a bit recently, but it's still insufficient. If he were at least at the level of the Northern Four Hounds, that would be different. But there's no way this idiot Theo could beat me, the old man thought happily to himself. Rewinding to a short time earlier, right after Evelyn made the suggestion, Theo hurried to meet her privately. Evelyn, what made you propose that duel? Evelyn calmly sipped her tea and said, I'm helping you. If you want to get rid of him, you have to be more decisive. It seems he is backing, so simply firing him won't solve the problem. From Evelyn's words, it was clear she knew something about the old man Rendon. After hearing that, Theo couldn't help but be surprised. Evelyn, how did you know? Hearing this, Evelyn shrugged. Because he teaches you a very strange sword style. I had someone secretly investigate. This square stance is excessive. Where did this bastard come from? Evelyn was also surprised at Rendon's teaching method. Turning to Theo, he thought inwardly, could I have drawn her attention because of the Mana Reservoir incident? Not certain about that, Evelyn gently set her teacup down and continued. From my investigation, every trace of Rendon leads back to Camella Hall. At that thought, Theo was first stunned, then ground his teeth in anger. Camella Hall. All of this over that bloody throne war. Those bastards. He fell silent for a few seconds, then continued. I'm surprised you uncovered so much. But with my current skill, I still can't beat Rendon. So what will you do? Theo asked as if it were none of his concern. Evelyn replied confidently, you can beat him. You're underestimating your potential, young master. If I train you for a week, you'll easily overpower someone like Rendon. Although personally training you violates the rules, Rendon is a bastard unworthy of being a teacher. Hearing her, Theo couldn't help feeling elated, unable to believe things had fallen into place like this. Evelyn definitely owes me one. However, he still had concerns and asked, why are you helping me so much? Is it about that previous incident? Evelyn nodded nonchalantly, partly, but also because there's someone I know who's very interested in you. That person likes to recruit talented people. Back in the duel, the old man Rendon was still relentlessly attacking Theo, while continuing to crush his spirit. If you kneel and beg, I might spare you. As he spoke, he put all his strength into both hands and unleashed an incredibly powerful slash that sent the air flying back. But right after that impact, Rendon's face drained of color as he sensed something was wrong. Wait, something off. He'd been repelling all of his attacks for a while now. What on earth is happening? This isn't the Theo Ragnar I know. How did his skill increase so much? Rendon thought in panic. Not only him, everyone in the stands noticed something was off as the fight continued. What? He's being pushed back. Do you see him actually resisting properly? The astonished crowd whispered. Cut down to the arena. The more they fought, the more Rendon felt himself being dominated by Theo. From the start, he was sure Theo had no talent. How could this happen? Or has he been pretending to be stupid all along? But why? Rendon furrowed his brow, speculating. Opposite him, Theo saw the constant changes on the old man's face and asked amid their struggle, Rendon, who's backing you? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Rendon startled, flinging Theo backward. Backing, he shouted. Do you think I don't know you taught me all those trash lessons all this time? Theo said coldly, while Rendon kept yelling back, nonsense. Do you know how hard I had to? Not giving the old man a chance to finish, Theo suddenly named one. Is it Camella Hall? The words struck a raw nerve, and Rendon's face froze for a moment. That expression confirmed Theo's suspicion. You're honest, Rendon. Do you know what it feels like to have your arm cut off? Saying that, Theo seized the moment, while the old man was stunned, and swept his sword upward aimed straight at his left arm. Immediately after, with a clean, slicing stroke, he severed Rendon's left arm. The sudden scene left everyone around dumbfounded, and only when Rendon's agonized scream rang out did they realize what had happened. My arm, you bastard, how dare you? Rendon screamed through gritted teeth, completely unaware of how dire his situation was. Back with Theo, he coldly stepped toward Rendon. With this, he was certain he'd grown stronger, and might be even stronger still. Thinking that, Theo declared, what did you tell me before? It's my fault things came to this. And today, it's your fault for having to die here. Finished speaking, without giving Rendon time to beg any further. Theo swung his sword hard, sending the old man to his death. At the same time, the system's congratulatory chime sounded. Congratulations on completing the third guidance quest successfully. For surpassing the goal, you have received an extra reward. Would you like to claim the reward now? Reward claim. In the stands, people were still stunned, unable to believe Rendon had been killed just like that. That idiot one. A trainee swordsman defeating a mid-tier swordsman. How is that possible? The group stammered. Back with Theo, looking at Rendon's corpse before him, he only felt the old man was pathetic, weak. How was I ever defeated by someone like this? But from now on, things will be different, Theo thought. At that moment, the system announced the reward. The observation skill has been activated as a reward. In addition, 1 year of magic power has been gained. Hearing the rewards, Theo's eyes flickered with puzzled interest. Oh, magic power. But what is observation? He wondered, and before he could figure it out, a rider plunged from the sky onto the arena. His landing was so powerful that the arena floor cracked apart into countless pieces. A man's shout rang out, Theo Ragnar. Hearing that, Theo hurriedly turned his head. The figure was Julius Ragnar, nicknamed the Demon Dragon, commander of the White Dragon Armored Cavalry. He was smiling with intense excitement as he looked toward Theo. But our protagonist couldn't feel happy. Demon Dragon. Why is he here? How long has he been here? Theo thought in alarm. Julius's appearance struck terror into everyone. Even Evelyn was shaken. He was the commander of the White Dragon Armored Knights. Why would one of the 9 dragons show up here? Back with Evelyn, seeing her boss make such a grand entrance, she could only shake her head in exasperation. Commander, you've just destroyed the arena floor. Normally it wouldn't be this bad, Evelyn said to her boss with a sigh. On the arena, Julius projected an overwhelming presence as he advanced toward Theo, making him so tense he broke out in a cold sweat. What's happening? Did I do something? Theo wondered, still reeling from having just sent his teacher to the other world. But luckily for Theo, Julius then burst into a hearty laugh and slapped him hard on the back, nearly making the young general spit blood. Fascinating. Well done, I'm really surprised. The student has surpassed the teacher. You brought this with you. He laughed, clearly delighted by the event, then grew pensive. It's a bit disrespectful that you killed your teacher, isn't it? Still, from what I've heard, that man deserved it. Whatever. Julius suddenly proposed. Theo Ragnar, join the White Dragon Armored Cavalry. He said it as he affectionately patted Theo on the shoulder. Above, Evelyn barely smiled when she heard the offer, as if she'd expected it. Meanwhile, the other students went crazy with envy at the idea of Theo being recruited straight into the White Dragon Knights. No way, that Ragnar idiot got picked for the White Dragon Knights, even if he's a good fighter. In the stands, Remington, one of the Northern Four Hounds, suddenly turned to his neighbor and asked, "Hey, do you think there's ever been a case of a trainee swordsman, someone who hasn't undergone the awakening rite, being recruited?" Hearing that, the curly-haired fellow fell silent for a moment, then shrugged. "Well, I don't know." Before the other could answer, Remington already had his conclusion. Of course, never. You can't judge someone's true potential when their mana reservoir is still sealed. Even with excellent sword skills, magical power can still be lacked. No matter how great Julius Ragnar is, he can't be certain about everything. But did the demon dragon see that potential and dare to bet on it? Back below, everyone held their breath waiting for Theo's answer. But contrary to expectations, he replied coldly, "Sorry, but I have to decline." The unexpected answer caused Julius's face to crease, while Remington in the stands looked stunned, and Evelyn couldn't understand what Theo was thinking. Time quickly passed, and the story of Theo defeating Rendon spread throughout the castle. "Have you heard? Young Master Theo destroyed his own instructor." "So is that okay?" "Well, it just means his instructor was too weak. Honestly, he did seem useless." After witnessing it, the demon dragon tried to recruit Theo directly into the White Dragon Armored Cavalry. But the young master declined, feeling his skills weren't sufficient. A humble Ragnar, rare to see. The group sighed in admiration. Cut to Camella Hall. At that moment, Lady Emil Ragnar of Camella Hall was frowning as she looked out the window. "This is getting complicated. Can't believe he actually defeated Renda." Seeing her worried, Eid behind her spoke up. "Please don't worry, my lady. Didn't we send Rendon precisely because his skills were poor?" Hearing the familiar voice, Emil turned and clarified. "Exactly, the death of someone like that is of no concern to us. But the demon dragon approached him, and they say it was Evelyn who gave the order. That means we can no longer intervene by assigning him a new master. If he starts to stand out, controlling the Rose Hall will become increasingly difficult," she said through gritted teeth. At that moment, Axion entered, heard his mother, and only shook his head in exasperation. "Stand out? Why are you worried about that? The head of the house would never care about this. Our plan can still proceed as normal." Across from him, Emil said, "I understand. The best way to control Rose Hall without offending the head of the house is to keep Theo weak, right?" Axion nodded. "That's exactly what I meant. He's still weak. How much can someone like that change? Evelyn and the demon dragon always favor the weak." But Eid's eyes turned cold as he warned, "Axion, you should think before acting. Don't make hasty decisions like that." Hearing this, Axion fell silent for a moment. "Very well. Since mother and uncle are worried, I'll toy with him a bit to teach him his place." Saying that, he produced a prepared letter. Back to Theo. He had just finished training with Evelyn. "Well done today, young master," Evelyn said as she sheathed the sword. "Thanks, Evelyn. It's truly different learning from a proper teacher like you," Theo replied with a smile. Evelyn remembered Julius's earlier offer and advised, "It would be better if you joined the White Dragon Armored Cavalry. Why did you refuse?" Hearing that, Theo felt a twinge of regret. The White Dragon Armored Cavalry. It would be a lie to say I'm not at all regretful. It was my dream in my past life. However, joining now wouldn't be wise. There's no reason to limit myself so early. Thinking of the privileges reserved for the head during the awakening rite, joining the White Dragon Armored Cavalry can't compare. With that in mind, Theo felt somewhat reassured and smiled. "I don't want any special privileges. I still think I'm not good enough. I'm satisfied with you training me to prepare for the awakening." "All right, the commander will be disappointed," Evelyn said with a faint smile. Meanwhile, in his free time, Theo took the opportunity to use the observation skill to check Evelyn Neravil's stats. Evelyn Neravil, 24, female, Title: Former Deputy Commander of the White Dragon Armored Cavalry. Rank: Senior Swordsman. Status: admires Theo's humility and character, has regained enthusiasm after a long time teaching Theo, misses the White Dragon Armored Cavalry. Reading this, Theo couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This observation skill is very useful. I'll definitely make use of it later. Theo thought, then noticed the status line saying Evelyn admires him and misses the White Dragon Armored Cavalry. But before Theo could think further, a junior officer stepped forward and said, "Excuse me, young Master Theo. I'm from the Southern Checkpoint. My name is Sybil Drea. I have a matter to report to you." "For me?" Theo asked in surprise. "He looks terrifying. Who is he?" As he thought this, he used his observation skill and very quickly the information returned. Sybil Drea. Title: Fool of the Southern Checkpoint. Rank: Trainee Swordsman. Alignment: loyal. Status: harbors a strong desire toward Theo, wants to spar with him. At this moment, from both their gazes, Sybil wore an expression of intense excitement. So much so that Evelyn behind him grew wary and gripped her sword. While Theo couldn't understand it, he wondered, did the system give the wrong info? Desire to spar with an appearance like this with me. The final guidance quest has started. Guidance Quest IV, abandon the title Ragnar's Fool, progress 28-100%. Back to Sybil, seemingly afraid Theo wouldn't grasp his meaning. He hurried to explain, "I want to follow young Master Theo. Honestly, I've ignored you all this time because I thought the nickname Ragnar's Fool suited you." He said it bluntly, not realizing those words might get him killed, because they made Theo in front of him clench his sword, ready to stab at any moment. That bastard. Theo ground his teeth and thought silently. Unfortunately, Sybil didn't notice that look and kept babbling. "But I know you go out every morning and train harder than anyone else. The result of those efforts is the remarkable growth I've witnessed in you. You are my idol, young Master Theo. When I wanted to give up after being called the fool of the Southern Checkpoint, you appeared. Please give me a chance to duel you." Saying this, Sybil bowed with utmost sincerity. At those words, the flame of anger in Theo suddenly died down, replaced by a bit of sympathy for the young man. Normally, I'd suspect his true motive. But according to the system notification, it seems he's speaking honestly. That's surprising. After defeating Rendon, and with rumors spreading that I caught Lord Julius's attention, I thought people crushed by insecurity would rush to challenge me. But I didn't expect someone willing to follow me. Indeed, I'll need subordinates to become head of House Ragnar. And this quest too, the final guidance, is the title I have never escaped. With this new opportunity, I'll erase it completely. Thinking that, Theo made up his mind and turned to Evelyn. "Evelyn, can we have a moment?" Hearing that, Evelyn understood his intent and nodded. "Of course, show me what you can do." And so, with both consenting and Evelyn standing aside as referee, the sword match between Theo and Sybil began. First, they each raised their swords and introduced themselves. "Theo Ragnar, apprentice swordsman of the Rose Hall, awaiting the awakening rite. My master is Evelyn Nerev." In response, Sybil stepped forward, stood at attention, and said, "Sybil Drea, apprentice swordsman of the Southern Checkpoint. I inherited the Curé family's swordsmanship and am proficient with the blade." Begin. With that, Sybil pushed off with both legs, lunged forward to attack, swinging her sword straight at Theo. But he easily blocked every strike. "He's so fast. Even though I'm called the fool of the Southern Checkpoint, I always trusted my speed. Yet young Master Theo's skill is truly impressive," Sybil admired inwardly, while she kept launching attacks from every possible angle. On the other side, faced with Sybil's storm of rapid attacks, Theo pondered, "Is this a fool? In my previous life, I would have struggled just to block a few blows, but now this is far too easy." Thinking that, he swung his sword to counterattack, and with a single strike, Theo easily sent Sybil flying back. His blow was so strong it made Sybil vomit up her food. "As expected of young Master Theo, I lost." "Thank you, I learned a lot," Sybil said, while the fight had probably lasted less than a minute. "I wonder how much he learned in that short minute." "That was a good match." Theo nodded in acknowledgement, then looked at his reflection on the blade and suddenly had a bold thought. "Wait, can I use the observation skill on myself? Let's try." He activated the skill, and to his surprise, it worked. Observing Theo Ragnar, 17 years old male. Title: The Fool of the Ragnar Clan. Aptitude: Ragnar player observation. Access denied, access denied, access denied. Status: eagerly awaiting the awakening rite. Level 1 attributes: Strength 13, Agility 14, Vitality 12, Magical Power 190, Intelligence 11, Luck. Access denied. You have perceived the attributes. Attributes will be noted numerically. Skimming the info panel, Theo couldn't hide the joy on his face. The abilities he'd gained were listed under aptitude. That meant if he kept completing tasks, he could gain 4 more. He could even check his own stats. His high magical power came from magic in his past life and the dragon heart. But why was his luck a negative number? Was he cursed? Was that why he was always unlucky in his previous life? I need to find a way to increase my luck right away. Thinking that, Theo fell into thought until he realized countless eyes were fixed on him and snapped back to attention. He looked back at the others accompanying Sybil. Behind him, Evelyn saw the scene and guessed the group's motive. Even if Rendon was weak, he was still a mid-level swordsman. Young Master Theo had defeated Rendon and earned the commander's approval. With strength worship as their creed, the Ragnar clan would react in two ways: either envy him or admire. And the people gathered here clearly belonged to the latter group. Sure enough, just as Evelyn guessed, the group began to break into satisfied smiles. The rumors are true. If I were in Sybil's position, could I have blocked that sword? I want to spar with him too. Everyone in the group thought that, eyes full of expectation as they looked at Theo. Seeing those looks, Theo could only sigh. He turned to look at a young man in the group, Io Nalan. Hearing his name, Io was surprised. You know me. Step up, fight me. What an honor. I am Io Nalan, third son of Viscount Nalan. I've studied the sudden strike sword style, Io introduced. Theo Ragnar of the Rose Hall. I look forward to a good match, Theo replied. Both of them lunged forward to attack each other. Io struck first, unleashing a dragon sweep aimed straight at Theo's throat. The attack almost reached his throat, but with a superhuman reflex, Theo managed to raise his sword in time to block, then channeled force to fling Io's blade away. Basic sword proficiency increased. Transformed sword proficiency increased. Seeing his weapon disarmed in a single move, Io's face froze, then he conceded. I lost. You have gained Io Nalan's approval, luck +1, and received some experience points. The system chime rang, fueling Theo's fighting spirit. Approval increases my luck. It also tracks reputation. If so, I just need to keep fighting. And so, after Io, others were successively received by Theo. You have gained Mamp's approval, luck +1. You have gained Manu Noi's approval, luck +1. You have gained Vivo Perennic's approval, luck +1. You have gained Daniel's approval, luck +1. Time passed. By now many around the training ground lay exhausted on the ground, and Theo himself was out of breath. Still, for the sake of luck points, he kept pushing himself. Next, who? At that question, no one rushed forward this time. Seeing that, Theo checked his task progress. He wished he hadn't. Stunned, he saw he'd only increased by 1%. Theo looked at the progress bar. The task had moved from 28% to 29%. Is it because these are all people who have already approved me? Or do I need stronger opponents, or to perform when many look down on me? I need a different event, Theo thought, as if answering his prayer. From afar, one of the Northern Four Hounds, Remington, approached and asked, You look pretty tired. Are you all right? I'll rest when needed, but not yet, Theo replied. If that's the case, then I'd like to request a spar with you, Remington proposed. Theo and everyone nearby couldn't hide their surprise, because the one who spoke was Remington, one of the Northern Four Hounds. To elaborate on the Northern Four Hounds, they are four people including Hulkus Lang, Ray Ragnar, Remington Narcio, and Axion Ragnar of the Camella Hall, the title given to the four strongest individuals of the generation, who have not yet undergone the awakening rite in the Ragnar clan. Remington stepped into the training ground and introduced himself proactively. Remington Narcio. I came early to observe young Master Theo's swordsmanship before the awakening rite. I also appreciate that you accepted this request. Opposite him, Theo silently used observation. Remington Narcio, 17 male. Titles, Deputy Narcio Chieftain, Silver Lion, one of the Northern Four Hounds. Rank, Apprentice Swordsman. Aptitudes, Sword Prodigy, Keen Senses, Extremely Diligent. Status, surprised at the appearance of an opponent he never expected. In response, Theo also raised his sword and introduced himself. Theo Ragnar, son of the Northern High Justiciar Kyle Ragnar, an apprentice swordsman preparing to undergo the awakening rite. Theo himself hadn't expected Remington to seek him out for sparring. He hadn't expected to meet the sword genius Remington he respected in this way. Putting his task aside, he just wanted to fight him with everything he had. With that, Theo said sternly, It's an honor to duel the famed Deputy Chieftain Narcio. I'm looking forward to a great match. Remington nodded in response. At that moment, Theo had only one thought. Could he, as he was now, defeat Remington, one of the Northern Four Hounds? Then the battle between the two officially began. However, far from everyone's expectations. Right after the first clash, Theo's sword snapped in two, and Remington's blade was at his throat. Seeing this, Sybil said bitterly, Young Master Theo lost. I can't believe it. Behind Sybil, another person spoke up, not too surprised. That was the obvious outcome. No matter how much the young master has improved, he can't beat the Four Hounds, the strongest of this generation. But Sybil still tried to cover for Theo, but the fighting spirit he showed. At that moment, Remington's voice sounded, I lost. Thank you for the match. The sword you were using was worn and you're exhausted. This match is my defeat. Hearing Remington, Theo looked at his broken sword and shook his head. On the battlefield, no one makes considerations like that. I lost the moment I lost my sword. After saying that, the two shook hands cheerfully. Remington smiled. I hope next time we have a proper match. I hope so too, Theo replied. At their exchange, those around admired Theo even more. He's been recognized by one of the four hounds. See, young Master Theo really is different. Thanks to Remington's recognition, Theo's task progress rose to 35%. Evelyn also gave a small smile at the result. As for Theo, he didn't feel disappointed in himself. He's strong. Thanks to talents and manuals gained through tasks, I've become much stronger than in my previous life. But I could feel the moment the blades met that I'm still far behind. It's a pity the match ended so quickly, but I still learned a lot. Not only did my luck increase by 10, but my reputation also improved significantly. However, the task progress didn't increase much. I'll need another approach, some stage to gain the next approval, Theo thought. Turning to Remington, he produced an invitation and proposed. Young Master Theo, actually I didn't come today just to spar with you, but also to invite you to join the Serpent Dragon Society. At the name Serpent Dragon Society, Sybil gaped as if wanting to shout. The Serpent Dragon Society, the high society circle that only the chosen can join. And Remington personally invited. Theo was surprised and thought to himself, then asked, could someone like me join? Your group is famous. Remington hurried to explain. Nonsense, you more than meet the criteria. Besides, it's not a very serious group, just a social circle of peers preparing for the awakening rite. What, then why wasn't I invited? Sybil asked, puzzled from behind, while the others began, wiping their eyes in envy. As for Theo, thanks to experience from a previous life, he knew quite a bit about the Serpent Dragon Society. I'm not sure what Remington's motives are, but the society revolves around Axion and is full of people who once looked down on me. It's the perfect environment to complete the task and to spy on Remington and House Camella. There's no reason to refuse. Thinking that, Theo took the invitation and nodded in reply. Thank you, I'll join then. Oh, he's joining the Serpent Dragon Society too, someone in the crowd shouted. Remington shook Theo's hand, smiling brightly. Wise decision. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. Our next meeting will be in 2 weeks. Behind them, Evelyn snorted with amusement, as if she had guessed something, then exhaled a cloud of smoke. Time passed a while later at the Rose Hall. In Theo's private room, before he could rest, his mother Cecilia burst in, slamming the door. My beloved son, she cried with joy. Oh, mother, I was going to tell you. Wait, hold on, mother, what's all this? Theo asked, seeing a whole crew of staff carrying various items standing behind. Only then did Cecilia explain her purpose. I heard you've been invited to the Serpent Dragon Society. The society includes Remington, that crafty Amel's son, and many other outstanding talents, even drawing the council's attention. Everything from how you dress to how you behave will be scrutinized. I know you won't offend the etiquette, but wardrobe and bearing are another matter. Fortunately, that's something I can help you with. Don't forget I used to be an actress. I'm delighted to help my beloved son. As she spoke, she took a tape measure and began measuring Theo herself. Hearing his mother, Theo thought, the illegitimate child of a concubine is a commoner. Mother has always felt guilty about giving me such a bad name, though it wasn't her fault. In the cold Ragnar family, I wondered how my mother had to endure having a weak child. My beloved son, I believe in you. You can do it. Cecilia said, move. Theo gently hugged his mother to reassure her. You don't need to worry anymore. Your son is joining the Serpent Dragon Society. Cecilia was moved, and with that, Theo vowed to crush the pack that barked at him in the society. Time passed quickly. 2 weeks later, today was the Serpent Dragon Society's banquet. Remington, dressed elegantly, stood beside a carriage as if waiting for someone. The person he was waiting for was Theo, who appeared in his new outfit, cheered on by the servants behind him. Goodbye, young master. You can do it, young master. Words of encouragement made Theo blush with embarrassment. Seeing Theo, Remington was surprised for a few seconds. Is that you, young Master Theo? You look like a new man. Haha, are you teasing me, Theo? Remington responded. No, I'm serious. After you, Remington said politely, gesturing toward the carriage. As for Theo, over the past 2 weeks his physique had noticeably improved, accounting for the change in appearance. He thought, not only am I taller, my muscles have developed. It's the result of 2 weeks of hard training. During that time, Remington visited me almost every day, and now the two of us were fairly close. Not to mention the followers I had. All of them were under Evelyn's direction. I only meant to tutor the young master briefly, and yet so much trouble came of it, Evelyn complained, leaving Theo unsure how to respond. 2 tiring weeks, he sighed to himself. Returning to Remington, while Theo was still lost in thought about the past 2 weeks, Remington spoke to break the ice. I heard this is your first official banquet. Yeah, that's right, Theo nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing that, Remington gently advised, don't be nervous. I believe you'll do fine. Just so you know, my friend Axion can be a bit mischievous, but he's the one who extended the invitation and said he wanted to meet. So I hope you won't judge Axion too harshly. He even put this party together because of you. Hearing that from his experience, Theo knew for sure something unpleasant awaited him ahead. But that's exactly what he wanted. Not Remington inviting me, but Axion. Everything's going too smoothly. I'll be humiliated thoroughly. But that's fine, I'm actually looking forward to it, Theo replied, half joking. At the same time, on the other side, Axion was eagerly waiting for Theo. The Ragnar Fool has finally arrived. I'm excited to have a new toy, he said with an excited smile. Time passed quickly, and before long the carriage carrying Theo and Remington arrived at the venue. We're here, young Master Theo, Remington reminded. The party will be held at Camella Hall. Looking at the place, Theo felt no fondness at all. Camella Hall, the ones who urged Rendon to meddle in my development, those who consumed me, my mother, and even Rose Hall. He frowned in thought while Remington, unaware, cheerfully said, shall we go inside? Ah yes, okay, Theo answered, quickly masking his look of hatred. As they entered, Remington continued, I just heard Axion will personally come to greet you. He's probably waiting at the entrance. Ignoring Remington's small talk, Theo kept pondering what trick Axion would use this time to trip him up. The reason Axion invited him was obvious. The Ragnar Fool was rising, so Axion surely wanted to stop. But I'm not here without a plan. I'll show him who's being trampled, Theo smiled inwardly. At that moment, Theo's gaze was drawn to a blue light coming from a nearby window. It was the blue glow of a quest. Is there a quest inside this hall? As Theo was still wondering about the blue quest light, something suddenly hurtled toward him from above. At the same time, Remington cried out in alarm, young Master Theo. Before the words finished, the sack fell, exploded, and sprayed who knows how much flour, blanketing a corner of the hall in white. Clearly, this was Axion's opening greeting. Emerging calmly from the dust, Theo said, I'm fine, it's just flour. Hearing that, Remington breathed a sigh of relief, while Axion started shouting, what are you doing? Theo wasn't too angry. Pranks like this were expected. In my previous life, I probably wouldn't have avoided it in time and would have taken the full hit, he thought. He had suspected Remington might be involved, but seeing Remington's baffled expression now, he appeared completely surprised by the situation. Theo squinted toward the window, where a few cadets were laughing, delighted with their prank. Behind them, Axion put on an act. How is it? Just a friendly greeting between pals. Isn't that basic courtesy? Remington was so angry he was speechless. You mad? Just consider this a brotherly greeting, Axion said with a bright smile. At that moment, Axion's info flashed before Theo's eyes. Axion Ragnar, 17 male, title Black Tiger, rank Swordsman Trainee, aptitudes, frenzied, psychotic, exceptional swordsmanship talent, status, eager to find someone to play with. After reading it, Theo fell silent for a moment, then immediately switched to reverse acting mode and smiled brightly. Thank you. Thank you, Axion asked in surprise. Clearly Theo's reaction wasn't what he expected. Of course, with the way you greeted me, I naturally have to thank you. I'm really looking forward to tonight's party. Hearing that, Axion was momentarily stunned. Then his expression shifted to extreme delight. You've become a lot more interesting. Very quickly, Theo and Remington stepped into the great hall. The moment they saw Theo, the people inside began whispering and gossiping. What is Axion thinking? Why invite that idiot to the Serpent Dragon Society? He's fine. Can't you see? He's just a toy. He deserves how Axion treats him. Those remarks reached Remington's ears, and he could only turn to apologize to Theo. Young Master Theo, I'm sorry. They aren't usually like this. It's okay. Honestly, I'm the one who should be great. Theo waved him off, leaving Remington more puzzled. In truth, Theo had no intention of explaining. He thought to himself, keep talking trash, you should insult me more, so later when I crush you it'll be even more satisfying. By the way, the blue quest light is in that corner, but there's no chance to reach it yet, Theo thought as he took a sip of wine. Seeing his prank had no effect, Axion quickly ran over to taunt further. Well then, feeling any less important now. Meeting Axion, Theo's heart involuntarily quickened with a bit of tension. But he steadied himself, took a deep breath and smiled. Of course. Thanks for the invitation. Sorry about what happened earlier, you went a bit too far. Will you accept my apology? Axion clapped Theo on the shoulder like close brothers, though his face radiated menace. Behind them, Remington sensed the odd atmosphere and spoke up. But before he could finish, Theo answered, why apologize? I thought it was just a greeting. That reply stunned Axion, who then burst into loud laughter. Oh my, look at our Theo, he's really something. I never knew you were like this. You've changed a lot. I like you already. Around them, the cadets giggled. Look at him, standing there grinning like an idiot. A bastard child could never compare to the noble blood of Troy Van. Even among Ragnars, they're on different levels. But why does Remington keep lingering around that fool? Actually, if you look closely, Remington is a bastard too, but better watch your mouth. Those words didn't escape Remington's ears, making him lower his gaze. As for Theo, he knew those remarks were aimed at him, but he was even more irritated that Remington had been dragged into the conversation. I was going to observe more, but that's not allowed. Theo thought, then pushed Axion's hand away and said, Axion, I should greet my own friends too. To everyone's surprise, Theo calmly picked up a bottle of wine and walked straight toward a blonde who had just spoken disdainfully. What, did I say something wrong? Before the man could react, Theo smashed the bottle straight into his head, shattering the wine bottle, while the blonde clutched his head and writhed on the ground. You bastard, how dare you? Before his threat finished, Theo kicked him in the jaw, sending him flying backward. You bastard, I'm just giving you a little greeting. The scuffle immediately drew everyone's attention in the great hall. What just happened? Is Theo really that stupid? Remington worried, thinking, young Master Theo isn't that kind of person. Is it because of me? Theo's actions didn't stop. He stepped forward coldly, grabbed the blonde's wrist, placing his right foot on the man's forearm, a dangerously vulnerable position where a little force from Theo would snap the arm instantly. Wait, the blonde shouted, but it was already too late. A cracking sound rang out, freezing everyone in stunned silence. Theo's quest progress also jumped to 59%. Done, Theo slicked back his hair confidently. Anyone else want to be greeted? At that moment, from who knows where, 4 knights appeared, swiftly surrounding Theo from 4 sides and immediately pointing their swords at him. The crime of harming the young master will be paid for with death. They chanted in unison, threatening Theo with confidence, unaware that this very action would put them in danger. Theo thought to himself calmly. He asked, who is this person? The knights shouted, the 3rd young master of the Hanavi clan, young master Ian Hanavi. Oh my, one of the 6 great houses that once supported the Ragnars, the Hanavi clan. So what? You dare threaten me, the dogs of a vassal house. Do you have the guts to take responsibility for that? You insolent lot, Theo snapped, glaring. No sooner had he finished than a huge pressure erupted from Theo, draining color from the guards' faces. Only now did they realize their stupidity. What is this pressure? Could that fool really be a Ragnar? He has the right to inherit the throne, and is a direct bloodline of the Ragnar family, the northern lord who rules the 6 snow houses. If one declared the death of such a bloodline, the entire Hanavi clan could be annihilated. At the thought of that, they panicked. It's just that this guy was never properly disciplined. But now there's no turning back. We'd better apologize first. But before they could beg for mercy, Theo coldly ordered, kill them. No sooner were the words out than shadowed blades suddenly descended from above at incredible speed, and before the 4 knights could understand what was happening, their heads were gone. The 4 who had threatened Theo didn't even get a word out before meeting the King of Hell. The one who struck was none other than Evelyn. Around them, the cadets who witnessed Evelyn's appearance and her cold dispatching of the rude knights gaped in disbelief. Theo's quest completion also rose to 70%. Having finished, Evelyn turned to Theo and asked, since when did you notice I was following you? Theo shrugged, replying casually, well, that's obvious. Actually, he thought privately, I don't know why, but with her watching me, I can turn things around without words. To explain further, one must go back to a time when Uncle Julius met Evelyn alone. Popping open a bottle, he asked, I thought you said you wouldn't take any more disciples. Does your new sword student please you? Facing him, Evelyn looked at Uncle Julius barging into her home and complained, don't you have anywhere else to go? Before you retire, you're always out and about. Julius just laughed enthusiastically. My recent pleasure is making your life difficult. So what's your answer? Meanwhile, Evelyn kept staring at the bottle of wine. Hey, that's expensive. Ignoring her complaint, Julius tipped the bottle back and gulped. So what's the answer? Seeing his burly uncle polish off half the bottle in one go, Evelyn could only sigh and reply, never mind, he exceeded my expectations. In terms of attitude and talent, he's the best among those I've taught. Julius' eyes lit up. Axion also trained under you, but this one is the best. That's right, in terms of potential, I'd say he far surpasses young Master Axion. I'm not joking, Evelyn said seriously. As a longtime friend, Julius knew Evelyn never joked about this. You have 2 eyes, you see things clearer than I do. But why has he hidden his power all this time? No one changes so suddenly, Julius said, belching loud. Evelyn pondered, it's strange. Someone who has concealed their strength, suddenly showing it off like this, is prone to mistake. It seems he's being pursued by something. That's why I'm worried about his participation in the Serpent Dragon Society. If you're worried, it's probably because of that brat Axion. Then just follow him, Julius suggested. What? Things might turn out differently than you fear. when the wolves gather. The hierarchy will be reinforced. You're retired, so go take responsibility for your disciple. I'm off, good wine. With that said, Julius left, leaving behind the familiar white-armored dragon cavalry uniform. Evelyn muttered, because it's expensive. Back in the present, looking at the situation, Evelyn realized she'd been set up by Theo. He noticed her following and deliberately created this scene. He may have joined the Serpent Dragon Society for this purpose from the start. This is someone I don't need to worry about. But when did he notice me? He's definitely not ordinary. As for Theo, he detected Evelyn's presence the moment he stepped onto the carriage. Possessing the dragon heart enhanced his sensing ability, a sort of sixth sense. That said, the stage was set. Thinking so, Theo spoke. Evelyn, most people here have shown disrespect toward an heir. What is the punishment for that crime? He asked while glancing around, making the cadets break out in a cold sweat. Evelyn replied bluntly, according to clan law, it can be carried out immediately. Because they are children who haven't undergone the awakening rite, take one arm and end it there. I understand, Evelyn said calmly, and then lunged into the crowd to carry out the task. Wait, the frightened group shouted. But Evelyn didn't stop. She precisely severed the arms of each person who insulted Theo, nomming each as she struck. The second son of the Purring clan, the eldest son of the Red-White Mercenary Company, the fourth daughter of the RS Cart Merchants Guild, the third son of the Class clan, the eldest daughter of the Walk clan. Theo's quest progress kept rising. Witnessing that scene, one cadet dropped to his knees before Axion, begging. Axion, please save me, I beg you. Axion replied coldly, why should I? It was just a greeting. The man was utterly astonished, but before he could say more, his arm had already been severed. He was the eldest son of the Behenic clan, and also the last survivor. I didn't expect to run into you like this, Evelyn, Axion greeted. Long time no see, young master. Evelyn nodded in reply. Then Axion glanced over all those writhing in pain on the ground and thought. She only targeted those who made comments about bloodlines. She struck so quickly that even I, as an heir candidate, couldn't stop. He frowned in thought. As for Evelyn, after carrying out the punishment she reported back, I cut off the right hands of the 14 people you ordered. Good, how are they? Theo nodded and asked. If they bring their hands to a cleric now, they might be reattached, but continuing on the path to becoming high-tier swordsmen will be another matter, Evelyn replied. Very good. Sybil also spoke up when she saw that the others' hopes of becoming swordsmen were effectively over. At the same time, Remington, seeing it was all settled, ran over and asked, Young Master Theo, are you okay? In the back, witnessing this, Axion laughed in anger. Haha, Theo Ragnar, the idiot of the Rose Manor really has changed. I'll trample you, he thought to himself. After teaching that lot a lesson, Theo left that oppressive area of turmoil. Let's go, Evelyn Remington. Then, passing by Axion, Theo lightly touched his shoulder and said with a mocking smile, Great show, Axion. See you later. And by teaching them that lesson, Theo completed the fourth mentorship task, officially shedding the title Ragnar's Fool, 100%. Congratulations on completing the fourth mentorship task with Evelyn. All mentorship tasks are complete. No one will call you Ragnar's Fool anymore. The task is over, but my real revenge is only beginning. Collect the reward, Theo thought. This reward is an experience growth potion. Increases level by 5, requirement, under level 30. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to Camella Palace. At this moment, Amel and Ede had just received reports from their subordinates about what happened at the Serpent Dragon Society. Of course, Amel could hardly believe her ears. Say that again, Axion was defeated by that idiot Theo, she asked in disbelief. Meanwhile, Theo and his followers were celebrating somewhere. Haha, to celebrate young master's surprise debut at the Serpent Dragon Society. Bottoms up, Sybil shouted. Seeing the lively crowd, Theo gave a small smile. He had never felt anything like this in his previous life. Back at Camella Palace, after hearing everything that happened at the Serpent Dragon Society, Amel immediately summoned her ill-born son Axion and slapped him sharply across the face. Not only did you give that idiot an opening to justify himself, you also let your underlings have their hands cut off. Yes, ma'am, Axion replied mildly, and that attitude made Amel even angrier. Listen to yourself. I've warned you over and over not to underestimate him. Forget forcing him to submit. You've just given him an excuse to riot. I told you once that lowly Theo Ragnar starts to stand out, taking over the Rose Manor will become much harder. She snapped. You don't need to worry, Axion began to promise. But this time Amel no longer believed him. I don't want to hear it. Go and think about what you've done. You need to question how you nearly ruined the big plan just to chase shallow pleasure. Hearing that, Axion silently left the room. After he left, Amel spoke to Ede, who was lurking in the shadows. Tusk, I don't know who he takes after to be so impulsive. Ede shrugged. He's exactly like you in your youth, madam. Do you treat this as a joke? Amel frowned. Don't be so angry. This might not be entirely bad. Eid smiled, prompting Emil to ask, why? At that, Eid calmly explained, the Rose Manor technically belongs to the clan leader's harem, so it's very hard to gain ownership. Even though it's outside the clan leader's main concern, because it's a gathering place for the commoners, it still enjoys the clan leader's back. So what we need is an excuse. Fortunately, Theo caused a mess at the Serpent Dragon Society, and gradually became the face of the Rose Manor. Therefore, we can use this incident as a pretext and legally crush him. Hearing that, Emil's mind began racing. The reason I worry about Theo growing stronger is the fear that the Rose Manor's influence will spread if the clan leader pays more attention to it. But by using Theo, who is getting stronger every day. If Camilla follows proper legal procedures to remove him, the Rose Manor will have no choice but to submit to our Choi Van House. Then I can manipulate things without lifting a finger. She smiled inwardly, closed the fan in her hand, and asked Eid, so how long will it take to prepare? Everything is already prepared. When you wake up tomorrow morning, you'll hear good news. Tonight, enjoy a bath and a good night's sleep. I even prepared a scented candle from the Argon volcano in the south for you, Eid said, taking out a small wooden box. In response, Emil gave him a warm hug. You're truly my brother. That's why I can't help but love you. The remark sounded odd, making outsiders wonder if Theo's father had been cuckolded without knowing, and even whether Axion really bore the Ragnar name became a big question. Back at Theo's celebration, while everyone toasted each other, Remington sat quietly beside him and said, honestly, I was pretty shocked. I didn't expect you to care about me so much, young Master Theo. Hearing Remington ramble, Theo asked in surprise, what are you talking about? I'm talking about the Serpent Dragon Society, Remington replied. At that, Theo figured his friend had started drinking, even if only orange juice. Ignoring Theo's reaction, Remington continued thoughtfully, while you endured insults directed at yourself, the moment they began to slander me, a friend, you didn't hesitate to stand up and defend me, young Master Theo. I couldn't do anything. It's embarrassing. Saying this, Remington looked at Theo with admiration. Yes, the more I look at him, the more amazed I am. He endured being looked down on, treated as a useless bastard, yet in the end became a strong person. Even when facing foes he couldn't beat, he remained resolute, and confronting Camilla itself, where no one dares to oppose, he still drew his sword without hesitation, all for me. The more he thought, the more moved Remington became. His eyes grew misty. At the same time, the system screen popped up a reminder. This white-haired youth's current state is deeply moved, believing Theo cares a great deal about. Seeing that notification, Theo broke into a sweat. He thought to himself, it seems he misunderstood something. Meanwhile, Remington made an important decision. His family ordered him to build ties with Axion, but he intended otherwise. From now on, I want to follow you, young Master Theo. Those around them screamed in excitement as if they'd struck gold, just as expected. The strong flock to the strong. The two of them are perfect together. In response, Theo hurriedly held up his hand to stop him. No, wait, I think you're misunderstanding something. But before Theo could finish, Evelyn's voice echoed in his head. Go along with him. This misunderstanding isn't necessarily a bad thing. Besides, maybe everyone just wants to get along with you, young master. Hearing Evelyn, Theo was a bit surprised and could only sigh. I'm not special. It's all thanks to this system window. Whether it's going back in time, receiving the Ragnar family talent, or becoming as strong as I am now. I used to think these were fragments of regret, but seeing it in such detail now, I don't think so anymore. There's a vague feeling like I've been through this before. But whatever it is, as long as it's helping me, it doesn't matter. With the Serpent Dragon Society incident over, my level rose too. It seems that each level up grants points to increase stats, so I can raise my abilities as I wish. It's frightening. I'm afraid of the brilliant future that someone like me, who's grown much stronger, will bring. He chuckled, causing Evelyn behind him to tremble a bit. All right, first I should prepare for Camilla's counterattack. Theo reminded himself and then said, Remy, by the way, could you do me a favor? Oh, of course, young Master Theo, tell me. But earlier you called me Remy so familiarly. Remington said excitedly, but not wanting to waste time. Theo produced a prepared piece of paper and spoke seriously. The struggle for succession between Axion and me will heat up soon. Prepare for that, help me. The sudden request made Remington drop his playful tone and become serious. Theo had already calculated. In the future, Remington will become head of the Narcio clan, and their forces will be strong enough to face House Ragnar. I should use this opportunity to pull Remington to my side. Take it, Remington, Theo thought. After about 3 seconds of slight surprise, Remington happily took the paper and said, all right, I've sworn to follow you, young Master Theo. If there's anything I can do, whatever it is, I'll do it. Thanks, Theo replied softly, but Remington didn't forget to repeat. But earlier you called me Remy so familiarly. However, before he could finish, a loud shout rang from outside. Theo Ragnar. The cry drew everyone's attention toward the door. At the main doors, several knights in golden armor entered. These were the Lawblades. Ignoring the surroundings, the leader immediately fixed his gaze on Theo and produced a notice. Theo Ragnar, you are under arrest for threats and assault. This makes no sense, Evelyn exclaimed in shock as she saw the men burst in. But as if expecting it, Theo calmly told everyone, it's fine, stay calm. He then examined the notice closely and murmured, let's see. It's a real arrest warrant. The ink isn't even dry. They must be in a hurry. Let's go. Saying that, he put his hands forward after checking the document's authenticity. The leader quickly cuffed Theo's hands and led him away. Young Master Theo, the group called after him anxiously. But Theo only turned back with a smile. The smile startled Remington and Evelyn. Immediately after, Remington looked at the paper in his hand as if he'd just realized something. At the same time, at the Rose Manor, Lady Cecilia had just been informed by the steward that Theo was being taken away. What? Where is Theo being taken? To court. As she spoke, her legs suddenly gave out, and she sank to the floor, making the old steward call out worriedly, my lady. I'm all right, but what are they charging the boy with? Cecilia asked. It's apparently because of the Serpent Dragon Society. They accuse him of inciting rebellion, the steward stammered, and the news left Cecilia stunned. Do you think they'll bring this to trial? I believe so. Since he wiped out the Serpent Dragon Society completely, this won't end easily, the old man said, frowning. Hearing that, all the joy over Theo crushing those men vanished. Who would have thought that the boy's invitation to the Serpent Dragon Society would lead to this out? No, the boy will get through this. Theo is that kind of person. Son, please come back safely. She prayed quietly for her son. Back to our protagonist, following the Lawblades. Theo was escorted to a courthouse. Looking at the massive architecture before him, many thoughts rose in Theo's mind. It's been a long time since I returned here. Since I completely wiped out the Serpent Dragon Society, this won't end with mere detention. They'll surely take the case to court. Bringing the Ragnar heir before a court means they want to challenge my status as heir. They want to destroy me completely. But that's exactly what I've been waiting for. As Theo thought, a delighted smile spread across his face as he awaited what would come next. When they were brought before the great doors, the two Lawblades escorting him shouted, Prisoner Theo Ragnar has been brought in. At that, a voice from inside called out, bring him in. Watching the doors slowly open, Theo felt a bit of anticipation. Yes, if you're going to unveil what you've prepared, it has to be on a stage this grand. With that thought, he stepped quickly inside. On the raised platform, there were 9 large seats representing the 9 dragons, though only 4 people were present now. Observing their bearing, Theo sensed considerable pressure. Indeed, many talented people had gathered here. First was Julius Ragnar, the dragon demon, commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry. Next was celestial dragon Eid Troivian, head of the Central Intelligence Bureau. This lady was sword dragon Osa Ragnar, matron of the Plum Blossom Hall. And the bespectacled old man with a face like everyone owed him money was Chief Dragon Wolfgang Ragnar, Chairman Wolfgang of the Ragnar Clan Council. Scanning them, they were all imposing faces, 4 of the 9 dragons protecting House Ragnar. If this were my past life, I'd be gasping for air, Theo thought. Above, after seeing him enter, the bespectacled old man Wolfgang also spoke, Theo Ragnar. Yes, Council Chairman, I didn't expect to find you here, he nodded in reply, while a nearby soldier removed his handcuffs. Wolfgang, the council chairman, valued lineage. To him, a bastard like me must be disgusting. He didn't even bother to hide his contempt. Indeed, the old man gave Theo little chance to greet before interrupting. Enough, don't be long-winded. You know why you've been summoned here to answer for your crimes, don't you? The Bayern family, the Starrett Merchants Guild, the Red-White Mercenaries, and even the Hanavi clan, all because of your foolish actions. They're shouting to sever ties with the main house. You, a bastard, can you shoulder the losses you've caused? I will hold you accountable for dragging House Ragnar's honor into the mud. He spoke with a face flushed, as if ready to fight at any moment. In response to those words, Theo nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, what you say is entirely correct. I was too careless. I should have cut off their heads, not merely their limbs. Theo's cold reply made those on the high platform startle. What? They exclaimed in unison. Theo continued, they are our subordinates. If a lord grants them land and honor, the retainers must offer loyalty and their lives. That is the code of a knight, and yet they dared threaten their lord. Had I known they'd be so insolent, I would have cut off their heads from the start. They must be punished, and the knight's principles restored. How could I stand by and watch the honor of House Ragnar, maintained for over 1,000 years, be trampled like this? Theo declared passionately, leaving Eid and Wolfgang momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Uncle Julius beamed brightly, genuinely impressed. As predicted, this wouldn't end with an ordinary punishment. Speaking of old Wolfgang, after a few seconds of surprise at Theo's words, his face twisted and he barked, "How dare you mock me with such flowery language?" Before he could finish, Lady Osa spoke up. "I've listened to his reasoning. Logically, he is correct. However, no matter how strong Ragnar is, it isn't truly great if we don't heed the voices of our vassals and knights. We will collapse. You cannot rule this world by brutality alone," the lady said gently. "Yes, I will remember that," Theo nodded, breathing a sigh of relief. The clan leader's first wife, the greatest swordswoman of the north, Sword Dragon, fortunately seemed not to hold hostility toward him. But why would she? Theo frowned, thinking of some event in the future. Unaware of Theo's thoughts, Lady Osa continued, "I hope you understand that the punishment you're about to receive is justified. May I ask what that punishment is?" Theo replied. Old Wolfgang answered that question. 3 months of house arrest. "But the awakening ceremony is in just 2 months. Theo shot back, prompting the bespectacled old man to slam his cane in anger. "How dare you speak so?" Unmoved by his fury, Lady Osa explained, "I've taken that into account and decided to allow you to participate in next year's awakening ceremony. I've also decided that the 15 children you injured will take part in next year's ceremony." On the other side, although things didn't go exactly as planned, Eid was fairly pleased, since the Devil Dragon's intervention had made Theo's punishment much lighter than he had expected. Still, this wasn't all bad. Postponing the awakening was a great humiliation for someone in House Ragnar, and having the Rose Hall's representative bear that shame would create an opening for Camella Hall to rise. Once our plan proceeds, he won't be able to do anything. He'll just have to accept. If he foolishly tries to appeal, we can deal with him. But I don't think he'll be that stupid, Eid thought to himself. Unfortunately, Theo turned out to be that fool. "I intend to appeal," he said coldly, causing all 4 members of the 9 dragons to startle. He then laughed so loudly he couldn't contain himself, even raising a hand to cover his face. "Are you stupid? Your arrogance truly knows no bounds. This will make things much easier for us." Above, Uncle Julius also asked anxiously, "Do you understand what an appeal means?" Of course, Theo answered, thinking, "I know this won't be resolved with just 3 months of house arrest. It's nothing but a light slap. The Devil Dragon must have pulled some strings, but I have no intention of accepting even that slap. On the contrary, I'm expecting a reward." With that in mind, he spoke in a serious tone. "In a proud and powerful House Ragnar, an appeal means war. In the end, only the victor has the right to speak." At the same time, a notification sounded in Theo's ear. "Entering main scenario. Through this scenario, you can uncover many secrets hidden in this closed world. Good luck. Scenario Task 1, The Heir's Path." In another development, at the secret northern branch of the Sears Trade Guild, the place was engulfed in flames under someone's attack. After the last soldier fell to the cloaked figure's strike, a voice suddenly rang out from the rear. So they were hiding there after all. Just as young Master Theo said. The voice belonged to Remington, and the cloaked attacker was Evelyn. It seemed this was exactly the task Theo had asked Remington to carry out earlier. Looking at the box in his hand, he shook his head. Troyvian's Camella Hall has completely collapsed. Back at the courthouse, after hearing Theo's proposal, old Wolfgang was a bit surprised and then asked to be sure, "Are you planning to turn something that could be settled with 3 months' confinement into a war? You are truly arrogant. Do you think you alone can stand against the forces of 15 houses?" In reply, Theo was blunt. "Shut up. That's something I must resolve myself. In cases with such a huge power gap, isn't settling it through a representative battle the normal way?" he said, turning to look at the group. "Normally, an appeal means deciding the winner and loser by war. However, in cases where war is nearly impossible due to an overwhelming disparity in strength, each side will appoint a representative, and the victor will be decided in a one-on-one duel. That's the representative battle. That means the defendant's representative would be me, while the plaintiff's representative is very likely to be Axion. If that happens, I will almost certainly lose. But why would I choose this path? Do I have some plot? If I believed Evelyn or the Devil Dragon would step up as representative, I'd be sorely mistaken, wouldn't I?" Julius frowned, wondering what on earth the boy was thinking. Back to the protagonist, unaware of his uncle's thoughts, he proposed, "By the rules, we'll choose representatives and hold the representative battle in a week. What do you all think?" He said this while watching the group's expressions. Meanwhile, Eid wasn't worried at all, since he thought Theo was maneuvering to have the Devil Dragon or Evelyn represent him, but knowing their personalities, they wouldn't do it. "You will have to fight on your own, Theo Ragnar. I will send Axion to make you understand your place through death." Before he finished speaking, a familiar voice sounded from outside, leaving everyone stunned. "I always thought you were a quiet child, but you are very good at scheming. You've changed a lot since the last time I saw you, my son." The voice belonged to a large man with dragon-like eyes who entered the hall. He was the clan chief of the Ragnar family, Kyle Ragnar. Seeing him appear, the Juliuses hurriedly rose from their seats and dropped to one knee. "Hail, clan lord," they cried in unison while Theo struck a similar pose. Theo Ragnar, trainee swordsman, greets the incarnation of the great dragon god. At the same time, though bowing to his father, Theo took the opportunity to glance at the mission screen. Mission Scenario 1, The Heir's Path sees Camella Palace and uncover its secret. This is my first task since finishing the tutorial. The secret of Camella Palace. Is it that blue light? Everything's so chaotic, I forgot about that, but there's definitely something there. No, now's not the time to get distracted. I need to deal with this first, especially with a new variable appearing. Why did father come here? A flood of questions rose in Theo's mind. Turning to Kyle, he spoke. "Stand up, my son. I heard about your situation on my way here, and it seems you're in a complicated position. I heard you want to appeal with a representative battle." "Yes, that's right," Theo answered calmly. "Let's see. If that's the case, it will be difficult for you to take part in that representative fight. Whom do you intend to choose as your substitute?" Kyle asked. Immediately, Theo realized this was a test. At the same time, Ede up above felt the same, worrying inwardly. "Wait, is this?" Below, Theo quickly responded. "Who would represent me? No one. I intended to stand myself to appeal." "Then you will lose," Kyle asserted. "How will I know until I try?" Theo replied. He then placed his hand on his chest and declared, "Even if I am forced to bow, I will not lower myself." Hearing this, Chief Kyle burst into delighted laughter. "Haha, did you hear that, my sons? The words of my son, even if forced, he will not lower himself. There's no phrase that describes the Ragnar clan better. Your attitude truly pleases me." "Thank you for the praise, father." Theo hurriedly bowed and spoke, secretly relieved. "The representative fight was just bait. I don't intend to actually fight, so it's good I can speak the truth without hiding it. The task I assigned to Evelyn and Remming. Evidence of Camella Palace's plot of rebellion. If I have it, I can win without fighting," he thought. Before Kyle could speak again, he said, "Then I will personally give you a chance. As head of the Ragnar clan, I, Kyle Ragnar, want to test you with a single strike. Drop the trial. If you can endure a single strike, I will wipe away all your charges. Get out there now." With that, he enthusiastically strode outside. Theo was still stunned by his father's offer. When at that moment Ede rushed out to object. "Clan chief, you can't," he said urgently, for he knew testing a strike with Kyle meant the chief accepted his opponent. If Theo survived, he would be acknowledged by the chief. "I don't think that damned Theo can withstand it, but in case he can. No, I must stop him from earning the chief's favor." Thinking this, Ede hurriedly spoke. "How dare those vassals and soldiers comment on your son's bloodline? By the rules, we should hold a representative match." The interruption suddenly made Kyle's face harden. He warned Ede, "Tianlong, shut up. If a vassal dares say that, you simply remove." Seeing Kyle's fearsome expression, Ede shrank back and relented. "I understand, clan chief." Meanwhile, Kyle noticed something and turned to speak to Julius. "Do you have something to say, Dragon Devil? You've been snickering for quite a while." "Ah, nothing. It's just been a long time since you've paid attention to someone like that, clan chief," Julius said, shaking his head. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Kyle grumbled, then turned back to Theo. "Let's end this conversation here. So what do you think, my son? Will you do it?" Hearing his father, Theo strained his mind, calculating the pros and cons. "A single strike from the clan chief changes everything in a way I couldn't have imagined. My plan has collapsed. But this change will do." Theo thought to himself, then replied, "That's too harsh for me. How can I compare a strike from my father to a representative battle against vassals and soldiers?" "So you don't dare?" Kyle asked again. "No, I only mean that this transfer is unfair." "Unfair?" Kyle asked with interest. "Yes, because the trial has become more severe. Shouldn't my compensation be increased?" "Oh, for example," Kyle asked. At that, Theo turned back to look at Ede and stated his price. "For example, Camella Palace." Hearing Theo's request, Ede's eyes bulged and he ground his teeth. "That bastard." He blurted out involuntarily, while Uncle Wolfgang also broke into a cold sweat. How crazy, daring to haggle a deal with the clan chief. This guy really doesn't know his place. A deal is only made between equals. That arrogance will get him killed soon, he sneered inwardly. However, contrary to his thoughts, Theo's father completely agreed to the request. "All right, if you're aiming for the heir's position, you at least need that kind of nerve," Kyle said with satisfaction, then looked at Ede and asked, "Any objections, Tianlong?" Ede hurriedly bowed in response. "Everything in Ragnar belongs to you. How could I dare question your decision?" Seeing Ede show no insolence, Kyle nodded in approval. "Good, then prepare the arena immediately. I will test Theo Ragnar right." Saying that, he turned and walked away, a somewhat eager smile on his face. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the training ground. By now, Theo and his father had prepared their swords for themselves, while the 4 members of the 9 dragons watched calmly. Only Ede felt annoyed that things weren't going the way he had planned. "Damn, The trap I set to catch Theo has turned into a stage to elevate. He grit his teeth and thought before reassuring himself, no need to worry. Even if that kid is stronger, there's no way he can withstand a blow from the clan chief. Even a senior swordsman would struggle. Theo will die here, he must die here, Eid screamed in his mind. Turning to Theo, Eid's intentions were written on his face, and Theo immediately realized, I guess that's what he's thinking. Too bad for him, that's not going to happen. Thanks to the reward from the tutorial mission I just received. Theo smiled inwardly. As for old man Kyle, with his observational skill, he quickly noticed something off about Theo. Did he take an elixir when I wasn't looking? No, even if he did, a change this fast would. Never mind, I don't really care how the kid got stronger. After all, he's my blood. Hearing him say that, Theo broke into a sweat and thought, he's sharp-eyed, even the 9 dragons didn't notice. Putting that aside, it's like he can't help but want to give his son a beating. Kyle continued, so are you ready? Yes, sir, Theo answered seriously. Normally I'd use the greatsword, but since you don't know how to use mana yet, I'll use this rusty blade. Any objections? He asked, looking at the sword in his hand. And of course, Theo wasn't stupid enough to make things harder for himself. Of course not, father. All right, then let's begin. As Kyle spoke, an unparalleled aura began to surge from him and spread toward Theo. Only when he felt that aura himself did the protagonist realize how terrifying his old man was. Damn, to radiate that pressure with battle chi alone, he thought, trembling inward. Across from him, Kyle was surprised that his son didn't collapse under that aura and said, I'm surprised you can still stand. Of course, my strength stat has nearly tripled, thanks to the reward for completing the tutorial and the experience elixir. I poured all my attribute points into strength, raising that stat to 52. This feeling is liberating, like leaving the mundane and stepping into the extraordinary. With this strength, I can definitely block a strike from father, Theo thought confidently, tightening his grip on his sword. At the same time, Kyle stepped up to Theo, raised the sword in his hand, and brought it down with full force. The protagonist's eyes widened as he used every sense to watch Kyle's incoming attack. I see it, I can see it, he muttered. Then a huge explosion rang out, and the entire floor split into countless chunks. After the dust cleared, Kyle turned to Theo with a satisfied smile. It's been a long time since I've found a decent child. Uncle acknowledged. Meanwhile, Theo's sword had shattered into many pieces after a single blow. Then, as agreed in the wager, Kyle announced to the other, Theo Ragnar has proven his innocence through willpower. The trial is concluded. At the same time, Theo fainted, still clutching the hilt. A system notification sounded in his head. You have completed the sudden mission, a strike from Kyle Ragnar. You have received an inventory slot as a reward. You have received a green key as a reward. The scene shifted to some palace. Some time had passed. At that point, the protagonist slowly came out of his stupor and asked, Where am I? Beside him, Madame Camilla heard his voice, seized his hand, and cried in alarm, You're finally awake, my dear son. You fainted. Do you know how terrified I was when I heard you were struck by the clan chief's sword? How's your arm? Are you injured? Try moving your shoulder. Should I call a healer if it's broken or dislocated? She said, her eyes already welling up. Seeing his mother like that, Theo hurried to reassure her. I'm fine, mother, please calm down, but where am I? In response to that question, Uncle Julius entered from outside and announced, by order of the clan chief, the former Madam of Camella Palace, Axion, and the head of the intelligence team have been expelled. That means Theo widened his eyes and asked. Uncle smiled and said, Yes, this is Camella Palace. The scenario updated. Mission Scenario 1: The Heir's Path. Take over Camella Palace and uncover its secret. Except Camella Palace, 1-1, Secrets, 0-1. Elsewhere in some corner of the palace, the woman Emil had just received the news and was being ordered to relocate. But refusing to accept this outcome, she flew into a rage. Why am I, the legitimate owner of this palace, being forced to leave my own property? As she spoke, Emil stamped her foot in frustration, sending the nearby servants into awkwardness, not knowing how to calm her. Lady Emil, please calm down. We beg you to stay composed. In the distance, Tian Long-Eid watched the scene with some gloom, then spoke up to remind Axion standing beside him. Axion, yes, uncle. You must kill Theo Ragnar. Yes, I plan to cut his hand during the awakening ceremony, Axion said, revealing his intent, but that still didn't satisfy Eid. No, his head, you must fetch his head, Eid said coldly. It seemed hatred had clouded his reason. Back at Camella Palace. While touring the palace, Theo reflected on what had happened. Everything had unfolded according to a plan completely different from his original intention, but this outcome was far better. He'd claimed Camella Palace without using his trump card. Moreover, he'd gained a second privilege, an inventory. As he thought that, a simulated inventory appeared before Theo. He reached into the display and pulled out an apple. He didn't know how such things existed, but they would surely be useful. Also, there was this green key. Theo drew a key from the inventory and looked at it with delight. This is a green key, a misc item. Effect, opens a hellgate. Requirement, compatible with a hellgate. This key must be connected to this place. Thinking that, the protagonist cast his eyes toward a door at the side. Notably, beneath the door's handle, a glowing lock icon was visible. Unable to contain his curiosity, Theo quickly used the key in his hand to unlock the door. The moment the door opened, a cold gust of wind blew straight into his face from inside. But that wasn't the most astonishing thing. What surprised Theo more was that behind the door lay a cavern of unfathomable depth. "This is," Theo exclaimed at the sight, and as if to explain, the system immediately displayed notifications. "You have discovered a dungeon. Experience gained in the dungeon will be doubled as a reward." Reading that, despite lingering questions, Theo's eyes lit up with joy. A cavern inside a room of Camella Palace. This must be a special quest. Whatever it is, I'll complete it. Can't miss doubled experience. With that thought, Theo hurried into the cavern. However, after only 2 steps, he suddenly stopped, remembering he wasn't prepared. "Oh right, I shouldn't go in empty-handed." Time passed quickly. After filling his storage with countless different swords, Theo was finally ready to conquer the dungeon. "All right, let's check it out," he said excitedly, taking his sword and shield and advancing deeper into the cavern. Inside, every so often a lamp burned with a blue flame, mounted on the wall to light the path for challengers. After not long, Theo encountered his first opponent and was astonished. Right before him stood a white wolf, bloodthirsty and ferocious. "Huh, a wolf, that's pretty big, almost like a real monster," Theo said, frowning. Before he could question it further, the white wolf vanished and reappeared instantly in front of Theo. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp enough that when it flashed, he raised his shield in time and successfully blocked its swipe. They then locked in a tug-of-war as the white wolf tried to bite down on Theo's shield. "You're pretty strong, stray dog, but I won't lose in a test of strength." Theo gritted his teeth and swung his sword straight at the wolf, forcing it to release the shield and fall back to keep its distance. Even though it had been driven back, the white wolf still gaped ferociously and howled at Theo to assert dominance. Ignoring the wolf's growls, Theo lunged in to seize the initiative. However, when his blade struck the wolf's fangs, sparks flew. Its hide was very thick and its speed remarkable. Half-hearted strikes wouldn't wound it. Clearly, it wasn't an ordinary wolf. It was almost as strong as a beast from the northern lands beyond the wall. That explained why its power was hard to deal with, Theo guessed inwardly. At the same moment, the white wolf raised its paw and struck toward Theo. Seeing that, he immediately leaped backward to dodge. Then he quickly used the ground's momentum to launch a counterattack. "If only I could recreate that flash of light, the one I saw facing my father's single strike. That pure, perfect white arc." Theo thought of the memory as he fought, but that recollection didn't instantly make him stronger. With this slash, the wolf only had to tilt its head to evade easily. Both of them continued to jump back to maintain distance. After a while, with neither making headway, Theo grew a bit annoyed. "HMPH, of course copying it won't be that easy. The single strike, a shorthand for a life-or-death sword blow. If the key is putting everything into one strike, I'll focus on sword technique in the manual, use the speed Evelyn taught me, then thrust." With that thought and wanting to challenge himself, Theo tossed his defensive shield aside. Immediately, his body's weight lightened without the shield. Theo's figure vanished from the wolf's sight at once. By the time it realized, Theo's blade was already at its throat. The result was a piercing howl, and one of the wolf's left eyes was blinded by Theo's thrust. Seeing that, he smiled confidently. "Good, I did it." Having said that, the two lunged at each other once more. Time passed quickly. 2 months later, at the 4th training ground. As usual, Theo's cohort practiced there. However, today was a bit different when one of the guys looked around and said, "There are more people now." Sybil nodded in response. "Yes, at this level we should change training grounds. Now that the rumor the clan chief taught young Master Theo the single strike has spread, more people will come to spar with. Although the young master is." Thinking that, Sybil felt annoyed as one challenger after another came for Theo. No sooner had she finished than an arrogant guy behind called out, "Hey, you lot, when's your supreme young master showing up? It's been 2 months, where did he run off to? I thought he never missed a day of training. I guess that coward ran away after his fake story spread too far. Probably a lie because he won the trial without witnesses. It's been exaggerated. The news that he defeated the Serpent Dragon Guild is the same." The voice belonged to Henry Madrid, a sword apprentice of Plum Blossom Hall. Before his taunts could finish, Sybil rushed forward and landed a straight punch to his face, denting it inward, and sending his body flying out like a torn sack. The short, black-haired guy beside him frantically turned to confront Sybil. "Henry, Sybil, how dare an ill-mannered person like you?" He complained angrily, but was met with countless cold stares from Theo's followers, leaving him speechless. Next, Sybil angrily snapped back at those people. "You ugly-faced lot, you mean nothing compared to the young master," he shouted, prompting the brown-haired friend beside him to widen his eyes and warn Sybil, "You shouldn't comment on people's appearance." "Forget it, I hate these bastards always causing trouble. Now they dare insult young Master Theo. Draw your swords. This is war," Sybil yelled, and at his command his whole group gripped their blades. The ones from Plum Blossom Palace weren't backing down either. They drew their swords in response. "Do these ill-mannered fools really want to die?" the short black-haired guy shouted. But before the two sides could rush at each other, a cold wave suddenly spread out, freezing the swords of both groups instantly. No one knew when a girl had silently drawn her sword and stood between them. The cold air had emanated from her. "Ray Ragnar," they shouted when they recognized the girl as one of the four hounds. At the same time, a loud laugh rang out from the rear, drawing everyone's attention. "Haha, how could you leave me out of the fun?" The voice belonged to a big, dark-skinned young man with red hair, wielding a greatsword and dressed wildly. He was also one of the northern four hounds, the black bear Hulkus Lang. Seeing him appear, the group grew more astonished. Hulkus was present too, so two of the four hounds were here. Returning to Hulkus, after a quick look he asked, is it just you guys? Where's Hyen-Ho?" "Who?" the short black-haired guy asked back. "Are you deaf?" I said. "Hyen-Ho, the owner of this training ground. I'm here to fight Theo Ragnar," Hulkus roared fiercely. Back to our protagonist. He was still training inside the secret dungeon. "System, you leveled up. You leveled up. You have hunted 170 monsters. Remaining monsters in the dungeon, 171. At this moment, countless white wolf corpses lay at Theo's feet. This is his status board after 2 months of grinding. Theo Ragnar, 17, male, level 15. Stats: Strength 91, Dexterity 25, Magic Power 198, Luck -6, Vitality 20, Intelligence 19, Allocation Points. None, access denied. Ignoring the system messages, after resting, Theo took a healing potion from his pack and drank it down. As soon as he finished drinking, his body was enveloped in a red light that rapidly healed his wounds. "I almost died a few times, but this saved me," he muttered. It was a beginner's healing potion, consumable effect, restores 10 HP and heals wounds. Looking at the wolf corpses around him, Theo muttered, "At first it was tough, but it's easier now. Time really flies, 2 months already. Only one left. Usually that means the boss is about to appear." With that, he turned his gaze toward the stairs at the end of the cavern. After resting, Theo decided to head for the stairs to deal with the final monster. Entering the 5th level, the system chimed. He looked at the broken sword in his hand and tossed it aside. "Looks like this is useless now." Theo reached into his pack and pulled out his last sword, a ceremonial blade his mother had given him for his birthday. In his previous life, he had many conflicts with his mother before the awakening ceremony, so he'd once thrown the sword aside in his room to rust. But looking closely, it was a good sword, forged from white snow steel. He appraised it silently as he admired the gleaming blade, recalling how Lady Cecilia had arrived with countless servants bearing all kinds of gifts to celebrate his birthday. "I waited until midnight to give it to you, my beloved son," she said excitedly, but her excitement was met with a cold reply from her son. "Mother, the awakening ceremony is coming up. I don't have time for birthday presents. Good gear won't change bloodline. Please leave." Those icy words stunned Lady Cecilia, and the servants behind her were embarrassed. Thinking that, Theo felt remorse and vowed not to repeat the mistakes of his past life. With that in mind, he hurried to the back of the cavern. To avoid surprises, the system kindly warned, "This is the boss room. A powerful monster will appear. Please be careful." No sooner had the announcement ended than Theo spotted his final opponent, a large dragon sleeping ahead. What surprised him was that this dragon had no wing. A dragon? Ah no, just a low-level dragon. Theo muttered, but whatever kind of dragon it was, he couldn't rush in without a clear strategy. People say the Ragnar clan are descendants of dragons, and yet the final boss of this quest is a dragon. Is it coincidence, or is there meaning behind it? Theo wasn't sure, but one thing he knew: he had to defeat it to complete the quest, even though it was a dragon, a very dangerous opponent. With that thought, he took a thrusting stance, deciding to try the strongest move he'd practiced on the wolf. It might not match his father's dragon flash, but if he fully harnessed the power of the dragon heart, he could seriously injure it. Theo focused intensely, gathering all his strength as he surged toward the dragon. Sensing danger, the dragon's eyes snapped open. But it was too late. In that instant, its right eye was pierced blind by Theo's blade. Watching the dragon scream in pain, Theo smiled faintly. All right. However, immediately after, the dragon went berserk and swept its tail at him, cracking the ground. Luckily, Theo dodged to the side in time, or he'd have been smashed to pieces. Seeing the force of its counterattack, Theo felt a twinge of regret. He had hoped to pierce its brain, but the strike hadn't gone deep enough. Still, he saw a chance to win. With that thought, he immediately used the jester's step technique, his body turning into a streak of light that darted around the earth dragon, cutting at its body continuously. Attacking while constantly moving, Theo considered if he could distract it with a normal strike, then aim for the weak spot. But this dragon was no pushover. Blinded in one eye, it opened its mouth and roared, creating an effect that suddenly weighed Theo down and noticeably slowed his speed. System: low-level Dragon's Fear Battlefield Dominating Effect. Fear state: movement speed reduced by 10%. His whole body grew heavy. Theo could only grit his teeth and endure. At that moment, the dragon seized the opportunity and swung its massive arm straight at him. Theo was forced to plant his strength into lifting his sword up to his chest to block the blow. But the power gap was too great. With a single impact, his small body was sent flying like a bullet toward the cave wall, creating a dent in the wall. Feeling dazed after the blow, Theo understood why this dragon was the final boss. If the fight dragged on, it would be dangerous. He needed to target the weak point to end the battle as quickly as possible, and the dragon's weak point was. With that thought, Theo clenched his sword and charged again. The dragon lunged at the same time, baring its sharp teeth to bite. Theo watched intently. Wait for the exact moment. At the precise instant, he bent low to dodge the bite, then drove all his strength to thrust his sword into the reversed scale on its chest. Just as he predicted, that scale cracked into pieces, allowing his blade to slice deeply inside. A pain shot up to its brain, sending the dragon into a furious roar. Good, I did it. Theo rejoiced inwardly, but the battle was far from over. The dragon, enraged, its eyes flashing with menace, drew a deep breath, preparing for a devastating counterattack. Cut to the fourth training ground, where Ray and Hulkus had started arguing under the puzzled gazes of everyone around. What did you say, Ray Ragnar? Theo Ragnar has to fight me first, Hulkus bellowed, making Ray cover his ears in complaint. The loser should step aside. That was 3 years ago. Skills improve every day. 3 years is enough to close the gap. The loser, Hulkus snapped, unable to hide his anger. Fine, duel me again. The winner faces Theo Ragnar. The big guy shouted and swung the greatsword in his hand, in a massive arc aimed at Ray. But Ray only needed to tilt his sword aside to block it easily. Then metal clashed repeatedly as the Rose Palace and Plum Blossom Palace groups watched the fight with their mouths agape. What the hell is happening? I don't know, but I'm scared, Henry stammered. Just as the fight between Ray and Hulkus reached its peak, Remington rushed in to break it up, blocking both of them with sword and scabbard. If you want to fight, take it elsewhere. This is young master's territory. I won't allow you to cause trouble while he's absent, the Silver Tiger warned. Seeing him appear, Sybil's eyes lit up excitedly. Oh, Remington, perfect timing. I've been wanting to duel you. Hey, Hulkus, didn't you hear me? Remington complained. But the three of them suddenly froze as they sensed a fierce aura heading this way. What is that murderous aura? Remington wondered. Then the three turned to look toward the source of the pressure. A dark figure was slowly approaching the group, the pressure unbelievable. What's going on? Remington asked in bewilderment, while Hulkus smiled wider than ever. Finally, you're here, Theo Ragnar. At that moment, Theo was using the low-level Dragon's Fear skill to cover the battlefield. Rewinding a few minutes, eventually, because the injury at the reverse scale was too severe, the monstrous dragon died, tongue lolling out. As it collapsed, the system's congratulatory sound rang out. Congratulations, you have successfully hunted a low-level dragon. Seeing the dragon slain, Theo finally exhaled in relief. When I hit that reverse scale, it thrashed wildly. I really thought I was done for. Luckily, it tired out over time. After all, the reverse scale was its weak point. Saying that, he collapsed exhausted atop the dragon as the system continued announcing, you received a low-level dragon fang. You received a low-level dragon claw. Low-level dragon fang. Enhancement material used to forge weapons, increases durability. Low-level dragon claw. Enhancement material used to forge weapons, increases sharpness. Before Theo, the two items appeared clearly, prompting him to spring up to inspect them. Materials for forging weapons. I should use these to repair my sword. After all, it's the present my mother gave me. Looking at the birthday sword, Theo realized it had been chipped a lot from the fight with the dragon. But it wasn't over. The system continued. You have acquired the low-level Dragon's Fear skill, rank D+, proficiency 1%. Effect. Amidst the characteristic murderous aura of a low-level dragon, overwhelming nearby targets and causing fear in targets weaker than the user. Reading that, Theo's eyes widened in astonishment. What a skill, Dragon's Aura. But I heard only special people can use that. Can't believe I get a chance to try it. Saying that, Theo tossed all his gear into his pack and shook his head. Wait, after all, Ragnar is full of elites. I don't know if this skill will be useful. With that thought, he quickly left the Camella Temple dungeon. Camella Temple dungeon completed. Dungeon closed. Theo exhaled in relief. So I've completed the first storyline quest. seize Camella Temple and uncover its secrets. At that moment, the system announced, "Congratulations, you have completed the first storyline quest and received a reward." A gem resembling an animal's eye appeared before Theo, the nest compass, a multi-purpose item. Effect: guides the holder toward the nest's direction. Reading the description, Theo was puzzled and raised the gem to his eye to inspect. Nest compass, what's this? Is it related to the next quest? I'll just keep it. Saying that, he casually tossed the reward into his pack and staggered back to his room. I should rest, I'm exhausted. But before he took many steps, a maid hurried over. Young Master Theo, we finally found you, there's an emergency. Hearing the call, though annoyed and drained, Theo turned back and asked, It's nothing, what happened? The maid, flustered at his bloody appearance, stammered, Oh my, look at you, where have you been? Theo had no time to explain and asked again, What's the emergency? The girl hurriedly replied, There's a brawl at the 4th training ground. Back to the present, that's why Theo appeared at the training ground and began using the low-level Dragon Sphere skill, enveloping the entire ground. Get lost, I need to rest, Theo said irritably, eyes weary as if he hadn't slept in 3 days. Under pressure like an overlord's hacky, a string of cadets from Plum Blossom Palace couldn't withstand it and foamed at the mouth before collapsing unconscious. As for Hulkus, seeing cadets fall one after another, he grew even more excited. Haha, that aura is oppressive. I knew it. I've had a feeling you'd be interesting, Theo Ragnar. Let's see how strong you are. Saying that, Hulkus gripped his broadsword tightly and charged forward, swinging with full force at Theo. Everyone thought the strike would at least trouble Theo, but the result was the opposite. The moment Hulkus swung, Theo casually swung his sword in return, instantly sending Hulkus's massive body flying amid everyone's astonishment. Neither Hulkus nor Theo could believe it. My attack was blocked so easily. Even Theo was stunned. I actually blocked that. On the other side, Hulkus, having been knocked back by a single blow and with his pride wounded, went berserk and charged again. No way I'm staying down. Black Bear Hulkus Lank, long regarded as the weakest of the Northern Four Hounds due to limited skills and lack of sharpness, but a member of the Lank clan, he had never been defeated in strength until he met Theo. At that moment, Hulkus raised his sword and leapt at Theo with a descending cleave, shouting, Try to block this, Theo Ragnar. Facing the attack, Theo's expression turned serious. Instead of meeting the blow head-on, he used his sword to redirect Hulkus's blade, letting the cutting force run along the length of the sword and deflect to the side. Just as Hulkus hadn't yet retracted his sword to defend, Theo didn't hesitate and unleashed a finishing slash, cutting straight through his opponent's abdomen. Blocked by me and even countered successfully, worth the level up. Theo smiled inwardly as he watched his efforts begin to pay off. After taking a lethal blow, Hulkus rolled over and passed out. Seeing his opponent bloodied, Theo let out a heavy sigh. I swung with everything and didn't even notice. I was lucky Hulkus is famous for his durability, so he just fainted. Around them, Sybil's group stared dumbfounded for a few seconds when they saw Hulkus collapse before Theo. Then the whole group shouted in unison, Wow, young Master Theo defeated Black Bear. He took down one of the 4 hounds with a single strike. Seeing everyone so riled up, Theo hurriedly said, Hold on, Hulkus is still alive. No sooner had he spoken than his sword gave a cracking sound, then snapped in two right before the cheering crowd's eyes. Wait, my mother's sword. Theo stood frozen while those around him, not understanding, still cheered. Theo was stunned while the others, clueless, kept shouting, Wow, truly young Master Theo. He even broke a sword with one blow. Hey, why are you all so happy? Theo snapped angrily. In the back, Ray watched the crowd praising Theo and fell into thought, remembering a past memory when a little boy once asked, Who are you? Why are you wandering around here? Aren't you cold? Let me put this on you. Huh, you're still cold. That's not good, you should come to my house first. When the snow stops, I'll take you home. Saying that, the boy wrapped his scarf around Ray and led the little girl home. Recalling that memory, Ray couldn't help but smile softly and turned to leave. In that instant, Remington seemed to catch that smile too, momentarily stunned. She smiled. Ragnar Ray smiled. The silver-haired man was astonished, as if lightheaded. That evening at Camella Hall, a celebration party for Theo was held. Congratulations, Black Tiger. Young master, congratulations. You did very well, training hard all this time. Now just keep this momentum until the awakening ceremony. You can do it. The servants spoke happily when they saw Theo's achievements, and the most joyful was Mrs. Cecilia. To celebrate her son, she brought out a whole basin of abalone and placed it before Theo, feeding him like a machine. My son, try this abalone. These are rare abalones caught only at sea, slow-roasted with special butter from farms around the Phu Ha mountain range. We raised the temperature gradually to awe. Try this one too. The chicken ate only the desert figs from the western Laziria, slaughtered at the exact age, stewed with ginseng imported from Jusian, a far eastern country. As she spoke, her hand kept feeding him until Theo had to swallow without even chewing. Mom, please stop. Theo thought to himself, but recalling some sad moments from his previous life. He forced his eyes wide and swallowed, then said, "It's delicious, Mom." Time passed, and Theo's belly was as big as a drum. After the party, he brought the broken sword out to confess to his mother. "My son, what's going on here?" Cecilia cried out when she saw the birthday gift she gave her son now split in two. "It broke during training. I'm sorry, it was the precious sword Mom gave me for my birthday, but now." Before he could finish, Mrs. Cecilia angrily spat. "That damned old woman. She swore this sword was made from white snow steel and mucksteel wood so it would never break." Hearing that, Theo asked in surprise, "Mucksteel wood from the southern thorn forest?" "Exactly," she said. "She only used rare and valuable materials. But as you can see, it was all a lie. If it were true, it wouldn't have broken so easily." Cecilia snapped. Hearing the materials the sword was made from, emotions welled in Theo. Mucksteel wood is a special tree that absorbs iron, flexible like wood, yet as durable as steel, an extremely rare material. "I can't believe Mom gave me such a valuable sword." Seeing her son's blank expression, Mrs. Cecilia decided immediately, "This is unacceptable. I'll go confront her. This time she must make you a perfect sword." Seeing his mother's determination, Theo stammered, "I'm fine, Mom. I really can use another sword." But Mrs. Cecilia shook her head sternly. "No, now everyone recognizes your true value. We must prepare more carefully than ever, especially with the awakening ceremony less than a week away. I can't let you attend with that old sword. We're leaving right now." "Huh, where are we going?" Theo asked, puzzled. "To the best forge in Winterra, the Pasquare workshop." Cecilia replied with a smile. The Pask workshop is one of the 3 largest arms factories in Winterra, its reputation tied to its massive, factory-like scale. But the most notable thing is its head, a blacksmith holding the title Master Artisan, a rank only 2 people in Ragnar possess. That man is also called the goblin incarnation of capitalism, the Hellforge blacksmith, Curson. At that moment, Theo and his mother were at the workshop to meet this master smith. Seeing them arrive, Curson looked surprised. "Huh, oh, look who it is." Theo himself was even more surprised. He hadn't expected to meet such a famous figure. But why does Mom know the Hellforge blacksmith? He wondered. Cecilia, seeing Curson still with a pipe in his mouth, scolded, "You still haven't quit smoking." Hearing that, Theo's eyes widened in surprise when his mother called Curson mother. Curson waved his hand in response. "Mother, no way. Sorry, madam. Our mother-child relationship ended the day you decided to walk away." Not paying attention to those words, Theo stood lost in a rush of thoughts. "I thought Mom was an orphan with no relatives. Now it turns out high-ranking goblin Curson is her mother. Wait, does that mean I'm 1/4 goblin? Maybe that's why I'm so handsome." Curson didn't want to waste time and got straight to the point. "So what brings you here?" Cecilia tossed the sword into her hands and said, "Return this defective item." Curson caught it, irritated. "What? Defective? How dare you call a sword I forged defective?" But when she drew the sword from its scabbard and found only the hilt left, Curson was stunned. "This is..." Cecilia continued to complain. "If it's not defective, then what is it?" Curson pondered for a moment, then asked, "Who used this sword?" "Your son. Who else? The child standing behind you," Curson said, glancing at Theo. Cecilia warned, "Hey, watch your words. He's a genius who will rule Ragnar from now on." Theo bowed politely and greeted. "Theo Ragnar of Camella Palace. It's an honor to meet the renowned master of Pask." Responding to Theo's greeting, Curson nodded. "Yes, I've heard of you. You raised your child well. But back to the main issue, did you actually use this sword?" "Ah, yes, that's right. Is there a problem?" Theo asked. "I already told you, it's a defective piece," Cecilia added, complaining. A thoughtful look flashed across Curson's face, then she said to them both, "This will be a long story. Follow me inside." Although they didn't know Curson's intention, Theo and his mother still followed her deeper into the workshop. As they walked, Theo turned to ask his mother, "Mom, what is your connection to the Hellforge blacksmith?" Hearing that, Mrs. Cecilia no longer hid it, "As you've heard. So she really is your mother?" Theo asked in astonishment. "You didn't know because I rarely speak of the past, but for 6 short months she was my foster mother who took care of me," Cecilia explained with a smile. With that, all of Theo's fantasies about having elven blood evaporated. He thought to himself, a little disappointed, "Oh, so she was just Mom's foster mother." Unaware of these thoughts, Cecilia watched Curson's retreating back and said fondly, "I loved everything she found beautiful, jewelry, music, theater, even people. That's why she adopted me. She must have liked me a lot." Curson, slightly embarrassed by the remark, turned back and said, "HMPH, let's not talk about the past anymore. It's pointless." "Haha, I bet Mom wouldn't put it that way," Cecilia teased, covering her mouth as she laughed, leaving Curson only able to scowl and turn away. Returning his attention to Theo, he asked again, then why did Mom leave that place? Cecilia was about to answer, but Kirsten cut in. She walked out on her own, saying she'd become the wife of the Ragnar chieftain. I never expected her to willingly go to that miserable place. Foolish, yet admirable that she survived so long, Kirsten complained. Meanwhile, Cecilia drifted into reverie. That chieftain was so handsome, manly, and utterly devoted to her. Whatever Cecilia's admiration for Kyle, her running off to chase love annoyed Kirsten. Even after leaving home, last year she came back begging me to forge a sword as a gift for her son. I've never seen such nerve, Kirsten snorted in reluctant respect, leaving Cecilia a little embarrassed in front of her son. Mom, oh my, why would you say that in front of me? Am I wrong? Kirsten snapped. Before their bickering, Theo couldn't help but smile softly. I've never seen Mom speak like that. Maybe I never understood her in my past life. What an ungrateful child I was, so obsessed with the family that it controlled me, while the Hellforge Smith actually seems to care about Mom. So why didn't she do anything in the past? Theo wondered inwardly, with no answer. Time passed as Kirsten led them to a door and said, "We're here. This is my room, the master's office." Cecilia's eyes flashed with confusion as she asked, "Why are you taking us so deep? You should forge the best sword for the boy as compensation." "Wait outside a moment," Cecilia, Kirsten instructed, then pulled Theo into the study and slammed the door. "Mom, my son," Cecilia shouted from outside. Inside, Kirsten's expression changed instantly. She asked bluntly, "Theo, I'll ask you straight out. You have a relic of the primordial sea dragon, don't you?" Hearing the question, Theo froze for a few seconds, then asked back, "The primordial sea dragon? Do you mean the ancestor dragon that guards our clan? I've heard the legend that our ancestors distributed the primordial sea dragon's treasures across Winterra to Ragnar's descendants, but..." Theo's voice showed he didn't fully believe the tale. Before Theo could finish, Kirsten teased, "A legend. Ha, are you pretending not to know? If you truly don't have a relic, then why did my sword end up like this? I poured all my craftsmanship into forging this child of mine. Nothing but a relic could have caused it to break. Do you know how valuable that thing is?" Kirsten said, her eyes welling with tears. Seeing that pitiful look, Theo widened his eyes and hurriedly apologized. "But it only broke when I was fighting a dragon. Why does she keep bringing up relics?" he thought to himself. After a moment of regret, Kirsten shook off the feeling and snapped, "Forget it. It'll be faster if I just show you rather than explain." Saying that, she led Theo to a coffin wrapped in chains and asked, "What do you say?" Hearing that, Theo focused his gaze, and a red light flashed in his eyes. It was a blue light, the same kind as the glow at the gate, leading to the Camella Palace dungeon. Theo frowned, thinking. But before he could answer, Kirsten continued, "I don't see or sense anything from it, but you must sense something based on your reaction. I've tried every method to open this box and retrieve the item inside, but all have been useless. A relic from the primordial sea dragon, from the age of myth. The primordial dragon pulled out a fang and forged a sword from it, called the Moonblade, the monstrous sword. If you can break the seal on this box and successfully withdraw the sword, I'll give you the Moonblade. But you could die doing it. Want to try?" Kirsten said, turning to Theo with a challenging look. And of course, with an offer like that, the protagonist couldn't refuse. "That sword is yours now," Theo replied with a smile. At that moment, he also received the next quest, Ragnar Script Quest, Heir's Path. Be chosen by a relic of the primordial sea dragon Moonblade. The Moonblade, the sword of the Black Snow Leader, and one of the 9 dragons, the Black Dragon. However, very few know the true form of this sword, because most who saw or heard of it are dead or missing. By chance, I was the one who saw the Moonblade's true form. But why did the Black Dragon spare me? The Black Dragon's Moonblade is here now, and it truly is a relic of the primordial sea dragon. I remember meeting the Black Dragon again 4 years later. So Kirsten kept the sword all that time, Theo thought. If that's the case, I have to take it at all costs. This is like what happened at Camella Palace, so with this green key. Thinking that, Theo pulled the key from his pack and began using it to unlock the coffin. The moment he turned the key, something strange happened. The coffin emitted a blinding light, and all the chains wrapped around it automatically snapped open. Before he could look inside, the coffin spewed out thick black smoke. That sucked Theo in. "What's happening?" Theo gasped, then his vision slowly shifted to the scene of the Rose Palace, engulfed in flame. The Rose Palace, why am I here? Theo stared blankly, then seemed to remember. Right, because I was too weak. I need much more power to defeat Rendon and crush Camella Palace, he told himself. While his memories were still hazy, the silhouette of a giant raven appeared behind him, raising its talons and sharp beak toward Theo. But now that Theo recognized the raven's ambush intent, he spun around instantly and grabbed its beak with his hand, leaving the raven stunned. Looking at it, Theo calmly remarked, "Manipulating others' minds by exploiting their thirst for power. No surprise you're a monstrous sword. The raven's eyes flashed with anger. You are insolent. How could you? Before it could finish, Theo replied, I've long since overcome the despair you once showed me, you fool. Do you think I'll be tempted by petty power when I have so many tasks to complete? You release me, human, the raven screeched, struggling but unable to break free from Theo's grip. Holding it tightly, Theo examined its form closely. You're nothing like the griffin I remember. I remember you being at least 10 meters tall. Now you're almost my size. Maybe you were sealed for too long, but this works to my advantage. You belong to me now, Moonblade. Saying that, Theo began to raise his fist, preparing to teach the raven a lesson, causing it to scream in terror. Hey, let's speak civilly. Outside, hearing Theo's screams, Cecilia rushed in, and when she saw her son lying motionless, Mrs. Cecilia's eyes filled with tears. My son, wake up, please wake up, she said as she shook Theo's body, but it was useless. With no other options, Cecilia turned to Curson. Mom, what is going on? Why is my son like this? You told me you'd train him in swordsmanship. You didn't tell me you'd do this to him, she shouted. Curson, also worried, explained. The monster's energy has linked to his bloodline. I've never seen this happen before. Because he possessed the relic, I thought he'd be fine. If anything terrible had happened, I would never forgive you, Cecilia said through tears. But luckily for both of them. At that moment, Theo's hand began to move, clutching the sword tightly. From around them, countless strands of black energy whirled and converged over Theo's chest, then slowly slipped into his body. When it was over, Cecilia called out anxiously once more, Theo. Hearing his mother's voice, Theo slowly opened his eye, making her overjoyed as she threw her arms around her son. My son, Cecilia said, crying with joy. On the other side, Curson also breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like you gave your mother a scare. I'm fine, Mom. There's no need to panic, Theo reassured. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Congratulations. By hunting a griffin, you have successfully completed the second scripted mission. Reward, ownership of the Moonlight Sword. Hearing this, Theo looked at the sword in his hand and thought to himself, I'm really lucky. This griffin had just been unsealed, so it was easy to defeat, and its psychological attack no longer worked on me. He marveled at his streak of eerie luck, which at least helped him this much. However, the rewards didn't stop, as Theo received another notification. By absorbing the monster energy from the Moonlight Sword, your magic power has increased significantly, plus 30 magic power. Your magic power has exceeded 200 and is beginning to become divine. Special effect, enhanced physique, mana regeneration of 1.5 per second. As the notification ended, Theo immediately felt a surge of power explode within his body. My magic power has risen to that of an advanced swordsman. It's a shame I can't use this full power right away. I have to restrain myself until the awakening ceremony, he told himself. After the mother and son finished their tearful display, Curson puffed on a cigarette and said, You surprised me. Congratulations, you succeeded. Hearing that, Theo smiled and asked, Will you keep your promise? You don't know goblins can't lie, do you? Curson complained. Suddenly, the sword in Theo's hand began to shake violently. He was a bit puzzled, and Curson, with his experience, explained immediately, It's just resisting. Maybe it's annoyed from being sealed away for hundreds of years. Now that it's out, it wants to vent all its anger. Why don't you try slashing that practice wall over there with all your strength? As he spoke, Curson pointed at the nearby metal test wall, which already bore a few marks. Hearing that, Theo felt a bit worried. Is this really okay? Curson smirked disdainfully. Worrying is pointless. Even the Moonlight Sword can't damage the Basque workshop with an unawakened kid. Hearing that, Theo annoyedly thought to himself, then calmly stepped toward the wall, gripping the sword. Sorry to bother you. With that, he channeled all his strength and swung the sword in a single, decisive strike. The result was that not only was the test wall cleaved in two, but a section of the workshop was also sliced open, leaving Cecilia's eyes shimmering in disbelief, while Curson was mournfully lamenting the loss. My workshop, my money, Curson shouted as he stared at the huge hole. Fixing this will surely cost a fortune. Ignoring that, Theo looked back at the sword, alarmed. Maybe this is too dangerous. It's absorbing all my mana. Before he could think further, Curson appeared in front of Theo and reached out to examine it. Good heavens, you really have no mastery of magic at all. You pulled that off purely because of the blade's sharpness. Curson looked at Theo, thinking to himself, this kid is a genius and he's my grandson. All right, Theo Ragnar, from now on I'll sponsor you. Just soar and show the world your skills. You'll be a living billboard for Basque's workshop. Curson's eyes turned into dollar signs. Mom, I see money in your eyes, Cecilia chimed in to remind him. With the new sword in hand, the mother and son said their goodbyes to Curson and quickly boarded a carriage back to Camella Palace. Before leaving, Theo handed Curson the fang and claw of the earth dragon to compensate for the broken wall. Use this to repair the wall. Consider it spoils of war. Curson smiled and exhaled a puff of smoke. my daughter really did raise a wonderful child. But as they turned to go, a familiar voice rang down from above. Long time no see, Demon Ford. Curson squinted and looked up. The voice coming from a crow. Time flew. 5 days remained until the awakening ceremony. At this point, Theo continued training diligently with Evelyn to improve his skills. The more they sparred, the more surprised Evelyn became at how much stronger and faster his swordsmanship had become. It's so gratifying to have Master Evelyn praise me, Theo said with a smile, while the trainee soldiers stood stunned to see Theo go one-on-one with Evelyn. She was also pleased to have trained such a disciple. It's been half a year since the young master began to change, and now he's strong enough to push me back. If he awakens his mana in a few days, it will be the birth of a monster. Evelyn thought, then stopped the session and said earnestly, "You're doing very well. You can aim to be the top at the awakening. Young master, I'll pray for your success." Turning to Theo, he didn't forget Evelyn's guidance and thanked her. "Thank you. It's all thanks to you, Evelyn. If I become the top, I'll mention your name in my speech." Theo promised, but the promise didn't exactly please Evelyn. Why would you? Meanwhile, a few other trainee soldiers, hearing Theo mentioning names in his speech, eagerly chimed in. "Oh, me too. Young master, please mention me as well." The group's enthusiasm made Theo both happy and slightly annoyed. "Gosh, it's hard being loved by so many," he shrugged with a smug look. All right, I'm off." He waved and left the training yard. Time passed quickly as the scene shifted to the central headquarters. Today was the day of the awakening ceremony, so Theo dressed neatly and arrived very early. Theo Ragnar of the Camella Manor announced himself to the gatekeepers. The awakening ceremony is the Ragnar family's important annual event. Each participant hopes to achieve good results at this ceremony, and as a swordsman of the Ragnar clan, this is the first place they can receive recognition and honor. With the entire Ragnar family watching, including the clan leader, Ku Long, or even the former clan leader 2 generations prior, Lady Hilda Ragnar. Looking at the youthful woman seated in the chair, Theo could hardly believe his eyes, for she did not look a day over far younger than 150. In any case, he was relieved to see her attend. On the high platform, seeing the trainee soldiers assembled, the Dragon Gate sword referee Vahana Ragnar struck the drum beside him hard and shouted, "Attention, we will begin with the preliminary test. This test requires you to grab a sword placed on the ground and leave an imprint on the steel wall in front of you at chest height. For your information, this wall is forged from white snow steel, and ordinary steel swords cannot even scratch it. But everything changes if you channel mana into your strike. We will issue you Soma. 1 Soma pill will grant you 10 years worth of mana. It is a spirit elixir that helps open your mana channel. Swallow the Soma and open the mana channels in your danshin. Only then can these swords cut the white snow steel wall. The depth of your cut will determine your result. From now on, those whose names are called will take a Soma and step onto the platform. First participant, Theo Ragnar, step up. Hearing his name, Theo confidently stepped forward, took the elixir from a soldier's hand, and thought, "In my last life, Axion topped the rankings, but not this time." At the same time, the system updated the 3rd scripted task, win the awakening ceremony, and become the top-ranked. Theo casually grabbed a sword stuck in the floor and walked silently toward the wall. Up in the stands, former clan head Hilda, seeing him step up, asked curiously, "Oh, is that him, Kyle, the boy you mentioned earlier?" Kyle nodded in response. "The boy must have caught your attention, sir." "Of course, I was curious after hearing you say you were watching him." "Then let's see how truly talented this kid is," Hilda said with an eager smile. Back with Theo, although he'd been through this once in a previous life, having to do it again left him unavoidably anxious. "Phew, the awakening ceremony. I'm a little nervous since it's been a while," he sighed. Meanwhile, to make sure Theo didn't forget, referee Vahana reminded him again, "Now swallow that elixir." "Yes, understood," Theo replied, quickly tossing the pill into his mouth. "In his last life, I swallowed Soma but couldn't control the mana, which badly damaged my danshin. But this time won't be like that," Theo told himself and smiled confidently. Immediately after swallowing the pill, a violent surge of mana erupted through his body, making Vahana behind him somewhat anxious. That fool is producing such a large mana wave, he won't be able to control it properly. When taking Soma, one must be careful to stabilize the mana pathways in the danshin. The Ragnar line has abundant mana in those with talent, but without care, they can be crippled in an instant. But his worry was a bit excessive, because very quickly, the wild mana in Theo's body was brought under control and formed an energy membrane around. "Can he handle it?" Vahana exclaimed in surprise. Seeing the controlled energy, Theo rejoiced. "Finally, I have both the dragon heart and a mana reservoir." "It left me a little disappointed. It wasn't like my last life. This time it succeeded far too easily. At any rate, from now on I'm officially allowed to use mana. With this massive mana pool, I just need to unleash it and enjoy. With that thought, he focused his mana into his sword, then swung hard forward, aiming at the trial wall. For a moment, it seemed everyone saw the illusory image of a dragon roaring in the sky. The pressure he generated was so intense it stunned the three Remington. The phantom dragon had hurtled straight into the wall, creating a massive slash. This is the lone cut technique, Theo thought to himself. At the back, Axion watched arrogantly and grimaced in annoyance. As a result, after the shockwave fully dissipated, Theo had left a huge slash that nearly spanned the wall's full height, leaving referee Vahana dazed for several seconds before he could declare, Theo Ragnar, pass." The crowd around gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Impossible, since young Master Thorkel, we've never seen anything like this. Is this really the strike of someone channeling mana for the first time?" After acing the preliminary test, the system displayed, "Luck stat reset to 0, the unlucky curse has been lifted. Now, your reputation begins to spread across the world." Reading the notice, Theo showed delight. "Finally, I can reach the starting line like everyone else." Many began to express interest in Theo's outstanding performance. Osa Ragnar Plunus wanted to take him as a disciple. Julius Ragnar was displeased with the attention Theo was receiving. Robber Ragnar became cautious. It turned out he was the bird that appeared that night at Bask's workshop of the strange alchemist. Lady Hilda Ragnar also showed special interest in Theo. Looking toward Hilda, he thought to himself, "But most importantly, I've caught Hilda's eye, which makes me especially happy. She has the heart of a Garuda. If I could win that heart." One by one, they stepped forward and struck the steel wall with a single cut. When it was Sybil's turn, the referee announced, "Sybil passes." Sybil, moved, thought, "Theo, I succeeded too." The 4 members of the Northern Hounds group also took their turns. Each of their strikes left a gigantic crack, completely different from the trainee swordsmen. Their results were terrifying, but none left as impressive a mark as young Master Theo Ragnar. Finally, only one last person stepped forward, none other than Axion. The referee called out, "Axion Ya, step up." His gaze had turned terrifying. People below whispered, "At this rate, the contest will be between the Black Tiger and the Dark Tiger." No, even Axion couldn't do that. Who expected the Black Tiger to be at that level? Hearing the remarks, the madness inside Axion burned hotter. He strode forward proudly, ready to prove his level. Vihana instructed, "Please swallow the soma." Having just swallowed the soma, Axion instantly lunged at the steel wall at extreme speed. Vihana, angry at this action, shouted, "Wait." Axion's body exuded an extremely powerful aura. He swung his sword, and the afterimage of a giant dragon with razor-sharp fangs appeared instantly. The powerful slash struck the wall, causing a violent tremor, matching Theo's earlier blow. Witnessing the terrifying scene, Vihana froze and exclaimed in shock, "They have surprised us too many times." Axion's cut crossed Theo's, producing an astonishing result. The crowd recoiled in horror again. How is this possible? They're almost identical. Who is the winner? In this case, judging the precision will decide the victor. After finishing, Axion stood watching for a moment, then turned and returned to his place to await the result. Everyone held their breath. Would Theo or Axion be the winner? Referee Vihana spoke. "The first stage of the awakening ceremony has concluded. You all did very well. This year I'm pleased to see many of you have significantly increased your scores. Those who passed, prepare for stage 2 of the awakening in 4 days. And finally, we will announce the rankings everyone has been waiting for." The top rank of the first stage of the awakening ceremony is Theo. In the inaugural blooming ceremony, the first place is Theo Ragnar. He stood dumbfounded, unable to believe he had actually come in first. The referee announced Theo's score as 10-10, magical technique, speed control, nothing wasted. The result stunned the crowd, who buzzed. Axion. Axion didn't take first. Did Axion lose? Even the depth of the cut matched Lord Theo's. What? Similar to Lord Thorkel's. Theo Ragnar is one of the top 5 candidates, considered the closest to succession. The referee announced second place, Axion Ragnar. Unfortunately, he also scored a perfect 10, but his cut was shorter than Theo's, so he placed second. Axion was furious. Third was Remington Nazio, 4th Ray Ragnar, 5th Halkus Rank, 6th Erica Rang, 32nd Lizzie Zigger, 33rd Rico Edith, and 87th Sybil Drea. Everyone performed very well in the first preliminary. The second blooming ceremony will take place 3 days later in the Eastern Mountain Range. The 87 outstanding contestants this time prepare thoroughly. All right, today's ceremony is concluded. Back home, people held a celebration feast for Theo Ragnar's victory. Congratulations to the top 2. This is the true power of our training school. Congratulations, Theo and Remington. Theo raised his glass, thanked everyone for their congratulations, but he knew this wasn't the end. Our goal is to get through the second blooming ceremony together. Theo threw his arm around Remington's shoulder and said, "We'll take both top spots." Evelyn was also there celebrating with everyone. She offered them her encouragement. "You both can definitely do it." "Congratulations on taking first, Theo Ragnar. I'm glad your efforts have been rewarded. But at the same time, I'm embarrassed that I've fallen so far behind." Seeing Remington looking down, Theo modestly said, "Heh heh, I was just lucky this time. With friends, what does rank matter?" Hearing that, Remington felt somewhat comforted. "Thanks, Theo. The weight in me is slowly lifting." They clinked glasses, toasting their brotherly friendship. "We'll give our all at the second ceremony." Cut to the eastern mountain range, where the peaks were blanketed in white snow. Theo Ragnar had arrived. He walked forward step by step, thinking to himself, "I topped the blooming ceremony back in my previous life. That was an achievement I never dared imagine. Even though this isn't a real battle, defeating Axion is still something I can hardly believe." Theo clenched his fists, but this is only the beginning. Taking down Randon earlier was small potatoes. My real enemies are Axion and the Heavenly Dragon. I'll use every plan to make them pay back tenfold for what they did to me in my previous life. He put his hand into his pocket and took out the compass he had received from the previous quest. The ancestral compass, a versatile item, helps its owner find the direction to the lair. The needle was pointing toward the mountain range in the east. "At the second blooming ceremony, I'll finally learn what the true lair is." Suddenly, Theo noticed a stranger behind him, who immediately vanished, leaving him confused. Who are you?" Before he could steady himself, Theo's blade was at his throat. "HMPH, who are you?" He panicked and replied, Wait, please calm down. I'm not a suspicious person. I'm Gatsby Yachten of the Wind Swords. My captain watched the blooming ceremony and sent me here." Hearing that, Theo breathed a sigh of relief. "A scout, I guessed it, but I didn't expect they'd be this quick." Theo asked for details. Yachten said, "Theo has been given the opportunity to take the unit recruitment exam." Theo said, "Not a scout, but asking me to take a test." "That's right, you must know the Windblade unit's reputation. Being invited is enough." Before he could finish, a voice rang out from a distance. "I think the Windblade unit are all idiots." The newcomer was a girl with a greatsword on her back. She said, "Prince Theo Ragnar is not like those idiots." Yachten, annoyed, asked, "What did you say? Who are you to say that?" Yachten, irritated, demanded, "What did you say? Who are you to speak like that?" She ignored Yachten and addressed Theo. "We intend to invite you to join the Iron Black Cavalry. What do you think?" She introduced herself as Ayan Sasari, Deputy Commander of Iron Black, nicknamed the Fire Enchantress. Yachten froze. "Fire, the Fire Enchantress." She replied, "Yes, now you recognize me, don't you? Step aside for me." Suddenly another group appeared, rushing toward Theo. "Delighted to meet you. We're from the Black Blade Unit. We guarantee you'll be a captain within 3 years. This is the Law Bureau. The captain himself has come. The Security Bureau is present. If you agree, we'll provide full support." They overwhelmed Sasari, leaving her nearly breathless. She shouted in anger, "Hey, line up, don't push." Someone else replied, "Line up, you should be the one at the back. Whoever brings him back first wins, got it." Theo was stunned, thinking, ridiculous. Better get out of here before this turns troublesome. At that moment, another person appeared, surprising Theo. The newcomer stepped closer and said, "I know this may seem ambitious, but to secure talent like this, must I endure such humiliation?" She was the lady of the Plum Palace, Sword Dragon Osa Ragnar Prunis. The onlookers murmured, the lady of Plum Palace. She actually came here in person." She looked at Theo and said, "Like you, I came to see Theo Ragnar, to stroll and observe the child." Cut to training ground number 4. Axion had slaughtered everyone there. Not a single one survived. He sensed someone approaching from behind. With just 3 fingers, the newcomer successfully blocked one of his strikes. The arrival was the Heavenly Dragon Troivan. He said coldly, "Pathetic indeed. Will a bit of misplaced anger change anything?" Only then did Axion recognize his uncle. He threw his sword to the ground, turned his back, and as he walked away said, "In times like this one must stay calm and make a plan. Axion, come with me. At the second blooming ceremony, I'll show you how to make it Theo Ragnar's grave." Axion walked with murder in his eyes. Returning, Sword Dragon Osa Ragnar Prunis approached Theo. Those nearby were stunned by her arrival, whispering, "The Lady of the Plum Palace has come in person. This makes our side look too weak." Ayan Sasari, the Fire Enchantress, shouted, "Madam, please wait." Before she finished, a sphere of power enveloped the two of them. Inside, the space was cut off from the outside. Could she be planning to teach him personally? The sphere gradually dissolved in the air. Theo Ragnar had now stepped into Sword Dragon's spatial sigil. Their eyes met. Theo thought, I've entered the Plum Palace Lady's Sigil, a space completely separate from the outside. I never expected to witness something only spoken of in legends. It seems my reputation truly exists. Sword Dragon said, the Dragon Lord will surely be angry, but who can stop me when I want to give someone a gift? Theo asked in bewilderment, a gift. She drew her sword and said, the Dragon Lord's blade is mighty, like a dragon's breath falling from the sky, turning everything to ashes. But I am different. I infuse my sword with countless transformations. The surrounding space immediately shifted into a romantically blooming flower forest. The dragon I pursue is one that contains every possible transformation. Having said that, the Lady of the Plum Palace launched a continuous series of moves, directly instructing Theo. Theo watched intently, trying to memorize each motion. All in a single breath, I call this the blossoming sword technique. The first is the celestial flower rain. Theo's hands and feet trembled as he thought. Unbelievable. 120 steps, and sword moves in a single breath. Could it be that even the Dragon Lord must yield to her sword technique? If I can combine everything I've just seen into one strike, released all at once. Theo looked at her and said, I don't know if I'm allowed to accept this. Sword Dragon nodded. If you've seen it clearly, then that's enough. No sooner had she finished speaking than the space transformed again, returning them to reality. She admonished, if you want to see more, come find me anytime after the ceremony. Those around still didn't understand what had just happened. Young Master Theo, I hope you will become a fresh wind here. With that, she vanished, leaving cherry blossoms to drift gently to the ground. Theo thought this truly is an enormous gift. Whether I accept or not, I can't fully repay it. But to become the Plum Palace Lady's disciple and a member of the White Dragon Armor Cavalry, wouldn't that be too much? I'll think about it after the second blooming ceremony. 3 days later, near the northern fortress, in the mountain range where the second blooming ceremony would be held. This wintry range is vast, stretching from our stronghold, Winterer, to the Demon Sea. Our Ragnar clan has protected humanity from the cursed land, the Demon Sea, a land teeming with monsters beyond the fortress for over 1,000 years. All of you have duties, and one day will assume this role. That's why this place was chosen as the stage for the second blooming ceremony. The speaker was the supervisor of the second ceremony, senior swordsman Jackie Ragnar. However, as apprentice swordsmen, none of you are permitted to step into the Demon Sea. The trial area is confined within the fortress. Be careful, do not cross the boundary into the Demon Sea. The test is simple. Over the next 15 days, capture beasts from the Winter Mountain Range and collect the bells tied around their necks. The bells come in 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, teal, and purple. The higher a color is in the spectrum, the more points it's worth and the stronger the beast. In particular, a beast wearing a purple bell will be at a level none of you can defeat, but it will award you an astonishing number of points. You are free to use any method during the test, as long as you bring the bells back before the test ends. Theo Ragnar thought, no restrictions on methods means you can steal others' prey or bells. He's openly encouraging conflict, but that's also our survival rule. Jackie Ragnar continued, we've placed nests in various locations to block monster incursions. Supplies are hidden in these safe zones, so use them wisely. Now the test begins. Everyone dispersed at the signal. He thought, since the test lasts 15 days, securing supplies is the top priority. Protect the supplies first, and we must support young Master Theo. Black Bear leapt forward excitedly, saying, this is going to be fun. Axion recalled the instructions. Stick to the plan, Axion, and that place will sooner or later become Theo Ragnar's tomb. Jackie Ragnar followed Axion closely, watching his every move. As Theo Ragnar began to move, someone behind called, young Master Theo. It was Remington. He looked at Theo and said, you once said we were friends, right? Theo asked, what's this about? Remington replied, after thinking hard for 3 days, I realized I see you as both a friend and a rival. So I want to truly surpass you, young Master Theo. Theo Ragnar smiled upon hearing that. I know the feeling. I also regard Remington as both friend and rival. Remington laughed, ha ha ha, what a relief. I feared I was the only one who felt that way. That's why I won't yield in the second blooming ceremony. That's what I wanted to say. Theo offered, then I wish you luck. With that, Remington left. Theo thought, Remington has made me his target. What could be more exciting than that? Exciting indeed, I'm stronger now. Put feelings aside, find the dragon nest first. Thinking that, Theo took out the nest compass, a talisman that guides its holder to a nest. The compass pointed to the eastern mountain. There's a cave in the mountain, emitting the quest's blue light. That's where Theo would go. At the edge of the Winter Mountain Range, Theo headed to where the compass directed. Surely it's nearby. Unexpectedly, it was hidden under this pile of snow. Yeah, do I have to dig it all up? I should have brought a shovel. Digging with a sword is a bit odd. Theo drew his sword. Oh well, if you don't have teeth, chew with your gums. He swung his sword, sparking arcs of electricity that scattered the snow, revealing a scene of trees and a cave. Theo lowered his weapon and said, "Come on out now." Immediately, 3 figures emerged from the shadows, snickering. One said, "When did you start paying attention to us? We thought we'd been following you secretly." "Theo surprised you guys. What are you?" The fat one said. "I told you were too loud. You're done for. I thought this brat was stronger than we expected. Pleasure to meet the top dog." Those 3 were Hai, Cow, and Lun, 3 mountain bandits from Mount Buck, men who slaughtered civilians under the guise of accidents. Theo remembered clearly the Buck Village massacre he and Huxial had dealt with. 761 dead, 220 missing, identities unrecognizable because all the skulls were crushed. Theo thought, "I planned to deal with them long ago because of their savage nature, and now we confront them like this. Worse, they've been tailing me." He spoke up. "You were after Axion's stash, weren't you?" They glared at Theo with murderous intent. One sneered, "You think we'd let ourselves be manipulated by fellow disciples?" Theo asked. "No, then what?" They replied, "A lackey like you couldn't even imagine it." Theo immediately thought of Elder Long. "So you were sent by the Trade Council elder." Startled, they stammered, "What? How did he know?" Theo replied calmly, "From what you just said, it's obvious. Seeing the supervisor not following suggests he's on your side." They looked at each other, then Cow asked Hai, "Any trouble?" Hai laughed, "No problem, he's about to die." Hai shouted at Theo, "It's most satisfying to ruin pretty faces like yours." Theo looked at him with a cold, expressionless gaze. Before they could act, Theo's technique closed in at blinding speed, taking off each man's arm with a single slash. Rock and earth shattered around them. Theo said coldly, "I don't want to be like you, so I'll leave your heads intact." One more strike, and Theo severed all 3 heads, killing them before they could blink. In an instant, the 3 arrogant thugs were completely wiped out. Theo said, "Maybe because they're young, they weren't hard to deal with." He thought, the Plum Palace Lady's celestial flower rain technique. "After 3 days of training, I've managed 3 consecutive executions, drawing curves with circles and arcs, flexible transformation. Of course, I can't do it 120 times like the lady." He grabbed each head and said, "First we need to clean up this mess, then figure out how to get into the basement." Saying that, Theo tossed the heads down the mountain. Moments later, a strange sound echoed from below his feet. Theo wondered, what's that sound? Approaching, Theo discovered a hidden staircase beneath. The system displayed a hidden quest: find the invisible stair and uncover the green actions. Seeing the entrance, Theo jumped down to continue exploring the secrets within. At the same time, Robber Ragnar watched Theo from afar and see. Current first place was Axion Ragnar, with 41 demons captured and a team of 21. Second place was Remington Ragnar. At the Demon Dragon meeting, a soldier asked, "What about Theo Ragnar?" The Demon Dragon, surprised, "What? I assume he's either hiding or lying in ambush." Sword Dragon said quietly, "If it's a guess, then there's no confirmation." Elder Long laughed heartily. "Just because he stood out in the first round doesn't mean he'll stand out in the second. He might not dare to fight for real." In his head he thought, those thugs probably just did their job. Tian Long looked at Elder Long and transmitted, "Could the Senate be involved in this?" Elder Long replied, "Yes, I couldn't warn you in advance." Tian Long said, "As you see, everything is going smoothly, don't worry." Tian Long cursed silently. "Damn, that old man acted on his own, without asking me." Tian Long thought, "After Camella Hall was taken, I tried to check Rose Hall, but I couldn't find the ancient dragon's records. The clue definitely lies with Theo. We must kill him once we obtain the secret." Tian Long transmitted to the soldiers again, "Tell Axion to hurry up." Sword Long, suspicious, told Demon Dragon, "The Senate and the clerk are probably scheming. We should set up a safety net." Demon Dragon replied, "No, Theo isn't easily fooled. Something's definitely up. Intervention would be pointless." "I can't ignore that you met Theo without reporting it." Sword Long chuckled. "When it comes to that matter, isn't Theo's feelings the most important?" Back to Theo. He was steadily moving deeper into the mysterious cavern. Before him were grotesque dry skeletons. Theo passed each skeleton and said, "There are very strong mental traps here that would drive a normal person mad." After overcoming the Than and Gaiet sword tribe, "This is nothing to me. I didn't expect the compass to point to this place." He placed his hand on the cave wall, and his vision immediately broadened thanks to his divine power. Divine power is a special ability that uses mana to expand the senses. Before Theo was a cave mouth bathed in a mystical golden light. "Right, it's that way." Theo looked ahead and smiled. "This is a nest of young dragons. In 3 years, this will be where Huxial hunts young dragons and finds the legendary artifact. I feel guilty toward Huxial, but but I have to take it first. Now Theo stood before the gate. Inside was a young dragon. Theo Ragnar stared in bewilderment at the sight before him. No way, this isn't a young dragon's nest, but the lair of an ancient dragon. Before him lay a mountain of pure gold. Atop it, a colossal dragon slept soundly, unaware of Theo's presence. Theo's face went pale. Only one thought remained. This is bad. If I have to face a dragon, forget getting Axion's relic. I'll surely die here. Why is this dragon here? Isn't this supposed to be a young dragon's nest? Did Huxial spread false info, or did I arrive 3 years early? Whatever the reason, this is too unexpected. This time I must retreat. Thinking that, Theo immediately turned to leave. What a pity, but I must get back before Huxial arrives. But at that moment, the dragon suddenly awoke, its fierce eyes staring intently at Theo Ragnar. He panicked and spun around, to find the ancient dragon standing before him when he hadn't noticed it approach. It looked at Theo and spoke. You are the first chosen one in a long time. It was the ancient dragon Roadbroke. I am Roadbroke, it said. Its gaze was killingly sharp, its form immensely majestic and terrifying. You, whom the Ragnar line calls the Dragon Guardian, master of the Winter Mountain. Hearing that, Theo's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind flooded with questions. He immediately knelt and bowed his head, saying, I respectfully greet my ancestor. Roadbroke was slightly surprised, too. Ancestor. Theo hurriedly explained. Isn't the Dragon Guardian the companion of our ancestor Sigurd, and also the mother of Friedrich? The dragon laughed aloud at that. Oh, it seems Friedrich, that kid, has been spreading nonsense. In truth, Sigurd and I were companions, but only by the mutual respect of those who signed soul pacts. We had no romantic feelings for each other. How could a human be the mate of a dragon? Theo stood and asked further. So does that mean the rumor that my family line carries dragon blood is just propaganda? Roadbroke replied, yes, that's correct. Through the pact between me and Sigurd, dragon blood was passed down. As Theo stammered to ask more, it interrupted. Greetings are enough. I will begin the Dragon Guardian's trial with the Chosen One. From now on, I, Roadbroke, will honor the original vow and allow you to undergo my challenge. You will be asked 3 questions. Theo secretly rejoiced. Not a fight, thank goodness. My goal is to reach Ragnar's summit. To do that, I must understand Ragnar better. I have to use this chance to gather as much information as possible. Outside, Axion was still hunting down monsters, one by one, to collect the bells from their collar. With a single slash, the beast fell and the bell clattered to the ground. Axion picked up the green bell, muttering, that's number 57 this time. Then he tossed it to the soldiers trailing him and asked, what is Theo Ragnar doing? They answered, no news of his hiding place yet. Maybe he's afraid to face the monsters. Ha ha. The one speaking was Orion Gardner. He looked at Axion and thought, he easily defeated that monster. Axion is formidable. I should stick close. Even if he grows stronger, he still lives like a fool. Before he finished, Axion grabbed him by the throat and flung him up. You don't understand because you've never been strong. Have you ever seen me fear anything? With power, you fear nothing. Axion's gaze was murderous as he ground out, what are you plotting? The soldier screamed in fear. No, I'm sorry. Another man stepped forward and said, Lord Axion, a message came from above, ordering the plan to be carried out quickly. Axion then released him, saying coldly, I understand. Tell them not to rush me, because I'm the one who most wants that bastard dead. I'll strike him the moment he shows up. Axion's eyes flared with killing intent. Back inside the secret stairwell, Theo Ragnar was pondering the questions to ask the ancient dragon. Now I will ask the first question. He thought for a long time, prompting the dragon to sigh. I've waited for you until I'm bored. What do you want to know? Theo asked, why are you here? It replied, you plan to ask basic questions to uncover hidden information. That's a good question. The reason I'm here is because, at the edge of the world, beyond the sea, there exists a monster called the Nameless King. For 1,000 years, I have been tasked with protecting the world. The Winter Mountain is merely a rumor. Hearing that, Theo thought, my hunch was right. Roadbroke's earlier look must have been fear. The existence of the Nameless King is enough to make an ancient dragon wary, but I still need to ask more. Theo spoke again. I'll ask the second question. What are the ancient dragon's relics? It answered, there are about 3 relics, though I don't know the details. You seem rather lucky. Theo asked, there are 3 of them. He thought, one is the Camella Hall dungeon. The second is the Moon Sword. What is the last? The ancient dragon replied, it is the result of the ancient dragon's soul being divided into 31 parts and given to humans to protect against the Nameless King. Relics have no fixed form. They can be items, experiences, or strange phenomena. Theo astonished, the final relic I have is regression. So it's me. If this happened because of Roadbroke, that makes sense, but something still feels off. Theo continued, the last question, why was I chosen? The ancient dragon stepped closer. I will answer you with a question. Why do you think you are the only one chosen? Theo froze, sweating. I'm not the only one. Is it the relic that chooses? Theo thought Eid Curson, the black dragon. They know about the relics and want to collect. If they were chosen too, perhaps they also regress. I'm getting closer to the truth, but everything grows more complicated. There's a nameless king even ancient dragons fear, and there are other regressors besides me. The ancient dragon said, now I have answered your 3 questions. The trial is complete, and I will give your reward. Theo replied, oh right, I came to take Axion's relic, but now I've changed my mind. I want something far greater, something that can't be compared to an item. System notification. Congratulations, you have completed the hidden task. The reward is the opportunity to claim the ancient dragon's hoard. This lair holds all kinds of treasures, gems, relics, elixirs, skill tomes, weapons. Whatever you want, you may choose. Roadbroke asked, what do you want? Theo boldly answered, I want Roadbroke. The ancient dragon, surprised, you want that? It roared angrily, it seems my reputation is eternal. How amusing. Say it again, what do you truly desire? Theo stern, I said it already. I want the dragon Lodbrok. It bellowed fiercely, its aura forming a shockwave that slammed forward. It shouted in anger. Do you think a few words let you seize all my treasures and knowledge? The guardian dragon's presence generated overwhelming terror. Theo Ragnar coughed up blood but remained resolute to the end. He did not hesitate, using the low-level dragon fear skill to counter Roadbroke's power. It roared, you think a lesser dragon's skill can stand against me? Theo, mouth bloody, shouted, you said I could take any treasure. You never said Lodbrok wasn't among them. He thought, this is a life-or-death gamble. But if it succeeds, the reward will be more than worth. The guardian dragon once helped ancestor Sigurd found the Ragnar line. Nothing would be more rightful than becoming her comrade. If I succeed, the Ragnar clan will not be destroyed. Theo shouted again, please grant me Lodbrok. You have sworn already, stand by, fight alongside me. Its gaze fixed on Theo, as if the image of ancestor Sigurd rose in its mind. The great dragon sighed, relaxed. Very well, I accept. The aura around its body spread out and then dissipated. Its form gradually transformed into a woman with 2 dragon horns on her head. Its body slowly became that of a woman with 2 dragon horns on her head. Her posture graceful, alluring, and bewitching. She stepped toward Theo, smiling confidently. Have you been enchanted by my beauty? Besides, I am 2,000 years old. Theo's attention wasn't on her looks, but on the large hole in her chest. He blurted out, you mean that wound? She replied, to be honest, my heart was lost 50 years ago, and since then I've only been waiting for death. At most I have 3 more years to live. Because of that I cannot leave my lair. In other words, even if I go with you, I can't help you direct. She asked again, so do you still want to choose me as your reward? Theo smiled, resolute, of course. My answer doesn't change. I choose Lodbrok. A system notification appeared. You have chosen Ragnar's guardian dragon, Lodbrok, as your reward. She laughed and shook her head. You're a fool, but perhaps that's the nature of the chosen one. System notice again. The title Dragon Guardian's mate has been created. The titled descendant of the ancestor has been created. Theo looked at the guardian dragon and said, I will become stronger than anyone, and I will claim more relics of the ancient dragon. A soul link with Lodbrok has been established, granting Theo a large amount of experience. He looked at her and said, I will find you something to replace your lost heart. Among the ancient dragon's relics, there will surely be something that can do that. Theo Ragnar also leveled up. He thought to himself, I think I need to at least do that so I can be worthy of the dragon guardian's mate title. Lodbrok, hearing this, was pleased. Please take care of me, my new mate. But as I said before, I cannot leave this place until you find something to replace my heart. I will hibernate here and wait. Also, I have tasks I need you to carry out so that our soul link will be truly complete. Take this book, read it, and awaken your mind sect. You can complete it within a month. There are simple provisions around my lair, so use the time wisely. Theo Ragnar opened the book. It was an extra reward. The system congratulated again. You received the grimoire Axion. This is Axion's book. A hidden creature, it contains magical principles tied to the resonant sounds from the dawn of creation. The sacred sound holds the whole truth of the universe. Theo thought inwardly, amazing, I even got this book. But you mean 1 month. You ask Lodbrok, she replies. Yes, that's the time needed to awaken the mind gate for the first time. Well then, do you have something more important? Theo replied, that's right, the second stage of the awakening contest is underway, and that phase only lasts 15 days. There's less than half a month left now. Lodbrok looked at him sharply. That's acceptable. But I won't allow that, Theo exclaimed in surprise. What? She answered, simply put, it wouldn't be interesting to let you leave. You must open your mind gate before the second stage of the contest ends. And of course, I won't let you go until then. There are only 13 days and a few hours left. Back before stage 2 began, someone from intelligence said, as you know, the reason the ancestral pillars created a safe zone against demons is because of the demon summoning gem inside. The sealed amplification of demonic energy keeps other demons from approaching. If you destroy the gem, you could summon demons whenever you want. Immediately after, shadows appeared at his feet. Demons manifested. From their look alone, you could tell they weren't simple. His dragon bit that demon to death. He continued, the second objective of this test is to kill the beast spirits and collect points. So that means Theo has no choice but to hunt demons. Someone replied, I understand. You want me to use the gem to lure Theo here. He nodded, yes, but that's still not enough. You can't just lure him here and kill him. If we do that, we might fail to recover clues about the Scarlet Hall relic. Another person asked, then why not torture him before killing him? He'll spill the beans, right? He answered, you know as well as I do. The gap in power between you and Theo isn't large. Could you capture and torture him? However, he's very sentimental. Use his subordinates as hostages, the group of eliminated contestants gathering at Training Ground 4. Detaining them will be much easier. Then force him to reveal information about the relic. The other person nodded, understood. He clenched his fist, angry, because Theo is no longer as weak as before. This was the plan all along. But unexpectedly, instead of hunting demons, Theo didn't show up until the very last minute of the contest. Now only 12 hours remain in the competition. Axion is still in first with 860 points. Someone said, what a waste. We even planted people among the judges. So far Theo still hasn't appeared. Maybe those 3 rotten council members captured him. Otherwise, there's no reason he wouldn't show. This one is Phillips, a disciple of the Flower Plum Hall, a stage 2 swordsman, ranked 7th with 446 points. He sat thinking, then glared at the other person. Are you the bright talent of Flower Plum Hall with such poor vision? Now I see why the hall leader pays more attention to Theo than you. Phillips frowned in annoyance. What did you say? Damn it, I'm helping him catch Theo and I'm being mocked. Axion spoke up. Enough, I didn't expect much from your house anyway. Theo Ragnar, damn it, if you don't show up. I'll make you reveal yourself. He revealed a vicious face. People of the Dragon Scale Guild and the Flower Plum Hall are all present here. All follow me, it's time to hunt. I'll wipe out those eliminated ones at Training Ground 4, one by one to see if he shows up. This scene was seen from afar by someone. It was Ray Ragnar, stage 2 swordsman, ranked 3rd with 561 points. Elsewhere, a group was taking down some demons. This one was called the Demiglass Ice Lizard. They were the subordinates following young Master Theo Ragnar. One said, finally took it down and got the Golden Demon Bell. Another added, see, working together gets it done. I have to brag to Lord Theo. They were all people Theo favored, but one worried. Only 12 hours left in stage 2, whereas young Master Theo? He hasn't been seen since the contest began. Another reassured them. We've gathered a lot of supplies for him, don't worry. He's probably aiming for something bigger, doing important work. Just collect the stuff and wait to give it to the young master. The other nodded, maybe so. As long as we survive, we pass stage 2. The ranking doesn't matter much. Another said, that may be, but I still want to see young Master Theo take first again. He promised he'd mention my name. Someone laughed. Yeah, he said the same to me. As the two were talking, suddenly a sharp sword pierced Sybil's heart. Ha ha ha, you all make me laugh to death. The one who struck was Orion Gardner, ranked 14th with 173 points. The others shouted, Sybil, that's the Dragon Scale Guild. What is going on? Orion sneered, what did you think this was? You're just sacrificial sheep to summon the precious young master you worship. We want to meet that young master too, so don't blame us for acting cruelly. At the same time, at Lodbrok's lair, she said, this is unexpected. You can open your mind gate in less than half a month. System notification. You have partially grasped the magical principles in the Axion Grimoire and created a new skill. Theo thought, good thing the information from my previous life was right. The most important factor in learning this magic is the quantity and quality of mana. I have the capacity to contain mana and a dragon heart, so learning twice as fast as normal makes sense. System notification. Status is too low. A low-tier skill has appeared. C-rank skill. Little Dragon Synchrony. Freely manipulate and read residual thoughts of objects through psychic resonance. Theo thought, what a strange name for a skill, Hatchling Synchrony. Lodbrok said, at least you've reached this level to be worthy as my companion. You've grasped the basics. The rest must be honed in real combat. At higher levels, you'll be able to hear my voice anywhere, and even borrow my power, like your ancestors did. But to do that, my recovery must be prioritized. Don't forget, I only have 3 years left to live. Theo replied, Don't worry, I'll finish within 3 years. I'll definitely find a replacement for your heart. Lodbrok smiled. I hope you won't disappoint me in the future. Then she reached out toward Theo and said, with this, I declare the primal contract between you and me formed. I will wait until our next meeting, my new companion in 1,000 years. It turned out she had used magic to bring Theo outside. He thought silently, great, I've made a contract with the guardian dragon, but there's been no progress with the awakening ritual. Only 12 hours left. I've really made things harder on myself. If I only hunt demons the usual way, I can't reach first place in 12 hours. There's only one way left. Go steal, don't spare anyone. In my previous life, Axion always ranked first. This life will probably be the same. In other words, the only way to take first place is to take him down. That's the fastest way, but defeating him certainly won't be easy. The person stepped forward slowly. Theo stopped, sword in hand, looking at the opponent. Finally, I found you. The man's mouth was full of blood. Theo looked alarmed. You are. It was Ray Ragnar. What happened to you? Were you attacked by a monster? Theo continued in shock. What kind of monster could have beaten you so badly? Ray Ragnar suddenly stood still, her body marked with sword cuts. Clearly, she had been attacked by humans. Ray, what on earth happened? She collapsed to the ground, whispering, go, first hurry west. No sooner had she spoken than she fell into Theo's arm. Carefully, Theo took her sword and read the most recent memory, using the hatchling synchrony skill. The thought hidden in the sword transmitted to the wielder. You have read the memories of the sword's owner, Ray Ragnar. He was horrified, sweating. This was the memory he saw. There's still no news of Theo, but since we've come this far, he'll show up soon, right? I've left many traces of his followers at Training Ground 4, and monsters to lead him here. The setup is complete. A voice rang out, hey, should I kill them? The man across looked puzzled. Kill them? What did I do wrong? No, I mean, should we thin them out? Why bring 9 people? 2 or 3 hostages would have been enough. Another voice replied, you mean these guys? Be my guest, you can kill a few. At that moment, Ray Ragnar could no longer stand by. She intervened. What's going on? Ray, you want to stop me? You can't do this. You've crossed the line. Axion replied, whether it's crossed or not is my business, not yours. I don't want things getting more complicated. Go your own way and don't meddle. These people here are Theo's friends. Let them go. Ray drew her weapon. Axion smiled coldly. Is that so? His gaze turned icy. You're siding with that name as well. No sooner had Axion finished speaking than Ray charged with her sword. He drew his blade, a dark red aura spreading. A metallic clang, the light from the clash, lit the sky brilliantly. For some reason, no one could see anyone anymore. Ray Ragnar was thrown back, coughing blood. She was no match for him. Notification. Due to lacking status, some thoughts could not be read. Theo Ragnar, watching this, felt horrified. What on earth is happening? Why is Axion detaining 4 of my teammates? Ray Ragnar suddenly. How did you know that? Theo grabbed her shoulders, shouting, tell me now, what happened while I was absent? Ray gritted her teeth. The moment the contest began, Axion tried every way to capture you. But when he couldn't find you, he seized your teammates to force you out. Theo, astonished. What? Ray continued. I didn't come to find you just to say that. Theo Ragnar yelled in anger. All of you won't let me be even now. You will pay. I'm not weak anymore for you to trample. Ray, where are they now? Where is Axion? Speak quick. Right after that, a voice called out. It's Theo. Theo has appeared. Another reported. Young Master Axion has revealed himself. He's at the northern cliff edge. Axion asked, are you sure? I'm certain. He's talking to Ray right now. He'll come here soon. Axion sneered maliciously. Ha ha, Theo Ragnar. I'll prove to you that someone like you will never get past. As he finished speaking, a voice transmitted from afar beyond the tall trees. Don't forget, young Master Axion, you don't need to face him directly. You only need to extract the artifact information from the hostages. As for Theo Ragnar, we'll receive him carefully. While we handle him, use the summoning orb to distract the nearby overseer. Axion replied, I know. Turning back, Ray said, no, you can't go meet Axion. The overseers from the Imperial Intelligence are also on his side. You don't stand a chance. Either way, you won't hold out long against them. They're too many. Ray shouted in distress. This isn't a fight. It's a massacre he's orchestrated, a trap to kill you. You can't go there alone. It's suicide. Let's find other overseers, persuade them, and go together. Theo gritted his teeth. There's no time. I appreciate your help, but if I hesitate here, my teammates could be in danger. Tell me quickly, where are they? I have to go right now. Ray shouted, are you stupid? Don't go. If you go, you'll die. What good is anything if you die? Even if it means sacrificing a few people, you must. Before she could finish, Theo barked. I don't want to lose another teammate, understand? I won't. Remember before the contest, Theo said, our goal is to get through this awakening ritual together. Ray remained firm. You should remember this is the Ragnar family. there will be sacrifices. She added, didn't I try to save them myself? Which is why I'm hurt like this. Do you expect me to just stand by and do nothing? Theo replied, I'm tired of enduring humiliation. He looked at Ray and said, I won't repeat the mistakes of the past. His face was stern, the silhouette of the guardian dragon appearing behind him. Now, tell me where that damned Axion is. Cut to another scene. Somewhere else there were many scattered items. Someone approached and picked up a tightly bound box. These are the things Sybil's group collected. There was also a golden bell and bloodstains. Something terrible must have happened to them, right? The person glanced at the two remaining members of the Four Hounds. The large man was Halkus, ranked 5th with 499 points. Erica, 521 points, ranked 8th. Halkus said, sorry, can you help me with something? The one asking was Wellington, ranked 2nd with 688 points. Back to Theo Ragnar. He was attacked by a large snow ape. The protagonist grabbed his weapon. I don't have time, get out. A sword was launched, finishing it off immediately. He headed where Ray had pointed, determined to rescue those Axion had taken. There's a high chance Sybil and the other hostages are still alive. Eid had guided Axion, so he may have arranged a clean killing without causing chaos, since this is during the contest. The route to Axion was blocked by many large snow apes. Going around would cost time. The overseers accompanying Axion prove they are Eid's men. With a single strike, Theo cleaned out the apes. It didn't take him long. Normal beasts posed no real challenge to him now. Those overseers were definitely planted by Eid to kill me. They'll be controlling Axion's actions. No matter what, I have to move faster, because Axion is the most unpredictable variable. But it was precisely because of that variable that I managed to catch Eve. Theo leapt up, twirled the blade, and drove it straight into its skull. Despite its size, one strike finished it. Ray Ragnar, he said, that's right, Theo. You've been like this since you were a child. Let's go home first. She rose, recalling their childhood memories, then tried to follow after him. When we were kids, you saved me from freezing to death. This time I'll help you. Blood still trailed with each of her steps. The wound hadn't been staunched. Back with those Axion had captured, they were being brutally beat. Axion stomped hard on Sybil's head, pinning her to the ground. I told you. If you don't shut up, I'll kill you. Didn't you hear me, or are you not afraid to die? At that moment an overseer transmitted, Young Master Axion, don't forget the Director of Imperial Intelligence's orders. You must not change the plan on your own. Axion was annoyed but complied, sheathing his sword, straddling Sybil, staring straight ahead, toward where the overseers were watching. 4 executioners had been sent to kill Theo. Does that mean my uncle doesn't trust me to beat that worthless Theo? He thought to himself, why is that idiot held in such esteem by my uncle? He trembled with anger. Just then, a foot stepped forward. The person's arrival stunned the others. Axion immediately shifted his tone. Finally, you show up, Theo Ragnar. The one who arrived was Theo, his body covered in blood, looking cold. His gaze moved to his timemates, seeing them miserable, brutally beaten. Theo looked to the right. Axion's followers had massacred many people, including those who wanted to kill him. Theo only smiled lightly. His eyes were icy, radiating killing intent. A whole gang stood before him. Axion said, you've kept me waiting too long. Theo looked at Sybil, unconscious, fury making his whole body shake. Axion rose, his hand on his katana, about to lunge when an overseer reminded. He paused. You must have known the situation before coming here, right, Theo Ragnar? So I'll get straight to the point. If you want to save your friend then. Before he finished, Theo cut in. Are you afraid of me? Axion, surprised. What did you say? Theo continued. Are you afraid of losing to me? Theo's taunt pushed Axion into a rage. He shouted, what nonsense did you just say? Theo answered, true enough. If you weren't afraid of losing, there'd be no reason to do any of this. You gathered a crowd, all with hateful eyes on me. You even carried out this shameful hostage kidnap. Isn't it because you're afraid of losing to me? Your so-called greatest name in the North is just an empty title, huh? He heard that and ground his teeth in anger. You bastard, HNG8. If not, why don't you fight me? Fight like a true Ragnar, duel with swords. If I lose, I'll give you everything you want, even your life. If I win, you will. Before he finished, Axion cut in, a duel with swords. Don't you realize your arrogance has reached the heavens? You think I'm afraid of you? As he spoke, he radiated a deadly aura, a fierce killing intent. The overseers transmitted a reminder. Young Master Axion, he's only provoking you. Don't respond. Stick to the plan. Axion shouted, shut up, do you not trust me? All right, Theo Ragnar, then let's fight. Another replied, it's fine, still within expectations, just more work. If the young master goes too far, we'll follow the plan. Back with them, Axion said, this is a Ragnar pride duel. None of you may intervene until the match ends. Do not touch the hostages either, for they are the wager between him and me. No sooner had Axion finished than Theo Ragnar accelerated and charged. Clang sparks flew. Though taken slightly by surprise, Axion still easily parried one of Theo's strikes. The force of the clash scorched a line onto the blade. Axion said, "Thanks, don't waste time, come on." Theo spun, gathering momentum, and swung his sword in a reverse arc. Axion closed in like a blade. The two swords clashed again, screeching, ear-splitting. Axion sneered, truly a coward's trick from a concubine's son. Their power radiated outward with each blow, sparks flying from each collision. Axion shouted, "You bastard, I'll teach you the true strength of House Ragnar." Axion launched a strike, accompanied by the afterimage of a red dragon lunging with its jaws open. Theo faced it, inwardly startled, but without hesitation, he thrust a sword in firm opposition. Theo's blade emitted a blue light, cutting straight into the red dragon and shattering it to pieces. This gave Axion cause for doubt. Theo looked at him, sneering, holding the precious sword he'd taken earlier. "Do you really have what it takes to teach me a lesson?" Orion Gardner, head of the Dragon Scale Guild, watched in horror. "At first I had doubts about, but is Theo really this skilled?" Theo's last strike left 3 long, fairly deep claw marks. "This is getting difficult. Axion might lose this time. Should I betray him and side with Theo Ragnar? Axion is always arrogantly unbearable." He hesitated. "No, the Imperial Intelligence judges are still here. They'll handle things. I just need to focus on distracting the other judges." Then he turned back and shouted, "Dragon Scale Guild, disperse from here. We don't want to get dragged into this chaos. Move separately and leave. Let Axion deal with it here." The scene shifted to Axion's childhood. An elder said, "Axion, you must seize the Ragnar throne, for your mother and uncle, for the prosperity of the family. The name Ragnar is merely your disguise. You really are one of the Troy Van, do you understand?" Axion ground his teeth, his eyes full of determination. He leapt up, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Theo Ragnar." He swung a blade straight down. Theo raised his sword to block. Clang sparks flew. Axion ground his teeth, while Theo still smiled as if it were no trouble. "Thanks for acting exactly as I expected." A report rang out. "Theo Ragnar has finally revealed himself. He is facing Axion direct." "Haha, you finally made your move, Theo Ragnar. I knew you were safe and sound." Another voice called out, "What? That guy still wasn't dealt with by those people. So he's still alive, thank the heavens. I really don't know what he's been up to, but my plan can finally begin. After Axion gathers information about his record, the senior swordsman I've selected will personally cut off his head." Then word came, Theo Ragnar and Axion are fighting one-on-one. Hearing that, his expression changed. He knew the plan had gone off course. What the hell? Over here, the battle between the two was ferocious. After more than 50 exchanges, neither had gained the upper hand. Each strike was delivered with ferocity, no one yielding an inch. "He's too strong, advancing at an astonishing rate. However, he can't be that fast." Axion was already wounded on the face, staring at Theo Ragnar with murderous intent. He thought, "I've already read that worthless bastard's moves." He hurled his sword straight, flying toward Theo, extremely dangerous. It was the sword-throwing technique, the very move that killed Theo in a past life. Axion smugly said, "You should know that using a secret technique with a set motion only lets your opponent predict your move." Before he finished, he was stunned. Blood ran down the tip of the sword and dropped onto the snow. Theo had caught the attack, grabbing it directly with his hand. "So it was you. You were the one who killed me in my past life." Memories of that death echoed in Theo's mind. He was the one who ended Theo Ragnar's life. Anger welled up. Theo laughed coldly. "The moment I died, I was fated to die without knowing who set the Red Hall ablaze, because I had no power back then. But that bastard revealed himself, and thanks to Evelyn's investigation, I found deep ties to the Camellia Hall. The most reasonable conclusion is that those who killed me back then belonged to the Troy Van clan. Among them, only Axion Ragnar used this sword-throwing technique. Only someone exceedingly arrogant would dare use a move that so easily disarms. Before, I wasn't 100% certain, but now I am sure." Theo Ragnar, furious, crushed the sword, both then and now. "Why have you always wanted to kill me like this?" Axion froze, unable to believe what had just happened. He had crushed the sword with his bare hands. "What? This is nothing like my past life. This time I'll save myself and all my comrades." Theo gripped the sword tightly, his gaze razor-sharp, more serious than ever before. Then he threw the sword back at him. The blade shot toward Axion like an arrow. Axion merely tilted his head, dodged easily, and sneered, "Where are you aiming? What half-baked imitation is that?" Theo looked at him with a look that wanted to tear apart the man who brought down House Ragnar and set the red hall ablaze. Killing intent surged, a terrifying aura. Even Axion instinctively took several steps back. What's going on? This killing intent is no ordinary thing. Power erupted, the aura flaring into the shape of a fierce beast, a guardian dragon. Axion broke out in a sweat. Could this guy have hidden his talent during the initial trial? A sound rang out, just as Theo closed on him with lightning speed, as if teleporting. Axion had no time to react. An explosion sent a spray of snow and ice flying into the air. Axion blocked the slash, but Theo's force slammed him back dozens of meters. Not stopping there, Theo launched a second strike, gripping the hilt with both hands and thrusting straight forward. Axion quickly dodged. "Hey Axion, when will you show me your true strength?" He was taunted repeatedly, boiling with rage. That bastard. Axion grabbed Theo's arm with his left hand, pulled him in, and thrust the sword point straight at Theo's face with his right. In less than a split second, Theo tilted his head, and the blade just grazed his neck and face, leaving a small cut. Then Theo slashed upward, recoiling backward to keep his distance. They traded lethal blows so fast that the rookies couldn't follow. Theo paused in stance while Axion watched his smallest movement. Suddenly, Theo vanished right before Axion. What kind of move is that? Such terrifying speed. Like a bolt of lightning, Theo closed in, and with one stroke disarmed Axion. He said in a cold voice, "Axion, do you know what it feels like to be stabbed through the gut?" The words made everyone's skin crawl. The killing intent was overwhelming. Theo took the sword, aimed it at Axion's body, and drove it down hard. Back over here, after examining the marks on the ground, Remington concluded, "These aren't the tracks of a beast attack, but signs that someone dragged them away." The only person bold enough to do this could only be Axion. Hearing that, the big guy Hulkus asked curiously, "Axion, he's ranked first, why would he do that? Is he recruiting more followers?" Remington shook his head. "It's not like that. From what I see, he likely kidnapped Theo's teammates to force him out. He planned to eliminate Theo Ragnar at this second awakening ceremony." Hearing this, Hulkus couldn't hold back and shouted like the house was on fire. "What the hell? He should fight fair. What the hell is he doing? That's a shameful act. That despicable damn Axion." In contrast to that hot-headed attitude, the girl Erica beside him was completely calm. "So what? This is the Ragnar awakening ceremony. Situations like this are normal." Wellington watched them thoughtfully. "That's exactly why I don't like the Ragnar clan. No matter how much they praise strength, I can't accept things like this." At Wellington's words, Erica's expression changed. She warned, Hey, you're saying dangerous things. If someone hears that, it won't be good. Are you serious?" Wellington nodded. "That's right, so I have to rescue my comrades, and that's what Theo would do too. If you join me, all the better." For Hulkus, as long as there's a fight, he's happy, and he agreed at once. "Fine, I'll do it, I'll join you. You coming too, sis?" Erica sighed. I'm tired. I'm not going, I don't care. I'm only following you because I hope to meet Theo Ragnar, but I haven't seen him. Besides, I despise the weak. I have no interest in rescuing them." Hulkus teased, "You're really cold, sis." Erica snapped, "What did you just say, you brat?" Wellington interjected, "All right, Erica, I know why you want to meet Theo." Erica fell silent and looked at him. "I'm sure if you help me this time, that guy will help you achieve your goal." So the three of them reached an agreement and began moving at full speed to rescue Theo's teammates. Leading the way was Wellington, serious as can be. "Everyone, push a little harder, we're almost there." As they moved, a group blocked their path. "Stop. You can't go any further." It was the Dragon Scale Guild's group, refusing passage to anyone. Hulkus exclaimed, "The Dragon Scale people." One man in the group laughed. "Oh wow, Wellington, long time no see. After you abandoned us to follow that loser, now you're mixing with this pack of muscle-bound bears." Hulkus fumed. "What did you say? You dare call us dumb muscle-only brutes like stupid bear?" The man grinned. "Whatever, my house never said that." Wellington spoke up. "Move aside, Orion, I don't want to fight old friends." Orion replied, "Oh really? I refuse. If you won't move aside, then I'll be forced to act." With that, the three of them drew weapons and charged. Cut to Sybil, panting heavily, trying to pick up the broken sword and wedge it between her thighs to cut the ropes. That sword was the one Theo threw over when he grabbed Axion's blade and crushed it. The throw missed, not because it was inaccurate, but because Theo did it on purpose. Everything was part of Theo Ragnar's plan. Sybil thought, "This is the chance Theo created for us. Now I must finish this." She began trying to cut the ropes. From afar, you could see the strike Theo had driven down had been intercepted by someone. At that moment, three people appeared. Could this be another variable? While Axion was in danger, a stranger appeared and stopped that thrust. Maybe he was one of the supervisors Ed Troyvan had planned. He said, "Finally, you showed up." He thought to himself, "I'm sorry, young Master Axion. I'll accept my punishment after the awakening ceremony ends. This man was the senior sword inspector Liam Troiven. He launched a strike, blasting Theo Ragnar backward, then shouted, "Everyone, escort the young master," understood. Immediately after, he rushed forward, attacking relentlessly. "Young Master Axion, you've fought enough. Leave the rest to us." His men picked up the dropped sword and handed it to Axion. Axion took the katana, his eyes fixed on the two who were dueling. Liam was a senior swordsman, a powerful fighter. He attacked Theo with deadly blade techniques. A single hit could be fatal. Theo Ragnar was completely on the defensive, forced to parry continuously. In an instant, he spotted an opening. His expression changed and he slashed. Clang, two blades met, sparks flying. He blocked easily, then countered with a heavy downward cut. Theo raised his sword to block, thinking, "I truly have no choice but to concede. Not only Axion, but the senior swordsmen he brought today are extremely strong." Liam looked at Theo, thinking, "He's no match for me. The only chance is now, with no other supervisors present. It's a pity to have to kill such a prodigy. But it's all for the Troiven family." He gripped his sword with both hands and leapt. "Goodbye, Theo Ragnar." Theo couldn't react in time because his speed was too fast. Just as danger struck, Liam was pierced by a blade from back to front. He spat blood, stunned. "Young Master Axion, you. Why?" Axion's eyes were full of fury. "I said no one was allowed to interfere." The supervising officer fell, dead on the spot. The scene even left Theo stunned. Axion coldly drew his sword, staring at his stunned subordinate. "You interfering means you think I'm no match for him, that I'll lose to a bastard like him. That's a huge insult to an heir like me." Theo Ragnar thought to himself, "He's truly mad, willing to strike down his own men. What a monster." Axion turned to Theo and said, "I admit it, you're really strong." He recalled what his uncle used to say. "The weak are a bunch of useless fools, but you are a very talented one, Axion. Crush everyone and stand at the pinnacle. Only then can you seize the Ragnar throne." Back in reality, Axion's veins bulged. "You are strong, but you must always be weaker than me. That's the natural order. I'm destined to be the strongest, to take the throne. There's no way I'll lose to someone like you." He gripped his sword tightly, radiating a terrifying aura. "Anyone who stands in my way, I'll slaughter without mercy." Saying that, he swung his sword and charged straight at Theo. Our hero narrowed his eyes glowing red as he looked at. Crash! A sword stroke shattered the ground and rock, sword chi spreading fiercely. But all that remained before him was a pile of rubble. Theo had vanished. Actually, he had quickly leapt up to dodge, weapon ready to continue the fight. Theo took advantage of the height and launched an extremely powerful downward slash with the keen crescent moon sword. He cut Axion's blade in two and left a long gash across his body, blood gushing everywhere. The men behind rushed to where Liam had been stabbed. "Senior Liam, are you okay?" Liam coughed up blood, trying to say, "Damn it, I knew the young master was reckless, but I didn't expect this level." Liam shouted, "What are you hesitating for? Don't mind me. Go help young Master Axion. Kill Theo Ragnar now." Another man worried, "But he's fighting back fiercely. I'm afraid we—" Liam barked, "What are you thinking? If young Master Axion dies, do you think we'll survive? Go kill Theo Ragnar now." Back on this side, Axion shouted. He thrust an upward slash from below, pushing Theo back. "Ha ha ha, impossible. It absolutely can't be like this." His eyes went blank. Recalling earlier, even a faint sliver of hope with Ray Ragnar, I still couldn't predict what would happen. Even a weak candle in the wind can suddenly flare up. Back in the present, Axion broke into a sweat, muttering, "This can't be. Why do I keep worrying about that bastard? He's just a useless, talentless worm. I can easily deal with him and make him know his place. I know, right? The power gap between me and Theo isn't as wide as before." He remembered his uncle's words before departing, then angrily rolled his eyes. "A rat like you can be torn apart and killed in an instant. I am Axion Ragnar, destined to rule the North and heir to the Ragnar throne." Like a beast unleashed, he lunged at Theo Ragnar again. Theo faced Axion without fear. "You mean that damn throne? Because of your ambition, do you know how many of my people had to die? If you refuse to give up that ambition, I'll crush it with my own power. You hold the crescent moon sword, channeling everything you've learned into this one strike." The guardian dragon's form flickering along the blade, sword chi thick and oppressive. He shouted, "Dragon Claw." Axion recoiled at the force of the blow, fear flashing clearly in his eyes. "I will grow stronger and wipe out anyone who would destroy my line." Axion's red dragon was cleaved to pieces. Everyone around gaped in astonishment. One of Theo's strikes rang out so loudly that even Wellington could feel it. Axion stood open-mouthed and took the blow full on. Unable to fight back, they were about 2 meters apart. Axion stood motionless, holding the broken sword. Then boom, a shock rocked the sky and earth, as Theo Ragnar's sword chi sliced through his body and took his head. The shockwave from the dragon claw echoed for hundreds of meters, sending snow and dust flying into a blinding haze. Axion collapsed to his knees, blood dripping onto the snow. He was dead, the fate of an arrogant glory seeker. His severed head shot into the air, spun a few times, then fell back down. Theo stepped forward and kicked the head of the man who'd killed him in a past life, Axion. He stood proud like a war god. Regal stance, long hair whipping in the wind. Liam froze for 5 seconds, stammering. Young Master Axion is dead. After Theo cut off Axion's head, Theo's blade was covered in blood. Drops of blood ran down and splattered on Axion's still raging head as it rolled across the snow. The supervising officers nearby couldn't believe their eyes. Liam glared at Axion's mutilated corpse and blurted, young master, now he's like a dog backed into a corner. Liam shouted in rage, kill him for me, kill that bastard now. The 4 supervisors immediately charged in without hesitation. Theo remained standing, unshaken by the enemies determined to take his life. His face was calm, a faint smile hiding the burning worry inside. Looks like I'm in big trouble. From now on, it's all a gamble. Even at my best, it's hard to fight 4 senior supervisors, let alone now when things are even grimmer. His stamina had hit its limit, his mana nearly spent after that last strike. His gaze fixed on the rushing supervisor, their blades sharp and murderous. But isn't it about time he showed up? From behind, hurried footsteps ran up. It was Wellington's group. They'd broken through the Dragon Scale Guild and arrived to rescue just in time. Theo's eyes widened in surprise. Why you guys? In front of Theo were 3 people trying to hold off the supervisor's attack. He called out, how are you guys here? Wellington turned and replied, we rescued a comrade in danger. Isn't that obvious, young Master Theo? Erica chimed in person, you're even more impressive than I thought. Damn, Theo, this is the first time I've met someone as strong as you. You absolutely cannot die here. Theo's soldiers, once freed, also rose to fight. We'll support you with everything we've got, young Master Theo. We can't run after causing all this trouble. The supervisor's face panicked. He immediately transmitted his voice to the leader. Lord Liam, what do we do now? This is serious. Should we eliminate them all? Please decide. Liam tried to stand up, his body full of injuries. His face darkening, panicked. We're done for. We couldn't find any information on the relics of the Red Flower Palace. Even Theo Ragnar couldn't be eliminated. And young Master Axion had to die. Right now, the situation is beyond salvage. There's no way to make up for this failure. So the best thing now is, his voice rang with menace, like someone with no way back. Kill them all. An outbreak of magic and monster tide would occur, killing all the contestants on site. It's the only way. Having said that, he took out a pouch containing monster seeds. If I pretend this was an accident, it will wipe away any traces linked to the Troyvan family. Then he poured out a bunch of monster seeds. 2 level 5 monsters should be enough to cover this up as an accident, right? His subordinates, shocked but quick to obey, said, yes, sir, all for the Troyvan family. He tossed the seeds toward the battlefield. But life isn't a fairy tale. From behind came a fatal stab, piercing Liam's body and making him cough blood. Old man being stabbed in the back to death must sting. A man with a cold face and powerful presence shouted, Liam, what the hell are you doing here? It was the Dragon Armor Cavalry, Supervisor Selp, with Supervisor Aaron behind. Also present were Natasha of the Flower Hall and Sally of the Water Chariot Hall. Liam took the direct stab, spat blood, fell to the ground, dying in fury. Selp warned the 3 remaining, stand still. If you value your lives, surrender peacefully. If you want to end up like Liam, keep resisting. They all glared at Theo with fury, but now no one could touch him. As the official supervisors formally appeared, Theo fainted from exhaustion. Luckily, Ray caught him in time. Well, you arrived just in time. Theo thanked Ray for stepping up to protect everyone, but was immediately rebuked by Ray. Theo, that was reckless. Why did you go that far? Theo's gaze looked toward the 3 supervisors in custody and Axion's headless corpse. Suddenly, Wellington rushed over. Young Master Theo, what you did was way too dangerous. Why didn't you call me for help? Erica's sisters also came forward to claim credit. Hey, I helped you, remember that. Theo, you must not die until we have our rematch. The henchman Theo saved sobbed as they ran over. Young Master Theo, you went this far to save us. If we die, we won't regret it. Theo leaned into Ray's arms, whispering to her surprise, this is the power I pursue. Hearing that, Ray gave a small smile. Oh, and while you're at it, pick up a few bells for me too. I need first place again. She smiled inwardly, happy. You really haven't changed at all. Scene shifts to the main castle manor, where the high-ranking figures were listening to reports on the battlefield. Ead's face registered utter shock, as if he couldn't believe what he'd just heard. The soldier holding the report trembled as well, doubt and panic showing on everyone's faces in the meeting as they received the news. Axion is dead. Ead's eyes filled with hatred and madness, since all his plans had failed, and now he'd lost his beloved grandson. Finally, the closing ceremony of the second coming-of-age ritual arrived. All surviving candidates gathered in one place, whispers buzzing about the brutal test they just endured. A leader stepped forward and announced the end of the trial. You've all worked hard for what you've accomplished just now. I declare the second awakening ritual concluded, presenting the 9-dragon, D-stroke-letter 1EB1NG, long, feral Ragnar, one of the 9 most powerful and influential of the Ragnar clan. Seeing him, all the candidates gaped in surprise. The 9-dragon himself, he rarely appears. Why is he here? Of the 87 applicants, only 45 passed the awakening test. Not a bad number. Indeed, this batch's talents are the best in history, and the top scores are particularly impressive. He narrowed his eyes meaningfully, staring straight at Theo, who was quite surprised to catch his attention. He continued, all who pass the second coming-of-age ritual will be promoted from apprentice swordsman to junior swordsman. You can be proud of that. Now, as proper Ragnar swordsmen, you are permitted to act officially. Everyone here has been approved. Now I will announce the scores of the second coming-of-age ritual. First place Theo Ragnar, 1121 points. Hearing the result, those around reacted in astonishment. Of course it's Theo Ragnar, 1121. He had no points until almost the end. How did that happen? Hey, haven't you heard? He defeated Axion and took the top spot. Theo's expression remained calm, ignoring the chatter. From above, the 9-dragon continued announcing. Second place is Remington Nasio, 926 points. Third is Erica Lank, 843 points. Fourth, Ray Ragnar, 789 points. Fifth, Hulkus Rank. 45th place, Ayan Layman, 28 points. That's everyone who passed. Well done, everyone. However, the ritual isn't over yet. The final part is the third awakening ritual. His gaze turned cold and severe. Those qualified to participate in the third awakening ritual, raise your hands. Remington asked, have you collected enough of them? I see many, but I still don't fully understand their meaning. One by one, Remington raised his hand. Then Erica and Ray, each had gathered enough and understood the hidden fragments. Finally, Theo slowly raised his hand, asserting his position as top contender. Farrell explained, the hidden fragment of the second coming-of-age ritual is the attribute breathing technique. Contestants must collect magic sprouts engraved with random passages and learn them. Gathering them is hard, understanding them is even harder. That's why it's called the hidden fragment. Only those who learn it during the test can assign an attribute to their mana and qualify for the third awakening ritual. In his previous life, Theo also found these passages very difficult to comprehend. But now he has the infant synchronization skill, which lets him read an object's thoughts and even see the images of the ancestors' brutal battle with the dragons from long ago. Thanks to that, he could instantly grasp things, even if he didn't fully understand every line. The 9-dragons suddenly laughed out loud. How surprising. One person succeeding is good news, but 4 here. Theo smiled, thinking, in my last life, Ray and Remington couldn't get the attribute breathing technique either. Is this the butterfly effect I caused? Fascinating. He continued, all right, now each of you show the judges what you've collected. First up, Theo Ragnar. Now that Axion is gone, everything will surely change a lot. Theo stepped forward with calm composure, his hair smooth as silk. But there's no need to be afraid. The future will certainly be better than before. A powerful circle of mana suddenly appeared at Theo's feet. What I've acquired is thunder electricity. Strong bolts of lightning covered the area around Theo. But this is only the first of 5 steps to control attribute mana. First is transmitting mana with the thunder electric attribute, then manifesting it outward. His eyes glowed like lightning, unstoppable. Thunderclaps of unmatched force struck straight down where Theo stood, and he seemed to become the legendary thunder god. This is the second step. Theo's followers gaped in astonishment. Of course, it's young Master Theo. He not only transmits it, but manifests it too. Most people would stop here, but for Theo, this was just the beginning. In his chest, his dragon heart pounded fiercely. Theo successfully controlled the attribute mana, compressing it into a small orb of energy before his chest, smiling confidently. That's the third step, controlling the energy. Remington watched Theo's talent with delight. Ray was utterly stunned by his strength. Erica couldn't help but exclaim, the muscular guy behind him must be a hardcore fan by now. Haha, truly amazing. You've reached the level of controlling it, just like the rumors said. But it didn't stop there. Theo continued to make the Nine Dragons' eyes widen. His heart beat stronger than ever before. Valiant energy radiated across the area. A brilliant light enveloped everything. Theo's eyes widened with killing intent, like a dragon's. Attribute breathing technique, thunder radiance. With that, Theo drew his sword and unleashed a blade imbued with his full power, aimed straight ahead. It's called Thunder Dragon, a dragon born of lightning that wipes away all in its path, surging toward the judges. Gasps rose. He dares to attack the supervisor. Facing the Thunder Dragon, the Nine Dragons' expression remained calm. Ha ha, how amusing, you've reached the expansion level already. His hand rose slowly, aimed at the incoming strike. Attribute breathing technique, water pressure cross. A counter-strike, the dragon cleaved into four while he exerted no effort at all. You make me far more interested, Theo Ragnar. If you wish to test the judges, this is my answer. The crowd below gaped. What kind of monster level is he at? The Nine Dragon laughed heartily. Well done, Theo Ragnar. I'll add 1,000 points to your score. Theo replied, thank you, sir. The crowd murmured. As expected of Distrokletter 1EB1 and G Long, he's generous with bold candidates. The scoreboard now showed a monstrous gap. Theo leading with 2,100 points, utterly dominating second place. 2,100 points, that's overwhelming. At this level, is he truly on par with the clan progenitor? Could it be? Farrell continued, all right, you three, show us. Next came the displays from Remington, Ray, and Erica. Remington Nasio received 500 points for his mastery of water control. Ray Ragnar earned 300 points for her crystallized control. Erica was awarded 300 points for her blazing flames. Holding the scoreboard, the Nine Dragon couldn't hide his surprise. Ha ha ha, truly an elite batch. Usually topping 1,000 points is enough to lead the rankings. But here there are four top scorers, very promising. Totals. Theo Ragnar 21-21, Remington 14-26, Erica 11-43, and Ray 10-89. Well done, everyone. Except for those participating in the Third Awakening ritual. Everyone else may leave and prepare thoroughly for the establishment ritual in a week. Before him now stood only the four who had passed the hidden challenge. Suddenly, the mountain behind emitted a strange aura, and the other three were forced to kneel under that terrible pressure. The Nine Dragons' eyes grew cold, his voice deep. Now, let's begin the Third Awakening ritual, shall we? Theo's face tightened. Why does this failing? Why is Rodbrock's energy appearing here? With the Second Awakening ritual concluded, Theo, Remington, Erica, and Ray now faced the most crucial challenge of their journey, the Third Awakening ritual. This was not just a simple meeting with the clan head, but a brutal test where every decision lay in his hands. The outcome of this encounter would determine whether they would be nominated to the clan head's mantle, a key milestone confirming eligibility to become a potential heir of the Ragnar clan. Conflicting emotions churned inside Theo, his eyes narrowing with resolve. The one waiting was the head of the Ragnar clan. He whispered, Why do I sense Lodbrok's energy here? That can't be. But if you've taken Lodbrok's heart, and it's the clan head. Cold sweat poured from his brow. Theo's face went pale, veins standing out, eyes flashing with red. No, I must verify this myself. Just then, a voice rang out, cold and authoritative. Now overcome the dragon awe and greet the clan head. The Nine Dragons' voice thundered, shattering the silence. Immediately, a terrifying pressure enveloped all four contestants. They felt crushed by an invisible mountain. The group was forced to drop to their knees, breathing heavily. Damn it, Erica gritted her teeth, eyes blazing with anger. How are we supposed to climb to the summit in this state? Theo fell silent, trying to steady his breathing as he felt the pressure compressing every muscle. I think I know how to get through this challenge. He spoke calmly, breaking the tense atmosphere. Everyone needs to sync with the mono wave patterns if we want to go further. Hearing that, Erica looked puzzled, brow furrowing. Wave patterns, what do you mean? Beside her, Remington didn't hesitate and quickly explained. You mean we need to create an out-of-phase wave to interfere with and cancel the pressure, right? Theo nodded, eyes sharp. Exactly. You're always perceptive, Remington, but theory is one thing and execution is another. This is how they filter those truly worthy. Anyone who can't control their magical power has no right to meet the Patriarch. Remington murmured, You're absolutely right. At the back, Erica still sat dazed, not understanding a word. Out of phase, waves interference. Are you two speaking some ancient language? She bit her lip, her face clearly showing confusion. Remington just shook his head, gave a helpless smile, and patiently elaborated. Listen, magical power is also a form of wave. These waves vibrate like sound waves or water waves. The Patriarch's aura also generates specific mono wave patterns. To overcome that pressure, we need to produce an opposing magical wave to neutralize it, understand? Erica brightened at the simple explanation. So you mean I just need to create a magical force opposite to this pressure to cancel it out, right? Remington nodded pretty much. But instead of gratitude, Erica shouted angrily, "You idiot who only clings to complicated principles. Why didn't you just say that from the start?" Remington shrugged and smiled lightly. "I just helped you understand a few things and you scold me." Ray, though not involved in the argument, had already figured out what to do. Erica kept nagging. "Exactly. You're all theory and no soul. Are you really only 17? You speak like an old man." Ignoring the squabble between Erica and Remington, Theo remained fully focused on manipulating his mana. Powerful yet supple streams of mana radiated out, forming a stable energy field around him. Erica and Remington gaped in astonishment. Has he already done it? Theo not only neutralized the Patriarch's pressure, but did so with finesse and skill that commanded respect. Standing amid the silent gusts of magical wind, he smiled confidently, heroic as a war god. His cold voice rang out, breaking the tension. "I will become the next Patriarch. It's obvious." Theo's bold, confident declaration stunned everyone present. Even the Nine Dragon, the embodiment of sternness, couldn't hide a look of interest, indeed, intriguing. With that, Theo quickly departed, leaving Erica and Remington standing dumbfounded behind. They hurriedly called after him but couldn't slow him down. The Nine Dragon admonished in an authoritative tone, "You three shouldn't just stand there. The scores will be awarded based on the order you reach the Patriarch's location." The reminder was a wake-up call. Erica, Remington, and Ray immediately realized that any delay could cost them this crucial contest. The three of them dashed off at full speed, disappearing from sight of the Nine Dragon in an instant. "Truly fascinating," the Nine Dragon murmured, a rare smile flickering across his face. "I didn't expect there to be so many talented recruits at this age." Cut to Camellia Palace. The demon artisan's loud laughter echoed through the castle. "Ha ha, my beloved youngest daughter, where are you? Oh, lucky talisman, come out here at once." She opened door after door, her face full of joy. The servants behind her could only shake their heads and whisper, "Oh dear, the demon artisan is at it again." Camellia Palace, once a quiet royal residence, has been filled with noise ever since Theo, the young master of the clan, became a shining star among the nobility. Inside a room, Theo's mother, Cecilia, was briefing the designer on special requirements for the new outfit. The door suddenly burst open as the demon artisan rushed in, excitedly. "So you were here all along, my dear Cecilia." Cecilia turned around and sighed wearily. "Mother, please mind your manners while you're in the palace grounds." She laughed loudly. "Manners? What's the point of those polished behaviors? I'm about to be rolling in wealth." Cecilia shook her head and gently protested. "But aren't you already very rich?" "Yes, but not rich enough to tear down the walls. Now I've reached the peak of my career. Thanks to Theo becoming a rising star, my workshop keeps getting orders. I've finally earned the fame I deserve." Cecilia smiled at her mother's joy. But deep down, she couldn't help feeling anxious. "I've always believed the boy would succeed. Yet seeing him act like this now makes me uneasy. What if he gets hurt? What if he can't handle the pressure and attention?" Cecilia clenched her hands, determination burning in her eyes. "I can't just stand by helplessly. The only thing I can do now is support him with everything I have, though I wish I could help him in more practical ways." Behind her, the demon artisan kept chattering about past achievements, the days when she focused on forging weapons just to survive. But now she declared she would pivot to crafting and selling accessories, as if opening a new chapter in her life. Those carefree words seemed to plant a bold idea in Cecilia's mind. "And then my revenue will increase tenfold, heh heh." She laughed confidently. Cecilia suddenly interrupted, cutting through her mother's complacency. "Mother, have you ever tried making a replacement arm?" The air fell still for a moment, then shifted with a strange premonition. Is Theo about to become a Yangyu? The scene quickly cut to where the Patriarch was. He burst into delighted laughter as the loyal crow relayed Theo's bold declarations. "Ha ha, he says he'll be the next Patriarch. Truly an amusing, arrogant child." The Patriarch looked at the crow, eyes both amused and warm. "I know what worries you, but even parents have no right to stand in the way of their children's dreams. Youthful ambition can't be stopped, you understand. We were like that once too." He pointed toward the sword graveyard, a place full of trials with thousands of swords stuck in the ground, a vivid testament to life and death battles. Still, the crow couldn't hide its irritation. It disliked Theo and didn't hesitate to show it. The Patriarch only smiled, his voice steady like an underground river. "I told you not to worry. What I want is Ragnar's prosperity and growth. Anything that stands in the way of that, I'll handle like this." His eyes flashed sharp, then softened like a breeze. "Nothing has happened yet. We still have time to observe the boy. Even if my son, Theo Ragnar, is a regressor." After the second awakening ritual, the Patriarch had a small talk with his crow. He sat at the sword graveyard, waiting for the children worthy of passing the final trial. When Theo arrived, the Patriarch's face brightened, a long smile stretching across his lips. "So you finally come, my son." His eyes narrowed with vigilance. Facing him, Theo was exhausted from giving his all to reach this place. Before him stood an overwhelmingly powerful figure. The aura radiating from the man made it hard to breathe. The patriarch's power was truly different from anyone else's, the pressure crushing for would-be awakeners. The patriarch asked, "First, do you know what these things are?" Glancing around for a moment, Theo easily recognized it. This was the sword graveyard. "I've heard these are the swords of those the patriarch has defeated." The patriarch closed his eyes, echoing what Theo had said. Yes, a patriarch must be like that. It's a position where you face countless threats and challenges alone, a place where you cannot rely on anyone else. A role governed by the rule of the strong. You must stand above all by your own power if you want to lead this clan to prosperity. The patriarch's eyes opened slightly. "Do you believe you have the right to claim such a position?" Theo's face remained calm, his voice full of confidence. "Of course, sir." In response, the patriarch's expression hardened. "Don't answer so easily. I had to slaughter thousands upon thousands to stand where I am. Can you keep your answer after feeling their hatred?" As he finished, the resentments gathered in the sword graveyard began to manifest. Rushing at Theo, "I will curse you forever. How dare you commit such cruelty? I will tear you to pieces." Facing the remaining hatred, Theo's resolve did not waver. He met them calmly, without flinching. The patriarch asked, "Why is that? What is your reason?" The question was simple but loaded with implication. Forcing Theo to ponder carefully, a stream of thoughts raced through his mind. To avenge his past life, to become patriarch and end this wretched struggle for the throne, he was willing to face any trial to complete his mission. His hands slowly drew his sword, but for now, Theo wasn't sure if this was the answer the man wanted. If that's the case, there's only one way. He gripped the sword with firm resolve, pointing it straight ahead. "I will use my blade to answer." The words seemed to strike the patriarch's nerve. He beamed, his gaze cold enough to chill anyone. "Good. Now I will treat you not as my son but as an insolent challenger. Let's see what you've learned from her teaching." Hearing that, Theo's face instantly panicked. Did the patriarch just say her? As Theo suspected, the clan chief was the one who had taken. Before he could finish, a single slash severed his body cleanly in two, even splitting the sword in his hand like an ordinary stick. Theo's eyes widened in shock. He had been cut down without even realizing it. The patriarch said, "A mere ordinary strike is more than enough to fell this inexperienced child, truly pathetic." Final thoughts swirled in Theo's head. Am I dead? His mind grew hazy and unsteady. This is the Heart Sword, a place only supreme masters can create. For an awakening trial, that's more than enough. Even so, the crow kept objecting. "HMPH, are you worried our little protagonist will die?" Indeed, it's a merciless trial for a naive child undergoing awakening. Only those with firm will and resolve can escape the Heart Sword. But if his resolve is half-hearted, then it's better he die here as an empty corpse. That way, we don't have to deal with a fake regressor who would only bring harm to the clan. Inside the Heart Sword, his soul hovered in a formless space. "I'm dead. I guess that's normal when taken down by someone as strong as the patriarch, right?" This time, Theo felt no regret like before. He had done everything he could. He had reclaimed Camellia Palace and avenged Randon and Axion, those who harmed him in his previous life. It was all just fate's luck, but at least in this life he was much happier. Perhaps this is the end of this journey. Hands clinging to Theo's soul lost their way, dragging him down and snuffing out every hope. "Maybe it's time for me to rest, huh?" Fragments of his soul dissolved into oblivion, leaving nothing behind. Suddenly, a bird appeared from nowhere and cried out, "Hey kid, that's enough, get up right now. If you collapse over something this trivial, you'd better let me swallow you whole then." Those words acted like a tonic, jolting Theo awake and restoring the determined look in his eyes. "You're right, thanks." Once more his hands gripped the sword, but this time everything was different. Theo couldn't let this be the end. He'd fought so hard to get here. How could he give up now? He told himself that even if this body shattered, even if this soul were crushed, his will and determination would never disappear. He launched a sword strike filled with all his strength and unwavering faith, forged across two lives, driving straight forward. It was like a key, guiding him out of the darkness. The barrier of the Heart Sword officially shattered, and Theo returned to the world he longed for. The sword in his hand came down, a testament to the path he'd chosen, a road of thorns and hardship. Opposite him, the patriarch slowly stepped toward his son, his face showing satisfaction and his eyes full of hope for the future. "Well done, you've passed." Those words marked the end of the grueling awakening ritual. Cut to the nomination ceremony at the clan headquarters. After resting, Theo arrived here with his sister. He said, "It feels so crowded here, I'm nervous. Beside him, Erica replied quickly, "What? You're grown and still shy like a child." He retorted angrily, "I'm not shy, it's just that there are too many strong people here. Unit commanders, 9 dragons, the former patriarch, and even the current patriarch." Hearing this, Erica remained indifferent, typical kid. "Relax, nobody's interested in someone who can't even meet their attributes breathing requirement like you." "Huh, what did you say?" He ground his teeth in anger, but couldn't do anything to this fiery sister of his. "Can't you tell me, what exactly did you receive from the patriarch in the third awakening ritual?" She answered with a blank face, "That's a secret. You don't need to know. You're so stingy. If it were my Theo, he'd have shared already." Erica bristled, "My Theo? Are you delirious? What the hell are you talking about? You know, a soldier's life is to become the sword of House Ragnar. We stake our lives on Ragnar. In that case, I want to serve a lord who's cool and powerful, someone with strength, personality, and ambition. Only Theo Ragnar fits that description. I'll wager my life on him, so I call him my Theo." "Huh, so has he agreed to this?" Halkus replied calmly, "He had to agree." "What? You're planning to join the same unit as him?" "I don't know why, but the patriarch said he won't bring Theo back to the patriarchal manor, so I can follow him into some unit." Above the stands, drums sounded, announcing the start of the ceremony. "Attention everyone, the nomination ceremony will now begin. The top student of the awakening ceremony, Theo Ragnar, please step forward." Shouts and cheers rose up around Theo from all directions. He had successfully won people's hearts, standing in the wide plaza beneath a clear blue sky. Somewhere he never dared dream of in his past life, Theo's face showed joy, his eyes filled with faith in the bright future ahead. "I won't let things remain a regret any longer." On the stands, Evelyn looked overjoyed. "Everyone's watching you, young Master Theo. Where will you choose to go?" She'd be delighted if Theo chose the White Dragon Cavalry, though she knew that's just a selfish dream. "Congratulations on earning the overall top student, Theo Ragnar. Your exceptional talent is something other candidates should strive to emulate. So now your choice is." Before he could finish, Eid Troivan rose to his feet, stunning the entire hall. He was one of the Heavenly Dragons, director of the Central Intelligence Bureau. The candidates below were shocked. What is he planning? Is he really going to avenge Axion? No way. Even the Patriarch and the Legion commanders watched Eid's every move. "Director, I don't understand your intent, but please sit down." Ignoring those around him, Eid calmly said, "Theo Ragnar, Central Intelligence Bureau." Theo's expression remained skeptical. A heavenly dragon, he's probably still reeling from Axion's death, but no one would dare cause a scene at the nomination ceremony. Contrary to that thought, Eid's warm smile and gentle voice rang out, "I want to offer you the position of Deputy Director of the Intelligence Bureau. What do you think?" In his previous life, Theo was seen as trash, so his ranking first in the awakening ceremony was extraordinary. House Ragnar once regarded him as the lowest of the low. It seemed a dragon had just awakened a hidden power. Theo shook many trainee swordsmen to their core. Everyone longed to be like him. No one expected he could kill Axion and even the supervisor. Rumors about Theo spread throughout the clan, and more people admired him and wanted to follow. From looks of contempt, people now viewed Theo with envy and admiration. Theo was no longer the worthless one. He had achieved first place in the awakening ceremony. A system voice rang out, "Congratulations, you have completed the Victor scenario task of the awakening ceremony. Reward 1 ether core. The reward will be stored in your inventory." Theo looked at the system panel, puzzled. "Oh right, I had a task. What is an ether core? If it's a long-term quest reward, it must be important." Suddenly, Eid's voice cut through his thought. "Our Central Intelligence Bureau would like to offer Theo Ragnar the Deputy Director position." His fake smile was obvious to everyone. Theo stood there, thoughtful and calculating. What exactly is he scheming? He immediately activated his observation skill, targeting Eid Troivan. A system panel appeared. Eid Troivan, 46, title Heavenly Dragon, gifted in plotting, strategy, and scheming. A hidden dagger full of ambition, aiming to use Theo as a hunting hound to decipher the ancient dragon's artifact. Just as I thought, he's definitely targeting the ancient dragon's artifact. Maybe Eid learned I have an artifact from some intelligence source, but from now on things won't go his way, Heavenly Dragon. Theo clenched his fists, eyes burning with anger. "The Troivans, I'll destroy you all with my own hands. A grudge from my past life. This time I'll repay it tenfold, just wait and see." At that moment, the ghost dragon immediately objected. "What are you doing, Director of the Central Intelligence Bureau? I'm only recruiting talent through the nomination process. What's wrong with that?" His voice grew sharp. "Do you think everyone here is stupid? Even a 3-year-old could tell you're trying to avenge your grandson." Eid's expression remained calm. "Haha, understandable. But you're wrong, Ghost Dragon. As an uncle, I may be upset, but as director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, I'm simply trying to recruit exceptional talent. What's wrong with that? Ghost Dragon gritted his teeth. That viper, he only cares about his own interests, even after his grandson's death. A judge spoke up. I understand your desire to recruit talent, but please wait until the proper process begins. He looked down and asked, Now, Theo, have you decided? Theo replied, Actually, I haven't decided yet, so I'd like to hear reasons from those present. Does anyone here have an offer for me? A sly smile and calculating eyes turned toward the 9 dragons. On the honored bench, a woman's hand rose, beginning a compelling offer. It was Osa Ragnar Prunus. She said, Theo, I want you to become my disciple, and I promise to give you the position of young master of the Manhwa pavilion. A murmur rose, young master of Manhwa. The pavilion master has no children. So would they adopt Theo Ragnar? If true, he'd become the heir of Sword Dragon, one of the most powerful sword schools. Remington was also astonished. 2 of the 9 dragons have offered to recruit him. Impressive, young Master Theo. Erica exclaimed, with offers like this, the other captains probably won't dare speak up. Suddenly a figure appeared in the sky, a voice echoing, I want in on this too. A landing strike shattered the ground, dust and debris filling the air. It was the Black Dragon, leader of Black Snow, Robber Ragnar. Black Dragon, even Black Dragon is joining the recruitment. He spoke softly but firmly. I've been watching you throughout the awakening ceremony. You have many qualities that attract others. Join Black Snow. I promise you a position in VOTUY, letter 1 EBFT. VOTUY letter 1 EBFT is the highest rank in Black Snow, where Theo could reveal his identity openly and receive honor. In his past life, Theo had been in Black Snow, but only 8 people ever reached VOTUY letter 1 EBFT. Now the opportunity comes so easily. Next to speak was Ascending Dragon, Master of Ascending Dragon Hall, Feral Ragnar. Theo, your 3rd awakening ceremony was impressive. Don't forget Ascending Dragon Hall's doors are open to you anytime. Other candidates buzzed. Ascending Dragon Hall joined in too. 4 of the 9 dragons have already offered to recruit him, and there's one more. It was Ghost Dragon himself, captain of White Armor Dragon, Julius Ragnar. He remained cold and stern. The White Armor Dragon unit offers to take Theo Ragnar with no special privileges. Why would he do that? Typical of a captain. He truly believes proving himself is the real honor. I want to recruit you, but I won't offer any special favors because that would be unfair to the other members. What I give you is only my full support with everything I have to turn you into the strongest, worthy of the Dragon Knight's honor. After hearing all the offers, Theo smiled with satisfaction. I understand, then my choice will be. Before he could finish, a mysterious voice rang out from the stands, as if to snuff out that thought. You're a regressor, aren't you? The remark jolted Theo's instincts awake. What? He immediately turned his gaze toward the voice. A wave of commanding power spread out, all emanating from someone in the stand. The former head of the family, Hilda Ragnar. Though puzzled and anxious, Theo tried to appear calm. I don't understand what you're talking about. The ex-family head's smile remained. I don't know how you lived through the previous rounds, but your acting skills aren't bad. Theo's eyes widened in shock. Rounds? What do you mean? Could there really be multiple regression loops? A proctor suddenly asked, Theo, is something wrong? You look worried. May I have a moment to collect my thoughts? Of course, but don't take too long. Returning, the ex-head transmitted to Theo. No need to hide it. I'm a regressor too, but my prescribed loops have already ended. A flood of chaotic thoughts in Theo's mind. So she must have regressed many times before. So how many regressors are there after all? My current opponent is a former head. Better to answer honestly and ask my questions. Theo's first question to Hilda. 1 loop means you can regress multiple times. You don't know anything. Didn't the head tell you? Fair enough, the head despises regressors. It's surprising he let you live. Could the harsh trials I endured be because he hated regressor? The ex-head was calm, wearing a triumphant smile. It seems you have many questions, but there's not much time now. If you want to know the world's and the family's secrets, come find me after the ceremony. We'll talk then. Theo stood there, silent and contemplative. In the 3rd awakening ritual, the head made no mention of any answers. It was all about the heart sword. He is the one who hates regressor. If so, the aura Theo felt from him, and Lodbrok's stolen heart, only has one final explanation. The head was the one who took Lodbrok's heart, because she is an ancient dragon who accepts ordinary regressor. No human could defeat an ancient dragon. That's impossible. But the head truly is a special existence. She alone accomplished that unimaginable feat. The head's renown and being called demigod came from overwhelming power and irresistible authority. Theo forced a strained smile. If that's the case, there's no other way to uncover the family's secrets and the regressor. Theo Ragnar, have you decided where you will go? Theo replied, yes, I've decided. I will join. After taking time to think and listening to the benefits the 9 dragons offer, Theo had finally decided where he would belong. His voice rang out strong and resolute. I will join. Cut to a later scene and the author still hadn't revealed Theo's choice. How frustrating. Readers only hear the second person's intent, Remington. I will join the Ascending Dragon Hall. Hearing that, Farrell's face lit up with joy, because he finally had a talent worth acknowledging and exciting to him. Remington had now officially become a disciple of one of the 9 dragons. The reason Remington chose that place was likely because they shared the water attribute, which makes sense. In his previous life, Remington didn't join House Ragnar. He returned to the Narcio clan, built power, and led troops in a rebellion against House Troiva. Though the uprising failed, Remington's name still spread everywhere as a formidable swordsman. However, this time he chose to stay with Ragnar. This was surely the butterfly effect caused by Theo's appearance. The two stepped forward and shook hands in farewell. Maybe we won't see each other for a while. Do your best and let's meet again when we're both stronger. Of course, young Master Theo. I very much look forward to seeing you again one day. Remington's eyes showed determination, a smile clear on his happy face. Across from him, Theo sent his friend away with a similar look. Both had goals to strive for and achieve. Next, it was Ray's turn to choose, and just as Theo predicted, she returned to the Daffodil Palace, where her mother, the Ice Dragon, resided. In fact, he had guessed it 8 or 9 times out of 10, because no place suited Ray better than the Daffodil Palace, where she could maximize her power. Back with Theo and those in the training hall, everyone wanted desperately to follow him, but sadly their test scores weren't high enough to join him. Even Theo regretted parting from his loyal subordinates. But it's fine, as long as they're still within House Ragnar, they'll meet again someday. That was also the main point of this nomination ceremony. The event concluded here. You've all worked hard, return to the unit you chose. From this moment, everyone must give their all for the dreams they pursue and for a better future. While those thoughts swirled in Theo's head, a voice suddenly rang out and caught his attention. Hello, Theo. I didn't expect we'd be in the same unit. It was Halkus and Erica, both having joined the same unit as Theo. It really wasn't a coincidence. Halkus stepped forward with an awkward smile, while Erica could only sigh at her foolish little brother. Well, at least Theo had gained new friends. Theo stepped forward, his face cheerful and excited. Great to see you both, Halkus, Erica. I truly appreciate your help in the second round. You both helped me a lot. Yes, don't you forget that, Erica said, blushing as she glanced at Theo with a very captivating look. I really like you too, young Master Theo, Halkus interjected, and you also like the strong. The two sisters burst out laughing at Theo's bewildered expression. These two are really strange, but why do they suddenly like me? No sooner said than a soldier from the unit shouted, Attention everyone, the captain is coming. In any case, if another chance arises, Theo stuck to his decision. He was certain this was the most honorable unit in Ragnar, and it was the perfect place for him to take his first step on the path to becoming head of the family. Nowhere was more fitting than the White Dragon Society. From afar, the demon dragon slowly approached with an enthusiastic voice. Welcome to the White-Scaled Dragon. This is where you will reach the peak of your power. Theo thought to himself, maybe I'll go find Hilda afterward. He stepped forward, stopped, his eyes cold and a sly smile on his lips. Now tell me about your ambition. The first to speak was Halkus. I want to become a badass knight everyone respects. I want my name to be known far and wide. Erica said, I want to become the strongest of this generation. I want the captain to recognize my strength. After they finished speaking, all eyes turned in one direction. Theo stood there composed, his face cold and his demeanor calm, and spoke softly. I want to become the captain of the White Dragon Corps. You don't want the world to fall into the state it was before. To prepare for the coming great battle, you must become truly strong. Hearing Theo's bold words, the members of the White Dragon Corps couldn't help but admire him. He's daring, saying that right in front of the captain without hesitation. Sensing the incredible potential of the new recruits, the demon dragon laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, very good. You youngsters have big dreams. If so, you've come to the right place. Even though each of you came to the White Dragon Corps for different reasons, here you must all remember only one thing. The demon dragon clenched his hands, his voice steely. Every drop of your blood, every drop of your sweat will make Ragnar's history. Today's hardships will be tomorrow's honor. Never let our shields break or our swords bend. Your comrades will protect your backs. Protect the back of your teammate. We are strong because of unity and resilience. Never give up, because at the end of the road paved with sweat and tears, even blood, lies the honor of a mighty swordsman of House Ragnar. The rousing speech inspired and energized the new recruits. Welcome all to the White Dragon family. From today, I will lead you on the path to strength. No sooner had he finished than a dragon descended behind the demon dragon from above, rocks shattering, a spectacular cinematic sight. Seeing a real dragon, the recruits were astonished. Is that a dragon? The captain's companion. The demon dragon introduced cheerfully. This is my companion, Gullah, the leader dragon of the White Dragon Corps. Other dragons in the sky arrived one by one. They were other members of the White Dragon team, preparing to welcome the new recruits. Each one landed with tremendous power. Now mount the backs of the elder dragons. Hearing that, the recruits were bewildered. We have to ride dragons right now. The demon dragon immediately leapt onto his companion's back. Now the induction ceremony officially begins. It's time for you to find your own companions. Assemble at Dragon Cave. We'll teach you the first lessons of the night cavalry there. Gullah dipped his claws, shot up into the sky, and flew toward the cave, leaving the recruits and visiting elders stunned. Theo and his friends' faces showed curiosity and excitement. Is this a true dragon knight? Will I have my own dragon too? This is amazing. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded beside Theo, surprising him. We're coming too, young master. You finally chose to join the White Dragon Corps. I'm glad about that. Theo stammered, still unable to believe his eyes. Evelyn, why are Yaoyuv returned to the White Dragon Corps? Evelyn smiled happily, her voice warm and low. Yes, that's right. Theo's eyes widened, as if he had just realized something he had never thought of before. Evelyn, your hand has it healed. Before him stood Evelyn with a perfect prosthetic arm. It was likely a gift from Theo's mother given to her for taking care of his son. Let's rewind a few days to the meeting between Theo's mother and Evelyn. Hello, I've come to express my gratitude for what you've done. Hearing that, Evelyn was astonished. The lady of Camellia Palace, you traveled all the way here. She planted her sword upright and replied sternly, if you've come on behalf of young Master Theo, it's not necessary. Even without my help, I believe the young master's talent would have shone just as bright. The lady immediately interrupted. Yes, that may be true, but knowing there's someone who genuinely supports and recognizes him will be a tremendous source of motivation for the boy. Above all, that person is someone deeply trustworthy. I've heard that you are that kind of person to Theo. Everyone training nearby was surprised by the lady's words. Even Evelyn, a seasoned veteran, became flustered, her voice stumbling with embarrassment. No, I'm just a retired swordswoman. I'm even missing a hand. How could I be of help to the young master? The lady gently admonished, please don't belittle yourself like that. Sometimes the light that guides one out of darkness doesn't realize how bright it is, and you are that light. Instead of empty thanks, I will help you shine even more in this wide world. Cut back to the present. Evelyn had received an invaluable gift she never imagined, a perfect prosthetic arm. Thank you, young master. I've heard you took a special interest in this, right? Thanks to your help, I could return to the White Dragon Corps. Truly, I'm very grateful. Hearing that, Theo could only look bewildered. I should have handled this earlier. Seems Mother took all the credit again. Mother hasn't changed a bit from her previous life. Thanks, Mom. Evelyn knelt, placed her hand over her heart, and solemnly swore, I, Evelyn, swordswoman of the White Dragon Corps, vow my loyalty to you, young Master Theo. I will be your sword forever. Theo's face brightened, a broad smile spreading across his lips. Thank you, Evelyn. It's nothing, please teach me. Right after, the two of them headed toward the mountain range, the lair of the White Dragon, to look for their companions. The sky there was filled with drifting clouds and flocks of dragons circling in the distance. This was the White Dragon's lair, the home of 4 wyvern breeds. As you know, the White Dragon Squad operates alongside wyverns, so the induction ceremony is held. Theo took in the vast space, excitement swelling. If I can't find a companion here, that means I can't join the White Dragon Corps, right? Yes, that's right. Although it rarely happens, there are a few cases. Theo wondered, if so, will Erica and Halkus be okay? I don't think this suits them, but they'll manage. Evelyn pointed ahead. You can observe first. Usually you'll sense which wyvern is your companion. The two of them walked around searching for a suitable dragon. The first was the Ademin Optrex breed, a storm predator of colossal size, up to 15 meters tall, with dark brown scale. Next was the venomous Aviali breed, a dragon that exhales deadly purple mists, with a snake-like body and a venomous stinger on its tail. Then came the Sija longsword breed, a docile, ground-dwelling herbivore dragon that hides underground and launches surprise attacks from below. Finally, the Velociraptor speed breed, small but incredibly fast, hunting in packs and smart enough to breathe fire. They both had to run for their lives after stumbling into a nest. We almost got roasted. Evelyn said, the wyverns in the White Dragon Squad are mainly divided into those 4 types. What do you think? Have you sensed anything yet? Theo shook his head. Sense what? Not yet. In fact, Theo was paying attention to a different dragon. The one you witnessed in your past life. The black dragon Shadow. A mutated wyvern that once killed hundreds of wyverns and was classified by House Ragnar as a level 2 disaster. If one could be tamed, that would be priceless power. Suddenly, Theo's eyes widened. Found it. In the distance, 4 or 5 dragons were circling a lone white dragon. Theo and Evelyn flew there at once. It's happening again. Evelyn sighed. Theo asked, you know about that wyvern? Yes. It has been isolated for a long time. I've tried to improve the situation, but to no avail. It's not really a wyvern, so it's been ostracized. Not a wyvern. That's right. It was born from a female wyvern and a male biffer. Theo, stunned. Isn't a biffer a first-tier monster that lives on the ocean floor? How could that be? That's the mystery, Evelyn replied. First-tier monsters are as powerful as natural disasters. Even one that breaks through human defenses can cause enormous damage. Biffers lurk in the dark and are extremely dangerous. If the theory is correct, the black dragon Shadow surely inherited power from its father. Hearing this, Theo felt sympathy. It's been isolated just for being different. What's its name? Umbra. In the ancient tongue, it means shadow. Theo's smile shone brighter than ever. Shadow, that's a great name. Then he suddenly spun around, ready to jump down. Evelyn panicked. Young master, what are you doing? It seems I've found my companion. What do you mean? I'm going first. Theo decisively leapt off the cliff, ignoring Evelyn's calls. Young Master Theo. As he plunged, Theo had only one thought. This time, I'll give you another life, Umbra. Another life like mine in this lifetime. A thunderous explosion rang out as Theo landed, spectacularly breaking the siege around his future companion. He reached into his pack to pull something out. Immediately, Theo hurled the short swords forward. His eyes widened as he activated his synchronization skill. You can use telekinesis to move designated targets. The thrown short swords were instantly enveloped by powerful sources of energy. Theo stomped off the air to propel himself like an immortal sword master, resembling airborne sword riding. Every movement Theo made was smooth and agile, his legs stretching through the air like a true artisan. Each step was not only precise but carried terrifying power. At that age, few could do what he did. Behind him, Evelyn, having witnessed it all, was astonished. My God, when did he learn telekinesis? I've never seen it used like this before. His rate of growth is unbelievable. On the cliff, Umbra was still surrounded and threatened by 4 other dragons. It roared in fury as if shouting at the dragons, "Get out of here." The scene before him made Theo nostalgic for his past. In his previous life, he was always mocked. Is he really one of Ragnar's? Ha ha, pathetic. He's just the son of a common woman. Those words of contempt echoed in Theo's head, reminding him he couldn't afford to make the same mistake again. Theo quickly gathered his swords back together, which crackled with their signature bolts of lightning. Theo's eyes widened, his breath quickening. Activating his power, the breath of the Thunder Dragon, the swords turned into fierce streaks of lightning, hurtling toward the enemies at breakneck speed. Unstoppable, when the blades merged, their power multiplied and formed the Dragon Seal, a force strong enough to drive the dragons away. After all 4 flew off, the swords stuck in the ground still emitted lightning, even though the attack had ended. There, Theo's legs slowly reappeared, his voice calm and measured. Scared off by a little threat, and they all ran. Those dragons were just cowards. Theo quickly stepped closer, worry on his face. Are you okay? Expecting Umbra to be grateful for being saved, he was surprised when Umbra instead stared at him with suspicion and wariness. Before Theo could say a word, Umbra beat its wings and flew away, leaving Theo standing in shock. Ah, wait. Theo propped himself up, a bit disappointed. HMPH didn't even get to say anything. From behind, Evelyn landed and offered some advice. It's stressed right now, so you won't be able to approach easily. Maybe you should wait a bit before trying again. Theo turned back and countered. No, now is the best time. Being near it, do you wonder why it still lingers by the nest despite being shunned? The answer is simple. It's very lonely. Emotional wounds hurt far more than physical ones. Surely it's been hurt, so it can't go far. Help me chase after it. Evelyn looked bewildered, seeming not to fully trust the plan. Just as Theo predicted, Umbra returned to its nearby nest. Breathing heavily, it seemed the wounds the other dragons inflicted earlier were causing Umbra pain. Theo and Evelyn quickly caught up. She warned, many riders have tried to tame it, but none have succeeded. Umbra was very cautious around others, and its condition now made it even worse. Theo turned away, ignoring the warnings. Get me some food, will you? In the meantime, I'll try to understand it. After all, this is my induction test. The 2 of them entered an uncompromising struggle. You know, wyverns fear less than drakes. This was a fight he was virtually certain to win. Theo's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared straight at Umbra, without hesitation. Across from him, Umbra realized it wasn't Theo's match, yet it refused to give up. Seeing that, Theo increased the pressure another notch. Now Umbra could only thrash about in desperation, but it still didn't surrender. Just when it seemed Theo would strike it for its defiance, he instead produced a vial of medicine and poured it over the wound on Umbra's neck to treat it. The wounds healed quickly. His voice warm and caring. "How do you feel? The pain's eased, hasn't it?" Umbra's eyes widened in confusion, letting out a few cries, as if asking why Theo had done that. Theo's hands touched Umbra's neck lightly, triggering a rush of thoughts. Maybe it's because of the dragon heart, but I can sense Umbra's emotions right now. Deep in its subconscious was rage toward the pack that drove it away, a turmoil of sorrow and attachment. It still longed to be part of the pack, carrying persistent, painful loneliness. Umbra's feelings toward me were conflicted too. It distrusted me, a stranger who suddenly appeared offering warmth and care. Yet at the same time, it didn't want me to leave at all. Theo gently stroked its head. "It's all right, I won't betray or abandon you, so there's no need to worry. Also, there's this." As he spoke, Theo produced a glittering gem. "I know you like shiny, flashy things like this, right?" Umbra's eyes widened with delight. Seemingly Theo had hit its soft spot. He brought the gem closer, teasing, "Do you want it?" Although very tempted, Umbra was shy and didn't dare take it, turning its head, as if refusing the irresistible gift before it. But when it opened its eyes again, something it never expected was there. Theo had placed the glittering gem around Umbra's neck. To its astonishment, "This is just a gift from me. If you come with me, you'll see many more sparkling things. So what do you say? Will you accept?" Faced with the tempting offer, Umbra grew flustered, unsure how to respond. Not letting the moment slip, Theo continued his irresistible pitch. "I heard you don't like bridles and saddles, right? But I can decorate you differently, cover you in gems like these. They'd shine brilliantly and look beautiful." At the thought, Umbra couldn't stop imagining itself adorned with those jewels. Theo thought, how can I steal those gems from Grandma? What a dutiful grandson. In the smithy, the ghost artificer seemed to sense it too. Her whole body trembled. "Hey, are you all right? You look unwell. I don't know why, but I feel like I'm about to lose a fortune again." A good read of the situation. Umbra leaped to its feet, majestic and strong. It let out a mighty roar, as if acknowledging Theo as its master. "You have been recognized as the master of the flying dragon Umbra. You learned a new skill, Wyvern Tamming, Grade C, Mastery 1%. Higher mastery increases the bonded dragon's trust. While mounted, it grants a 10% power boost to both rider and dragon." After Theo tamed Umbra, Evelyn returned with her prize, each hand dragging a wild ox, looking rather plain. However, her companion behind was out of breath. When she arrived, Evelyn realized she had missed the best parts. In front of her, Theo and Umbra were affectionately close. Evelyn was overwhelmed, at a loss for words. "How did you do that? This kid has never opened up to anyone." Theo turned back, smiling blissfully. "Oh, you're back, Evelyn." They had a little chat afterward. Watching Umbra eat heartily, Theo said, "It's great. Thanks for the 2 oxen you brought back, Evelyn." Still shaken, she hurriedly asked, "So, how did you manage to tame Umbra?" "HMPH, it's simple. I just had to tend to his psychological wounds. Once Umbra's heart wavered, the present sealed the deal. Once the wound was healed, anything could happen." Hearing that, Evelyn still seemed unable to comprehend. She was so astonished by the person before her that she was speechless. "You want me to eat that? No way, I'm full. Go ahead and eat as much as you want. You don't have to save any for me." Evelyn closed her eyes, a smile on her lips. As expected of young Master Theo, not only can he win people's hearts, he can even win over a wyvern. "You always surprise me, young master." She applauded Theo. "Umbra has acknowledged you as its companion. A flying dragon nudging its neck against your back is a sign of trust." Suddenly, Evelyn's voice grew urgent. "Wait, no, suddenly you. What are you doing?" On the other side, Theo replied calmly, Umbra told me to climb on him." "No, even if he's accepted you as a companion, you're not trained to fly. Besides, it's very dangerous to ride a dragon without reins and a saddle. If you take off now, it's the quickest path to death." Hearing that, Theo just gave a confident smile. "It's fine, I have my own way." No sooner had he spoken than Theo activated his wyvern tamming skill to make up for the missing riding abilities. Umbra beat his wings and shot into the sky, leaving Evelyn still watching. "Haha, this is really something. All right, I get it. You want to show me something cool, right? Let's go." Sitting on Umbra's back, Theo's face was extremely joyful. But memories from his past life surged back. Something doesn't add up. How could a pure dragon like Umbra become such a terrifying demonic beast called the Black Dragon Shadow? There's definitely something fishy here that I need to uncover. Scene shifts to some waterfall, a stream of dark demonic energy slowly leaking out, signaling ill omen. At this time, Theo and Umbra were still rampaging across the sky, heading to the place Umbra wanted to show him. The dragon cut through the wind, bringing Theo to a giant waterfall beside a hidden crystal cave that would be missed by all but the Keenan. Theo dismounted, his gaze sweeping the icy scene, his voice cold and indifferent. I thought back in Huxial I already knew the winter range well. I didn't expect there to be a crystal cave right by this waterfall. You really have an eye for it, Umbra. You like shiny things, don't you? Umbra roared, seeming pleased by the compliment. Theo glanced around coldly, then stopped before some eerie purple flowers growing close to the rock base. Huh, what's this? He bent down and plucked a flower tinged with ominous purple, his tone cold with a hint of contempt. Look at this, now I know why you became the Black Dragon Shadow. You've been eating these things, haven't you? Surprising to find a demonic shadow brimming with demonic power here. The evil spirit flower, a plant that only grows deep in the demon sea, absorbs pure demonic chi under the moonlight. For demons and monsters, it's a panacea. But dragons and demons are opposing species. How could you absorb it? Could it be because you carry two bloodlines? Even so, this is too dangerous. I'll burn it all. With that, Theo coldly raised his hand as lightning flashed to burn it away. The evil spirit flowers turned to ash. Umbra flinched, howling in protest, its eyes brimming with indignant tears. Don't worry, Theo said coldly. I won't touch your pile of crystals. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze went icy as he looked toward the back of the cave. In front of Theo, a corpse was bound to the wall, a dense aura of gloom radiating from it. He stepped closer, his eyes cold as ice. A human? No, only a corpse. From the look of it, it's been lying here a very long time. Theo leaned in, observing carefully. Intact after so long. It's cold here, but that alone doesn't explain it. When alive, this one was surely a master, with enormous demonic power. Why was it locked up to die in this place? Theo backed away, still calm, eyes sharp. This needs investigating. But first, we must clear out these evil spirit flowers. Before he could finish, the corpse flashed with hatred. Its hollow eye sockets glowed red as it roared and lunged at Theo. Caught off guard, Theo only had time to grit his teeth. Damn it, I was careless. At that moment, Umbra leapt in from behind and drove a heavy kick into the corpse, rescuing Theo by a hair. Theo curled his lips slightly, voice low and cold. Good, Umbra. But the corpse grew even more frenzied. It howled, trying to sink its teeth into Umbra's neck. A flash of steel crossed Theo's eyes. He lunged forward, using his own arm to block the corpse's bite. The bite was ferocious. Blood spurted, and Theo's entire arm went numb as the poison seared to the bone. The corpse snarled each word, rage packed into them. Kyle, robber, you bastards. I will never forgive you, you damned dogs. Hearing that, Theo's eyes chilled, a flash of thought crossing his mind. Kyle, robber. Aren't those the owner and the Black Dragon? What then is their past? Amid the chaos, a figure streaked in a gleam of a sword. Evelyn swung her blade, slicing through the air and severing the corpse's head, saving Theo. She hurriedly supported him. Young Master Theo, are you all right? Answer me. Theo leaned on Evelyn's shoulder, a cold smile on his lips. Hello, Evelyn. Sorry for causing you trouble again. No sooner had he spoken than bone-deep pain hit. He clenched his teeth. Damn, this demonic poison. I'm being drained of energy. If I don't take an ether core antidote immediately, the danger will worsen. Evelyn's voice trembled with worry as she hurried. I'll take you back to headquarters for treatment. It'll hurt a bit, bear with it, Umbra roared. Rushing to block Evelyn, preventing her from taking Theo away. Evelyn snapped angrily. Move aside, Umbra. I'm not hurting him. Don't force me to get physical. Theo's face went pale, cold sweat pouring as he murmured in a hoarse, still-cold voice. Wait, Evelyn. Hold on. He looked at Umbra. Do you have a way to save me? Umbra roared and nodded firmly. Though his body could hardly move, Theo managed a faint smile. All right, I'll trust you. Evelyn nearly shouted. Young master, if you don't go back now, you'll die from the demonic poison. Theo remained calm. Be calm. This demonic poison has under a 30% survival rate even with treatment, so I'm betting on Umbra. It once evolved because of the evil spirit flowers. It's likely already seen that corpse. It knows how to absorb demonic chi and poison. Trust Umbra this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Theo went limp. Umbra acted at once. It bit into several evil spirit flowers, then gathered more crystals from the cave, bringing everything to Evelyn's feet. You want me to mash them up and feed them to the young master? Umbra nodded in agreement. Evelyn's hands trembled, but she finally decided, all right, it's a risk. She used magic to blend everything together. From the hollow of Evelyn's palm, streams of black liquid with a purple sheen flowed into Theo's mouth. she whispered. The rest is up to fate. Both Evelyn and Umbra held their breaths, waiting anxiously. Suddenly, the dragon heart within Theo began to pound violently, a surge of mana erupting to envelop his body. Bolts of lightning cracked outward in all directions, the color shifting from silver to deep black. Evelyn froze. No way. Is he actually recovering? Black miasma billowed from Theo's whole body, forces twisting and purging one another. He was lifted into the air as a fierce battle raged between opposing powers within him. A system announcement rang out, initiating bodily purification process. Subject will assimilate traits of the Black Dragon Shadow. A new power is about to be born. Cut to command office. Kui Long received a report from a subordinate, his face cold and voice low. Has Huxial approved this report? Verified, sir. Accuracy 89%. Kui Long smashed the table and roared, damn it, what the hell is going on? I knew bad news was coming, but this completely exceeds expectation. A morning report sounded. The captain of the 5th Squadron of the White Plate Dragon Cavalry and 15 others fell on the battlefield. After Evelyn administered an antidote brewed from ingredients Umbra suggested, a process of purifying and rebirth took place inside Theo. It was a cleansing that removed impurities and reshaped the body, allowing mana to be accumulated and used far more easily. This is an ancient secret technique known to very few, requiring the endurance of great pain, typically only effective on children under 5 years old. Yet this process occurred in Theo, an event defying all probabilities, as if random conditions converged for a destiny preordained. Extreme Yang monstrous energy accumulated, strengthening the muscle. Extreme Yin undead toxin had infiltrated, helping Theo boost his mana. Mana condensed through digesting the demonic shadow toxin. With Umbra's assistance, the dragon had learned the method to neutralize the poison. All elements converged to form a perfect balance. Rather than being destroyed by the toxin, Theo's body absorbed its essence and turned it into his own power. When the purification process completed, Theo opened his eyes and woke. Evelyn and Umbra remained tense, waiting. Are you all right, young master? Theo forced himself to sit up, his voice cool. Evelyn, Umbra, sorry for making you both worry. Though tired, there was determination in Theo's eyes. He glanced at his personal status board. Theo Ragnar, 17 years old. Title, Tiger Velocity, Greatest Genius in a Millennium, Ragnar Prodigy. Equipment, Dragon Guardian, Purifying Rebirth, Phantom Dragon. Status, groggy from an unexpected event, exposed to demonic toxin, has formed the first Phantom Dragon. If not controlled, it could become a second Phantom Dragon. His eyes paused on the newly increased stats. Plus 85 attribute points. That's insane. The crystals in the cave had diluted the demonic shadow's toxicity and supplemented healing mana. Theo glanced at Umbra, thinking to himself, trusting it was the right call. A Ragnar physique already perfected, now enhanced by purifying rebirth and the Phantom Dragon. No one can stop me now. Theo clenched his hand, a cold smile curling his lips. The growth rate from now on will be beyond anyone's imagination. But first, there's something more important. He stepped toward the corpse that had bitten him, eyes icy, and asked, who exactly is this old monster? Evelyn moved closer as well, her gaze silently sweeping the area. Young master, there's an inscription on the wall. Is this a journal? They both read. I was defeated by Kyle and Robber. Now I must hide and prepare revenge. But my body is wasting away quickly. My mana core is damaged. The demonic shadow toxin kills me day by day. Consciousness fades, demonic nature encroaches. Before I can take revenge, a choice must be made. I admit despair. I melt down the sealed jade serpent sword and seal myself. I hope a successor will complete the unfinished vendetta. I leave all my legacy here, awaiting the word. Reading this, Theo froze, his eyes flashing cold. Evelyn exclaimed, this is the illusory blade technique and the thunder fury wind god. Could this person be the legend who once fought for the headship, the Wind King Hector Ragnar? Theo nodded, his gaze heavy. Yes, he is Wind King Hector, thought dead on the battlefield, yet he ended like this. Suddenly, Evelyn knelt and paid homage to Theo. He glanced at her, voice icy. What are you doing, Evelyn? She answered in a low voice. Even defeated and exiled, he is still the Wind King, the bloodline heir of Ragnar. A subordinate killing the rightful heir is an unforgivable crime. This is a grave sin. Theo waved his hand, cutting her off. Don't talk nonsense. He's no longer a Ragnar. Just a crazed undead. You saved me, there was no other choice. Rules exist to serve the strong. He turned, voice cold and decisive. Everything that happened here remains a secret. He looked at Evelyn. If you're troubled by guilt, take the Wind King's secret techniques, Evelyn. You are the most suitable person to keep them. Evelyn stammered, are you serious? Those are techniques comparable to the Nine Dragons' ultimate skill. Isn't it obvious? Become the Wind King's successor. Inherit the legacy and grow even stronger. If you become the heir, the guilt no longer matters. That way he can rest in peace. Theo stared deep into Evelyn's eyes, his domineering gaze pressing down. Didn't you vow to be my sword? Theo's words struck straight into Evelyn's mind. She trembled, then declared loudly, I, Evelyn Nereville, a senior swordsman of the Ragnar clan, vow my eternal loyalty to you. I respectfully petition to follow this great sovereign. Theo smiled coldly and nodded. You never change, always so rigid. He drew his sword and solemnly performed the ritual. I, Theo Ragnar, accept the oath of fealty from Evelyn Nereville. From this day forward, she will be my vanguard blade on the path to domination. The two smiled in unison. Umbra beside them rumbled softly, as if sensing the shift of fate taking shape. Back at White Plate Dragon headquarters, the new recruits returned to their companions one by one. Hulkus remained arrogantly confident. Haha, Theo Ragnar still hasn't come back. I am the most talented here. Before he finished, Theo appeared, his figure cold and imposing. Umbra following, exuding overwhelming presence. Everyone fell silent, even the instructors were stunned. What? Don't tell me that's Umbra. How did he make that ferocious dragon his companion? So that's why Theo is called the once-in-10,000 years genius. Hulkus sank down, realizing the gap in ability was now insurmountable. Evelyn stepped forward and reported, Senior Knight Evelyn and apprentice swordsman Theo Ragnar, we have completed the assessment and returned. Where is the captain? Another swordsman replied, the captain just received an urgent letter and has returned to the office. An urgent letter? What's going on now? At that moment, the captain of the White Plate Dragon appeared with his companion. His face grave. Sorry, there's an emergency. Everyone is being deployed to Fort Jackie for active duty. Murmurs broke out everywhere. What? Deploying recruits straight into combat immediately. Amid the whispers, only Theo remained calm and cold. He already knew. The series Merchant Guild hostage crisis at Fort Jackie had begun. A plot to steal the dragon-slaying sword Bomung to spark a rebellion. The mastermind is none other than Eid Troiven. The captain of the White Dragon Regiment appeared, his face cold and solemn, eyes suppressing a burning rage. His voice rang out, calm but forceful. Everyone present here will be sent to Fort Blank. The atmosphere immediately sank. The regiment's swordsmen buzzed with anxiety, faces showing clear work. Commander, what's really going on? What mission demands deploying recruits who haven't even completed basic training? Kui Long's hands clenched. His voice was steel, each word striking everyone's core. The captain of Squad 5, Triner Isbin, and 14 of his men have gone missing under unknown circumstances. Every word fell, and Theo missed none. He knew exactly who the captain referred to. Triner Isbin, the eldest knight of the White Plate Dragon, a man even Kui Long respected. His strength was no ordinary matter. He could not have been eliminated so easily. A bad premonition flickered in Theo's mind. Could this be a butterfly effect caused by his own appearance? Kui Long continued, his tone heavy. Huxial has confirmed with 89% probability that they are dead. Even if alive, they cannot continue their duties. Current forces will form a temporary fifth squad under Evelyn Nereville's command. All must complete basic training immediately. He gritted his teeth. I don't believe they're dead. But if they truly are, we will avenge them. Kui Long fell silent, turned and left, leaving behind a stifling atmosphere and a swirl of chaotic thoughts. Theo's eyes hardened. What lies ahead will not be easy. Memories from his previous life flashed through Theo's mind. The Black Skull Bandits kidnapping the Ceres Guild. In the past, the White Plate Dragon handled it cleanly, with no losses. But this time things were different. The real target wasn't the guild, but the dragon-slaying sword Bomung. Eid Troiven once used Bomung in the coup that overthrew Ragnar, but now every variable has changed. If it's all my fault, there's only one way to set things right. I have to verify everything myself. A quest board appeared before Theo. Retrieve the dragon-slaying sword Bomung. Cut to the watchtower in the frozen mountains. A guard was complaining. It's so cold, I can't stand this damn weather. He glanced into the distance. Why does the moon look so strange tonight? Before he could make sense of it, in the distance the White Plate Dragon cavalry thundered in like an ice storm, Evelyn leading with fierce battle intent. The guard shouted, issuing orders. It's the White Plate Dragon cavalry. Sound the alarm. No sooner had he finished. A bolt of lightning struck, flinging him from the watchtower before he could react. Dust billowed, rocks shattered. Evelyn barked, throw the bombs, don't let them recover. A barrage of explosive storm shells slammed into the fortress, filling the air with death. Smoke and flames swallowing everything. The enemy commander screamed, fall back into the city, don't die for nothing. But instantly, Evelyn descended like an avenging angel. The sword in her hand cleaved the commander's head. Now is the time for purification. She pointed her sword forward and barked coldly, "Kill them all." The swordsmen surged as one, their fighting spirit soaring. Teach them the price of touching the white-armored dragon. The whole fortress quickly sank into a sea of flames, as the white-armored dragon's power was displayed without mercy. Elsewhere amid the chaotic battle, a soldier slipped away clutching the death dragon sword. "Damn it, they said they'd handle the cavalry. Almost got us killed." He glanced at the blade, eyes glittering. "Once I turn this in, I'll live like a king." But before he could dream, a cold sword cut his throat clean off. A cloaked swordsman appeared, coolly wiping blood from his blade. The merchandise. His subordinate immediately presented the death dragon sword. "Here it is, my lord." The cloaked man gripped the sword tightly, a cruel smile on his lips. "Good, exactly what I need. Prepare for the next step." "Yes, sir." He looked toward the burning fortress, eyes flashing with murderous intent. "Filth, I'll wipe you all out." Behind him, the cannons were quietly moved into position. The deadly trap was set. Inside the fortress, the white-armored dragon had regained control. The surrendered enemies were bound and gagged. "Tuazi, you were right. Everything went way too smoothly." But Theo's gaze stayed icy and suspicious. Company 5, led by a veteran commander, wiped out by these shrimp. Something's off. He lifted the commander's head and synced to read his memories. This man knew of bombing, but had never seen it in person. "So who is the mastermind, then?" Just then a senior female officer asked. "What's wrong, Theo? Notice something strange?" Theo replied briefly. "No, just thinking about a few things. You're a swift tiger and still a rookie. It's natural to be nervous. Gather up. We'll finish the rescue and head back." That remark seemed to trigger something in Theo. His eyes lit up. "Right, I missed something." Without time to explain, Theo rushed toward the cargo. What's wrong with him? Theo swung his sword, striking hard at the pile of crates, and immediately, explosive barrels were exposed. He snarled, "You bastard, planning to take us down with you." Theo turned and shouted, "No time, evacuate now." Everyone hurried to assemble, but a thunderous explosion rolled through the air. Theo spun around, yelling, "Run." Successive blasts rocked the field. The battlefield was swallowed by smoke, fire, and shrapnel. From afar, the cloaked figure watched triumphantly. Not a single ant may escape. All for him. Cut to the Ragnar family castle. In an opulent room bathed in cold moonlight, a woman clutched something tightly in her hands. It was the chieftain's wife, Axion's mother. She had gone mad since her son's gruesome death, whispering through clenched teeth. "Be good, my Axion. Does it hurt, my child? I'll bring that filthy man's head to you at once." Her face twisted into madness, blood trickling from her eyes, her gaze drowned in despair and hatred. Scene shifts to the moment before the fortress was attacked. The white-armored dragon cavalry held total dominance. Evelyn rampaged across the battlefield alone, with no one able to stand against the edge of her blade. "Let no one escape, kill them all." The order barely issued. The swordsmen surged forward like a black tide, sweeping away all resistance. Amid the sea of corpses and smoke and fire, Evelyn pondered. Company 5, led by Triner Ispin, could be wiped out by this ragtag group. Impossible. Whose hand is behind this? Before the thought finished, a cannonball roared straight in. Evelyn's reflexes were fast enough to dodge, but her cloak was singed. She ground her teeth, voice heavy. "This is insane." Evelyn pointed her sword backward and ordered coldly, "Barrage, all defensive units prepare." Immediately, not only the white-armored dragon cavalry, but the fortress guards fell into chaos. The soldiers curled up and fled in despair. But the next cannon shot extinguished all their hope. Theo's swordsmen rushed in to form up. "Captain, is she all right?" Evelyn replied tersely, "Just in time. The enemy's shelling. If we don't withdraw now, everyone will die here." Theo said coldly, "Move toward the outer wall, the direction away from the barrage." Suddenly, a system panel appeared. "You have unlocked Mind Gate, enabling brain functions from all food." Theo froze. Unlock a new skill now. His eyes flared fiercely. A cascade of information and a map of the fortress structure appeared, hypnotizing his mind. This was the moment to choose the only survival plan. Evelyn ran up and gripped Theo's shoulder. "Why are you just standing there, young Master Theo? We have to get out now." Theo tightened his grip on Evelyn's wrist, his gaze going cold. "No, we must push deeper inside." Evelyn staggered. "You want to die here. You told us to trust you with the lives of 21 people. And now you want to crawl into a death trap." Theo stepped forward, his explanation as sharp as ice. "If we run outside now, we'll certainly fall into the next ambush. That's exactly what they want." As they ran, Theo synchronized, reading a stream of nearby thoughts, analyzing speeds down to each breath. They believed we couldn't survive the barrage. He glanced into every nook and assessed coldly. Explosives on the left, cannons firing on the right. Destination, the stairway down to the lower level. The whole team sprinted at full speed, each blast closing in on their heel. One misstep and there would be no way out. Evelyn held the rear, shielding each comrade's life. Just when they thought they had reached an exit, they faced a solid wall. Evelyn despaired. It's a dead end. You told us to trust you, and this is what happens now, Theo. At the peak, chunks of the wall began to collapse, Evelyn's voice cutting like a death order. Brace for impact. In that hair-trigger moment, Theo clenched his jaw, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. No one dies here at the hands of these scum. His power erupted, and he shattered the floor in an instant before the barrage hit, sending the whole squad down into the basement and avoiding the annihilation above. The mysterious swordsman watched from afar, his gaze icy. Report, Commander, the artillery has widened its bombardment range. He drew his sword, voice low and venomous. Remember this. This is vengeance for young Master Axiom. Do not forgive any mistake. Bring their heads here for me. Understood. Below, amid the rubble, the white-armored dragon remained safe. Thought you were dead for sure. Just as Theo predicted, he destroyed the floor before the shells arrived. Otherwise, we'd be nothing but ghosts by now. The joy of survival hadn't lasted long when patrolling guards came in. Who are you? How did you get in here? Theo rose slowly, voice weary. The remnants of the Black Skull. I checked this place thoroughly. There's nothing here. But the sight before him stopped him cold. A group of people imprisoned, including Triner Ispin, captain of Company 5, his body battered and brutally beat. The whole group was easily rescued. Evelyn said coldly, I didn't expect the real mastermind to be Ragnar Intelligence. Triner mused, everyone isn't too surprised, are they? He'd lost a leg. The other swordsmen were in no better shape. Evelyn nodded quietly. I've suspected for a long time. In a place this chaotic, a mole is certain. But I didn't expect betrayal from our own. The senior swordsman raged. Unforgivable. We must take revenge. Triner stayed calm. Don't let emotions lead. They prepared this trap well. Our forces cannot face them head-on. We need to notify Huxial. Theo cut in, voice like a blade. No. They wiped out the reinforcements outside already. If not, we'd have been rescued earlier. He pointed at the guards. They tried to crush us quickly with that bombardment. That means they fear prolonging things would work against them. Theo's face was resolute. They'll come back to check the bodies. At that moment, when they were careless and confident of victory, we'll ambush them and wipe them out. That will be the final end to this battle. Triner's eyes brightened. A knowing smile crossed his face. I thought old age would weaken me, but it seems exceptional youth still appear. He leaned on his cane and called out the command. White-armored dragon, prepare for the final battle. With the plan set, the white-armored dragon quietly hid among the rubble, waiting for the prey to return to check the corpses. Outside, the enemy's soldiers scoured the battlefield, leaving only desolation and cold-bloodedness. A dying guard screamed, "Save me, please, just this one." In response to him was only the enemy commander's indifferent stare. He coldly crushed his subordinate's head underfoot, blood spraying and coating his expressionless, icy face. He turned and asked coldly, "Subordinates, have you found them?" "Not yet, sir. We've finished searching the west, now we're checking east." A shadow of doubt crossed his eyes. The outer ambush team reported nothing unusual, so they certainly couldn't have left. He walked among the scattered corpses, the soles of his boots stained with blood without a care. But something's wrong. Why are there no bodies from the white-armored dragon unit? Everyone halt. Has anyone seen men from the white-armored dragon? Before the words finished, suddenly swordsmen burst out from the rubble. A decisive slash tore the battlefield apart. Some heads flew, others were gutted and dropped without a sound. Even at the spot where the commander stood there was a waiting ambush. A sword shot up unexpectedly from beneath the ground, aiming straight at him. Evelyn was the one who struck, the thrust showing no mercy. Thanks to the flawless reflexes of a high-ranking swordsman, he twisted away in time, leaving only a long scar across his eye, better than dying on the spot. He drew his sword and assumed a calm defensive stance. Evelyn kicked hard off him and took a step back to gain momentum. A direct strike from the opponent lunged forward, but she flipped in midair. Each jump a deadly dancer's trick. Evelyn landed, eyes ice-cold, the distance between her and the commander now only a few paces. He shouted, "Ambush! The enemy is the white-armored dragon unit. Everyone prepare to fight." But it was too late. Prepared in advance, the white-armored dragon utterly overwhelmed them. One by one they fell before understanding what had happened. On the battlefield, Theo was like a blade slicing through weeds. Without the incident, victory would have been secure for the White Dragon Regiment. Evelyn tightened her grip on her sword, eyes blazing with hatred. I hoped it wasn't intelligence. But it seems I was wrong. By Ragnar law, betrayal, execution on the spot. She raised her sword high, without a hint of mercy. It's time for judgment. Evelyn's blade met her opponent's, sparks exploding brilliantly into the air. Every move was executed with perfect precision. the two swordsmen clashing in a violent storm of power and speed. The commander was thrown into utter panic. How did they survive those explosions? The entire plan collapsed in an instant. Evelyn seized a momentary opening and knocked his sword away. A hidden dagger sprang from her left hand. She swung it straight at the opponent. He backed off, losing his balance, and Evelyn's powerful sweep sent him skidding several meters across the ground, blood spreading across the floor. Evelyn declared coldly, "Those from intelligence. Resistance is futile. The moment you were ambushed, all your chances ended. Surrender, we can spare your life." Before she finished, the commander screamed in desperation, "Everyone obey. Cast the forbidden technique." Forbidden technique, what is that? From behind, the soldiers' bodies began to distort. They hurled themselves forward crazily, eyes blazing red like deranged fiends. This is reverse stream ravage, a forbidden spell that trades an entire life for short-term power. One lunged and struck Theo in the ribs. The force far exceeded anything before, sending him flying a distance. The soldiers attacked like moths to flame, their eyes filled with killing intent. A veteran of the White Dragon Regiment bravely stepped in front of Theo to shield him. Dozens of blades pierced him. With the last of his strength, he breathed his final words, "Rookie, run." Those words etched into Theo's mind. A stranger willing to give his life for the next generation. There's nothing more noble. Theo gritted his teeth, murderous intent flaring cold to the bone. "You bastard, you dare." Dragon Claw third form. Theo's slash erupted with wild force, blowing the enemies away like dead leaves in winter. Enemy corpses flew in all directions, blood staining the ground red. Not stopping there, Theo swept his gaze across his comrades and simultaneously activated Thunder Gate Deathblow. Every target was fully within his sight. He lowered his stance, focusing all his power into a single strike. No one else dies here. Dragon Claw third form. Hundreds of sword strikes intersected, forming a wall of blades that swept the battlefield clean. Where they passed remained only corpses and blood. A mournful and brutal scene. The commander, horrified and trembling, he broke through reverse stream ravage that easily. "My army wiped out entirely." He screamed madly, charging at Theo with eyes burning with hatred. "Theo Ragnar, I'll drag you down to hell with me." The senior swordsman of the White Dragon Regiment looked on in shock. Is that really Theo? That skill? Since when? As for Theo, after the devastating strike, his body began to ache fiercely. The Thunder Gate enhancement has exceeded its limit. The commander, his body warped by the forbidden art, kept charging regardless of death. His eyes bloodshot, utterly irrational. "Theo Ragnar, I'll drag you down to hell with me." The core of his magical power had shattered. He was determined to pull us all into mutual annihilation. But things couldn't end that easily. Just as the commander tried to drag Theo to hell with him, Evelyn appeared instantly, coldly blocking his path. Wind Thunder, Divine Decision, Tempest Fury. In a single breath, his hands were severed like late autumn leaves, his body screaming as it was flung into the air, suspended in the violent wind. Evelyn stamped hard on the ground. Then like a whirlwind, she launched into the air, all her mana surging into the ultimate technique. Wind Thunder, Divine Decision, Chaotic Tempest. Energy poured like a cascading waterfall into the enemy's magical core, crushing every suicidal intent within him. A violent explosion rang out as the mana blast was neutralized on the spot. Theo widened his eyes cold. The explosion, she stopped it. The commander went rigid amid the rubble, blood gushing, ending all further resistance. The battle closed in deadly silence. Theo withdrew his gaze, exhaling coldly. That was almost troublesome. A voice from behind rang out, full of admiration and warmth. "You did well, Theo, worthy of my recognition. Don't dream that anyone else can steal Lord Theo's top sword rank. That spot is mine. Thanks to you, we're alive. Many thanks." An elder extended his hand toward Theo. He glanced, a faint cold surprise still flickering in his eye. Then slowly bloomed a sharp, satisfied smile. "Maybe this is something I never had in my past life. Team loyal." The group gathered around the captain of the 5th squad and the surviving members. "Hey, when did you learn those skills? You really shouldn't know about that. Knowing it will only bring you trouble." They all burst out laughing, embracing each other like a real unit. The captain of the 5th squad watched them silently, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Perhaps this will be the new generation to shoulder the fate of the White Dragon Regiment. The long night passed. Dawn broke brilliantly over the icy land. After the failure of the operation to eliminate Theo, the atmosphere in the Red Rose Palace turned grim and oppressively heavy. In a room bathed in cold moonlight, Axion's mother raved, her eyes bloodshot, blood streaming down her face. At that moment, someone's hand clamped around her throat and lifted her off the ground. It was Ed Trovan, his face consumed by fury. "You damned bit." He slammed her to the floor, his gaze icy. "How dare you do this without telling me? a subordinate rushed in. Master, something's happened. Eid Troivan looked at the paper on the table, voice low and harsh. Where did you find the gall to steal my seal? Do you think you have the right to kill Theo Ragnar and the white-armored dragon cavalry? How dare you act on your own like that? Do you have any idea what you've caused? He hurled the scroll into the Rose Palace matron's face. You dared meddle in the Troivan family's grand scheme. She could only clutch her head and wail, mad with grief. I only wanted the head of the bastard who ruined Axion. Why couldn't I even do that? She screamed in despair. Everything connected to him, I'll tear it apart. Burn it to ashes so Axion can rest. Only then will my hatred be eased. Eid Troivan's face was ice cold, unmoved. Have you forgotten your role because some brat died? Immediately he kicked, crushing Axion's corpse before his mother. A bunch of useless trash. Worthless scum. Eid Troivan turned and looked at his sister with contempt. You lost the dragon-slaying sword, the key to the entire plan. From now on, you are no longer part of the Troivan family. His gaze was as cold as his father's once was, nothing but disdain for the weak. With that, Eid Troivan left without looking back. She's useless now. Lock her up. Eliminate everyone involved so no information leaks. Yes, master. Eid Troivan's expression hardened, his voice lethal. Why are all my plans ruined by incompetent fool? His sister's pleas echoed as a desperate cry down the cold corridor. Please spare me. I'll do anything. Eid Troivan walked on amid the screams, his shadow stretching across the cold stone. Everything he had prepared for the rebellion had dissolved into smoke, all because of one name, Theo Ragnar. I swear, by my life, I will personally end you, Theo Ragnar. Meanwhile, in a private chamber, Theo sat before the dragon-slaying sword he had just claimed. His eyes were cold as ice, studying every detail of the mysterious greatsword. Bomung, a well-earned pride. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from the blade, forcing Theo to drop it at once. Just as expected, his hand was bloodied, crisscrossed with cuts. This thing was made to counter the Ragnar line. To wield it, I must unravel the sealed secret hidden deep within. In my previous life, Eid Troivan once decoded Bomung's power and carried out a coup. Thinking of that, Theo mused. For now, I'll just store it in the space vault. When the secret is revealed, it won't be a useless chunk of iron anymore. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Theo opened the door and saw Evelyn standing outside. She bowed in salute. Sorry to bother you, young master. Do you have a moment? The commander wishes to see you. At the same time, in the Legion office, Commander White Armored Dragon was speaking with the rescued captain of the 5th Squad. It's a relief you've returned. But are you serious? You want to retire? I've lost my legs in Rocinante, my close comrade. This old body can no longer hold on to the battle. I want to spend my remaining days honoring the fallen. The commander chuckled coldly. Do as you wish, stubborn old man. The captain of the 5th Squad nodded slightly. However, before I go, I want to say a few words about the rookie Theo Ragnar. Speak. At such a young age, he already opened the Thunder Gate. QU letter 1EF7 Long's face showed a flash of excitement. What? Thunder Gate? That's the line between mortals and the transcendent, isn't it? The captain of the 5th Squad said gravely. At first I was shocked when I saw it. Clearly, he isn't a born genius, but more like a reckless soul who forcefully tore open a door that should have stayed shut. The feeling was unmistakable. The door was violently ripped apart. Yet somehow his potential was suddenly amplified. What Theo holds now, compared to the remaining potential, is still tiny. There's an absurdly large gap. QU letter 1EF7 Long gave a low laugh, his eyes lighting up. Then good. We must fill that void, if properly refined. He will become a pillar of the White Dragon Regiment. Yes, that's all a senior can pass on. The rest he must decide for himself. At the White Dragon Regiment arena, the commander personally met Theo at his summons. The two stood facing each other under a cold moon, wind sweeping across the empty stone steps. I hear you played a key role in the recent mission. Is that right? Theo bowed, his tone calm. It was all thanks to my comrades. I only did my part. Don't be so modest. So how has your martial path progressed? Theo pondered, weighing each word. Do you mean combat ability? Right now, compared to before, everything is much simpler. The commander shook his head. No, I'm not asking about technique, but about the world your sword aims toward. Theo paused, unable to hide his surprise. He replied coldly. If that's what you mean, I'm not certain either. I only train swordsmanship with one goal, to replicate my lord's blade technique. QU letter 1EF7 Long smiled, his gaze sharp. That's how it all begins. Suddenly, QU letter 1EF7 Long swung his sword, unleashing a boundary projection. Killing intent exploded, and the entire space was drowned in blood-red hue. At their feet lay a sea of blood, the guilty fallen enemies. So this is QU letter 1EF7 Long's boundary projection. Theo observed, sensing wave after wave of oppressive force. What unfolded before him was completely different from K.I.1EBF.M. Long's previous projection, a world forged from the sword path's self, from what the man had spoken. Indeed, everyone has their own world, shaped by the nature of their sword way. Q.U.1EF7 Long spoke in a low voice, each word pounding into Theo's mind. My sword represents the demon. A column of immense power tore the sky apart, a destructive force nothing could stop. Q.U.1EF7 Long swung his sword. Every move carried the experience of hundreds of deadly battles, each stroke the crystallization of life, death, and spilled blood. Theo widened his eyes, coldly committing every detail to memory. A wall of blood rose up before them, then twisted, then split apart, coiling around everything within reach. Q.U.1EF7 Long sheathed his sword and stepped forward, voice full of expectation. What do you make of what you just saw? What does Q.U.1EF7 Long's sword path mean? Theo answered without hesitation. Power and destruction. He smiled, his gaze piercing. Exactly. The essence of the demon is directness, violence, destruction, ripping everything apart to push forward regardless of the shattering. Everything moves toward death. In the boundary projection of the Flower Hall matron, what do you mean by that? Beautiful and graceful. Q.U.1EF7 Long folded his arms in thought. Right, her swordsmanship carries the nature of life. Seeds sprouting, growing, blooming, constantly transforming and never stopping. That is the sword path of life. Theo fell silent. So birth and death, life and death, are the two opposing worlds of sword paths. Q.U.1EF7 Long laughed. If I answer now, where's the fun in that? With that, he withdrew his boundary projection, then tossed Theo a manual. What's this? The dialogue between me and the Flower Hall matron about the truths of swordsmanship. Theo's eyes flashed with astonishment. Really? Q.U.1EF7 Long replied in a hoarse, low voice. Yes, Theo Ragnar, you have become a disciple of both Q.U.1EF7 Long and K.I.1EBF.M. Long. Somewhere on the cliff, the demon dragon and sword dragon were talking. He flipped through the notebook, recording his conversations with the sect leader, his expression pensive. After a moment's thought, the demon dragon gave a faint smile. You're really something. That kid is one of mine, yet you demand to share him as if he's a mutual disciple. The sword dragon laughed, eyes glittering with arrogance. Don't be petty. Our ultimate goal is for Theo's benefit, isn't it? You won't refuse my offer, will you? I'm sure you know Theo is drawing a lot of people's hopes. That kid is ready to compete with anyone for the position of future head of the house. Look at how fast he's developing. There's never been anything like it before. But it also means he'll hit a wall early, the wall every powerful person must face. The sword dragon handed over the notebook, voice firm. This will help Theo get past that wall. This cooperation isn't meaningless. Suddenly, the demon dragon interrupted in a low voice. But what if Theo becomes Ragnar's head? Won't we all become enemies of that clan then? Who will take responsibility if history repeats itself? Hearing that, the sword dragon's expression shifted. Even the lady hadn't considered that possibility. This has happened more than once before. Those who develop too fast often meet unhappy ends. The demon dragon emphasized each word, his eyes cold. Exactly. If history repeats with Theo Ragnar, everything we teach him will become the blade that kills our own house. The sword dragon smiled faintly, his eyes deep as an abyss. You surprise me, demon dragon. I thought you only cared for Theo. It turns out your fear outweighs your hope. She murmured softly, her voice warm but pressuring. Julius, you are the only one fit to hold this. Watch Theo. When you're sure he's stable and not consumed by ambition, then hand it back. The boy must become someone who can shoulder this entire family, not just a monster. The demon dragon fell silent, weighing his choice. He took the book. Theo couldn't hide his joy. Is this the work of the two strongest of the 9 dragons? Am I really dreaming? He looked up, voice low. Do I truly deserve this? The demon dragon answered decisively. No need to be modest. If I didn't think you were worthy, I wouldn't have told you anything. Theo bowed his head and smiled. Everything I've achieved is thanks to your guidance. I haven't repaid you yet, but I promise one day I will return this debt. He performed the ritual solemnly. I swear on my honor. Meanwhile, the demon dragon and Evelyn conversed. The man's pressure filled the space. The demon dragon stamped the ground, his presence overwhelming. There's a way to repay that debt right now, kid. He stepped forward, eyes as if ready to tear his opponent apart. Come here, fight me, Theo Ragnar. It's been a long time since I had a worthy opponent to entertain me. No, a disciple like this. A commander can't just sit idle, right? Haha, the real lesson is just beginning. Theo was momentarily stunned, but quickly took his stance. The clash of swords echoed across the training field. Good, faster. Evelyn quietly left, locking the door on orders. She whispered softly, sorry, young master, it's an order. Theo is locked in and must fight the demon dragon until he's exhausted, until he can no longer stand. The next morning, Evelyn opened the door and froze as soon as she entered. At Theo's battered form, "Young master, are you all right?" She winced. "I think the commander went too far this time." Theo gave a cold chuckle. "Too far, huh? Right, about the ringleader of the rebellion. I locked him in the underground prison." He smiled faintly. "But is it okay to keep him imprisoned forever? He's not likely to betray his master easily, yet leaving him there isn't good either. Don't worry, it's all part of my plan." Theo whispered a secret plan into Evelyn's ear, which made her visibly surprised. Cut to Rose Hall. Theo entered the training grounds. "Welcome, Theo." Theo bowed calmly. "It's an honor to meet you, Madam of Rose Hall." The sword dragon descended as gently as the breeze. "I've been waiting for you. Have you received the gift from me and the demon dragon?" Theo replied evenly. "Thank you, sir. That book has been very helpful to me." The madam smiled and released inner energy to draw a sword. Flowers filled the sky like the scene at Hua Mountain. She gently landed beside Theo. "I want to teach you the fundamental sword techniques, the roots of all future development. From here, I'll show you how to make a flower bloom through swordsmanship." She pointed the sword at Theo. "Now I'll ask again. Theo Ragnar, do you truly want to be my disciple, Sword Dragon?" Theo didn't answer right away, but countered cold. "Are you asking me in your capacity as the Heavenly Dragon Swordmaster?" The question made the Sword Dragon laugh. "Oh, I didn't expect you to know that secret. Yes, I am the Heavenly Dragon Swordmaster. You want to know my true intention?" Theo replied. "I just want to be sure, not out of suspicion." The Sword Dragon planted his sword in the ground, his voice solemn. "I have no motive other than wanting to pass all my essence on to you. From the beginning, I intended to choose you as the successor of the Heavenly Dragon Sword." Theo's face was full of astonishment, unable to hide his emotion. Leaving Rose Hall, Theo walked along a path awash with blossoms. A haughty voice rang out. "You're the newcomer of the white armor dragon. Theo Ragnar, right?" Theo turned, eyes cold and sharp. "That's me. What do you want?" The team captain frowned, showing his displeasure. "What's with that attitude? Being of Rose Hall and a disciple of the Sword Dragon, you should at least show some respect to your seniors, shouldn't you?" Theo sneered. "Senior, you're not my direct superior. That thing called rank means nothing to me." "What?" he barked angrily. "You're a disciple of the Madam of Rose Hall. If not a junior, then what are you?" Theo replied nonchalantly, decisively. "You're mistaken. I refused Sword Dragon's invitation to become his disciple." The seniors' faces instantly went pale with panic. Under the gray sky of the training ground, Theo knelt on one knee in the arena, his cold gaze fixed on the Madam of Rose Hall. The offer to hand over the entire Plum Blossom legacy and the Heavenly Dragon sword techniques hung in the air like a heavy pressure. She looked at Theo, expression unreadable, and asked bluntly, "Are those things attractive enough?" Theo answered, his voice low but betraying anxiety. "Of course they're attractive, but I still don't understand why you value me like this. I've never done anything worthy of such favor." The madam told Theo to stand, gently placed her hand on his cheek, and lifted his chin to meet her gaze. There was no grand reason. He simply reminded her of Lord Ragnar in his youth, the face and the unyielding look. Theo froze. The words echoed in his mind, forcing him to ask whether he truly resembled the Lord that much. The Sword Dragon smiled, his expression mingling present and memory. "My husband in his youth never stopped chasing his ideal. No matter how many trials, whether facing enemies or hardships, he never compromised his core principles. Each day was a battle against giant foes, yet he never despaired. Seeing that spirit ignite in you, I couldn't stand by and do nothing." That cold but sincere explanation served as a mirror to Theo's own resolve. When the Sword Dragon asked him for an answer, Theo calmly drew a deep breath, eyes never leaving her. "It's an enticing offer, more lavish than any feast, but I must decline." "May I ask why?" the madam asked, her gaze sharp and weighty. Theo answered plainly, without hesitation. "I already have too many masters. Not only the madam, but Julius, the commander of the White Armored Dragon, Evelyn, Ayan Sasori, comrades like Wellington, Hulkus Rank, Erica, and even rivals. Axion, Skydragon, especially Eid Troy." The Sword Dragon raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "Even Eid Troyven, the sworn enemy, you call a master?" Theo nodded, eyes sharp. "He was the greatest trial. I learned from the hardships he caused, and that's why I'm as strong as I am today. I can't be a loyal disciple of any single school. My swordsmanship adapts to circumstances and can't inherit a tradition intact to pass on unchanged." The madam fell silent a moment, then suddenly smiled. For a swordsman whose blade is ever-changing, being unable to preserve tradition is itself a higher realm. Theo replied, calm and resolute, "I can't be your disciple, but it would be a great honor to be your son." He bowed deeply in a show of respect, which stunned the madam. Then, like dawn breaking through clouds, a genuine smile appeared on the sword dragon's lips. Cut to a moonlit scene in the plum garden in full bloom. The madam sat sipping red wine, her eyes sparkling with rare joy. A nearby servant poured more wine, teasing lightly. "Madam, you seem to cherish him greatly, don't you?" The sword dragon didn't deny it. "Destiny never gave me a biological child, but now it's different. I have a son, a man like the one I loved, and I know I'm happy." The servant smiled and offered congratulations. "Madam should thank Theo. He has finally given you the chance to be a mother." Shortly after, the sword dragon ordered a letter prepared for her husband, notifying him of Theo's promotion test. The servant, worried, repeated the concern. "He's only a newcomer. Is attracting so much attention so early dangerous?" The madam set her glass down, her eyes growing cold. "Exactly why I must give Theo as much strength, knowledge, and support as possible before the storm hits the Ragnar house. He will be the key to the future." Cut down to the white-armored dragon headquarters, underground level. The captured commander, Sigurd, leaned against the wall, his body broken. His gaze stared fixedly as footsteps echoed down the cold corridor. A cloaked assassin, a masked figure with a cold expression and glinting claws stood outside the bars. "Finally, you're here." Sigurd sneered, pulled up his collar, signaling the end. The assassin didn't hesitate to throw a dagger at his throat, thinking it would sever all traces. But sudden green currents of energy appeared, forming a solid shield. The killer flinched and stepped back. "What the hell is that?" At that moment, Evelyn smashed through the ceiling and dove down like a phantom. "I've been waiting for you here for a long time, little rat. No escape now." The assassin was forced to face her. He cursed, but with only a few sword strokes, Evelyn completely dominated him and sent him careening down the corridor, then calmly declared, "This doesn't get a second chance." Afterward, Evelyn reported back at a cabin deep in the snowy woods. "This assassin belongs to the Serpent Demons, an organization under the Troyven House. This evidence is enough to confirm that House Troyven was directly involved." At the head of the table, demon dragon Julius sat with cold eyes and solemnly declared, "This nearly fully confirms our suspicion of a mole within Ragnar's ranks." Cleve immediately agreed, her voice lowering as she stressed why the meeting was held in such a remote place. "Based on current intel, the Serpent Demon's base is in an ancient castle amid harsh lands. Within a few hours, if the assassin doesn't return, they'll consider the mission to kill Sigurd a failure. They'll then destroy all evidence and flee. Our objective is clear: ambush their base before they can escape and seize all possible information. That is the core of the assigned mission." After the report, Cleve confirmed her identity. "My name is Cleve Snolus." The introduction made Theo look up, eyes full of surprise. He hadn't expected to meet such a high-ranking operative here. Demon Dragon cleared his throat and added one final point. "This mission will also serve as Theo Ragnar's official promotion trial." A flicker of surprise crossed Cleve and Evelyn's faces. Theo himself looked briefly unsettled. Julius said gravely, "Theo is fully qualified, but remember, this is no bed of roses. All the challenges ahead will be bloody and perilous. This trial's difficulty has been raised to the highest level. Normally, a mid-level swordsman wouldn't be assigned a mission capable of igniting a civil war." Julius leaned forward, his voice low and cutting like a blade through silence. "I know Theo ordered Evelyn to watch the prison, anticipating an assassin would try to kill the prisoner. Because you initiated it, you must take responsibility to the end." Evelyn cleared her throat, looking slightly embarrassed. Theo bowed his head, speaking firmly, "I apologize for acting on my own." Julius accepted the apology but emphasized, "Even as heir, acting independently without higher approval is unacceptable. Things have gone too far. You must complete this mission perfectly." He leaned in, grabbed Theo's collar, and butted his head against him, voice stern. "Pass the trial and become a mid-level swordsman, and you'll be allowed to undertake missions alone. Understand?" "Yes, sir." Theo regained his composure and affirmed with a decisive tone, a slight curl at his mouth. Inside, he understood clearly. The entire situation now revolved around him more than ever. Just then, a familiar blue screen appeared. Mission 4, The Dark Ties of a Past Life. Objective: eradicate all dark ties and thwart their insidious plot. A pensive thought crossed Theo's eyes. Could all of this be fate's joke, binding him to the shadows of past lives? Noticing Theo's silence, Cleve glanced over and asked quickly, "Any problem?" Theo lifted his head, his eyes flashing with cold resolve. "No, I will complete this mission at any cost." "Good, if you're ready, let's begin." The air grew heavy at once. The hunt for the serpents officially commenced. In the shadowed forest, a gloomy castle loomed in the distance. Evelyn and Theo crouched low, pressed to the ground. Cleve looked back, her gaze like a blade. "There may be a mole within our ranks, so only the three of us go, no one else." Her voice was icy, cutting through the night. "We're facing an assassin organization. Our advantage is skill. In numbers, we're at a total disadvantage. Absolutely no slackening. Theo nodded, his eyes sparking with determination. Understood. Scene cut directly to the serpent demon's lair. Two assassins were bent over sorting documents, their voices strained. We've cleared the paperwork. Get out of here as soon as he returns. But it's been 2 hours with no sign. Will he come back? As tension tightened, a small orb suddenly rolled into the room. The assassins barely had time to blink before thick smoke flooded the space. A figure flashed through like lightning. Cleave appeared, coldly cutting down each one, every move carrying a death wish. Precise, decisive slashes, blood soaked the ground. One assassin panicked, blood trickling from his throat. How were we detected? Cleave kicked a table aside, snatching the documents midair. Her eyes swept the room, area secured. Evelyn, I'll handle up here. Theo, you take the basement. Theo nodded without hesitation, his deep voice sounding like an order to himself. Roger. Still stunned by Cleave's ruthless ability, he immediately plunged into the basement, ready to crush anything in his path. In the dark, all of Theo's senses heightened. He felt his way forward, recalling details from the layout he'd memorized. The basement stairs right ahead, just past. His thought was cut off when his foot struck a thin wire stretched across the floor. For a moment, everything seemed to slow. An arrow shot out, passing just inches from his face. His body reacted instinctively. Theo ducked his head at the last second. But the trap didn't stop. Dozens of arrows rained down, besieging Theo on the razor's edge between life and death. Theo immediately sensed the killing intent closing in. His demeanor shifted to cold and sharp. Without hesitation, he activated his synchronization skill, his consciousness scanning the surrounding space. The entire room's layout became clear, every hidden trap and every ambusher revealed to Theo's sight. Wasting no time, he opened his pack, summoned multiple swords, and used item movement to control each blade like lethal satellites. With a single motion, Theo channeled Dragon Thunder Breath, infusing each weapon with electric power. Thunder tore the air, the dragon mark erupted, the entire trap system was destroyed instantly, and the waiting assassins fell without a sound. In a heartbeat, Theo cleared every threat, the cold killing aura still lingering in his eyes. One assassin, dazed and sprawled on the ground, whispered in desperation, How is this possible? Theo didn't bother to look back. He took cold, measured steps forward. Thoughts surged in his head. If this place is guarded so tightly, then something extremely important must be hidden in the basement. Before that thought finished, his foot reached the bottom of the stairs. Theo's gaze froze. The floor stained with blood, and in the distance a figure in red stood motionless, killing intent thick in the air. The man wore a hood, most of his face swallowed by shadow. Only a grotesque smile curled on his lips. A malevolent aura poured from him, suffocating the space. Behind him, skulls were piled high, and the stone walls were smeared with ghastly blood symbols, all signs of the infernal Holy Church. He looked up, his voice crazed with excitement. Oh my, the stench of filth reaches even here. Unbelievable, a massacre amid a sacred prayer like this. Theo ground his teeth, his heart drumming in his chest. Memories of the infernal Holy Church crashed over him like a nightmare. A fanatical cult that believed in apocalypse and an evil savior, the very culprits who toppled an empire. They were the ones who provoked the Great War back then. The blood priest laughed, his eyes flashing. You already know who I am, what an honor. An invisible weight from him pressed on the room like iron shackles. Theo didn't hesitate. He synchronized once more with the surrounding mana, hopping to pierce the opponent's true strength. But the scene that unfolded sent chills down his spine. A contorted flow of mana, defying rules, spilling like poisonous water from the gates of hell. Is this what the priests call the bamboo blessing? The blood priest curled his lip, speaking gruffly. Sadly, you carry no faith for the savior within you. He clasped his hands, surging pressure intensifying. A gray, oppressive force like a shroud of mourning descended over Theo. But no matter, I'll grant you the honor of being a sacrifice to the one true God. Without warning, he lunged forward like a demon. Theo drew his sword, his eyes unblinking. A life-or-death duel erupted. Every one of Theo's counterattacks was halted, every technique effortlessly neutralized. The priest moved like a phantom. Each breath he took closed the distance, grinding down the space between them. His blows came like sledgehammers. Theo braced to block, but felt the overwhelming force. Could this really be human strength? Before he could regain balance, a thunderous punch slammed into his chest. Theo was thrown against the wall, blood spouting from his mouth, his body numb with pain. The blood priest advanced slowly, his eyes full of sick delight at his opponent's helplessness. A mid-level swordsman of Ragnar, and this is all you are. He raised his blood-stained hand, ready to finish him off. Don't worry, your blood will be a precious gift offered to the Supreme One. Theo gripped the sword's hilt tightly, his gaze colder than ever. Thoughts drilled inward. A normal strike won't fell him, and using the third dragon claw here would bury me along with this room. So what do I need? The answer rang in his head. The teachings of Demon Dragon, Sword Dragon. Life and death are not opposites. Death nourishes life, and living is merely the cycle that reaches the end of death. A light flashed in Theo's eyes. He condensed his power, focusing all his will into the sword. If I can unite the two principles, perhaps I'll reach a different limit. The blood priest sneered. Don't be stupid. Your sword can't do anything to me. Without answering, Theo channeled his inner power and unleashed a dragon fang strike that flashed straight into the priest's hand. Lightning erupted, shockwaves tearing the basement apart. For the first time, the blood priest staggered back, blood pouring from his hand. He looked at Theo, his smile twisted. Well done. It's been a long time since someone excited me like this. Not giving him a chance to speak, Theo lunged forward, grabbed the priest's head, and slammed it into the wall behind him. Theo instantly activated his synchronization skill, placing his hand on the priest's face to read his memory. I need to use this chance to find the source of that strange power the infernal holy church uses. But the moment his hand touched, something strange happened. The blood priest seemed to dissolve, as if he were being sucked out of this dimension. Theo was pulled along, in an instant ripped out of reality, and thrown into another dimension. The environment around Theo shifted violently. He could hardly comprehend what was happening. Thoughts spun in confusion. This is nothing like any memory read I've done before, as if I've been transported to an entirely different place. Suddenly, Theo's gaze fell on a system screen that had just popped up before him. The notification was distorted, a malfunction from the disturbing energy of this place. He tried to understand, but before he could process the information fully, multiple warning windows appeared in succession. One of them was a red alert message. Warning, you have encountered an enemy of a much higher level. Please flee. Theo's expression hardened. The warning sent chills down his spine. What the hell is this? But before he could think further, the surrounding atmosphere shifted abruptly. An oppressive pressure squeezed Theo from all sides, the terrible weight shrinking his presence under its absolute force. A voice echoed, making the space tremble. Who are you? The voice roared, the pressure mounting. What are you? Theo's vision blurred from the force, but he fought to keep his wits, trying to focus. A gigantic eye appeared before him, opening to reveal a vast, malicious gaze locked onto him. The eye was so enormous that Theo looked no larger than an ant in front of it. The voice boomed louder and more violent, making Theo tremble to his core. How dare you disturb my slumber? A colossal, ever-shifting creature appeared, countless eyes staring down at Theo. His body shook with fear, unable to grasp the absolute scale of the entity standing before him. The creature's eyes pierced straight into his soul. Theo distinctly felt his sense of reality collapsing. He stood before something far beyond his understanding. Theo's mind scrambled as he landed in a strange, warped realm where a horrifying presence enveloped. His eyes widened in astonishment as he faced the colossal creature. Is this what those infernal holy worshippers have been hiding? He thought to himself, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst. The creature had just awakened. Its eyes swept the space in fury. Its voice thundered as it searched for the intruder. So it's you. You are Theo Ragnar. Theo's eyes widened in surprise. It knows who I am. He struggled to grasp this unbelievable situation. Without hesitation, the creature's massive tentacles coiled around his legs, squeezing as if to crush him. I have found you, protagonist of this world. Before it, Theo was tiny as an ant, helpless as the tentacles tightened. Confused and overwhelmed, he could hardly comprehend what was happening. His eyes darted around, searching for an escape, but the tentacles wrapped him too quickly for him to fight back. His body was trapped in their grip, utterly powerless. Fear surged, threatening to swallow him whole. But just when hope seemed to flicker out, a miracle occurred. A blaze of golden light erupted from the tentacles, illuminating the dark space. Theo's eyes widened in disbelief as the light grew blinding. It was Lodbrok, the ancient dragon, breaking the grip with terrifying force. With a thunderous roar, Lodbrok burst free and soared up, carrying Theo out of the creature's chokehold. How did you get here? The dragon's gaze remained fixed on the strange being, unmoved. In a deep, resonant voice, Lodbrok replied, My companion, that is something you are not yet ready to face. Even with dreadful power, both of you are small before that colossal creature. Lodbrok continued, stern but resolute. Even if you rose to Sigurd's level, I wouldn't be sure you'd win. Theo's face showed outright astonishment. What the hell is this? The dragon's tail whipped violently, pulling him out of the battlefield with overwhelming force and hurling him backward. You must leave this place. Theo Ragnar, this is not the time for you to face this. Let me handle it. The world around him shifted suddenly. With a violent tug, he was yanked back to reality, into the assassin's lair. He collapsed to the ground, trembling, eyes wide in disbelief, heart pounding, as he struggled to process what he'd just witnessed. Unconsciously, Theo brought a hand to his head, his mind in knots. What was that? Am I back? What just happened? His mind spun. Was Lodbrok facing that thing alone? But when his eyes fell on the blood priest before him, reality slammed back in. The priest collapsed to his knees, clutching his head, his face a mixture of pain, fury, and disbelief. He muttered in a tormented voice, "What? An unbeliever gets to see God." He clawed at his face, mind unraveling as he screamed in madness, "I gave my whole family to God, yet an unbeliever is the one who meets him." Before he could say more, in that instant the blood priest's life was cut short by a swift, clean slap. Theo's eyes turned cold, his expression resolute. "Even I would refuse such a God," he muttered, his mind still reeling, his body shaking from the intensity of the encounter. Could that be the God the infernal holy worshippers hide? Is that the nameless King Lodbrok once mentioned? He recalled the conversation during the inspection rite, when Lodbrok said she had been tasked for 1,000 years with protecting the world from the entity imprisoned in that lonely cave. But after losing her dragon heart, Lodbrok could only survive 3 more years. Past life memories tumbled through his head. 5 years until the great war started by the infernal holy cult, the death of the guardian dragon, the rise of the heresy, and Troiven's rebellion. All those consecutive events couldn't be a coincidence. A sharp pain stabbed his head and he clutched it. Everything is connected. He staggered, body weakening from mental strain, but before he could fall, Evelyn suddenly appeared and caught him. "You did well, young master." Her voice was proud and steady. Soon after, Cleve descended into the basement, eyes narrowed, scanning the area. Her gaze quickly settled on Theo and Evelyn. "I rushed here hearing a priest was hiding, but it seems there's no need." She glanced over the scene, her eyes landing on the priest's corpse. "You already handled one of them." Evelyn and Theo turned to Cleve as she spoke, her voice full of pride. "You're amazing, Theo Ragnar," she said, eyes shining with admiration. "I can't believe you took down a priest by yourself. You don't need to prove anything else." Scene cut, the three gathered around a table, examining the documents. Cleve's tone turned serious as she checked. "I think this is all the paperwork we have. Just reports, nothing that can serve as hard evidence." Theo stepped forward holding a box, his face thoughtful. "I found this in the basement. Take a look." Evelyn's eyes went solemn when she saw the box. She remembered the moment she and Remington retrieved the box at the young master's order before the awakening ceremony. It's Ceres and Troiven's secret ledger. She thought, why hasn't he used it? Did he anticipate this? Theo watched Cleve as she flipped through the pages, his brow knitting. She stopped at a page, eyes scanning the details. "This is the merchant conglomerate Ceres' ledger. There's a history of transactions with Troiven with their official seal." She closed the book and turned to Theo. "Excellent, Theo Ragnar. If we gather enough evidence, we can prove Troiven's treasonous plot and their ties to the cult." Theo and Evelyn's faces darkened at the weight of that implication. The proof was now within reach. Cleve continued, "This should be more than enough to take them down." As they left the hideout, Cleve's words echoed in his ears. "I will confront the Ceres trading company." His mind flickered to Troiven. He clenched his fist, eyes narrowing with determination. "Just wait, Ede Troiven. This time you're the one who's going to be crushed." Scene shifted to the White Plate Dragon Cavalry headquarters. Julius sat behind a desk, slamming a document down angrily, his face twisted with rage, teeth clenched as he muttered, "I knew it, Ede Troiven. I knew that man would betray me one day." Across from him, Robert calmly sipped his tea, his expression unreadable. "It's not certain yet. There are suspicious activities, but he's still only a suspect." Julius crushed the paper in his hand, voice full of irritation. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Robert didn't blink, his expression still composed. "The Black Dragon has shown us this, which means it goes beyond mere suspicion. This isn't just a hunch, stop speculating." Julius's face darkened further. "Judging by your reaction, you must have overlooked it even knowing the truth." Robert gently lifted his teacup, took a sip, then suddenly changed the subject. "Theo Ragnar, I heard from Cleve's report that the boy personally took down a priest without help. Is that true?" Julius's eyes widened, shocked and incredulous. Now is not the time to talk about that. Amused by the Dragon Lord's reaction, Robert continued to tease. "That kid suits my Black Snow much better anyway, since he was the one who sent." Julius scowled in irritation. "Why are you always like this?" Robert narrowed his eyes, voice serious. "Excellent reasoning, superb analytical and planning skills. From just a small clue he found the critical point. He's nearly trained in the Black Snow way. It's as if he had prior experience." Julius waved his hand to dismiss that notion. "In any case, I've already chosen him, so don't even think about touching him. Hey, big brother, you and Mrs. Osa Ragnar really are like thieves." Robert set his teacup down, his face suddenly turning grave. It's been a while since I've heard that name." He paused, lost in thought, then continued. Kyle, me, Osa, and you, Julius. It feels like just yesterday the four of us were brothers. Julius cut him off, his tone annoyed. That sentimental story won't sway me. If you steal Theo away, I won't forgive you. Robber's gaze darkened, his voice mysterious. Seems you haven't realized yet. Suddenly, with a quick flick, Robber appeared behind Julius. Brothers stealing from their younger brother is common, isn't it? Having said that, Robber turned and left, casually taking a few bottles of Julius's liquor from the shelf as he joked. Next time bring something more expensive, little brother. Before Julius could react, Robber dashed out, leaving an angry shout echoing down the corridor. Fortunately, there are currently no spies within the White Plate Dragon Cavalry, since there's nowhere else left that the Celestial Dragon hasn't touched. Robber's body gradually dissolved, merging with the air as he thought, better to leave this plan to Julius. Today will be the day we strike the series trading company. There's a lot to do. Things are getting more interesting. Scene shifts to the main ceremonial hall of the series trading company. The air heavy with anticipation as a man approached the dais, where several figures waited. Arriving at the podium, he bowed respectfully. I am Navin Bacchus, the second son of the Bacchus family. The bald man before him, long beard stroking each word as he watched closely. I am Quadrax Sears, leader of the series conglomerate. He responded, I hereby officially propose a marriage alliance with the Bacchus family. Quadrax signaled to his daughter. She bowed gracefully and spoke in a composed tone. I am Lily Series, the fourth daughter of the Series family. The atmosphere grew solemn as Quadrax continued. From this day forward, the Bacchus and Series families will be bound by marriage. The two of you will forge a lasting bond. With a discreet smile, Quadrax thought, at last I've achieved it. He looked at the emblem on Navin's chest, nodding the prestigious design and the name of a noble house. This is the beginning, House Ragnar, those who have always looked down on us. His smile widened, eyes narrowed in satisfied malice. Soon, we will have our proper revenge. Behind them, a bald man stood motionless. His face flushed crimson with anger. His fists clenched tight. His mind darkened. How dare that merchant summon our family in front of the Bacchuses? He hissed inwardly, one of the 6 noble houses entreated like this. His body trembled with rage, but he forced himself to hold back. I must endure. His face grew darker, thoughts turning bitter. With the dowry from this marriage, I can save the family. Who cares about that illegitimate child? Meanwhile, Navin Bacchus stood confidently before Quadrax Series, a smirk forming as he noticed the old man's transparent intention. So predictable. He thought, eyes narrowed, analyzing the situation. Do these merchants really think they can help us? He glanced at the other members of the series conglomerate. Every face revealed a vicious scheme. They think they're gaining, but they're blind to the bigger picture. They don't even know their trade guild is being used as collateral. His mind spun with the power he held. They won't live long enough to see everything collapse. His smile darkened as he thought of the slow downfall of the series conglomerate. He reached toward Lily, his tone gentle. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lily. I will treat you well, as Ceres' son-in-law and as your husband. Lily stood before him, her expression stiff, without trust, only suspicion. She crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes at Navin, voice firm. How can you prove it? Navin appeared momentarily flustered, but immediately broke into a sly smile. He chuckled softly, understanding her implication. His expression softened as he replied, It seems you want something. My family is bankrupt, so even I am up for sale. But if you, my bride, desire it, I can offer the Bacchus daughter. The bald man witnessing the exchange nearly exploded with rage, his eyes flashing with hatred. You damned bastard. What do you think you're doing? Lily slowly rolled up her right sleeve. She rolled up her sleeve to reveal a scar on her arm, her voice trembling with rage as she shouted, Bring me the head of Theo Ragnar, the one who did this to my arm here. Navin's smile widened, his eyes narrowed with interest. She wants me to publicly execute the heir of another house. The rustle of the crowd swelled, shock audible in their voices. Quadrax Series, Lily's father, stepped forward, placed a hand on her shoulder and whispered, Lily, I told you not to say things like that in public. Lily bowed her head and fell silent. But before she could respond, a voice cut in. All right, I'll do it. Lily looked up, her face lighting with excitement. She turned to see Navin standing there with a confident smile and determined eyes. He straightened, speaking with serious authority. My young bride wants it, so I will bring back his head. Outside, the sky glowed as dragons circled above the city. People looked up in amazement, voices full of bewilderment. What is that? I think it's a wyvern, right? Before they could grasp what was happening, the dragons began to descend, and 3 figures leapt from their backs. What? Someone's jumping down. Gasps rang through the square. With thunderous impacts, the 3 landed, striking perfect superhero-like poses. The crowd froze, eyes widening as they recognized the banner emblem. It was the Ragnar sigil. The recognition sent chills through everyone. The flag was more than cloth, it was a declaration of war. Cleve, stern-faced, planted the Ragnar banner into the ground, her voice deep and commanding as it echoed across the crowd. From this moment, we will execute justice in the name of Ragnar. She paused, eyes sweeping the crowd. We have uncovered that the attackers of Ragnar have deep ties to the series' trading company. The investigation will begin immediately to trace acts of treason. Anyone who dares to interfere will be deemed complicit and executed on the spot. The crowd recoiled in horror, faces tense, breath caught. Execute immediately, someone whispered. Cleve's voice rang out again, carrying into the trading hall. If you claim innocence, let Ragnar's forces investigate. Inside, Quadrax Series felt his blood run cold. His face contorted, jaw clenched. Damn it, have they found everything? No, impossible. I must stay strong, not show weakness. As Quadrak tried to keep calm, the bald man stepped forward, his voice heavy with worry. Treason. What's the meaning of this, Series? Outside, a voice called again, sharp and uncompromising. Quadrax Series, come out now. Inside the building, sweat poured from Quadrax's brow as pressure bore down on him. Panicked, he began to claw at himself, but forced it down and focused. Chief, what do we do now? Quadrak clenched his fists, face twisted with anger, roaring, don't be ridiculous. A document can be easily forged. His eyes burned with fury as he shouted, voice carrying outside, clear as day. Someone is framing us. No matter how dirty you play, House Series will prove our loyalty to Rey Ragnar. Your lies will soon be exposed. Soldiers of Series, eliminate anyone who dares to scorn Ragnar. Anyone who dares to point a dagger at Ragnar and his loyalists. Tension suffocated the air as both sides braced for the coming storm. Hearing the trading guild leader, the bald man's face tightened with worry. He placed a hand on Quadrak's shoulder, voice low and anxious. Lord Series, do you mean you won't cooperate with their investigation? Quadrak abruptly yanked the man's hand away, his face darkening as he bellowed angrily. This wedding will not take place. He pointed at the bald man, fury plain on his face. You're a fool if you think we'll let you walk away after everything that's happened. The charges amount to treason, do you understand? Quadrak leaned in close, only inches from the bald man, teeth gritted, his smile void of warmth. You, a member of the Six Pillars, should know full well what treason means. Do you think I'll face this alone? Gazing out the window and seeing Cleve, Evelyn, and Theo standing firm below, Quadrak's expression dark. Think about it, if they had solid evidence, there wouldn't be just 3 people standing there. An entire army would blanket the sky. Regaining his confidence, Quadrak turned to the bald man and his retinue. Understand, they're not certain about their evidence either. If we stop them this time, we'll walk free. Before the bald man could answer, a hard voice rang out. Navin stepped forward, cutting between them with overwhelming presence. What are you saying to an old man who can barely drag himself to the privy? He taunted, his tone both mocking and firm. He placed a hand on the bald man's shoulder and flashed a sly smile. Isn't that right, elder? The bald man's eyes narrowed and his teeth ground in anger. You brat, how dare you? Unfazed, Navin turned his back and walked away, his smile never fading. He waved nonchalantly. Isn't this better? He continued to provoke, as he moved to the window with a fluid motion. What a quick chance to deliver the wedding gift to the bride. The bald man's mouth fell open, eyes wide with astonishment. Damn, that bastard brat, what is he thinking? Without hesitation, Navin leaped through the window and landed light, then sprinted across the rooftops, heading straight for Theo and his companion. Meanwhile, the bald man stood stunned, his face shifting to panic. Damn that bastard brat. The moment he draws his sword, we're accessories to this. Turning to his subordinates, his voice cracked like a whip. We will assist House Series. The order clear, the soldiers moved at once, armor clanging as they assembled. Scene cuts to outside. House Series soldiers formed a menacing cordon around Theo, Cleve, and Evelyn, spears leveled and aimed precisely. Meanwhile, the 3 stood their ground, swords drawn, ready to respond. Cleve, stern-faced, pointed her blade at the troops and shouted, "This is your final warning. Stand down, or you'll be executed here and now for treason." Her words hung heavy, a promise of death. The soldiers, confused and tense, froze for a moment, sweat streaming down their faces, teeth clenched, uncertain what to do. From above, Navin watched, closing in on Theo's group. With a precise jump, he landed in the middle of the tense line, leaving the 3 Ragnar members stunned. His smile confident, his tone mocking. The Ragnar people sure like executing others, don't they? Evelyn's and Cleve's eyes widened in shock. How did this swordsman breach the line so easily and slip into their formation? Before they could react, Navin made his move. With a fluid motion, he swung his sword in a full 360-degree arc, the force of the strike forcing Theo, Cleve, and Evelyn back, their feet skidding on the ground. Navin's voice was almost mocking, his eyes shining with delight. Pleasure to meet the Ragnar retinue, especially you, Theo. Didn't expect you to say that on our first meeting. Theo's eyes widened, his heart nearly stopping as he recognized the man before him. Unbelievable, it's really him. He thought, memories crashing like a freight train. In the Great War, the one who sowed chaos against Ragnar alongside House Ceres and Troivan, the sword demon Navan Bacchus, the second son of House Bacchus. Navan curled his lip, smug, pointing his sword at Theo with a sneer. I'll take your head. Theo's heart pounded. Before he could process the situation, Navan lunged at a speed that paralyzed. The force and precision of the attack surpassed anything he'd ever faced. The sword demon moved like a phantom, a deadly streak. I must use knowledge from my past life. Theo's mind spun as he parried another blow. This is the chance. Determined, he shouted to Evelyn and Cleve, his voice steady despite the chaos. I'll handle this one. Evelyn's eyes widened, unbelieving. Young master, that man is. Before he finished, Cleve cut in, calm but resolute. It's fine, trust him. The others are probably destroying the evidence. We can't wait any longer. We must finish this quickly. Blocking another strike, his body screamed in protest. I'll try to catch up with you afterward. Navan's laugh echoed, dark and taunting. I don't mind if they intervene, but are you okay? Despite how I look, I'm pretty strong. Theo smiled faintly, a smile appearing despite the danger. I should say the same. He muttered, eyes narrowed as he looked at Navan. Can I ask you something? Navan's eyes glittered with amusement, his posture relaxed. He closed his eyes and nodded slightly. Suit yourself. Theo's smile widened. Pointing a sword at Ragnar is blatant treason. Are you a traitor, or are you trying to destroy House Bacchus? Or is this revenge for your mother? At the mention of his mother, Navan's face hardened, and his hand tightened on his sword. His eyes flashed with anger and pain, his voice ice-cold and venomous. You've given me another reason to take your head, Theo. Don't worry, I'll make a clean cut. Sweat streamed down Theo's face, his breath short, but his voice remained steady. Listen to me for a moment. With confidence and warmth, he lowered his sword and reached out toward Navan, trying to reassure despite the tension. Let me help you take your revenge. I can help you topple House Bacchus. Standing before Theo Ragnar was Navan Bacchus, unofficially hailed as the most powerful blade of House Bacchus, a title adorned by the proud wolf sigil of his family. He wasn't just a skilled swordsman, but the embodiment of tragedy, a story carved into every cold cut of his blade. Theo knew Navan's painful history well. Despite talents rivaling the greatest warriors of Bacchus, Navan had never been acknowledged by his house. The reason lay in his birth, an illegitimate child born in a brothel, an indelible stain on a noble line. Rather than foster his extraordinary power, the family saw his existence as a threat. His mother, a pitiable woman who had sacrificed everything for him, was forced to leave this world, leaving young Navan kneeling beside her cold body, his tears mixing with the dirt. That deep resentment ignited in Navan a blazing desire for vengeance, ready to burn the Bacchus family to ashes, himself included. If he could hit that weakness, Theo believed he could pull Navan to his side and turn him into an ally. Let me help you avenge and overthrow House Bacchus, Theo repeated, his voice nailed like a hammer, his gaze unwavering. Navan faced him, raking a hand through his disheveled hair, his expression weary and skeptical. He let out a soft laugh, his voice low with a hint of derision. I don't know where you got information about my mother, but one thing is certain. Before he finished, Navan's eyes went icy, his body tensing like a drawn bow, ready to pierce anything. Without hesitation, he swung his sword in a long, wind-tearing strike, lunging at Theo with terrifying speed. The blade flashed, a killing aura that seemed to solidify the air. Theo, with a warrior's honed instinct, raised his sword to block in time, channeling his whole body into the parry. The clash sent shockwaves outward, the ground beneath them cracked and splintered, rubble spraying. The force of Navan's blow was so ferocious it shoved Theo backward, his feet skidding across broken earth and leaving two deep gouges. Navan stood motionless, his face cold as ice, his voice dropping. I have no reason to accept your offer. Even without you, House Bacchus will collapse under charges of treason. Theo listened, eyes narrowing as he realized the truth. House Bacchus had dug its own grave. Their fate had been sealed by their own treacherous scheme. His expression hardened, his eyes shining with an unshakable resolve. That's right. Even without my help, House Bacchus will fall on its own. But you, Navan, will vanish with them. Navan sighed, rolling his eyes with a careless air, his voice almost indifferent. Worrying is pointless. I have nothing left in this life to regret. I won't hesitate to disappear, along with this damned family. But before he could finish, Theo cut in. That's dragonvein fever, right? A disease that appears when a young body can't withstand extraordinary talent. If treated early, the illness can be easily pushed back. But if you miss the golden window, it becomes a fatal disease, cruelly shortening one's lifespan. Navan's head dipped slightly, jaw clenched. Theo's words struck like a blade into a deep wound. House Bacchus didn't treat you in time, so your remaining years are only. His words trailed off, but Navan interrupted. 5 years, just as expected from a noble heir. You've dug up every filthy detail of my past, haven't you? Without another word, he surged forward, fury erupting through each swing, every strike laced with deadly intent. but knowing my illness doesn't change anything. Today here, House Bacchus will vanish, and I will die as Navin. Their blades collided with a deafening crack like thunder, sparks exploding brilliantly into the air. The strike shoved him back so hard he almost lost his footing, but he recovered in time, his smile unbroken. What if I can cure your disease? Navin paused, a flash of confusion in his eyes. Nonsense. Dragonvein fever has no cure. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, each cut seeming to tear the air, forcing Theo into an intense defensive stance. Theo blocked, but the power behind Navin's blows pushed him backward. Still, his eyes blazed, his mind spinning with memories from his past life. In his previous life, a cure for Dragonvein fever was discovered right after Navin's death. A device like an arc reactor was the key to solving it all. Now only I know that secret. He stood firm, voice full of confidence. No, it can be cured. His smile turned into an arrogant smirk, eyes narrowed, flashing red in the dim light of the battlefield. I'm absolutely certain. Navin froze, eyes wide, his mind scrambled trying to process what he just heard. Theo pressed the advantage, echoing Navin's claim that House Bacchus would fall without his cooperation. But if you cooperate with me, even if House Bacchus disappears, you could live as a hero. A man who helped House Ragnar quash the rebellion. If you've already decided to abandon this family, why not try trusting me once? Navin stood still, his gaze locked on Theo's outstretched hand. His mind roiled with a storm of doubt and hope. Could it be true? Could Dragonvein fever be curable? The thought gnawed at him, sparking a fragile light in the darkness of despair. Somewhere on the cliff, Demon Long and Sword Long were talking. He flipped through the notebook, recording his conversation with the clan leader, his expression pensive. After a moment of thought, Demon Long gave a wry smile. You really are. That kid is one of my members, and yet you want to share him as if he's a mutual disciple. Sword Long laughed, his eyes sparkling with arrogance. Don't be petty. The ultimate goal is for Theo's benefit, isn't it? You wouldn't refuse my offer, would you? I'm sure you know Theo is drawing the hopes of many people. That kid is willing to compete with anyone for the position of future clan head. Look at how fast he's developing. There's never been a precedent like this. But that also means he'll hit a wall soon. The wall every powerful figure must face. Sword Long handed over the notebook, his tone firm. This will help Theo get past that wall. This cooperation isn't meaningless. Suddenly, Demon Long spoke in a low voice. But what if Theo becomes Ragnar's clan head? Wouldn't we all become enemies of that family then? Who will take responsibility if history repeats itself? Hearing that, Sword Long's expression shifted. Even the madam hadn't considered that possibility. This has happened many times before. Those who grow too fast often meet poor ends. Demon Long emphasized each word, his eyes cold. Exactly. If history repeats with Theo Ragnar, everything we teach him will become the blade that kills this very clan. Sword Long gave a faint smile, his eyes deep as an abyss. You surprise me, Demon Long. I thought you only cared for Theo. It turns out your fear outweighs your hope. She spoke softly, her voice warm but heavy with pressure. Julius, you are the only one qualified to hold on to this. Watch Theo when you're sure he's steady and not consumed by ambition, then hand it over. The boy must become someone who can carry this entire clan, not just a monster. Demon Long fell silent, weighing his choice. He took the book. Theo couldn't hide his joy. Is this the work of the two strongest in the 9 dragons? Am I really dreaming? He raised his head, his voice low. Do I truly deserve this? Demon Long replied decisively. Don't be modest. If I didn't think you deserved it, I wouldn't have told you anything. Theo bowed his head and smiled softly. Everything I've achieved is thanks to your guidance. I haven't repaid you yet, but I promise one day I will repay this debt. He performed the ritual seriously. I swear on my honor. Meanwhile, Demon Long and Evelyn were talking. Pressure from the man filled the space. Demon Long stomped the ground, his force radiating. There's a way to repay me right now, kid. He stepped forward, his gaze like it wanted to tear his opponent apart. Come here, fight me, Theo Ragnar. It's been a long time since I've had a worthy opponent to entertain me. No, such an outstanding disciple. A commander can't just sit idle, right? Haha, the real lesson is only beginning. Theo was momentarily surprised, but quickly took his stance. The clash of swords echoed across the arena. Good, faster. Evelyn quietly left, locking the door on orders from her commander. She whispered, sorry, young master, it's an order. Theo was locked in and forced to fight Demon Long until he was exhausted, collapsing, barely able to stand. The next morning, Evelyn opened the door and froze the moment she stepped in. Theo's battered form. Young master, are you all right? She winced. I think the commander went too far this time. Theo gave a cold laugh. Too far. Right. As for the ringleader of the rebellion, I threw him into the underground prison. He smiled faintly. But is it okay to keep him locked up forever? He's not someone who easily betrays his master, but leaving him like that isn't good either. It's fine, everything is part of my plan. Theo whispered a secret plan into Evelyn's ear, which left her visibly surprised. Cut 2 at the Rose Hall. Theo entered the training grounds. Welcome, Theo, Theo bowed calmly. An honor to meet you, Madam of Rose Hall. Sword Long descended as gently as the breeze. I've been waiting for you. Have you received the gift from me and Demon Long? Theo replied evenly. Thank you, sir. That book has been very helpful to me. The madam smiled, releasing her inner energy to draw a sword. Flowers flew, filling the sky like a scene from Mount Hua. She landed lightly beside Theo. I want to teach you the fundamental sword techniques, the root of all future development. From here on, I'll show you how to make a flower bloom through swordsmanship. She pointed the sword at Theo. Now, I ask again. Theo Ragnar, do you truly wish to be my disciple? Sword Long. Theo didn't answer immediately, but countered coldly. Are you asking me in your capacity as the Heavenly Dragon's Sword Lord? The question made Sword Long laugh. Oh, I didn't expect you to know that secret. Yes, I am the Heavenly Dragon's Sword Lord. You want to know my true intentions? Theo replied, just to be sure not to doubt. Sword Long plunged his sword into the ground, speaking gravely. I have no motive other than wanting to pass all the essence on to you. From the start, I intended to choose you as the successor of the Heavenly Dragon Sword. Theo's face was filled with astonishment, unable to hide his emotion. Leaving Rose Hall, Theo walked along a road carpeted with blossoms. A haughty voice rang out. You're the rookie of the white armored dragon. Theo Ragnar, aren't you? Theo turned, his gaze icy cold. It's me. What do you want? The captain frowned, clearly displeased. What's with that reaction? Being of Rose Hall and Sword Long's disciple, you should at least show some respect to your seniors, shouldn't you? Theo snorted, Senior. You're not my direct superior. Rank means nothing to me. What? He barked angrily. You're the Madam of Rose Hall's disciple. If that's not a junior, what is? Theo answered calmly, resolutely. You're mistaken. I declined Sword Long's invitation to become a student. The elders' faces immediately turned panic. Under the gray sky of the training ground, Theo knelt on one knee in the center of the arena, his cold eyes fixed on the Madam of Rose Hall. The offer to pass on the entire Plum Blossom legacy and the Heavenly Dragon sword techniques hung in the pressure-thick air. She looked at Theo, expression unreadable, and asked bluntly, Is that enough to tempt you? Theo answered in a low voice, betraying his confusion. Of course it's tempting, but I still don't understand why Madam esteems me so. I've never done anything worthy of such favor. Madam instructed Theo to stand, gently placed her hand on his cheek, lifting his chin to meet her gaze. There's no grand reason. It's just that you remind me of Master Ragnar in his youth, both the face and the unyielding look in his eyes. Theo froze, the remark echoed in his mind, forcing him to wonder whether he really resembled the master that much. Sword Long smiled, his expression seeming to blur between present and memory. My husband in his youth relentlessly pursued his ideal. No matter how many challenges, whether facing enemies or hardship, he never compromised on his core principles. Every day was a battle against towering foes, yet he never fell into despair. When I saw that spirit flare up in you, I couldn't stand by and do nothing. That cold but sincere explanation acted like a mirror reflecting Theo's own will. When Sword Long asked for his answer, Theo calmly took a deep breath, his eyes never leaving hers. It's an appealing offer, greater than the richest feast a man could have, but I must decline. May I know why? The madam asked, her gaze sharp and expectant. Theo replied frankly, without hesitation. I've already had too many masters. Not just you, madam, but Julius, the white armored dragon commander, Evelyn Ayan Sasori, comrades like Wellington, Hulkus Rank, Erica, and even rivals. Axion, Skydragon, especially Eid Troiven. Sword Long raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Even Eid Troiven, an implacable enemy, is counted as a master. Theo nodded, his gaze sharp. He was the greatest challenge. I learned from the hardships he inflicted, and that's why I'm strong today. I can't be the loyal disciple of any single school. My swordplay shifts with circumstances and can't inherit tradition intact to pass on to future generations. The madam pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled. A swordsman who cannot preserve tradition because his blade constantly changes, that's its own level of mastery. Theo answered calmly but firmly. I cannot be your disciple, but it would be a great honor to be your son. He bowed deeply, showing profound respect, which surprised the madam. Then, like sunlight breaking through clouds, a genuine smile appeared on Sword Long's lips. Cut 2 under the gentle moonlight, in the plum garden in full bloom. The madam sat sipping red wine, her eyes shining with rare joy. A servant poured more wine beside her and teased lightly. Madam, you seem very fond of him, don't you? Sword Long did not deny it. Fate never gave me a biological child, but now it's different. I have a son, a man like the one I loved, and I know I'm happy. The servant smiled, offering congratulations. Madam should thank Theo, for at last he has allowed you to be a mother. Shortly after, Sword Long ordered a letter prepared for her husband, notifying him of Theo's promotion exam. The servant, worried, repeated, "He's only a rookie. Could attracting so much attention so early be dangerous?" The madam set down her glass, her eyes growing cold. "Exactly why I must give Theo as much strength, knowledge, and support as possible before the storm engulfs the Ragnar family. He will be the key to the future." Cut down to the underground level of the white armored dragon headquarters. The captured commander, Sigurd, slumped against the wall, his body broken and crippled. His eyes stared intently as footsteps echoed down the cold corridor. An assassin cloaked in a robe, wearing a cold mask, claws glittering, stood outside the bars. Finally arrived. Sigurd gave a thin laugh, tugged up his collar, signaling for the end. The assassin didn't hesitate to hurl a dagger toward his throat, thinking all traces would be severed. But sudden green energies flared, forming a solid shield. The assassin flinched and stepped back. What the hell is that? Just then, Evelyn crashed through the ceiling and plunged down like a phantom. "I've been waiting for you here, you little rat." No way out remained, and the assassin was forced to face her. He cursed, but with only a few sword strokes. Evelyn completely overwhelmed him, threw him down the corridor, and calmly declared, "This game doesn't get a second round." Afterward, Evelyn reported back in a cabin deep in the snow forest. "This assassin belongs to the Serpent Fiends, an organization under the Troyven family. This evidence is enough to confirm the Troyvens are directly involved." Demon Dragon Julius sat at the head of the table, eyes cold, and declared solemnly, "This almost fully confirms our suspicion of a mole within the Ragnar ranks." Cleve immediately agreed, her tone lowering as she emphasized why the meeting was held in such a remote location. Based on current intel, the Serpent Fiend's base lies in an ancient castle amid harsh lands. In the next few hours, if the assassin doesn't return, they'll consider the Sigurd assassination attempt failed. They'll then destroy all evidence and flee. Our objective is clear: ambush their base before they can escape and seize all possible information. This is the core of the assigned mission. After the report, Cleve confirmed her identity. "My name is Cleve Snolus." The introduction made Theo look up, eyes full of surprise. He hadn't expected to meet such a high-level operative here. Demon Dragon cleared his throat and added the final point. "This mission also serves as Theo Ragnar's official promotion test." Surprise flashed across Cleve's and Evelyn's faces, and Theo himself was briefly unsettled. Julius said gravely, "Theo is fully qualified, but remember, this is not a bed of roses. All challenges ahead will be soaked in blood and peril. The difficulty of this test has been raised to the highest level. Normally, a mid-level swordsman would not be assigned a mission capable of igniting a civil war like this." Julius leaned forward, his voice low and cutting like a sword through silence. "I know Theo ordered Evelyn to oversee the prison, predicting an assassin would come to kill the prisoner. Because you initiated it, you must take responsibility to the end." Evelyn cleared her throat, looking slightly embarrassed. Theo bowed his head, voice firm. "I apologize for acting on my own." Julius accepted the apology but emphasized, "Even as the heir, acting without higher approval is unacceptable. Things have gone too far now. You must complete this mission flawlessly." He leaned in, grabbed Theo's collar, buted his forehead against him, voice stern. "Pass the test, become a mid-level swordsman, and you'll be allowed to take on missions alone. Understand?" "Yes, sir." Theo regained his composure, answered decisively, a faint lift at the corner of his mouth. Inside, he understood clearly. Everything now revolved around him more than ever. At that moment, a familiar blue screen appeared. Mission 4, The Dark Ties of Past Lives. Objective: eradicate all dark connections and thwart their insidious plot. A pensive thought crossed Theo's eyes. Was all of this just fate's joke, binding him to the darkness of past lives? Noticing Theo's silence, Cleve glanced over and asked quickly, "Is something wrong?" Theo looked up, his eyes flashing a cold resolve. "No. I will complete this mission, whatever it takes." "Good, if you're ready, let's begin." The air suddenly grew heavy. The hunt for the serpents officially commenced. In the dark-covered forest, a gloomy castle loomed in the distance. Evelyn and Theo crouched low, hiding close to the ground. Cleve looked back, her gaze like a blade. "There may be a mole in our team, so only the three of us go in, no one else." Her voice was icy, cutting through the night. "We're facing an assassin organization. Our advantage is skill, but we're hopelessly outnumbered. Don't let your guard down for a moment." Theo nodded, determination flashing in his eyes. "Understood." Scene cut straight to the Serpent Fiend's lair. Two assassins bent over, sorting through a pile of documents, their voices tense. "We've cleared out the paperwork. Leave here as soon as he gets back." "But it's been 2 hours with no sign of him. Will he return?" As tension peaked, a small sphere suddenly rolled into the room. The assassins only had time to widen their eyes before a thick smoke flooded the space. A figure flashed through like lightning. Cleave appeared, coldly bringing down each target. Every move carried the will of death. Precise, decisive cuts, blood soaking the ground. One assassin panicked, his throat bleeding. How were we discovered? Cleave kicked the table aside, catching the documents midair. Her eyes sweeping the room, areas clear. Evelyn, I'll handle up here, Theo. Take the basement. Theo nodded without hesitation, his deep voice sounding like a command from within. Roger. Still stunned by Cleave's ruthless skill, he immediately plunged into the basement, ready to crush anything in his way. In the dark, all of Theo's senses sharpened. He felt his way forward, recalling details from the layout he knew well. Basement stairs just ahead, once I get past. His thought was cut off when his foot struck a thin wire stretched across the floor. For a moment, everything seemed to slow down. An arrow shot out, passing just inches from his face. His body reacted on instinct. Theo tilted his head and narrowly dodged. But the trap didn't stop. Salvos of arrows continued to fire, surrounding Theo on the razor edge between life and death. Theo immediately sensed the killing intent closing in, his demeanor shifting to cold and sharp. Without hesitation, he activated his synchronization skill, his consciousness sweeping the surrounding space wide. The room's layout appeared clearly, every hidden trap and ambusher revealed under Theo's eyes. Wasting no time, he opened his inventory, summoned multiple swords, and used object teleportation, controlling each blade like murderous satellites. With a single motion, Theo activated the Dragon Thunder Breath, channeling lightning power into each weapon. Thunder tore the air as the dragon mark exploded, destroying the entire trap system in an instant. The assassins on watch fell before they could cry out. In a flash, Theo wiped out every threat, the cold killing intent still burning in his eyes. One assassin, dazed and collapsed to the floor, whispered in despair. How is this possible? Theo didn't bother to look back. He took cold, measured steps forward. Thoughts flooded his mind. If this place is guarded this tightly, then the basement must be hiding something extremely important. Before the thought finished, his foot reached the bottom of the stairs. Theo's gaze froze. The floor was stained with blood, and in the distance stood a figure in red, motionless, the air thick with murderous intent. The man wore a hood, most of his face swallowed by shadow, only a twisted grin curling at his lips. A malicious aura poured from him, suffocating the space. Behind him, skulls piled up and the stone walls were smeared with gruesome blood symbols, all signs of the demon Holy Church. He looked up, his voice trembling with frenzied excitement. Oh my, the stench of filth reaches even here. It's unbelievable, a massacre right in the middle of a holy prayer. Theo gritted his teeth as his heart hammered in his chest. Memories of the demon Holy Church crashed over him like a nightmare. A fanatical cult that worshipped apocalypse and an evil savior, the very perpetrators who brought an empire to ruin. They were the ones who caused the Great War back then. The blood priest laughed, his eyes flashing. You know who eyes him already. What an honor. An invisible weight from him pressed down on the room like iron shackles. Theo didn't hesitate. He synchronized again with the surrounding mana, hopping to probe the enemy's true strength. But what he saw made his skin crawl, a writhing stream of mana that obeyed no rule, pouring out like poisoned water from the gates of hell. Is this what those priests call the bamboo blessing? The blood priest curled his lip, speaking in a low growl. Sadly, you carry no faith for the Savior at all. He clasped his hands as oppressive force surged. A gray, funeral-like pressure fell over Theo's head. But never mind, I'll grant you the honor of being the sacrifice for the one true God. Without warning, he lunged forward like a demon. Theo drew his sword, his eyes never blinking. A life-or-death fight erupted. Every counter from Theo was stopped, every technique easily neutralized. The priest moved like a phantom. Each breath closed the distance, crushing the space between them. His blows came down like a sledgehammer. Theo braced and blocked, but could feel the overwhelming force. Is this really human power? Before he could regain his balance, a thunderous punch slammed into his chest. Theo was thrown into the wall, blood spewing from his mouth, his body numbed by pain. The blood priest stepped forward slowly, eyes filled with a sick delight at his opponent's helplessness. A mid-level Ragnar swordsman, and this is all you are. He raised his blood-stained hand, ready to finish him. Don't worry, your blood will be a precious offering to the Supreme One. Theo tightened his grip on the sword's hilt, his gaze colder than ever. A piercing thought spun in his head. A normal strike won't take him down, and using the third dragon claw here would bury me along with this whole room. So what do I need? The answer rang in his mind. The teachings of the demon dragon, sword dragon. Life and death are not opposites. Death nourishes life, and life is merely a cycle leading to the ultimate end of death. A light flashed in Theo's eyes. He condensed his power, focusing all his will into the tip of his sword. If I can merge the two principles, perhaps I could reach a different limit. The blood priest sneered. Don't be stupid, your sword can't do anything to me. Without replying, Theo mobilized his inner energy and unleashed a dragon fang strike, lightning flashing into the priest's hand. Thunder erupted, the shockwave ripping the basement apart. For the first time, the blood priest staggered back, blood streaming down his hand. He looked at Theo, a twisted smile on his face. Well done, it's been a long time since someone excited me like this. Not giving him a chance to speak further, Theo lunged forward, grabbed the priest's head, and slammed it into the wall behind him. Theo immediately activated his synchronization skill, placing his hand on the priest's face to read his memory. I need to use this opportunity to find the source of that strange power the demon Holy Church uses. But the moment his hand touched him, something strange happened. The blood priest seemed to dissolve, as if he were being pulled out of this dimension. Theo was dragged along, in an instant ripped out of reality, and hurled into another dimension. Theo's surroundings shifted violently. He could hardly comprehend what was happening. Thoughts spun in confusion. This is completely different from every previous time I've read memories, as if I've been transported to a whole other place. Suddenly, Theo's gaze landed on the system screen that had just appeared before him. The notification was distorted, corrupted by the unsettling energy of this place. He tried to make sense of it, but before he could process the information fully, multiple warning windows popped up in succession. One of them was a red alert. Warning, you have encountered an enemy far above your level. Please flee. Theo's expression froze. The warning sent a chill down his spine. What the hell is this? But before he could think further, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. A suffocating pressure tightened around him from all sides, the immense weight shrinking his presence under its absolute force. A voice echoed, making the space tremble. Who are you? The voice roared, the pressure rising. What are you? Theo's vision blurred from the force, but he fought to keep his mind steady, trying to focus. A gigantic eye appeared before him, opening to reveal a vast, malevolent gaze locked onto him. The eye was so large that Theo standing before it looked no bigger than an ant. The voice grew louder, more violent, making Theo tremble to his core. How dare you disturb my sleep? A colossal creature manifested before him, its form immense and ever-changing, countless eyes staring down at Theo. His body shook with fear, unable to comprehend the absolute scale of the entity standing before him. The creature's eyes pierced straight into his soul. Theo felt his sense of reality collapsing clearly and unmistakably. He stood before something far beyond his understanding. Theo's mind spun as he wandered into a strange, distorted realm where a dreadful presence enveloped. His eyes widened in shock as he faced the gigantic creature. Is this what the demon holy worshippers have been hiding? He thought to himself, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst. The creature awoke, its eyes sweeping the space in fury, its voice booming like thunder as it searched for the intruder. So it's you are Theo Ragnar. Theo's eyes widened in surprise. It knows who I am. He scrambled to grasp this unbelievable situation. Without hesitation, the creature's massive tentacles wrapped around his legs, squeezing as if to crush him. I've found you, the protagonist of this world. Before it, Theo was tiny as an ant, powerless as the tentacles tightened. Confused and overwhelmed, he could hardly understand what was happening. His eyes darted around for an escape, but the tentacles coiled too quickly, leaving him unable to fight back. His body was trapped in their grip, utterly helpless. Fear surged up as if to swallow. But just when hope seemed to vanish, a miracle happened. A burst of blazing golden light exploded from the tentacles, illuminating the dark space. Theo's eyes widened in disbelief as the light grew blinding. It was Lodbrok, the ancient dragon, shattering the grip with terrifying force. With an earth-shaking roar, Lodbrok broke free and surged upward, carrying Theo out of the giant creature's chokehold. How did you get here? The dragon's eyes remained fixed on the strange being, unshaken. In a deep, resonant voice, Lodbrok replied, My companion, that is something you're not ready to face. Even with terrifying power, both of you are small before that giant. Lodbrok continued, stern but resolute. Even if you rise to Sigurd's rank, I can't guarantee you'll win. Theo's face showed astonishment. What the hell is this? The dragon's tail whipped violently, pulling him out of the battlefield with terrifying force and flinging him backward. You must leave this place. Theo Ragnar, this is not the time for you to face that. Let me handle it. The world around him changed suddenly. With a violent jerk, he was yanked back to reality, landing in the assassin's lair. He collapsed to the ground, shaking, eyes wide in disbelief, heart pounding as he tried to process what he'd witnessed. Theo's hand went to his head instinctively, his mind in turmoil. What is this? I'm back. What just happened? His mind spun. Was Lodbrok facing that thing alone? But when his eyes fell on the blood priest before him, reality slammed back in. The priest knelt, clutching his head, his face a mix of pain, fury, and disbelief. He muttered in a tormented voice, "What? An unbeliever has met God." He clawed at his face with both hands, his mind unraveling as he screamed in madness. "I gave my whole family to God, and yet an unbeliever was granted his presence." But before he could say more, the blood priest's life was cut short by a swift, clean stroke. Theo's eyes turned cold, his expression resolute. "I would refuse such a God myself," he muttered, his mind still reeling, his body trembling from the intensity of the encounter. Could that be the God the demon holy worshippers hide? Is it the nameless King Lodbrok mentioned? He recalled the conversation during the trial ceremony when Lodbrok said that for 1,000 years she had been tasked with protecting the world from the entity imprisoned in her lonely cave. But having lost her dragon heart, Lodbrok could only live for 3 more years. Memories from past lives tumbled through his head. 5 years remain until the great war ignited by the demon holy worshippers, the death of the guardian dragon, the rise of the heresy, and the rebellion of Troyven. All those consecutive events can't be a coincidence. A sharp pain stabbed his head and he clutched it. Everything is connected. He staggered, his body weakened by mental strain, but before he collapsed, Evelyn suddenly appeared and caught him. "You did well, young master." Her voice was proud and steady. Soon, Cleve descended into the basement. Her eyes narrowed as she surveyed the area. Her gaze quickly settled on Theo and Evelyn. "I rushed here because I heard a priest was hiding. Looks like that won't be necessary." She glanced over the scene. Her eyes landed on the priest's body. He already dealt with one of them. Evelyn and Theo turned to Cleve when she spoke, her voice full of pride. "You're incredible, Theo Ragnar," she said, admiration shining in her eyes. "I can't believe you took down a priest by yourself. You don't need to prove anything more." The scene shifted. The 3 of them gathered around a table to examine the documents. Cleve's tone turned serious as she checked through them. "I think this is all the paperwork we have, just reports, nothing usable as evidence." Theo stepped forward holding a box, his face thoughtful. "I found this in the basement, take a look." Evelyn's eyes grew serious when she saw the box. She remembered retrieving the box with Remington under the young master's orders before the awakening ceremony. It's the secret ledger of Ceres and Troy. She thought, why hasn't he used it? Did he anticipate this? Theo watched Cleve as she flipped through each page, his brow tightening. She stopped at a page, eyes scanning the details. This is the ledger of the Merchant Consortium series, showing transaction history with Troyven, their official seal. She closed the book and turned to Theo. "Excellent, Theo Ragnar. If we gather enough evidence, we can prove Troyven's treasonous plot and their ties to the heresy." Theo and Evelyn's faces darkened at the weight of that realization. The evidence was within reach. Cleve continued, "This should be more than enough to take them down." As they left the hideout, Cleve's words rang in his ears. "I will confront the Ceres trading consortium." His mind flickered to Troyven. He clenched his fist, eyes narrowing with determination. "Just wait, Eid Troyven, this time you'll be crushed." Scene shift to the White Plate Dragon Cavalry headquarters. Julius sat behind his desk, slamming a document down, his face twisted with anger, teeth clenched as he muttered, "I knew it, Eid Troyven, I knew that man would betray me one day." Across from him, Robber calmly sipped his tea, his expression unreadable. "It's not certain yet, there are suspicious activities, but he's still only a suspect." Julius crumpled the paper in his hand, furious. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Robber didn't blink, remaining composed. "The Black Dragon has shown this to me, which means this goes beyond mere suspicion. This isn't just a hunch, stop speculating pointlessly." Julius's face darkened further. "Judging by your reaction, you must have overlooked it despite knowing the truth." Robert gently raised his teacup, took a sip, then suddenly changed the subject. "Theo Ragnar, I've heard Cleve report that he personally took down a priest without assistance. Is that true?" Julius's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Now is not the time to bring that up. Amused by the demon dragon's reaction, Robert continued to tease. "That kid fits my Black Snow much better. He let me ride." Julius bristled in annoyance. "Why are you always like this?" Robert narrowed his eyes, voice serious. "Excellent reasoning, outstanding analytical and planning skills. From a single clue he found the key point. It's as if he was trained in the Black Snow way. It's like he had prior experience." Julius waved his hand, dismissing that. "In any case, I chose him, so don't even think about touching him. Hey, big brother, you and Madame Osa Ragnar really are like pirates." Robert set his teacup down, his expression turning suddenly serious. It's been a while since I've heard that name." He fell silent, lost in thought, then continued. "Kyle, me, Osa, and you, Julius. It felt like just yesterday the 4 of us were brothers." Julius cut in, irritable. "That sentimental story won't sway me. If you steal Theo away, I won't forgive you." Robert's expression darkened, his voice mysterious. Looks like you haven't realized yet. Suddenly, with a quick move, Robber appeared behind Julius. Big brothers stealing from their little brothers happens all the time, doesn't it? Having said that, Robber turned and left, grabbing a few bottles from Julius's rack with a teasing laugh. Next time bring something pricier, bro. Before Julius could react, Robber dashed out, leaving an exasperated shout echoing down the corridor. Fortunately, there are currently no covert agents inside the White Plate Dragon Cavalry. Nowhere else remains untouched by the celestial dragon. Robber's body gradually dissolved, merging into the air as he thought, better to leave this plan to Julius. Today will be the day we strike the series Trading Consortium. There will be a lot to do. Things are getting more interesting. The scene shifted to the main hall of the series, Trading Consortium. The atmosphere heavy with expectation as a man stepped up to the dais, where several figures were waiting. Reaching the podium, he bowed respectfully. I am Navin Bacchus, the second son of the Bacchus house. The bald man before him, long beard stroking his words, scrutinized him. I am Quadraxiers, leader of the series Consortium. He replied, I hereby formally propose a marriage alliance with the Bacchus family. Quadrax signaled to his daughter. She bowed gracefully and spoke calmly. I am Lily Ceres, the fourth daughter of the Ceres family. The mood turned solemn as Quadrax continued. From now on, the Bacchus and Ceres houses will be joined by marriage. The two of you will form a lasting bond. With a discreet smile, Quadrax thought, at last I've achieved it. He studied the emblem on Navin's chest, nodding the prestigious design and the name of a noble house. This is the beginning, the Ragnar house, those who have always looked down on us. His smile widened, eyes slitted with satisfaction and malice. Soon, we will have our rightful revenge. Behind him, a bald man stood motionless. His face flushed red with anger. His fists clenched tight. His mind darkened. How dare that merchant call our house before the Bacchus? He hissed inwardly. One of the 6 great noble houses and treated like this. His body trembled with rage, but he forced himself to restrain it. I must endure. His expression grew gloomier, thoughts turning bitter. With the dowry from this marriage, I can save the house. Who cares about that illegitimate child? Meanwhile, Navin Bacchus stood confidently before Quadraxiers, a smirk forming as he recognized the elder's obvious intentions. How predictable. He thought, eyes narrowed, analyzing the situation. Do these merchants really think they can help us? He glanced at the other members of the series Consortium, each face revealing scheming intent. They think they're profiting, but they're blind to the bigger picture. They don't even know their guild is being used as collateral. His mind spun with the power he held. They won't live long enough to see it all collapse. His smile turned dark as he pictured the slow downfall of the series Consortium. He reached for Lily, his tone gentle. Pleased to meet you, Lily. I will treat you well, as Ceres' son-in-law and as your husband. Lily faced him, her features stiff, no trust, only suspicion. She crossed her arms, narrowed her eyes at Navin, and asked firmly, how will you prove it? Navin was momentarily flustered, but immediately broke into a sly smile. He smiled softly, catching her meaning. His expression softened as he replied, it seems you want something. My house is bankrupt, so even I'm up for sale. But if you, my bride, desire, I can offer you a daughter of the Bacchus family. The bald man witnessing the exchange nearly exploded with rage, his eyes flashing with hatred. You damn bastard, what does he think he's doing? Lily slowly rolled up her right sleeve, revealing a scar on her arm. Her voice trembled with fury as she cried out, bring me the head of Theo Ragnar, the one who did this to my arm. Navin's smile broadened, his eyes narrowing with interest. She wants me to publicly execute the heir of another house. The crowd's murmurs grew louder, shock evident in their voices. Quadraxiers, Lily's father, stepped forward, placed a hand on her shoulder, and whispered, Lily, I told you not to say such things in public. Lily bowed her head and fell silent. But before she could respond, a voice cut in. Fine, I'll do it. Lily looked up, her face lighting with excitement. She turned to see Navin standing there, a confident smile and determined glint in his eyes. He straightened, his voice grave and authoritative. My young bride demands it, so I will bring his head. Outside, the sky gleamed as dragons circled above the city. Citizens looked up, astonished and confused. What is that? I think it's a wyvern, right? Before they could make sense of it, the dragons began to descend, and 3 silhouettes leaped from their backs. What? Someone's jumping down. Gasps echoed across the square. With a thunderous blast, the 3 landed, striking perfect poses like superheroes. The crowd froze, eyes wide as they recognized the banner's emblem. That's the Ragnar crest. The realization sent chills through everyone. The flag was more than cloth, it was a declaration of war. Cleve, stern-faced, planted the Ragnar banner into the ground, her voice low but commanding, carrying over the crowd. From this moment, we will enact justice in the name of Ragnar. She paused, eyes sweeping the crowd. We have discovered that the attacker of Ragnar has deep ties to the series Trading Consortium, An investigation will begin immediately to trace this treason. Anyone who dares obstruct will be deemed complicit and executed on the spot. The crowd recoiled in horror, faces tense, breaths caught. Execute on the spot, someone whispered. Cleve's voice rang again, echoing into the trading hall. If you claim innocence, allow the Ragnar forces to investigate. Inside, Quadrak Series felt his blood run cold. His face contorted, jaw clenched. Damn it, have they discovered everything? No, impossible. I must stay strong, no weakness must show. As Quadrak struggled to remain calm, the bald man stepped forward, his voice heavy with worry. Treason. What is the meaning of this, Series? Outside, the voice called again, sharp and uncompromising. Quadrak Series, come out now. Inside the building, sweat poured from Quadrak's brow as the pressure bore down on him. In a panic, he began to claw at himself, then suppressed it and forced his thoughts. Patriarch, what do we do now? Quadrak clenched his fist, his face twisted with anger as he bellowed. Don't be ridiculous. A single paper can be easily forged. His eyes burned with fury as he shouted loudly, his voice carrying outside, clear as day. Someone is framing us. No matter how dirty your tricks, House Series will prove its loyalty to Rey Ragnar. Your lies will soon be exposed. Soldiers of Series, eliminate anyone who dares to scorn Ragnar. Anyone who dares to point a dagger at Ragnar and his loyal people. Tension thickened as both sides braced for the storm about to break. Hearing the trade leader, the bald man's face tightened with worry. He put a hand on Quadrak's shoulder, voice low and anxious. Lord Series, do you mean you won't cooperate with their investigation? Quadrak yanked his hand away roughly, his face going dark as he growled angrily. This wedding will not take place. He pointed at the bald man, irritation plain. You're stupid if you think we'll let you leave after everything that's happened. The charge on the table is treason, do you understand? Quadrak leaned close, within inches of the bald man, teeth clenched, a smile with no warmth. You, a member of the Six Pillars, should know exactly what treason means. Did you think I'd face this alone? Looking out the window and seeing Cleve, Evelyn, and Theo standing firm below, Quadrak's gaze dark. Think about it, if they had solid proof, there wouldn't just be 3 people standing there. An entire force would block out the sky. Regaining confidence, Quadrak turned to the bald man and his retinue. Understand, they're not certain about their evidence. If we stop them this time, we'll come out clean. Before the bald man could answer, a sharp voice rang out. Navin stepped forward, cutting between them, exuding dominance. What are you saying to an old man who can barely drag himself to the latrine? He taunted, half mocking, half resolute. He put a hand on the bald man's shoulder, flashing a roguish grin. Right, elder. The bald man's eyes narrowed, teeth grinding in anger. You brat, how dare you? Unfazed, Navin turned his back and walked away, his smile never fading. He waved with a careless air. Isn't this better? He continued to provoke, moving to the window with a fluid motion. What a quick chance to bring a wedding gift to the bride. The bald man's mouth fell open, eyes wide in disbelief. Damn that bastard, what does he think he's doing? Without hesitation, Navin leapt through the window and landed light, sprinting across the rooftops toward Theo and his companions. Meanwhile, the bald man stood stunned, his face shifting to panic. Damn that bastard. The moment he draws his sword, we're all accessories. Turning to his subordinates, his voice snapped like a whip. We will mobilize to support House Series. The order clear, the soldiers moved at once, armor clanking as they assembled. Scene cut to outside. House Series soldiers formed a menacing ring around Theo, Cleve, and Evelyn, spears leveled and aimed true. Meanwhile, the 3 stood firm, swords drawn and ready to respond. Cleve, stern-faced, pointed her blade at the troops and shouted, "This is your final warning. Stand down, or you'll be executed on the spot for treason." Her words hung heavy, a promise of death. The soldiers hesitated, tense and confused, standing frozen for a beat, sweat streaming down their faces, teeth clenched, uncertain what to do. From above, Navin watched as he closed in on Theo's group. With a precise jump, he landed in the middle of the tense line, leaving the 3 Ragnar members stunned. His grin confident, voice sarcastic. Ragnar's people sure like executing others, huh? Evelyn's and Cleve's eyes widened in shock. How did this swordsman break through their lines so easily and get inside their formation? Before they could react, Navin made his move. With a fluid motion, he swung his sword in a full 360-degree arc, the strike's force driving Theo, Cleve, and Evelyn back, their feet skidding on the ground. Navin's tone was almost mocking, eyes glittering with delight. Pleasure to meet the Ragnar escort, especially you, Theo. Didn't expect to say that on our first meeting. Theo's eyes widened, his heart nearly stopping as he recognized the man before him. I can't believe it, it's really him. He thought, memories crashing like a train. In the Great War, the one who sowed chaos against Ragnar, together with the Ceres and Troivan consortiums, was the sword demon Navin Bacchus, the second son of House Bacchus. Navin curled his lip, a smug look on his face, pointing his sword at Theo with biting sarcasm. I'll take your head. Theo's heart pounded. Before he could process it, Navin surged forward with a speed that left him frozen. The force and precision of the strike far exceeded anything he'd ever faced. The sword demon moved like a phantom, a deadly streak. I have to think, use knowledge from my past life. Theo's mind spun as he blocked another blow. This was the chance, resolute, he shouted to Evelyn and Cleve, his voice firm despite the chaos. I'll handle this guy. Evelyn's eyes widened in disbelief. Young master, that man is. Before she could finish, Cleve cut in, calm but resolute. It's fine, trust him. The others are probably destroying evidence. We can't wait any longer. We need to end this quickly. Blocking another strike, his body screamed in protest. I'll try to catch up with you later. Navin's laughter echoed, dark and taunting. I don't mind if they intervene, but you okay? For how I look, I'm pretty strong. Theo smiled faintly, a grin showing despite the danger. I should say the same, he muttered, eyes narrowing as he looked at Navin. Mind if I ask you something? Navin's eyes glittered with amusement. Relaxed, he closed his eyes and nodded slightly. Up to you. Theo's smile widened. Pointing a sword at Ragnar is clear treason. Are you the traitor, or do you want to destroy House Bacchus? Or is this revenge for your mother? At the mention of his mother, Navin's face hardened, his hand tightening on the sword. His eyes flashing with anger and pain, voice icy and venomous. Now I have even more reason to take your head, Theo. Don't worry, I'll make a pretty cut. Sweat streamed down Theo's face, his breath short, but his voice remained steady. Hear me out. With confidence and warmth, he lowered his sword and reached out toward Navin, a calming expression despite the tension. Let me help you get revenge. I can help you overthrow House Bacchus. Standing before Theo Ragnar was Navin Bacchus, known unofficially as the deadliest blade of the Bacchus clan, a title emblazoned by the proud wolf sigil of his house. He wasn't just a skilled swordsman but the embodiment of tragedy, a story carved into every cold strike. Theo knew Navin's painful history well. Despite talents rivaling the Bacchus house's greatest ancient warriors, Navin was never acknowledged by his family. The reason lay in his birth, a bastard born in a brothel, a stain that could not be erased from the noble lineage. Rather than nurture his exceptional power, the family saw his existence as a threat. His mother, a pitiable woman who had sacrificed everything for him, had been forced from the world, leaving young Navin kneeling beside her cold body, tears mixing with dust. That deep-seated hatred kindled in Navin a burning flame of vengeance, ready to consume House Bacchus, even himself. If he could exploit this weakness, Theo believed he could pull Navin to his side and turn him into an ally. Let me help you get revenge and overthrow House Bacchus, Theo repeated, his voice as firm as a nailed beam, his gaze unwavering. Navin stood opposite, running a hand through his unruly hair, fatigue and skepticism on his face. He let out a quiet laugh, his voice low with a touch of derision. I don't know where you got information about my mother, but one thing's certain. Before he finished, Navin's gaze went cold, his body tensing like a drawn bow, ready to pierce anything. Without hesitation, he swung his sword, launching a long-range, wind-slicing strike, lunging at Theo with terrifying speed. The blade flashed, carrying a killing intent that seemed to freeze the air. Theo, with a warrior's honed instincts, brought his sword up in time to block, channeling his whole body into the counter. Their clash sent a shockwave through the ground beneath them, cracking the earth and spraying rubble. The force behind Navin's strike was so fierce it shoved Theo backward, his feet skidding across broken ground and leaving two deep gouges. Navin stood motionless, his face cold as ice, voice dropping. I have no reason to accept your offer. Even without cooperating with you, House Bacchus will collapse for treason. Theo listened, his eyes narrowing as the truth hit him. House Bacchus had dug its own grave. Their fate had been sealed by their own treacherous scheme. His expression grew serious, eyes flashing with unshakable resolve. That's right. Even without my help, House Bacchus will bring about its own downfall. But you, Navin, will fall with them. Navin sighed, rolling his eyes with a careless air, his voice almost indifferent. Pointless worry. I have nothing left to regret in this life. I don't mind disappearing along with this accursed house. Before he could finish, Theo cut in. It's dragon pulse fever, right? A disease that appears when a young body can't handle overwhelming talent. If treated early, it can be easily suppressed. But if the golden window is missed, it becomes a terminal illness that cruelly shortens life. Navin's head dipped slightly, jaw clenched. Theo's words struck like a blade at a deep wound. House Bacchus didn't treat you in time, so your remaining lifespan is only. His words faltered, but Navin interjected. 5 years, just as expected from a noble brat. You dug up all my filthy past, didn't you? Without another word, he lunged forward, fury erupting through every swing, each blow carrying deadly intent. But knowing my illness changes nothing. Today here, House Bacchus will vanish, and I will die as Navin. Their swords met with a ringing crash like thunder, sparks flying brilliantly into the air. The strike was strong enough to send Theo reeling, but he recovered his balance, his smile unbroken. What if I can cure you? Navin faltered, his eyes briefly showing confusion. Nonsense. Dragon Pulse Fever has no cure. He launched a fresh barrage of attacks, each stroke seeming to tear the air, forcing Theo into a fierce defensive stance. Theo held the line, but the power behind Navin's blows kept driving him backward. Still, his eyes burned, his mind turning over memories from a past life. In his previous life, a cure for Dragon Pulse Fever had been discovered shortly after Navin's death. A device like an arc reactor was the key to solving it. Now only I know that secret. He stood firm, speaking with confident authority. No, it can be cured. His smile turned into a cocky smirk, eyes narrowed, glowing red in the battlefield's dim light. I'm absolutely certain. Navin froze, eyes wide, his mind thrown into disarray trying to process what he'd heard. Seizing the advantage, Theo pressed forward, recalling Navin's claim that House Bacchus would fall even without him. But if you cooperate with me, even if House Bacchus disappears, you could live as a hero. A man who helped House Ragnar quash the rebellion. If you're already ready to abandon your house, why not try trusting me once? Navin stood still, his gaze locked on Theo's outstretched hand. His mind churned with a storm of doubt and hope. Could it be true? Can Dragon Pulse Fever be cured? The thought gnawed at him, kindling a fragile light amid desperate darkness. The battlefield scene shifted to another angle, where House Series troops were reloading their spears, preparing a new wave of attack. They loaded the massive ballistae, arrows as thick as pikes aimed with deadly precision at Evelyn and Cleve. The ground shook as volleys of arrows were launched, cutting the air and hurtling forward with deadly speed. Cleve slid in, hand shooting out to catch an arrow midair and toss it aside like a harmless twig. Beside him, Evelyn swept one arrow away with her blade. The steel rang out, a graceful but powerful motion. She sighed, muttering, "This is getting annoying." Cleve squinted, irritation clear in his voice. "Yeah, annoying." She glanced toward Theo, frowning. Is he still not done? Evelyn turned, eyes scanning the smoke for Theo's silhouette. Looks like they're talking about something. Cleve lost his patience, slamming the arrow he'd just caught to the ground, his gaze darkening at the chaotic battlefield. HMPH, can't I just kill them all? That thought hovered, but the devil dragon's orders held her back. Memories of the earlier conversation flashed through her mind. Robber Ragnar had sat before her, opening a bottle with an easy smile. Don't act if you can't deal with the consequences. Our priority is to assess his potential, so recruit him early. Cleve had stood before him, face serious. You mean I should just observe? Robber nodded. Exactly. He took down a blood priest. But you didn't witness it directly, so you can't make an accurate judgment. This still needs further confirmation. Back in the present, Cleve let out a silent sigh. She knew Robber would scold her if she intervened at this threatening level, but the thought of delaying their break made her furious. With terrifying force, Cleve blocked the volley. Shockwaves rippled across the yard, debris flying everywhere. Evelyn flinched at Cleve's sudden change. She suddenly saw Navin raise his sword, as if about to strike. Has the young master lost to him? But Theo acted first. He ran after Navin with a cheerful expression. The two of them flashed past her, leaving Evelyn stunned. Navin had now joined their side. He lunged forward, intercepting Bacchus men who were attacking Cleve and Evelyn. His swordsmanship was like a deadly dance, the steel flashing through smoke and dust. He bowed his head, voice carrying a hint of remorse. Sorry for my earlier rudeness to you both. Can this action forgive my initial roughness? Navin smiled, his eyes brightening. Now we're on the same side. A system notification rang out, clear and excited. Hidden quest complete. You have recruited the sword demon Navin as an ally. The tide of battle reversed in an instant. Navin was a whirlwind of destruction, shredding Bacchus ranks, sending them into desperate screams as they tried to stop. He leapt onto the giant ballista, sending the troops into panic and screams of instinct, but it was already too late. With just a few precise cuts, Navin shattered the siege weapons. Ropes snapped, wood splintered, explosions roaring like thunder. The leader of Bacchus men looked up at Navin, silhouetted against the smoke-filled sky, and shouted, cursing, "Navin, you betray the house that raised you. How dare you point your sword at your own family?" Navin landed lightly, replying with biting sarcasm. My family, you mean them. Which family would accept a filthy bastard like me? He charged, blade flashing, ending his enemy with a single clean stroke. Evelyn looked at Navin with admiration. He truly can stand alongside young Master than Co. She turned to Theo and asked, how did you convince him? Theo replied briefly, calmly. I simply promised him what he wanted. Don't just stand there, we should follow Navin. It's time to capture Quadrak Series. Inside the chapel, Quadrak stood by the window, watching his forces be pushed back step by step. A subordinate ran up, voice trembling, reporting the dire situation. Quadrak roared, eyes bloodshot. You think I don't know? Time is running out. Everyone else, order the destruction of any documents that could serve as evidence, especially anything related to Troyvan. But Quadrak disagreed, shouting angrily, "No, don't touch that pile of documents." The subordinate stood dumbfounded, stammering, "What? We should destroy it as soon as possible to minimize casualties, sir." Quadrak grabbed him by the throat, his face twisted by uncontrollable greed. "If we burn the documents, how will I reclaim the money I've invested in the Troyvan family? Are you telling me to give up that money just because of those damned Ragnars?" Suddenly, a figure in a black cloak appeared silently behind Quadrak, like a phantom from the void. He spoke in a deep, mocking voice. "Quadrak, a blind mortal consumed by greed, you won't get far with such narrow vision." Quadrak flinched, turning around, sweat pouring from his brow. "So you've finally arrived. I need your help right now. This is a perfect moment." Outside, Theo led the team, charging into the chapel. With the sense that the battle was nearing its end, he urged his comrades forward, momentum unstoppable. But when the chapel doors swung wide open, he froze, a deep terror rising and spreading through his body. A figure wearing the bishop's robes of the infernal church stood tall in the doorway, surrounded by twisted effigies as if stepped out of hell. "Rejoice, believers. The time has come to carry out what you were taught." The scene cut back to the moment before, when two mysterious figures silently stepped out of the shadow. The first was a tall man, followed by a bishop clad in an imposing black robe. As they approached, Quadraxiri's eyes lit with a faint relief. "You arrive at just the right time. I truly need help now." Quadrak turned to face the two figures, voice tinged with confidence. "I suppose there's no way for you to die in this world, right? You even sent a bishop from the infernal church. You and Troyvan are no longer on the same side, correct? That means you're on my side. I beg you, please help me." The two figures continued forward, their steps slow but deliberate. The bishop, in a low, threatening voice, said, "I will help you, but only because the day of judgment may require you." But first, the documents related to Troyvan. Quadrak's eyes narrowed, suspicion rising. He stared directly into the bishop's eyes, voice sharp and cautious. "Why do you want them? Those documents are my source of funds. You think I haven't hidden them well enough? If you want my money, do your job well." Before he could say more, the bishop's subordinate lunged forward like lightning, grabbed Quadrak's face and squeezed. Quadrak's face grew hoarse, his breath choked in his chest. The old bishop was not finished yet. He leaned in closer, a vicious gleam in his eye. "Arrogant, foolish fool. Do you truly intend to oppose the grand plan of the Lord, you wretched unbeliever?" With a near-bored calm, the bishop turned and walked away. "Enough, kill him," he added. "There are plenty lined up willing to provide funds." The subordinate immediately tightened his grip around Quadrak's throat, the crushing pressure nearly suffocating Quadrak. Vision blurred, body trembling as blood trickled from his mouth. In his final moments, Quadrak's voice rose, desperate. "I'm sorry." The bishop paused, hearing the despair in his voice. "Wait, please wait. I'm sorry I was disrespectful to you, your grace. If I die now, Troyvan will only grow more suspicious of you. You can't let that happen." With a flick of his hand, the old bishop signaled to his subordinate. The hand around Quadrak's throat loosened, and he collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. The bishop turned back, his tone indifferent yet deadly. "Burn all documents related to Troyvan immediately. Don't even think about fleeing, for the Lord is watching everything. You'd better hurry if you want to live." Quadrak's face went pale, the threat sinking to his bones, every instinct screaming at him to run. The scene shifted outside. Theo's gaze was cold, fixed on the battlefield ahead. He finally appeared. The scene shifted outside. Theo's gaze was cold, fixed on the battlefield ahead. He finally appeared. His eyes locked onto the silhouette of the infernal church bishop in the distance, a cruel smile curling his lip. His words thundered with authority. "From our blood, the Lord will descend upon this place." The air grew heavy and bloodthirsty as the bishop's followers shouted in unison, their cries booming across the battlefield. "Worship our Lord, worship our Lord." Theo's heart pounded as the infernal church's army charged toward him and his comrades, their eyes manic and hollow. As Theo plunged into the fight, his sword flashed like lightning. He cut through the cultists with absolute precision. "I suspected the infernal church was behind this, but it's shocking they even deployed a bishop to the front." He felled a group of enemies in a smooth motion, barely pausing as others took their places and rushed at him relentlessly, with a single goal in mind: to kill him. One by one they were cut down, yet the numbers seemed endless. Meanwhile, Evelyn was also at the center of the battle, her voice ringing with irritation. "You lunatics." Navin was struggling to hold back the fanatics as well, though his voice showed a trace of worry. "They just keep coming. Are we going to be okay if this keeps up?" Amid the chaotic line, Cleve stood behind Theo, Evelyn, and Navin, her gaze calm but calculated. She watched them fight, their determination obvious as they faced the entire army alone. She cast a sidelong look, a hint of disbelief on her face as she glanced toward the bishop in the building. So the bishop really showed up. This is going to be more troublesome than I thought. Her hand slid down the sword's hilt, and with a smooth motion she drew the blade, steel flashing in the dim light as she readied herself. A thought flickered through her mind. Wait, this might actually be better than I hoped, right? She glanced at Theo and the others. Now I have a reason to clear them all out. In the blink of an eye, Cleve moved so fast no one noticed. Immediately the enemies in front of Theo, Evelyn and Navin began to explode into pieces. The blast sent cultists flying, some chopped into fragments. But that wasn't all. She launched into the air with a powerful leap, twin swords in hand. Explosions rocked the battlefield, throwing the cult's forces into chaos. She landed lightly, energy bursting around her. From now on, I'll let. Her eyes narrowed as she stared at the enemy army, her expression grave and resolute. We can't just stand by while this trash blocks our way. I'll destroy this place. But contrary to Cleve's assumption, Theo shouted to stop her. Wait, don't forget why we came. We need to get the documents before they're destroyed. Cleve paused for a moment, sighed, her tone indifferent but tinged with disappointment. Theo, I think I overestimated you. She twirled her sword in her hand with effortless ease. Slashes flew out. Since the Holy Devil Church has revealed itself, we don't need to gather more evidence. Theo refused to back down. He leapt beside her, determination written on his face. No, it's the opposite. Their intervention at this level proves there's something they don't want us to touch. The cult's actions had become more urgent and dangerous. Whatever they're protecting, they can't let it slip away. Cleve squinted. I know, so what are you planning to do? The enemy ranks kept advancing, but Theo's group held their ground. With each swing of their swords, more cultists fell. Cleve continued. Either way, our priority is to get past them first, right? Yes, but once we get through them, the evidence might already be destroyed. He sliced through several enemies in a fluid motion, his face set with resolve. I have a plan. Theo activated his mind gate skill, synchronized with the blood dragon sync, pushing both to their limits. His eyes flared blue as the ability took effect. Now Theo could scan the entire battlefield with perfect clarity, seeing everything within reach. His skill covered a wide area, including nearby houses. Cleve was still fighting the enemies, briefly lost in her own thoughts. There's no concrete evidence yet, but since the Black Dragon told us about this, maybe we should observe a bit more. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind her. A blood priest lunged forward, raising his fist and shouting, "How dare you be careless?" But before he could strike, Cleve acted. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of slashes tore through the priest's body, leaving him unable to comprehend what had happened. He fell, his body shattered. Cleve's eyes burned with bloodlust, her face stone cold as she turned to her comrades. All right, Theo, this time I'll trust you. We'll handle things here, but you must secure the evidence at all costs. Hearing that, Theo didn't hesitate. He sprang up, kicked an enemy in the face, using him as a springboard to launch higher. Leave it to me. But while hovering, something strange caught his attention. The Holy Devil Church cultists formed a human wall, their eyes blazing with a terrifying light as they charged toward him. The situation grew dire, but Navin and Evelyn appeared, cutting through the chaos to support Theo. Navin's special skill flared blue while Evelyn unleashed Storm God Fury, a whirlwind technique sparkling with vibrant green energy. Their combined strikes tore through the enemy ranks, clearing a path for Theo to advance. Navin grinned brightly and shouted, I've cleared the way for you, Master. Keep moving forward. Hearing that, Evelyn, eyes cold, replied irritably, Since when do you know the young lord well enough to call him Master? With Blood Dragon Sync still active, he opened his inventory and summoned multiple swords, controlling them remotely. Theo made the blades hover in the air and leapt from one to another with astonishing agility. As he flew through the air, he looked back at Navin and Evelyn with a grateful smile. Thanks, both of you. After saying that, Theo used the Thunder Dragon Swift Step technique to boost his movement speed, easily dodging attacks as he headed toward the building. His mind focused on the mission ahead. They wouldn't entrust such an important task as destroying top-secret documents to just anyone. If someone fits, it has to be a high-ranking commander. As Theo scanned the building with enhanced vision, something caught his eye. His gaze locked onto a figure. A smile spread across his face. Finally found you, Quadra. A system window appeared in his view, clue to the evil from a past life. This is your chance to avenge your past life. Stop their plot. The scene rewound to the previous moment when the Holy Devil Church cultists formed a human wall, their eyes flashing an eerie light as they lunged at Theo in a desperate attempt to stop him. At that critical instant, Navin and Evelyn arrived, shredding the chaos to rescue him. Navin activated his special skill, his body radiating blue light, while Evelyn launched the Storm God Fury, sparkling with vivid green energy. Together their attacks were like razor blades, slicing the defense and opening the way for Theo. Navin beamed and called out, I've cleared the way for you, Master. Evelyn glanced at him and said coldly, "Since when do you know him well enough to call him master?" Both descended onto the battlefield with movements graceful yet lethal. When their feet hit the ground, enemy heads toppled, blood spraying everywhere. Navin tilted his head slightly, his smile growing more arrogant. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Navin Bacchus, the Lord's first sword." Hearing that, Evelyn ground her teeth angrily. "First sword? Your joke goes too far." Unfazed, Navin replied teasingly, "Judging by your reaction, you're probably the first sword then, so I don't have to worry." Navin's gaze briefly flicked toward Cleve. "She's cutting down enemies with deadly strikes." His tone softened. "If she's the first sword, I'd gladly be the second." Feeling insulted, Evelyn narrowed her eyes, anger flaring. "You mean you're better than me?" Without hesitation, Navin lunged forward, sword clutched in his hand, his eyes glowing red with excitement. "Of course I am." His blade swung, slicing down several enemies, as if cutting through a loaf of bread. Evelyn froze as his blade stopped just inches from her throat, a display of perfect control. Navin laughed smugly. "What a coincidence we're on the same side. Or how about this? Whoever defeats more cultists will be the first sword." Evelyn sighed in annoyance and replied, "I'm on a mission, not for your childish game." Navin chuckled, his voice full of delight. "Are you afraid you'll lose?" Those words hit Evelyn's last nerve. In an instant, she disarmed Navin with expert skill, her eyes blazing with determination. Navin stood stunned by Evelyn's sudden change. Before he could react, Evelyn pierced through dozens of cultists who had been sneaking up behind him. Her strikes were precise and deadly, executed at extraordinary speed. Not stopping there, Evelyn sped past Navin like lightning, storm god fury erupting and sweeping enemies away. "Let me show you why I'm the young lord's #1 sword. You'd better not regret what you just said." Navin returned with renewed confidence, his hands gripping the sword. "I'm looking forward to this." The two of them plunged back into the cultists, driven by fierce competition and unwilling to lose. The scene shifted to a quiet corner of the city. The streets were empty, a stark contrast to the chaotic battlefield at the center. A lone tavern appeared, torchlight casting long, muted shadows on the walls. Inside, a secret passage led down to the basement. Quadraxeres stepped forward, sweat beading on his forehead, his heart pounding. He took a deep breath, unlocked the secret door, and the sound of the falling lock echoed in the silence. A torch was lit, illuminating a small room with a wooden chest in the center and shelves filled with books all around. Without hesitation, he approached the chest, hands trembling as he opened the lid. Inside were the documents he had painstakingly gathered, evidence related to Troivan. His mind churned with what had happened. "If I just burn this, it's done. That way I might escape some degree of treason." But hesitation held him back, the torch shaking in his hand as he thought of the document's enormous value. "Do I really have to burn all of this? Every piece here is extremely valuable and important. It won't be easily recovered. Considering the deal I made with the celestial dragon, I have to get it all back at any cost." But the bishop's warning rang in his mind. "If you don't destroy these documents, death is inevitable." He sighed bitter, better this than death. He let the torch drop from his hand and watched the flame slowly fall toward the chest of documents before him. But just before the flame could touch, a black lightning flashed, filling the room with energy. A figure blurred past Theo, as fast as lightning, snatching the torch midair before it could destroy everything. Quadrak turned, eyes wide with horror as he saw him. "Theo Ragnar, how did you get here?" Theo's gaze burned with bloodlust, his voice low and authoritative. "Seems your fourth daughter's arm still isn't enough, is it?" Quadrak went pale, blood starting to trickle from his mouth and nose. He forced a brittle smile. I'm sorry, I'll do anything, so spare me." But before he finished, Theo's sword swung, black lightning trailing and wrapping the blade, severing his head in an instant. Quadrak's head hit the floor with a sickening thud, his body collapsing before he could comprehend what had happened. Theo's face hardened with rage, his voice cold and merciless. "Traitors to Ragnar have only one fate. All will be executed." Having said that, Theo quickly checked the pile of documents. The system chimed. "Congratulations, you have completed the mission. The karmic grudge from a past life has been resolved." Flipping through the documents in his hands, Theo couldn't help but wonder, is this really worth mobilizing the entire Holy Devil Church? The secret notebook I gave Cleve was already enough to catch Troivan, but that's not all. Even if it's the celestial dragon, the Troivan household could dispose of him if threatened. So we need enough evidence to arrest not only Eid Troivan, but the entire Troivan family. Looking at the towering shelves, Theo felt a bit tired. Every document here is important evidence. Which should I take first? His gaze swept upward and stopped at a book titled Investigation Report on the Rose Palace. Theo opened the book and the first line chilled him. This is. "Be cautious of the Black Dragon's surveillance when searching for the relics. Is this Troivan's handwriting? As of now, 2 relics have been found. I also suspect the remaining hidden relics lie within the Rose Palace. Reading this, his hands clenched in anger. Relics in the Rose Palace. What does that mean? All the discrimination, false accusations, and miserable outcomes from my past life, did they all originate here? According to their plan, Theo Ragnar was meant to be eliminated. Fury burned through Theo, his eyes full of outrage. All of this just over a relic that might be somewhere. He roared, crushing the paper in his hand. Eid Troiven, you filthy bastard. But Theo quickly regained his composure. He closed the book and said, even if I expose these reports now, nothing will change. I will take my revenge steadily, but surely. Saying that, his gaze locked onto two glowing cubes on the shelf, radiating ancient energy. To make things interesting, I'll take the two relics you worked so hard to obtain. When he touched them, a system window appeared. You have discovered two relics of the ancient dragon. The scene cut back to the Merchant Guild headquarters, the air heavy and tense, punctuated by the clash of swords. The Holy Devil Church forces still dominated, but Navin and Evelyn stood firm, back to back. They had slain countless cultists, yet the battle was far from over. Navin panted, his body bruised and bloodied from the relentless fight. Evelyn caught her breath and broke the silence with a cold voice. I remember who you are now, Navin Bacchus. The cultists of the Holy Devil Church showed no hesitation. They advanced with murderous intent in their eyes, affording the two warriors not a moment's rest. Evelyn swung her sword, cutting down another enemy, then said seriously, last year you placed second in the awakening ritual, then disappeared right. Navin, exhausted but still attacking, felled several cultists with quick strikes. A smirk appeared. Being remembered by you is my honor, Evelyn. As he charged toward another enemy, he shouted, full of determination. But now is not the time for old stories. At this rate, I'll become the #1 swordsman. Suddenly, a surge of green energy exploded across the battlefield. Navin froze as the energy spiraled into a massive vortex, sweeping everything away. He turned to see Evelyn, her eyes blazing with resolve, performing the Thunderwind divine technique. A tornado of green energy tore through the enemy ranks, annihilating them in a devastating storm. When the vortex subsided, Navin stood stunned in amazement. He looked at Evelyn, who met his gaze with a solemn look and eyes glowing green. With this move, we're even. Navin panted, nodding in agreement, his eyes full of respect. Yeah, I agree. But just as Navin let his guard down, a giant figure lunged in at terrifying speed. The huge man, accompanied by the bishop, gripped a war mace tightly and prepared to strike. Navin's eyes widened, stunned by the man's overwhelming momentum. But he quickly leapt aside, narrowly avoiding the blow. The man's strike slammed into the ground, cracking everything, fissures spreading out. The giant rose, his eyes flaming with rage. Don't celebrate yet. Do you bratty kids think you can ruin the grand divine spirit's plans? Navin curled his lip and faced the giant. Finish him off, Evelyn. She narrowed her eyes, showing agreement. Good idea, we'll settle this with. Without another word, the two lunged at the giant in a blazing aura. Evelyn was wrapped in a brilliant green energy of determination. Navin radiated blue light, their focus razor-sharp and their wills unyielding. But just as the giant swung his mace in counterattack, a new figure appeared from above. A senior member of the White Plate Dragon Cavalry, riding a dragon, descended. The dragon lunged, its claws seizing the giant and driving him into the ground. Navin and Evelyn halted and stepped back. The dragon's talons sank deep into the man's body, pinning him and sending shockwaves across the battlefield. As the dust gradually cleared, the image of the giant pinned, motionless, beneath the dragon came into view. He was a member of the White Plate Dragon. A blond man stepped forward, wearing a satisfied smile. Well then, squad leader Evelyn. Did I arrive at the right time? Navin and Evelyn froze, despairing, and shouted in unison. How dare you lay a hand on him? Both flared with anger, eyes blazing. The man went pale and stammered. I thought I was helping. Suddenly, the sky darkened as a host of other dragons appeared. The entire White Plate Dragon Cavalry landed on rooftops and plunged straight into the battle. The impact was so fierce it crushed several cultists instantly. Another senior officer of the Corps bellowed a clear command. All units, 5th Squad of the White Plate Dragon Cavalry, obey orders. Eliminate all members of the Merchants Guild and the Holy Devil Church. Immediately, White Plate Dragon soldiers surged forward, annihilating everything. Dragons breathed fire to incinerate enemies, exhaled toxic clouds to suffocate them, or shredded them with talons like paper. The battlefield filled with fire, poison, and scream. Inside the Merchant Guild headquarters, the atmosphere was somewhat quieter. The bishop lay collapsed on the floor, dozens of weapons piercing his body, blood pooling everywhere. Although gravely wounded, he still twisted his lips into a smile, speaking with satisfaction. I sincerely hope a new sun rises over the blood-red sky, that the true end will come. Help them resist temptation and accept our veneration. The blood of gods will guide us. May those who remain find peace. Cleve sat nearby, exhausted but maintaining an indifferent demeanor. She rolled her eyes and let out a mocking sigh. That kind of scheming is really not my style. After the madness, she glanced at the bishop. His body was mangled by sword cuts, limbs severed, yet he still wore a deranged smile, as if a great burden had finally been lifted. The scene shifted outside. Now everything was eerily quiet after the battle. The white plate dragon cavalry set up temporary complaint booths, and people lined up to report their losses. Evelyn stood amid the chaos, surrounded by a barrage of questions. A man holding a report approached. "Can I go now?" Evelyn, plainly annoyed, replied, "Fine, fine. Just show me your Merchants Guild membership card and you can leave. As for compensation, the complaints desk is at the far left end." The scene grew increasingly chaotic. White plate dragon members ran back and forth, shouting orders to one another. "Captain, do you need that report?" Another voice called, "Hurry, bring it here now." Someone tossed a report to Evelyn, the headline reading, "Someone stole goods from the flying dragons. Who's the bastard?" She received another report from a soldier. "Captain, does this job come with extra pay?" Evelyn ground her teeth, eyes squeezing shut in frustration. Suddenly she snapped, her eyes narrowing into slits of fire, veins bulging on her forehead. "What do you mean so many questions, you idiots?" She grabbed the nearest table and hurled it into the air. The throw sent several members tumbling with. Then she screamed, her voice dripping with killing intent. "Do it yourselves then. I'm terrible with paperwork, okay?" She looked around searching for someone. "Huxial, where is Huxial? Where did she go after ditching us here like this?" The scene shifted to a quiet corner of the city. In a simple hut, Theo and Evelyn were discussing matters seriously. Theo looked at the documents before him and said, "This is what the Merchants Guildmaster wanted destroyed, traces of artifacts, leaked information, and the betrayal plan was recorded in great detail." Cleve skimmed the papers and set them on the table, smiling proudly. "Well done, mid-level swordsman Theo Ragnar." Theo, surprised, widened his eyes in astonishment. "Thank you, ma'am." Cleve laughed heartily at his reaction, then grew serious. "You work efficiently, like you've been with Huxial for a long time. So what do you think of the Black Dragon's offer?" Theo scratched his head and looked awkward. About that." Cleve sighed and smiled. "Don't be embarrassed, I was only teasing." Theo gave an embarrassed laugh. "It's hard to tell if you're joking or not." Cleve moved on to another matter. "I have more news and it's good for you. The operation to arrest the Celestial Dragon is already underway. The records from last time are enough to prove his treason. You've captured." Theo's eyes lit up, a radiant smile spreading across his face. "So that means—" Cleve cut in with certainty. "Yes, Huxial's elite arrest squad has moved in. They're probably escorting them to the capital right now." At that moment, the tent flap suddenly burst open, and a Huxial member rushed in, breathless and urgent. "There's a major problem, sir." Theo and Cleve turned around, their faces hard with worry. The soldier struggled to stand steady. He hid his power. The scene cut abruptly to the battlefield. Troivan swung his sword, slicing the air with terrifying speed and precision. An elite Huxial arrest unit soldier had his head severed in an instant, his body collapsing while kept his face cold. Only fools reveal their power. He scanned the battlefield where Huxial's senior soldiers lay dead, heads severed from their body. A cruel smile spread across his face. "Congratulations, Theo Ragnar." The T. Rose Palace, Axion, the Dragon Sword Master, the Ceres Trading Guild, everything I painstakingly prepared. His voice dropped but brimmed with fury, his face twisted, laughter edged with madness. "You really ruined everything, Theo Ragnar. There's nothing left." His eyes narrowed, resolve surging. "Fine, celebrate then. Go as crazy as you like. Because Troivan's plan will continue." He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and muttered, "We've lost the dragon sword, but I have gained this. It's enough." He trudged into the thick snow and gradually disappeared, whispering to the wind, "The time is near." The scene shifted to the T. Rose Palace, its usual bustle amplified by preparations for an important event. The palace courtyard was packed, everyone moving with purpose, the air buzzing with anticipation. Inside the great hall, nobles gathered, chatting animatedly while tailors meticulously measured for new gowns. The atmosphere mixed excitement and expectation as lavish outfits were prepared for the most honored guests. A lady exclaimed, "Oh my, this design is exquisite. When's the deadline?" Another smiled brightly and replied, "You've been waiting a long time, haven't you?" Amid the bustling crowd, a lone figure stood quietly in a corner of the hall, offering a sharp contrast to the surrounding extravagant chaos. It was the demon blacksmith. She calmly smoked her pipe and watched the nobles with a detached expression. She heard someone ask, "When will a few of the runes be ready?" Another replied, "They just came out. We still need to inspect the quality." Her eyes narrowed slightly as she observed, growing busier by the moment. Then suddenly a familiar voice cut through her thoughts. "Mother, have you finally arrived?" Cecilia cried out joyfully, stepping forward with a radiant face. She turned to her daughter and asked, "How are those tailors doing?" Cecilia replied excitedly, "I'm opening a new shop soon. It's a high-end brand dealing in luxurious fabrics and dazzling jewelry." The blacksmith's face froze, looking at her daughter in stunned bewilderment. After a brief silence, Cecilia continued recounting the details with mounting excitement. A smile gradually spread across the demon blacksmith's face, her eyes filled with love and pride. "It's been a long time since I've seen this smile, hasn't it? This smile is more beautiful than any gem or jewel." Suddenly, Cecilia took her mother's hand, beaming, "So don't worry about the prices, okay?" "What?" Cecilia asked in surprise. "You're not here for that." The blacksmith clicked her tongue and chuckled softly. "You catch on quickly, but it's not just because of that. I'm here because of other important news about the Rose Palace." At the mention of the Rose Palace, Cecilia's eyes widened in terror, sweat beading on her brow. She gripped her mother's hand tightly. "There's nothing wrong with my son, is there? Has that monster done something else?" Her mother looked at her, her gaze softening with sympathy. "What have you had to endure all this time?" She gently placed her hand on Cecilia's head to reassure her. "Calm down, don't worry too much. Actually, things are completely the opposite." She took a long drag of her pipe, smoke curling around her, then continued, "Try not to be too shocked, my daughter. That woman." Cecilia's face showed utter astonishment, her eyes wide with horror. The scene cut to the Rose Palace, where a horrific tableau unfolded. Blood stained the walls and floors, the air heavy with the stink of death. Corpses lay scattered across the courtyard. Onlookers stood frozen, eyes wide in terror. The entrance was hung with severed heads and a gruesome message. Each head was marked as a traitor to the Ragnar family. At the center, Axion's mother's head hung prominently alongside a cruel declaration. Upon hearing this, Cecilia could no longer hold herself and collapsed to her knees. Her mother's words echoed in her ears but did nothing to comfort. She looked up at her mother with tear-filled eyes and a weak voice. "I'm sorry, Mother. I was only glad that finally it's over." The demon blacksmith knelt beside her daughter, her heart heavy. She held Cecilia tight and comforted her. "My child, you need me more than ever." Cecilia leaned into her mother and sobbed, finally releasing the pain she'd carried for so long. "It really happened, didn't it, Mother?" Her mother looked at her, her own eyes reddening, her voice warm yet tinged with sadness. "Have you ever seen a goblin tell the truth?" Cecilia's crying softened, but her words were heavy. "I've never shown weakness all this time, but each day felt like walking on blades. Being falsely accused, blamed without cause, even targeted for assassination. I didn't dare tell anyone, but truly, I almost died several times. Each time I only begged them to spare my son's life." Cecilia lifted her tear-streaked face. "So much pressure has lifted. Now it's truly over, right, Mother?" Seeing this, the demon blacksmith couldn't hold back her tears either. She looked at her daughter with pride mixed with sorrow. "I never fully understood the burden Cecilia had to bear alone. Yes, it's all over now, my dear. You've borne too much on your own. You did very well, my daughter." The scene shifted to Theo's manor, where he and Navin had just returned after the battle. Despite the heavy task, the atmosphere felt somewhat lighter. Navin, with his usual nonchalant air, spoke first. "I hear you're pretty famous now, huh?" Theo, pouring tea, smiled cheerfully. "You're later than I expected. Have you finished everything?" Navin leaned back on the sofa, still relaxed. "Huxial told me not to say anything, but you already know everything, right? Just as predicted. The Bacchus house will collapse, starting with the Patriarch. Those who sign the ledger will lose at least their titles. They deserve it for what they've done. The Bacchus line is finished." But Theo wasn't satisfied and asked, "Is that enough?" Navin, surprised. "What do you mean?" Theo looked him squarely in the eye, confident. "Navin, I propose you become the head of House Bacchus." Navin was stunned. "What, me?" Theo placed his hand on the table, resolute. "If everyone else loses their titles, you'll be the only one left who can take over the family. Be my strength in the upcoming fight against House Troyven." Navin was briefly taken aback, but quickly returned to his indifferent tone. "War with Troyven. That kid, was he aiming for that from the start?" Theo sipped his tea with a confident smile. "The psychological campaign has been exposed. There will certainly be an all-out war with Troyven. We've confirmed the Celestial Dragon's uprising is linked to Troyven and the Demon Holy Church. We're investigating what their plan in the north is. This is practically a declaration of war between Ragnar and Troyven." Navin pondered. "Right, once Troyven and the cult are exposed, they won't sit still." He leaned back and chuckled comfortably. "For someone like me who's near death, war isn't such a big deal. Don't I need something to act on?" Immediately, Theo produced something and set it before Navin, surprising him. "What's this? Didn't I tell you? I can cure you." He handed over a sheet of paper and said, "This is the recipe to cure ether core fever, and this is ether core, the main ingredient of that formula. Currently, it's not widely known, but ether core fever is caused by chaos in the body's mana flow. This core will neutralize your mana flow. Navin was shocked, his head spinning. I can't believe it. I thought you'd only heal me enough so I wouldn't die, then use that to exploit and imprison me. Theo, surprised, what? Navin said seriously, what if you give me everything and I take it all and run? Hearing that, Theo replied confidently, if you want to do that, I don't care. Focusing only on power causes even more problems. You and I are both victims of it. His eyes lit up, his voice softened but remained firm. I don't want to rule others by force. What I want to build isn't oppression or threats, but mutual trust. Navin was stunned as he grasped the meaning. He gave a short laugh and sighed. I wasn't going to underestimate you because you're still young, but it turns out you're a hopeless romantic. Theo laughed, so you won't cooperate. Navin stared at his reflection in the teacup, thinking. Finally, he took a sip of tea and set the cup down. Then he quickly stood up, drew his sword, and placed it before him. In a solemn tone, I, Navin Bacchus, head of House Bacchus, swear to become the sword of Theo Ragnar. Theo smiled, satisfied with what he'd just achieved. Navin reverted to his nonchalant demeanor and said, is that enough for you? Theo raised his cup confidently. More than enough, I'd say. After Navin left, Theo stood alone in the hall, pondering war with Troyven is unfolding much faster than in my past life. He looked at the table where the relics lay and told himself, but there's no need to worry. Everything is still proceeding smoothly. He placed his hand on a relic and said, first, let's open this phallic treasure and see what's inside. Theo found himself standing in a desolate landscape, sand and rocks stretching endlessly. He realized it was a desert, a place he'd only seen in books. The scorching heat hit immediately, making Theo wonder if anything could survive here. A blue screen appeared with a notification that Theo had entered the domain of the guardian deities. The objective was simple but daunting: survive the next 72 hours. He was shocked at the thought of enduring 3 full days in a place so hot he felt he might melt at any moment. The ground beneath Theo's feet began to tremble violently. Something enormous rose from the dunes, sending sand flying in all directions. Theo could only think that this was completely insane. The system announced the appearance of the boss, a desert worm, colossal in size, like a death-bringing dragon. The monster hissed in displeasure, having identified Theo as an intruder. With a deafening roar, it lunged forward with its wide-open maw, barring a horrifying array of razor-sharp teeth. Theo scrambled to evade, turned, and unleashed the long gate thunder body technique straight at the beast. A bolt of black lightning struck the creature's head, but only cracked its armor, and couldn't even lave a wound. Theo's expression turned to shock. I used long gate, and it hardly even scratched it. Before he could think, another attack came. Golden arcs of electricity flashed across the worm's body with tremendous force. He grit his teeth in frustration as he realized the problem. This monster shared the lightning attribute with Theo, making his attacks almost useless. It was like trying to extinguish a fire by adding another blaze to it. The creature's emotionless voice echoed, "Intruder, die." The worm roared and fired a bolt of lightning energy straight at him. Fortunately, Theo dodged in time, watching the beam carve a trench in the sand, which alarmed him greatly. Damn it, it destroyed my escape route. The worm withdrew beneath the ground, then surfaced right under Theo's feet with its wide, tooth-filled mouth. It struck the spot where he just stood and blew everything within range away. Theo had to continually hop backward to avoid its relentless assaults. He landed and slid back, his body beginning to feel strained, each breath turning ragged. Theo checked his mission timer. Only 5 minutes in and it's already like this. He knew clearly he couldn't hold out like this for 72 hours. That sandworm was too hard to hit when it kept moving under the ground like that. His lightning techniques were ineffective. The terrain itself gave the enemy too much of an advantage. But that sparked an idea in Theo. Maybe I can turn the terrain against it with this. Theo quickly rifled through his storage and took out another relic from his previous mission, the Frostflower Butterfly relic. He wondered whether he should use it now. It was a gamble, but he felt it was worth a try. He tried to activate the relic to enter its dungeon. A system panel chimed. Ancient Dragon Clan relic Frostflower Butterfly has been equipped, moving to Dungeon 3. But then a red notice flashed before Theo. The system blocked him, informing him he couldn't start a new dungeon while another mission was active. As expected, not everything went according to plan. At that moment, the world itself began to crack. Frost fissures spread across the desert sky. An abnormal blizzard raged, tearing a rift between dimensions. The system reported an anomaly. 2 dungeons are attempting to intrude on each other through the frost rift. A giant golden eye peered out. As the boss of the Frostflower Butterfly dungeon appeared, a dragon with delicate white butterfly wings emerged from the storm, Its body wasn't massive, but its beauty and haughty bearing far surpassed that of the sandworm. Its gaze was icy, its breath filling the air with cold. It spoke, carrying a chill into everything, its voice echoing an ancient, dangerous power. Long time no see, chosen one. You've just done something rather reckless. This was the guardian of the Dragon Fairy relic, its power saturating the air with sharp, glittering shards of ice. It looked at Theo and coldly declared, "You will pay for your arrogance." A barrage of ice shards flew straight at Theo at an unreal speed, their trajectories twisting as if they had GPS guiding them. Theo did his best to parry with his sword slashes, and luckily, wasn't injured. He cursed his situation. "I never imagined it would go like this. Am I stuck between two guardians at once?" In the end, this was the outcome of the gamble Theo had taken. He sighed, thinking, "I should have tried to endure the 72 hours. That might have been better. I really should have chosen to be persistent." But since things had come to this point, Theo had no choice left but to try to survive. But contrary to Theo's expectation, the sandworm's attack flew straight toward the Dragon Fairy Guardian. It made a confused sound after being hit unexpectedly. "What are you doing?" The sandworm's guardian replied curtly, "Intruder, kill them all." Upon hearing that, the Dragon Fairy answered in agreement. Agreed, two guardians cannot coexist in one place. Theo was bewildered, unable to understand what was happening. Are they attacking each other? Both lunged forward in fury. "Die, sand crawler. Intruder, I will kill you." A system notification appeared. Two ancient relics are vying for priority. The scene cut back to the battlefield, where the giant sandworm roared as it charged toward the Dragon Fairy. The ground shook under the force of the clash. As the sandworm surged forward with terrifying speed, it opened its massive jaws toward the Dragon Fairy, but the dragon's shimmering shield held firm against the ferocious strike. Theo stood at the edge, stunned by the chaos unfolding. Energy from massive lightning bolts lit the air, the ground trembling under the battle's force. He muttered to himself, a mix of astonishment and worry. Just thinking about being in there is terrifying. Theo looked down at his sword, as a strange black energy began to emanate from it. The black energy condensed into the form of a griffin, ready for battle. Theo smiled, eyes glittering with anticipation. "Looks like you're itching to tear something apart, Moonblade." The battlefield became a chaotic arena as the sandworm and the Dragon Fairy collided violently. Giant dust tornadoes swept through the air, while ice and lightning attacks filled the sky. Each impact shook the earth. Theo held his ground, unshaken by the surrounding maelstrom, his voice steady as he watched the epic fight. "Hang on a little longer, looks like they're almost done." As the battle continued, the sandworm's attacks began to overwhelm the Dragon Fairy's defenses. Lightning struck the dragon, shattering its protective shield. A particularly powerful lightning strike hit the Dragon Fairy's wing, rending its delicate structure. The dragon roared in pain, blood spilling from its maw as it stalled midair, unable to keep balance from the wound. The Dragon Fairy crashed to the ground with an earth-shaking boom. Dust and debris settled. The Dragon Fairy growled slowly, trying to rise, but the sandworm was relentless. It gave the dragon no chance to recover and lunged with deadly intent. The Dragon Fairy, sensing the worm's merciless pursuit, squinted in anger. Then, in a decisive moment, it unleashed its true power. The entire battlefield was bathed in a fierce radiance. A giant snowflake-like form emanated from the Dragon Fairy. Instantly, massive ice spikes erupted from the ground, shooting up at terrifying speed. There were so many ice spears, and they moved so fast that the sandworm couldn't evade. They pierced the air and struck the giant monster with brutal force. One spear drove straight into the worm's mouth, shattering its teeth. Blood gushed from the wound as the worm howled in pain, writhing violently. Despite its injuries, the colossal beast refused to yield. With primal strength, the sandworm crushed the spear in its mouth, pulverizing it with sheer force. The two guardians, wounded, bloodied, and exhausted, stared at each other with no sign of retreat. Hatred and determination burned between them. With a primal roar, the sandworm surged forward again, clamping the Dragon Fairy in its massive jaws. The Dragon Fairy gritted its teeth through the pain, retaliating by summoning more ice spears that kept piercing the worm's body relentlessly. Despite the continual assaults, the sandworm tightened its jaws, crushing the Dragon Fairy's wing. The creature's roar was a symphony of pain and fury. Still, the sandworm would not let go, its jaws clenched even tighter. Seeing the Dragon Fairy's dire state as an opportunity, Theo sprang forward without hesitation, sword gripped tightly, resolve clear on his face. The Dragon Fairy couldn't believe its eyes when it saw Theo advancing with his sword aimed at them. Theo swung his sword back with a loud, commanding shout, "You'll be the first." He brought the sword forward. A massive surge of blue energy erupted from the blade, tore through the air, and drove into the sandworm's body. The strike pierced the worm with tremendous force, sending a shockwave across the battle. The worm howled in agony, its body writhing as Theo's blow sliced through it. But Theo didn't stop. He rushed in for a finishing blow. Unleash Griffin. From the Moonblade, a griffin manifested in a surge of power. It dove at the sand worm with deadly precision. The worm, still stunned from the previous blow, roared in defiance, but it was too late. The griffin tore through the air, its razor claws slicing the sandworm's head off with ease. The dragon fairy watched from the sidelines, frozen silent, its eyes wide in shock as it witnessed the sandworm's defeat. What the hell is that? The sandworm's massive body collapsed to the ground, with an earth-shaking thud, blood gushing from the wound as it fell into the sand. Theo landed calmly on the ground and turned his attention to the system window that appeared before him. Congratulations, you have successfully hunted the sandworm. You have conquered one of the 2 restored relics. Theo smiled, eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Just as predicted, hunting the beast is like claiming the relic. One of Theo's eyes turned a deep red, filled with fierce bloodlust. Only you remain. But before he could continue, the dragon fairy hurriedly interrupted. Wait, let's talk a bit. Theo turned to the dragon fairy with a casual expression. So what do you want to say now? The dragon fairy tried to reason. Theo, this is not the proper way to conquer the ancient dragon relics. Theo raised an eyebrow, slightly puzzled. The dragon fairy closed its eyes, its tone becoming more solemn. I am the wisest guardian of them all. I exist here to test your intellect. But before the dragon fairy could finish, Theo's dark aura flared up again. His eyes glittered, his voice turning cold and sinister. Perfect timing. Theo began to step toward the dragon fairy, his strides slow and deliberate. I've proven my wit. The dragon fairy realized there was no time left to negotiate and began sweating with anxiousness. Wait, I still haven't. But Theo cut it off. Wasn't I the one who made both of you fight each other? Theo swung his sword back to deliver a devastating blow, his eyes blazing red as he unleashed the griffin's full power once more. If you truly are the most knowing guardian, then accept the fate that's coming to you. As Theo released his full power, the dragon fairy's last words echoed through the air, desperate. Wait, let me pose a riddle. A massive explosion erupted from Theo's attack, its force so tremendous that the shockwave was visible miles across the battlefield. A system window flashed before him. Congratulations, you have successfully hunted the dragon fairy. Before Theo could process the notification, everything around him began to shift. In the blink of an eye, he was transported back to his room. Theo's hand slammed down on the table, the ring still clenched in his fist. The remaining relic, the snowflake, was clearly at his ear. Theo felt the weight of both items, the power within them. A slow smile spread across his face, relief washing over him as he looked at the relics in his hands. Finally, I've completed both. Another system window appeared, confirming his victory. You have completed the side quest by conquering both relics. But before Theo could finish speaking, a strange sensation overtook him. Black magic began to spread, dark veins snaking and engulfing the room. Theo's attention shifted to the moonblade still in his hand. It emitted darker energy than ever before. Confused, he brought the sword closer to his face, trying to understand what was happening. Suddenly, a shadow flashed at the edge of his vision, and Theo's heart sank. The shadow took the form of a griffin, its eyes blazing with killing intent. The creature's low, vicious voice cut through the silence. Theo Ragnar, I want to eat you alive. Theo's eyes widened in shock as the griffin's aura began to twist and transform. Theo gritted his teeth, desperately trying to pull off the spreading black substance from his hand. It was as if the darkness had come alive, quickly coiling around the sword and his body. Theo's eyes widened as he realized, damn, I sealed it once, but I forgot. The moonblade always craves flesh, and if I'm not mistaken, it must have absorbed the power of both guardians before we return. The black substance now resembled sticky cord, wrapping around his forearm, then around Theo's body, pulling him deeper into the darkness. Theo fought back, but the energy moved too fast, tightening its grip with every struggle. His body strained as the blackness constricted, far stronger than before. I have to do something fast or I'll be swallowed. From the darkness, the griffin took shape, its blazing eyes locked on Theo. The creature grew as it approached, its body wreathed in black energy. Theo's heart pounded as he recognized the real threat. The griffin's voice was low and mocking. Theo Ragnar, I'll swallow you whole right now, and with you, I'll chase the moonlight again. The room seemed to shrink around Theo as the black energy completely enveloped. In an instant, Theo was completely enclosed in a sphere of dark energy. The room fell silent and pitch black, with no escape. Darkness fell like a velvet black curtain, covering Theo's world and pulling him into a pitch-black prison with no way out. Darkness fell like a velvet black curtain, covering Theo's world and pulling him into a pitch-black prison with no way out. The surrounding space contracted, becoming a floating black orb in the void, where slender supernatural threads intertwined, holding everything in an eerie stillness. He gasped, his chest aching as if crushed, trying to cling to the remaining shred of sanity. "Where am I?" The question echoed in his mind with no answer. The shadows around him began to move, slowly taking shape into ghastly forms bearing the breath of death. They were the guardians he had faced and slain in bloody battles. Now they surrounded him, their cold gazes seeming to devour his soul. A chill ran down his spine as he realized the horrific truth. He was trapped inside the belly of a giant monster, where darkness reigned like a cruel king. The dragon fairy appeared, its eyes burning like infernal flames, and spoke in a cutting tone, declaring that the griffin had swallowed him. Its voice sliced the air like a blade, warning that the beast would soon tear out his heart. Fate Theo, despite his unease, seemed mentally prepared to face. The other guardians sneered, their voices full of contempt, calling him a foolish chosen one. They mocked his ambition to seize their power while failing to tame a single griffin. But Theo, astonishingly calm, stood firm against their derision. He stared straight at them, his voice low but steady. "If my heart is swallowed, what happens next?" The dragon fairy replied, its voice icy enough to freeze hope. "You will die." The sandworm interjected in a deep, arrogant tone. "We are immortal. We never die. Only you must face oblivion." The dragon fairy nodded, adding that they would return the relics and wait for the next chosen one, though the idea seemed somewhat tedious to immortal beings like. Silence fell heavy as a curse. Their words hung like sharp blades in the air, piercing Theo's pride, but he did not falter. Suddenly he spoke, his tone as sharp as a blade. "Have you forgotten the ancient dragon's duty?" The question struck like a surprise blow, leaving the guardians stunned, their expressions briefly shaken. He reminded them of their sacred duty, to aid the chosen one in facing the nameless king who threatened to topple the world. He warned that if he failed, the world would plunge into chaos, and their negligence would be to blame. His words burned like fire, consuming the guardians' arrogance and leaving them speechless. With a mocking, challenging smirk, he stared straight at them. "You only care about your own interests, don't you? Or do you actually intend to fulfill your duty?" The dragon fairy erupted in fury, its massive wings trembling as it snarled that he had the audacity to insult their master. It threatened, voice full of killing intent. "It seems you really want to die." But Theo did not flinch. He locked eyes with its burning gaze, his voice low but forceful. "Kill me. Stop threatening and act. If you want to see the world collapse because of your own failure." His words were like a sharp blade, slicing through all their threats. Silence fell, broken only by Theo's heavy breathing. The guardians looked at him, their expressions shifting, as if for the first time they truly saw him, not a weak chosen one but an unyielding warrior. The sandworm spoke first, its deep voice rumbling like the cracking earth. The crystal prison that bound it shattered, disintegrating like dust in the void. Both guardians, though reluctant, acknowledged his bravery. The worm called him courageous, and the dragon fairy, hesitating slightly, admitted it was impressed by his confidence. "You're quite good," it said, its tone no longer arrogant. It declared it would open the door to let him out. The worm agreed as well, and a portal gradually appeared before Theo, flickering with a faint light like a promise of freedom. They said opening the gate was the only thing they could do. The rest depended on it. Without hesitation, Theo lunged toward the portal, his heart burning with determination to teach the monster an unforgettable lesson. He tore through a swirling void, feeling as if dragged through an endless vortex. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in another corner of that strange space, where darkness and light intertwined. There, the soul of the griffin, the giant beast, had regained its core consciousness. It was preparing to devour the sphere of light, believing Theo's body would soon belong to it. But at that moment, a pained roar split the space. Theo, like an explosive beam of light, burst forth from within, piercing the monster's soul with his very essence. The beast writhed and screamed in agony while Theo stood atop it, his eyes blazing with triumphant joy. The griffin's physical form collapsed, its eyes frantic as it watched him crawl out from its belly. It bellowed, accusing the other guardians of betrayal. But Theo quickly grabbed its beak, forcing it silent. He coldly reminded it, "The first time we met it was through submission, not words." The griffin stammered, begging to be released so it could speak, but Theo firmly refused. He warned that if they continued to vie for dominance, both would only exhaust themselves. The guardians fell into thoughtful silence, the griffin's bright eyes gradually dimming, and it yielded, realizing that confronting Theo was futile. He deemed that a wise choice, but the arrival of Drake, his first relic, interrupted the thought. Drake appeared, a mysterious smile on its lips, welcoming the chosen one and asking whether the other guardians had forgotten it. It explained that letting the souls fight for control of power was the method past chosen ones. When Theo asked curiously about the others, Drake evaded, saying he didn't need to know yet. It only promised that they would all help him grow, and they looked forward to what he would do next. Back in the room, an announcement rang out confirming the new powers now belonged to Theo. The fairy's strength enhanced his immunity, while the sandworm's power granted him superior resistance and offensive capability. The dark energy that had gnawed at him was now gone, leaving an indescribable sense of relief. Theo swayed slightly, his body exhausted after the grueling battle. But the final trial was over. He was surprised to realize the Guardians weren't dead, but still alive somewhere inside him, like eternal phantoms. He squinted his eyes and looked at the Moonblade lying quietly on the table. The vicious aura that once surrounded it had disappeared. Peace, fragile though it was, had finally returned. He walked over to Long Chu, deep in thought. Things had turned out better now that he understood more deeply the power of the ancient dragon. He picked up the relic box, feeling the weight of fate in his palm. Willingly or not, he knew he was bound to them. In the distance, amid a snow-covered graveyard, where swords were plunged into the ground like silent tombstones, two solemn figures faced each other. Robber Ragnar, the black dragon with eyes cold as ice, asked Julius whether he truly recognized Theo as the successor. Julius nodded but couldn't hide his doubt. Certainly, he clearly has enough talent now to stand among the other 5 candidates. He asked again, is Robber worried because Theo is a regression, right? Robber admitted it, his voice deep and haunted, as if carrying memories of bloody battles. Julius noticed the deep hatred in his eyes, the hatred reserved for regressors, those Robber had personally slain one by one. With no emotion, Robber confirmed and said that was the reason he wanted to personally test Theo. Julius was stunned, but Robber emphasized that to become an official candidate, Theo must pass the proper procedure, an uncompromising trial. Julius's gaze slid down to the sword in Robber's hand, sensing the dangerous aura emanating from it, as if it were alive and thirsty for blood. Robber nodded, revealing that it was the sword of the former Ragnar line, the wrathful Dragon King, which he had slain in a fateful battle. Back on Theo's side, the demon dragon emerged from the room and called out, Theo Ragnar, hurry and depart. The master has summoned you to the Broken Sword clan. In the biting air of the sword graveyard, each flake of snow fell like a cold wisp. Theo's feet crushed the icy ground, producing crunching sounds that echoed across the barren field, studded with blades driven deep into the earth. Each step he took was heavy, carrying a dark purpose as he passed the memorial stones of fallen warriors. An invisible pressure weighed on his shoulders, heavier than any time he'd stood here before. Now he understood that the eerie grudges clinging to this place felt thicker because of the new burdens he carried. The master's final words from their previous meeting echoed in his mind, a bitter smile touching his lips as their meaning finally became clear. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the wind, announcing his arrival. Theo immediately dropped to one knee, respectfully saluting the great clan chief towering before him. The chief waved his hand, dismissing the formalities. That is enough, Theo Ragnar. In a cold, precise voice, he began to list Theo's recent accomplishments. From the deceitful preacher to your own brother, Axion, then to the Lord of the Rose Palace, who was executed for treason. But that was not all. The entire Ceres merchant conglomerate was wiped out, and the Central Intelligence Bureau was nearly annihilated. He ended with a line that hit Theo like a punch. They all, in their final moments, screamed your name. Those words were like a blade through his heart, leaving Theo stunned. Before he could offer any defense, Julius ordered in a voice like a knife, don't waste your breath defending yourself. He explained that a clan lord must silently bear such responsibility. Then, with a cold gaze, he handed Theo a massive sword that looked menacing. The Fury Dragon Blade. Theo froze as he looked at it, recognizing the name, that of a brutal former clan chief who had slaughtered thousands, and whom the current clan lord had defeated. Seeing Theo's reaction, the lord realized he knew something. Theo hurriedly bowed and carefully replied, isn't that the former lord's sword? That's all I know. He had to be cautious because information about Fury Dragon was now classified. The lord fell silent, his sharp eyes contemplative. He asked in a voice like thunder, you don't have enough information about your previous life's former lord. The question struck like a cut, shattering Theo's composure. His secret had been exposed. Julius's eyes flared with killing intent, carrying a horrifying pressure that made Theo gasp for air. I am someone who utterly despises false regressors. They reshape this world to suit their desires, greedy and foolish. They treat this world like a chessboard and can overturn it whenever they please. That is why I vowed to personally eliminate any false regressor I discover. The Lord's murderous intent radiated, filling the space with a terrifying oppression. Theo's face tightened in fear. This wasn't a test, he was deadly serious. Theo felt the overwhelming power of his father, a man nearly godlike in strength, not a regressor. He ordered Theo to take the Fury Dragon. If you can overcome its grudges, you'll be acknowledged. But Julius declared he would accept Theo Ragnar only as a human. The regressor within him would be erased forever. Theo hesitated and asked, what does that mean? The Lord coldly explained. All those you met, saved, or gained through regression will be erased, as if they never existed. Theo's mind flashed through those familiar images, people he hadn't known in his past life, those destined to die, strangers. Would they all vanish? Clenching his fist, the darkness of his past life's failures engulfed Theo's mind. He turned away, about to leave. If that's the case, then I refuse. But the Lord's voice rang out. No, you are not allowed to refuse. Did I not tell you I would kill all regressors, did I not? Before you are two choices. Reject my offer and die here and now, or survive as the sixth heir after purging your past as its regressor. Theo stood on the brink of a difficult decision, his mind racked by fierce inner turmoil. He admitted his longing to be recognized by his father. But if it must be achieved that way, you would have to renounce all your powers. Before he could draw his sword, the clan lord swiftly severed his arm in the blink of an eye. Did you really think that position could be taken so easily? Theo's eyes panicked, hardly believing himself. You think you can reach that without accepting any sacrifices or losses? He planted the sword hard into the ground, increasing the pressure severalfold, making it impossible for Theo to stay on his feet. An immortal monster you cannot stop. Theo's face went pale. The power gap is too great, I can't even scratch him. The clan lord spoke calmly. To be governed by emotion and make such foolish decisions. It seems you are no different from the other regressors. Do you think you'll be regressed again? Theo snapped back angrily. Don't get me wrong, father. The reason I regressed and went this far is because I wanted to protect and take responsibility for the things destroyed because of me. If you intend to stop me, if I must throw everything away for you to acknowledge me, then right now, right here, I will surpass you. He summoned all his strength to control the surrounding swords and send them charging in attack. Immediately after, Theo lunged forward toward his remaining left arm. The clan lord remained motionless. He merely raised his hands gently. His entire domain expanded and quickly seized control of Theo's sword. With a single downward motion, the swords reversed and attacked Theo, forcing him to struggle to defend himself. Theo unleashed his strongest sword technique, an anger dragon charging straight at the clan lord, but the lord remained unfazed. As predicted, the anger dragon blade, embedded in the ground, suddenly shot up. It pierced straight into Theo's chest, stopping his attack and causing him to collapse. Other swords rained down around him, and Theo lay there with a blade protruding from his chest. The battle was decided. The clan lord simply looked back at him. From his shadow, the black dragon slowly appeared. I didn't expect him to rush into battle with you so quickly. Indeed, it's been a long time since anyone dared assault me head-on like that. The black dragon continued. He's very different. All the false regressors we've found so far use others as tools and ultimately discard. Yes, this kid is very different. He smiled with satisfaction and recalled. A false regressor wielding his sword to protect and take responsibility for what fell because of himself. That's truly interesting. There are things beyond my expectations. He stepped forward and touched the sword in Theo's body. Regressor Theo Ragnar. Now I will recognize you as the sixth official heir. As a reward, I will grant you the Fury Dragon Blade, which belonged to my father, a regressor like you. Both were regressors, yet walked opposite paths. I eagerly anticipate what comes next. The sword lodged in Theo began to glow and transferred energy into his body. I will be watching you closely in the time ahead. His whole body shot into the sky, shining like a brilliant star, marking the end of the test. Inside Theo's mind, he woke up somewhere unfamiliar. Outside were towering skyscrapers and crowds wearing strange clothing, people from the future. Theo stepped forward, placed his hand on the glass, and reflected. The scene was a mirror image. His reflection an aged, gaunt face. So that's it, it's all over. Saying that, Theo suddenly snapped awake and returned to reality. He clutched his head in pain and said, "What were those things I just saw?" Suddenly, his mother's voice called out, "You're awake, my son." He turned to look at her, surprised. "Mother, haha, I slept too long, I must have been really exhausted." Theo asked, "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? You should be the one asking me that. Last night, the clan lord brought you here unconscious and utterly drained. I was shocked. Seeing you care about me like this, you must be better now." Theo pondered, could everything he told me have just been a test? Suddenly the door opened and two figures entered. "You're awake, young master." They were Evelyn and Devil Dragon Julius. He congratulated him. "Well done, Theo Ragnar. I heard you passed the clan lord's test." "Huh, a test? Yes, you're the talk of the town now." Hot news, hot news. The sixth heir of the Ragnar family has been announced. Somewhere else, two of the family's heirs held a newspaper, excited. Well, how interesting. We have a new recruit. A new heir, huh? Each previous heir reacted differently to the news. On a frigid battlefield, someone stood amid falling snow, lost in thought. Captain. A girl came running up, out of breath. That brat has become the next heir after you, Captain. She shouted angrily. Ugh, what a pain. I should have brought him to the Black Cavalry back then. I'm so sorry, even the Lord of T. Rose Castle failed. Don't blame yourself, Ayan. He held the paper and smiled. Theo Ragnar. I think I should pay him a visit. He was the captain of the Black Cavalry, Theo Ragnar. After the Troyven family's betrayal, it left a deep and lasting consequence, an event that shook the very power structure of the Ragnar house. Because Troyven failed to appeal within the allotted time, from this moment war was officially declared, unleashing a wave of tension and unease across the land. In the Nine Dragon Council chamber, an important meeting was underway, where the supreme leaders gathered to discuss next moves amid the chaos. The air in the room was tense, heavy as if compressed by anxious whispers. In the Nine Dragon Council chamber, an important meeting was underway, where the supreme leaders gathered to discuss next moves amid the chaos. The air in the room was tense, heavy as if compressed by anxious whispers. A council member spoke in a low voice. The lords in the northern continent are making unusual moves. Their behavior is suspicious. It seems they're quietly preparing for something big. Another, with a firm and confident tone, immediately countered. No matter what that rebel rabble gathers or conspires, it won't change the current situation. They lack the strength to overthrow Ragnar. A different member, with a bitter, slightly mocking smile, interjected. How amusing. Now in this venerable council, there's an empty seat, the mark of betrayal. Who would have thought, although the current patriarch remains silent, everyone understands that discussion of succession can no longer be postponed. Another council member spoke up. Is it too soon to debate succession here at such a sensitive moment? Black Dragon replied at once. No, this is the perfect time. If conflict erupts among the heirs on the eve of war, wouldn't that be a disaster for the clan? We must act now to avoid the worst-case scenario. Another dragon, voice full of anger, scolded Black Dragon. Watch your tongue. Insults like that have no place in this council. Unfazed, Black Dragon continued. I only want to minimize every variable that could cause trouble. Am I wrong? If we don't prepare, the consequences will be unpredictable. A weary-faced member hurriedly intervened to calm them both. That's enough, both of you. It seems we need to hold a formal meeting with all concerned parties to resolve this matter. I'll arrange that. There's an upcoming event that fits. Let us observe and decide after witnessing the situation firsthand. Scene shifts to Lord Lodbrok's lair, a vast but gloomy space where light only flickers through cracks in the rock. Here Theo trained relentlessly. Each sword stroke he swung powerful and decisive, as if trying to slice the air itself. Sweat ran down his forehead, soaking his body, yet he did not stop, as if each strike were a declaration of war against himself. During training, the crescent sword his father gave him, an ancient heirloom, kept whispering in Theo's mind with haunting phrases. Kill them all, take everything, seize whatever you can. Those whispers were like a curse, seeping into his thought, forcing him to struggle to keep his sanity. After an intense training session, his body was nearly spent. Theo stopped, breathing heavily, his chest heaving. At that moment, Lord Lodbrok, the guardian dragon who had contracted with him, appeared from the shadows. In a low voice she asked, is it still weighing on you? The lingering hatred from the mad dragon emperor phase that remains in that sword. Theo, with a worried expression and conflicted eyes, replied, yes, that's right. It's been quite a while since my father gave me this crescent sword, and the mad dragon emperor's hatred keeps slipping into my mind, tormenting me constantly. It's not unbearable. But the fact that this sword once belonged to the mad dragon emperor makes me uneasy. It's like a ghost that never leaves. He paused, then added, because of this sword, I briefly glimpsed the mad dragon emperor's realm, a terrifying power but chaotic and dangerous. Lord Lodbrok fell into thought, her gaze distant as if sunk in memory. The mad dragon emperor, a name I will never forget. He once stole my heart and made the whole world quake before his power. Theo nodded. She had told him that tale before, which only muddled him more. Why did father give me this sword? Is it some sort of test? Lord Lodbrok advised in a calm voice. Don't be so hasty, oath-bearer. If you rush in too fast, you'll face things beyond your capacity again, just like last time. You need to be calmer and more cautious. Then she stepped closer, softer. By the way, is that severed arm of yours fully healed? Ah, thanks to the timely treatment of the high priest, it's fully recovered. When Lord Lodbrok touched the previously injured spot, Theo startled and wondered, are you worried about me? After a careful check, she nodded approvingly. It seems healed completely, nothing to worry about. But then she suddenly asked, a bit annoyed, why are you staring at me like that? That's enough for today, you can go. Apparently someone's been looking for you. And hey, don't mess up my lair every time you visit. Theo asked in surprise, what do you mean? Lord Lodbrok snapped irritably. You make a mess, and I'm the one left cleaning up after you. Theo gave a rueful smile, admitting he had no excuse. Scene shifts to Camellia Palace. a lavish place with intricately carved pillars. Seeing the messenger and the letter in his hand, Theo muttered in surprise, "So you're the one looking for me?" The messenger asked, puzzled, "What did you just say?" "Young master," he shook his head and replied, "Nothing, I was just talking to myself." Opening the letter, Theo was a bit surprised. An invitation. Indeed, it was an invite to Miss Ray's 18th birthday celebration at Daffodil Palace. He raised an eyebrow, skeptical. A party with war looming, and it's for the daughter, must be extravagant. Strange timing, why hold it now? Theo replied calmly, "Precisely because this is a chaotic time, the party must be grander than ever. It's not merely a celebration." What? Theo analyzed calmly. Troiven's betrayal completely upended the internal balance of House Ragnar. Instead of Axion, whom Troiven backed, I unexpectedly became the sixth heir. Moreover, one of the nine dragons lost their seat for council betrayal, throwing the council into disarray. This party isn't just to celebrate Miss Ray's birthday. It's also an opportunity for House Ragnar to send a message to outside power, asserting that we remain as strong as ever despite the storms. At the same time, it's a chance for the heirs and the nine dragons to size each other up, measuring strength and resolve. Hearing Theo's explanation, the messenger couldn't hide his excitement, eyes lighting up with admiration. So that's the deeper purpose. The young master truly has vision. Will you attend? Theo offered a light, confident smile. If they're so eager to meet me, I must go, can't disappoint. Scene shifts to Daffodil Palace, where the banquet hall glittered with lights and was filled with the clink of glasses and lively conversation. Whispers rippled among the guests as they noticed a notable arrival. At last, he's here, the new heir, young Lord Theo Ragnar. Entering the hall, Theo felt every gaze turned toward him, as if he were the center of attention. He thought to himself, as expected, everyone's staring at me. This birthday is just an excuse for them to size up the new heir. Theo knew that to make a strong impression here, he had to act decisively, showing no hint of weakness. From behind, Navin suddenly approached, teasing, "You really can't sit still," causing a storm the moment you appear. With deference, Navin addressed him as young master and added, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Theo replied with a friendly smile and mischief in his eyes, "I almost didn't recognize you, Navin. Even at the last wedding you refused to shave that wild beard of yours." Navin awkwardly answered, "That day was insane. I had no time to groom." Guests nearby began to whisper in surprise, "Isn't he the sole survivor of the Basque Purge? Now he's become head of the house." Another piped up, "Even if House Bacchus fell, they were still one of Ragnar's 6 pillars. And now the Bacchus head is calling the sixth heir, young master. Unbelievable." Navin laughed heartily, turning to Theo. "Thanks to your timely arrival, everyone's talking about us now." Theo nodded, eyes sharp. "It seems we've set the mood just right. Now for the main event." Suddenly a voice rang out, cutting through their thoughts. "So you're Theo Ragnar." Theo and Navin jumped and turned to look at the speaker. The man before them introduced himself calmly. "I believe this is our first meeting. Allow me to introduce myself a little. I am Thorkel Ragnar, the 5th heir, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry." Thorkel extended his hand, sharp-eyed but with a scheming smile. Theo's expression narrowed. "So it's him," approached faster than I thought. Murmurs rose again among the crowd. At last they're face to face. The former top heir and the newcomer, risen from the shadows. Thorkel looked at Theo, voice smooth but probing. "No need to be so guarded. I just wanted to see with my own eyes the one chosen as the 6th heir. And honestly, I'm glad it's not that brat Axion." Theo thought, as rumored, Thorkel makes a good impression, polished and approachable. But in Ragnar, where only the strong are honored, would he truly welcome a new rival like me with open arms? He shook Thorkel's hand, voice clear and confident. "It's an honor to meet you, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, Thorkel Ragnar. I am Theo Ragnar of the White Dragon." Thorkel laughed a booming laugh and released a crushing wave of presence that made the air feel heavier. He asked challengingly, "So you want to draw clear lines then?" Thorkel's presence pressed so strongly Theo nearly staggered, but he gritted his teeth and held his ground. Thorkel guffawed, oddly amused. "Our youngster values ceremony too much. No need to be so stiff. Relax, just call me brother." Theo thought, this is a real provocateur, always trying to dominate even in friendly moments. Not to be outdone, he unleashed his own presence, surprising Thorkel as a flicker of surprise crossed his eye. With a sly smile, Theo replied, "If you insist on being called that, then from now on I'll call you brother." At the same time, outside the great hall, the rank siblings appeared, blending into the lively party atmosphere. Hulkus, looking annoyed, fiddled with his stifling tie and grumbled, "This outfit's too tight, I just want to rip it off." Hearing that, Erica scolded him at once, "Then endure it. It's actions like yours that make people call house rank savages." A voice rang out from behind, cutting into their chat. "Looks like everyone's arrived, huh?" Seeing Remington, the rank siblings brightened instantly. Remington, smiling warmly, asked, how are you all doing? Hulkus turned, saying, you've been quite famous out west lately. I heard you're on par with the Skypeak dragon. Remington chuckled modest. Haha, rumors sure get blown out of proportion. He scanned the hall and added, by the way, has anyone seen Theo? I want to ask him a few things about the White Plate Cavalry. Just then Ray appeared from behind, voice gentle but pointed. You're asking about Theo. Remington, flustered, hurriedly apologized. How could I ever look for someone else right in front of the star of the party? Ray smiled. It's fine, I know what this event is about. She suddenly noticed her glass trembling slightly, as if mirroring the tension in the air. Then everyone's attention turned to the showdown between Theo and Thorkel. An intense, silent clash of strength. Hulkus asked in surprise, that's Theo. Remington nodded firmly. Who else could pull that off right here if not him? The contest of wills went on for a while. The banquet hall's atmosphere felt constricted by the pressure of the two auras. At last Thorkel unexpectedly conceded, laughing, I yield. Theo laughed back, what are you saying? You're obviously letting me win. Thorkel didn't deny it, but added, I won't argue, though excessive modesty can come off as mocking your rival. But what I say is true. If I were your age again, I'd certainly lose without question. Theo replied gently, you flatter me too much. Thorkel turned to the crowd and called out, seeing my younger brother impressed like this, I'm truly delighted. He raised his glass and shouted, to the new era of Ragnar. All the guests lifted their glasses and cheered in unison, to Ragnar. Thorkel turned back to Theo. A successful debut for the new heir apparent, wouldn't you say? Theo thanked him but thought inwardly, Thorkel is cunning. He just displayed strength to solidify his position while publicly acknowledging his rival to win the crowd. The atmosphere Navin and I created has now tilted in his favor. Thorkel Ragnar, don't underestimate him just because he seems so cordial. After a while, Theo's friends arrived. Hulkus turned to ask Theo, you haven't forgotten your oath to be my sword, right? Meanwhile, whispers from the crowd continued. How could he reach that level at such a young age? Someone else chimed in. He's not betrothed, is he? I'd like to introduce my daughter to him. Scene shifts to the second floor of the palace, where an elder was seething with anger. He thought to himself, intending to condemn Theo's actions and find a way to expel him from Ragnar. The elder roared, how dare these fools barge in like this? A common illegitimate brat who dares stir the family as if it's his personal playground. It's enough to make me puke. Suddenly, he looked out over the banquet hall and saw Evelyn, his eyes igniting with a blaze of fury. How dare that trash show up here? A maid respectfully addressed Evelyn as captain and praised, you look absolutely stunning today. Evelyn, surprised and blushing, replied, really, I never throw compliments around. You're genuinely very pretty and adorable. Hearing that, Evelyn was flustered. She intended to dash off and change into her uniform, but a subordinate stopped her. You can't wear a uniform to a party. Just then, a glass of wine flew straight at Evelyn's face, accompanied by a voice dripping contempt. Just that brat alone is enough to boil my blood. Evelyn trembled, recognizing the voice. The door opened, and the old man stalked in slowly. He snarled, how dare you drag your sorry carcass here? Aaron snapped back angrily, even if you're one of the 9 dragons, you have no right to treat the captain like that. Evelyn hurried to restrain Aaron, whispering slowly, I'm fine, really, I'm okay. But from the top of her head, dark red blood streamed down. I'm fine, really I am. For me, please don't do anything. Aaron thought she's never looked this frightened. What exactly did the elder do to put the captain in this state? The old man advanced, full of murderous intent. I told you never to show your face before me again. He looked at Evelyn's mechanical arm and sneered. And what is this now? He ripped the mechanical arm off instantly. Aaron yelled in fury. The old dragon keeper threw it to the ground with a cold clang. You think slapping this pitiful toy on will make things go back to how they were. If you're trash, live like trash, crawl on the ground and let others stomp you. If I ever see you again, I'll tear you to 100 pieces. Evelyn ran off in panic while the elder stood there, laughing loudly. Haha. Finally, that stench is gone. Aaron turned back, threatening to report this to the tribunal, but the old man taunted. The tribunal. How amusing, go ahead and try. You'll soon learn exactly what survival of the strong in house Ragnar really means. Aaron was so enraged, she bit her own lip to the point of drawing blood, but there was nothing she could do to that bastard now. Evelyn fled the palace, her heart heavy. Just as I thought, some places I simply shouldn't have gone. She tried to steel herself. Just one more time. If you dare call me father with that filthy mouth again, I'll rip you to 100 pieces. Get out of here and never show your face to me again, understand? She had tried her best to overcome the pain of the past, but in the end, nothing had changed. Suddenly, she bumped into someone right in front of her. The demon dragon appeared suddenly, voice calm yet warm. Why are you rushing off? The party's over that way. Seeing the demon dragon, Evelyn felt he was the father she never had. A faint glimmer of hope lit her eyes. In the banquet hall, while everyone was chatting merrily, a shout rang out, startling them all. Demon Dragon Julius Ragnar, commander of the White Plate Cavalry, had just snapped the elder's arm. The elder screamed in pain. Do you know what you've done? Captain of the White Dragon, Julius Ragnar. The demon dragon released him and replied angrily, I told you, if you dare touch that child again, I'll make you curse your own stupidity. The elder bellowed, you dare turn your back on Ragnar, seize this dangerous criminal. The elder bellowed, you dare turn your back on Ragnar, seize this dangerous criminal. The tribunal immediately surrounded the demon dragon. Sharp spears leveled at the center with no mercy. It's the law guard, they've intervened. The commander declared, Captain of the White Dragon Julius Ragnar, you are under arrest for injuring a tribunal elder. We demand your cooperation. The demon dragon asked coldly, and if I refuse? The tribunal commander trembled at the murderous intent emanating from him. The demon dragon continued, Ragnar's law states an oath sworn on the blade must be upheld even with one's life. 4 years ago, I swore on my sword before those old foxes. If they ever laid a hand on that child again, I'd make their lives worse than death. He unleashed a powerful killing intent, throwing the tribunal into panic. Everyone could only fall back under the overwhelming pressure. Theo appeared, and hearing Julius snap the elder's arm, thought, what, can an inspector handle this? Should we run? You wonder to yourself that this didn't happen in your past life either, so why is it happening now? Theo glanced at Evelyn and understood the reason. Finally, things began to make sense. Evelyn Nerval was Wolfgang Ragnar's illegitimate daughter. To Wolfgang, a man who prized pure blood, Evelyn's existence was a shame he wanted buried at any cost. He had intended to exile her, but the demon dragon saw Evelyn's potential and recruited her into the White Plate Cavalry, ruining Wolfgang's plan. When Evelyn became deputy commander and stood out for her talent, Wolfgang, fearing the secret would be exposed, exploited a mistake to try to kill his daughter. He staged it as an accident. Evelyn was lucky to survive, but lost her left arm and could no longer hold the reins, so she was forced to retire and manage Training Ground 4. She didn't even know such banquets existed. Wolfgang did not expect her to show up here. All this chaos was the consequence of Theo's actions after returning to the past. Therefore, Theo felt he had to take responsibility and correct all the variables he'd created. The elder shouted, ladies and gentlemen, please look at this scene. The demon dragon's contempt for Ragnar's guardian elders used the 9 dragons' authority granted by the house to intimidate his own bloodline. Isn't that open rebellion? The demon dragon snapped back. Damn it, abuse of power. Did those words really come out of your mouth? Theo quickly intervened. Both sides are way too worked up. Because of the two of you, my friend's birthday, which should have been full of joy, is now drowning in fear. Hearing Theo, the demon dragon calmed bit by bit, while the elder was stunned that the boy dared step in. Theo continued, voice steady but firm. Why not settle this the traditional Ragnar way? A duel to the finish. The elder panicked. Nonsense. The demon dragon clearly hurt me. No duel needed. It's entirely his fault. But Theo pressed, you're right, yet we can't let this chaos escalate. He turned to Lady Daffodil and asked respectfully, do you agree, my lord? Lady of the Ice Dragon, Neil Ragnar Tun, appeared in the banquet hall. She radiated an icy chill that made the elder and those nearby shiver. She said, voice furious, this is my daughter's birthday. What do you think you're doing? The elder hurriedly explained, Your Grace, surely you saw what Julius did. She replied, I'm not interested in hearing more. Petty squabbles that don't concern me. Then conclude them swiftly, as the boy proposed. This is the last mercy my patience will permit. A duel, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Worried the advisors had the edge since they're all senior swordsmen, and only the demon dragon could truly match them. The elder thought to himself, indeed, only the demon dragon can win. I hold the advantage. The duel rules were simple, 3-on-3, best of 2. The final bout is between defendant and plaintiff, while the first 2 are fought by family representatives. But the first 2 matches are fought by family representatives. He assumed the demon dragon only had disabled Evelyn and an illegitimate brat like Theo, so he was confident it would end in the first 2 matches. He nodded and declared, fine, let the Azure Blade decide right and wrong. Thorkel watched from afar, thinking Theo had exceeded expectations. Knowing the demon dragon's temper, it was bound to explode like this sooner or later. The situation could have spiraled out of control if Theo hadn't intervened, and the elder hadn't used the chance to bring the demon dragon down. In the short time it took to find a solution that satisfied everyone. This could be quite the spectacle. At the arena outside Daffodil Palace, the tribunal commander announced, From this moment, under the council's supervision, the duel challenge begins. To ensure fairness, magic is forbidden. All actions in the match are governed by the false sense law. Afterwards, both parties must swear not to seek revenge or harbor resentment. Both the demon dragon and the elder voiced their oaths in unison. The commander called for the first fighters to step forward. Theo Ragnar stepped forward from the demon dragon's side. He would be the first representative. The rank sisters asked anxiously, "Will Theo be okay?" Remington agreed, voice full of doubt. Indeed, his opponent doesn't look easy to deal with. What's the matter? Is he that strong? He's Beta, Sword Gale, the Elder's right hand, a top-tier swordsman with peerless blade skill. Well, still better than fighting the Elders themselves. The Elder ordered, "Beta, show no mercy, unleash all your killing strikes." "Do you mean kill him? But he's a succession candidate." His face darkened with rage. "Don't worry. You know, anything that happens in a duel is absolved of responsibility. At least bring me back an arm." The demon dragon watched Theo's figure with concern. "Theo, will you really be okay? You're dragged into this because of my reckless action." Theo replied confidently, "Trust me. Through this fight, I will settle the grudge between you two." He assumed a fighting stance, eyes steady, ready to cut down any enemy. The scene shifted back to the arena, the air heavy with tense anticipation. The first round of the challenge was about to erupt. Opposite Theo stood Beta, the Elder's aide. Beta answered, raising his sword in an aggressive guard, radiating sharp confidence. The tribunal commander's whistle blew, tearing the silence apart. Instantly, Theo lunged, his boots thudding into the ground, dust throwing up in clouds. He sprinted forward with terrifying speed. Beta didn't back down, gripping his hilt with both hands and charging to meet Theo. The clash of steel rang shrill as the two blades met. Shockwaves rippled across the arena. Dust rose, the stone floor trembled. The impact shoved both of them staggering back, their footprints gouging deep furrows in the ground. But Beta was no ordinary foe. His form blurred, slipping in and out of sight. In a blink he appeared at Theo's flank, his blade descending in a brutal arc as if to cleave his opponent in two. Theo raised his sword in time to block, the reflex of someone who'd faced life and death. Sparks flew like fireworks across the arena. Beta's eyes narrowed, thinking, I didn't expect him not to be overwhelmed by me. Even in simple exchanges, he held his ground. Is this the mark of a successor? Dust from the strikes thickened, blurring the arena. In a moment, Beta deftly kicked a small stone, sending it flying straight into Theo's eye. Theo instinctively raised a hand to shield his face, exposing a slight opening in his guard. From the dust, Beta pounced like a predator, eyes blazing red, his sword aimed directly at Theo's weak spot. He thought, this brat still lacks real combat experience. It'll end here. The blade tore through Theo's coat, steel grazing his throat. Beta sneered, for the honor of the successor, I'll make it quick. Consider this a painless death, but Theo Ragnar refused to yield. In the final moment, a crooked smile appeared on his face. Theo tilted his head back, barely avoiding the blade, then crouched low, sliding into a squatting stance, ready to strike at Beta's opening. Beta gritted his teeth. Did he purposely reveal a flaw? But no counterattack came. Theo remained squat and motionless, sword lowered. The absence of an attack confused Beta, breaking his focus. Seizing the chance, Beta leapt back, widening the distance. He thought if he had attacked further, I might have been dead. Why did he stop? He clutched his head, body trembling. A cold, dark energy radiating from Theo that made the arena shudder. In Theo's mind, vicious voices screamed, kill them, kill all who mock you. Abandoned us, stole everything, burn it all down. Beta watched, eyes narrowed, exposed an opening again, using the old trick. You dare underestimate me that much. The air roared as he charged. You think I'll fall for it again? I'll slice you through. The sword swung down, aiming for Theo's neck. But this time the blade didn't touch flesh. Theo's sword sprang up. Stopping the attack, Beta, astonished, he blocked that. Theo's demeanor changed completely. His face darkened, murderous intent pouring off him, his eyes glowing red inwardly, facing the voice that wanted to consume him. Kill, kill, kill. Enough, I'll handle this fight myself. Shut up. Beta, confused and sweating, shouted, You little bastard, what are you saying? But before he could say more, in an instant Beta's arms and legs were hacked off, blood spraying to soak the ground. Beta didn't understand what had changed. He only saw the sword coming and panicked. With no limbs left to defend, Beta screamed as Theo's blade fell. The blade struck the ground, unleashing a horrific blast. The earth cracked, shockwaves sent dust and stone flying. Spectators covered their faces, nobles crouched behind seats, cloaks billowed in the strong wind. Lady of the Ice Dragon, Neil Ragnartun, stepped in to curb the destructive force. Her face grave, so this is Theo Ragnar, truly astonishing. The ground beneath her was torn up. To unleash such power without using mana at his age is unprecedented. He had surpassed standards that most heir candidates never even approached. When the dust finally settled, Beta's mangled body lay across the ground, limbs severed, consciousness slipping away. The tribunal commander raised his hand, his voice echoing over the silent arena. Duel Challenge Round 1, Victor, Theo Ragnar. The banquet hall erupted with gasps, astonishment, and hurried whispers. In Theo's mind, he kept replaying the moment. What was that feeling? It wasn't like the usual gnawing resentments. This was entirely different. Strangely, it felt like something guided me, urging me to strike. Theo recalled the blow that split the arena. When I let go and allowed myself to merge with that feeling, I unleashed power of a completely different level. A quiet laugh escaped, both bitter and curious. Surrender myself to hatred. Dangerous, very dangerous. But if I could control it. He clenched his fist, excitement flashing across his face. If I master it, I could be twice as strong as I am now. The silence was broken by the commander's voice again. Prepare for round 2. Both fighters stepped forward. Theo didn't hesitate. His steps thundered on the ground as the defendant declared he would continue fighting. Opposite him, the elder ground his teeth so loudly it seemed to echo. Theo Ragnar continues into round 2. Arrogant brat, fine. If you want to die that badly, I'll kill you right here. A new fighter stepped forward from the elder's side. Radiating authority, I rely on you, young heir of Ragnar. That man was Page Grasson, mystic swordsman, formerly a dragon-rank swordsman. The rank siblings gaped. Erika's eyes widened in surprise. That sword, can he wield it without mana? Hulkus grinned broadly. That sword is no ordinary blade. I like it. But Remington's face darkened, voice tense. Hey, why are you worrying again? He might not win, but he won't actually die. I think the impossible is about to happen. Unlike round 1, where they appointed a high-ranking judge to save face, this time the elder himself stepped forward. That meant in this match, they were absolutely determined to kill Lord Theo. In the arena, Theo tightened his grip on the hilt, facing the new opponent as round 2 approached. The commander's whistle cut through the air, marking the official start of round 2, but before the crowd could hold its breath, Theo raised his hand, as if signaling a pause. With a relaxed posture and a mocking look, I surrender. Shock rippled through the arena. Page Grasson's composure shattered, rage exploding like a smashing blow. What the hell is this? Theo just smiled, a grin that upended every expectation. How could a mid-level swordsman like me dare face an elder? No fight needed. The elder's victory is obvious. Even a newborn would know that. Page Grasson ground his teeth and slammed his sword into the ground in fury. The commander announced officially, round 2, winner, Page Grasson. The crowd erupted with gossip. That was a direct slap to the council's face. Now they have no honor left to defend. Lord Theo is cunning. Even at full strength, they'd struggle to beat the demon dragon. With that arm gone, round 3 will likely be quick. The elder's face went pale, a cold realization creeping in. That damn heir. Don't tell me he planned this far ahead. His scheme has been perfectly overturned. The scene shifted to Evelyn Nerval. She looked at the elder with a mix of surprise and relief. I've never seen him waver like that. Guilt rose in her throat. Captain, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. But Theo stepped forward. Don't apologize. Teammates help each other, it's natural. Julius smiled and added, that's right, Evelyn, watch closely, we'll crush them. Evelyn's lips curved into a fragile smile as memories surged back. She remembered Julius's voice like a lifeline then. Evelyn Nerval, join the White Plate Cavalry. Your talent can't be wasted here. Another memory flashed. So what if you can't ride a dragon? Retirement isn't the answer. Come back and make those who abandoned you pay. Theo's voice rang out too, gentle but firm. You said you'd become my blade. Right, Evelyn, I'll make your long-held wish come true. Past and present intertwined, a fierce flame flared within her. She clenched her coat as if to steady herself. Both of them care about me so much. Yet I wasted time on useless things. Why have I stayed trapped in the past for so long? She opened her eyes and looked straight at Theo and Julius. Captain Evelyn removed her coat, shedding the burden weighing on her shoulders. She stepped forward with her sword in hand, determination carved on her face. This villainous role, I will cut it off with my own hands. The commander's voice rose, drowning out the murmurs. The decisive round 3 of the duel challenge. Both opponents stepped forward. From afar, the elder advanced, one hand holding a sword, the other heavily bandaged. He muttered angrily, wounded pride seething. Damn it, it's already round 3. Because of that arrogant brat, there's nothing left of my reputation to save. Even if I die, I'll take Julius's arm. Then suddenly the court's ruling rang out, an unexpected decision. The court accepts the defendant's request. The defendant changes the round 3 fighter. The entire arena fell silent as every eye followed Evelyn onto the stage, her sword gripped tight like an unshakable resolve. Seeing this, the elder burst into loud laughter. Ridiculous. There are limits to recklessness. Now what? Do you intend to kneel and beg for mercy? Evelyn moved smoothly, precisely. She stared straight into the elder's eyes, unflinching. Don't be foolish, old man. You're the one who should be begging, father. The elder's face twisted with fury, teeth clenched. veins bulging in his neck. This would be the battle to end a grudge that had lasted far too long. The arena's atmosphere was taut as a drawn bowstring. Elder Wolfgang scoffed, his hoarse voice ripping through the air. There's a limit to reckless bravado. What now? You intend to kneel and beg for mercy? He spat venomously, eyes flashing with rage. But Evelyn showed no fear. She raised her sword, posture flowing like water. Looking Wolfgang straight in the eye, she replied coolly, "Don't be foolish, old man. The one who should kneel is you, father." The word father struck like a thunderclap. Wolfgang's face contorted, teeth grinding, veins in his neck bulging as if about to burst. He stared at the daughter he once scorned, now a storm poised to crush him. The crowd erupted, whispers spreading like wildfire. "Father." She called him father. One man murmured, "Evelyn from the White Dragon Squad is Wolfgang's child." Another voice skeptical, "Impossible, they don't look alike at all. Could she be an illegitimate child?" "I've met Wolfgang's lawful wife once, so what she said must be true." Each whisper cut into the elder's pride like a blade. His face flushed crimson as he roared, "You bastard, you call me father. Ridiculous." Evelyn only gave a cold smile, eyes sharp as a blade. "If I knew you liked it so much, I would have called you father sooner. Seems you enjoy old stories, don't you? Shall I continue? You beat me nearly to death when I was a child just because I dared call you father. All because I was nothing but an illegitimate child. That's not all. You even tried to kill me when I was in the White Dragon Squad to hide the shame of an illegitimate child." The entire arena fell silent. Wolfgang bellowed, his face twisted as he tried to retort, "As a member of the Ragnar family, what's wrong with my actions?" But the crowd's murmurs drowned him out. Is she telling the truth? A bastard at his age and an elder no less. He keeps lecturing about pure bloodlines, yet what has he done himself? It's truly hypocritical. Even the other elders squinted, muttering, "He keeps acting without restraint. Now do you see the consequences?" Another man glared at Wolfgang, reproachful. "I warned you to be careful. You knew this day would come. Why didn't you eliminate her from the start?" Rage shook him until it turned to despair. Damn it. At the edge of the arena, Julius and Theo watched, hearts pounding with every tense beat. Julius called out anxiously, "Evelyn, you don't have to push yourself so hard. Let me," but Theo cut in, his voice steel. "Don't worry, Captain. We just need faith and to watch. Let Evelyn handle this." Suddenly, the ground trembled. Evelyn and Wolfgang lunged at each other. The clash of steel rang like a bell, sparks flying across the arena. Each strike became a battle of bloodline and vengeance. Wolfgang fought like a wounded beast, fury fueling his strength. But Evelyn fought with something deeper, a will honed by pain. A subtle vortex of energy rose from her, making the air tremble. Julius's eyes widened as he whispered in shock, "No way, that's the divine wind storm technique." A roaring whirlwind swept the arena, swirling around Evelyn like a summoned beast. Wolfgang was pushed back, staggered, his footing slipped. In the stands, the elder faction stood stunned. Divine wind storm. Isn't that the storm wind sword style? How could she master the lost techniques of storm wind? Evelyn stood firm in the center of the ring, eyes blazing, each movement razor-sharp and terrifying. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. She not only blocked Wolfgang's blade, but pushed him back. How did she learn the lost techniques of storm wind? She just crushed one of Ragnar's top swordsmen. Theo in the stands smiled faintly, calmly thinking, nothing surprising here. This challenge forbids mana use, meaning only pure swordsmanship is allowed. So the difference in magical power becomes meaningless. Without mana, Wolfgang's true nature is exposed. He lacks the solid foundation of a pureblood lineage, so he could never reach this level. Wolfgang couldn't believe he was being pushed back by his own daughter, his face contorted with humiliation. "Damn you, I'll kill you. How dare you, you bastard." Evelyn tightened her grip on the sword, her gaze icy. Wolfgang lunged upward, his blade descending like a crushing weight. Evelyn met him head-on. The clashing blades sent sparks flying like broken stars. Wolfgang hissed, "You bastard, you think you can escape me. I'll beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy." But Evelyn gritted her teeth and answered with a thunderous stroke that left Wolfgang stunned. She looked him in the face and shouted, "If you're so brave, then try me." For a moment, Wolfgang's arrogance wavered. How is this possible?" Evelyn snarled, eyes blazing. "When I was little, you were my whole world. I always feared. But now I have people I can trust, people who care and won't abandon me. I'm no longer the weak child you once knew." Wolfgang staggered at the declaration. He hadn't expected the child he cast aside to be this strong. In the moment of his hesitation, Evelyn surged forward, her blade passing through Wolfgang's body with almost unbelievable smoothness. Blood spurted from his body like a fountain. His body flung onto the ground with a sickening thud. The arena fell silent, astonishment written on every face. Evelyn shouted, "I'm not the weak child I used to be." Wolfgang's sword flew free and stuck into the ground. The crowd inhaled, breathless with shock. Julius and Theo smiled proudly and contentedly. The victor had been decided. Wolfgang lay sprawled on the ground, clutching his severed arm, blood spreading scarlet. His breathing wheezed, teeth clenched, but his rage still burned. Damn it, this isn't over yet. Suddenly the elder's arm froze, rigid and immobile. He looked down as an all-consuming cold took hold. The ice dragon lady, Neil Ragnartun, stepped forward, her presence making the air seem heavier. She said coldly, "If you are one of the 9 dragons, then stop humiliating yourself. Accept defeat." Wolfgang's challenge dissolved. The commander's voice rang like thunder. Winner of the 3rd match, Evelyn Near. The verdict, not guilty. Evelyn turned and stepped before Julius, a warm smile. Evelyn Nearville reporting mission accomplished. Julius said proudly, "Well done, Evelyn." She closed her eyes, cheeks flushed, an innocent smile on her face. "It's all thanks to everyone." Opposite them, the elder faction descended into chaos. One man helped Wolfgang up and asked, "Are you all right, Grand Elder?" Another picked up his weapon and brought it forward. "Here's your sword. You're badly wounded. Please go get medical treatment first." But Wolfgang shoved them aside, rising with murderous intent. He advanced, eyes blazing. Evelyn Nearville. Julius and Theo turned to look, their expressions serious. Wolfgang lunged with murderous intent, his rage having driven him mad. "You little bastard, I'll kill you with my own hands right here." But before the blade could fall, a giant hand clamped down on his wrist. Julius, commander of the White Armor Cavalry, stood between them. His eyes blazing red with anger, a storm-like presence. "You want me to take your other arm too?" Wolfgang clenched his jaw, knowing he couldn't stand against Julius in his current state. Suddenly, a tremor struck from somewhere, making the entire arena pause for a beat. At that moment, a messenger burst in, panicked. "Invasion. The Troivan clan has begun their attack. Everyone return to your positions at once." Julius scowled but quickly turned away. "Theo, Evelyn, war has come. Return to the White Dragon squad immediately." Both replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Wolfgang roared, his face twisted. "Those bastards, they dare look down on me." "Stop," I said, "stop right now. This match isn't over." But Neil Ragnartun stepped forward, her presence chillingly fearsome. Hundreds of thin ice blades hovering around Wolfgang. "Hey, Elder, I'm only saying this once. Don't disgrace the 9 dragons any further." He trembled as he replied, "You dare insult me, insult the Council of Elders." She answered calmly, "Who knows, your view might be the same as mine." At the same time, the Council Elders turned their backs and left. One man said, "Even if the Elder's honor has hit rock bottom, we can't let a defeated man still brandish a blade as our representative." Those words shattered Wolfgang's arrogance. He fell to his knees, humiliated beneath the banner that once belonged to him. Julius watched the old man collapse and felt satisfaction. Finally, it's over. The contemptible end of a greedy old man. The scene cut to Troivan's headquarters. Troivan sat on the commander-in-chief's throne, his face cold as ice. A general reported, "We've seized the central TH letter 1B0, letter 1EDD, and G letter 1EA3I plateau. Harmon Castle is about to fall." Troivan asked, "Where are the Ragnar forces?" The general replied, "The Lord Cavalry and the troops of the 6 Pillars are concentrated on the central plateau." Eid scoffed, not out of joy, but because the plan was unfolding as expected. "Stupid Ragnars, they're acting exactly as I predicted." He tightened his grip. "They'll see this battle is only a piece of a much greater plan." He rose from his chair and stepped forward, pointing at the map with a look of relish. "While they concentrate their forces on the plateau, the place we'll devour is right here." In the territory of the Bacchus clan, the atmosphere over the 6 great noble houses was heavy and bleak. Outside the city walls, a soldier whispered to his comrade about the newly instated lord. He muttered that since that man became lord, he shut himself in the castle, drowning himself in drink day and night. The soldier sighed heavily. In these times, does he even realize he's the head of the clan? The other shook his head, his voice full of resignation and despair. He told those who could leave to go already. "What's the point of asking more?" he said bitterly. "What good is a lord in a territory drowning in debt? Even the knights and vassals who had served the Bacchus house for generations have abandoned it. What can the new lord do now?" He snorted sarcastically. Maybe he should count himself lucky that he at least still has money to buy booze. The other soldier chuckled. True enough. Then he lowered his voice and asked, "Hey, didn't Ragnar send reinforcements?" Hearing the word reinforcements, the first soldier scoffed and leapt back mockingly. "Reinforcements? You mean those freeloaders?" At this point, we were introduced to Ragnar's support detachment, featuring member Aud Naren and Captain Sybil Dre. Another soldier grumbled that the unit was supposed to be on night patrol, but every time he checked they were plastered, sprawled near the wall. The soldiers' disappointment deepened. They whispered that maybe Ragnar sent them here merely to push Bacchus completely out of the fight. After hearing all about the Lord and Ragnar's so-called reinforcements, one soldier laughed out loud and said, "Ah, so that's it. makes sense. Far away outside Bacchus Castle in the deep woods, a soldier who had secretly slipped in to spy was kneeling before Troiven's forces, reporting what he'd heard. The Troiven commander, cold and calculating, asked if the talk among Bacchus's troops was true. The spy answered confidently, "Yes, morale in Bacchus territory has hit rock bottom." He sneered, saying the campaign was already half accomplished. After the report, the Troiven commander laughed a terrible, merciless laugh. He raised his voice, clear for all his forces to hear. "Do you hear me? The enemy has collapsed. Finish this quickly and return." The soldiers cheered, and immediately the Troiven army began marching toward Bacchus Castle beneath a darkening night sky. On the castle wall, Sybil Dre, captain of Ragnar's support unit, sighed and stretched, still half drunk from prior bouts of drink. A moment later, a sudden gust of wind swept across the battlements. From the shadows, a Troiven soldier silently climbed the stone wall. His dagger shimmered faintly in the moonlight. He spotted Sybil lounging and smirked. "Lucky me, the guard's drunk on duty. This is perfect." He raised his dagger and muttered, "Finish the rest of your drink in your next life." Just as he prepared to plunge the dagger into Sybil's chest, the scene shifted to a past conversation between the demon dragon and Theo Ragnar. The demon dragon sat behind his desk, eyes sharp as he stared at Theo. He asked, "You want to request independent operating authority as a mid-rank swordsman?" "No. In wartime, combat operations are the top priority. You will not receive any special privileges." Theo calmly and steadily handed him a sealed letter. Theo said, "This concerns the war. Please read its contents." The demon dragon opened the envelope, and after reading the documents inside, his expression shifted immediately. His brows knotted in surprise. "Is what's written here true?" Theo nodded. "Yes, Troiven's main objective right now is Harmon Castle and the Central Plateau, but that's only bait. Their real target is the island chain, bringing it under their control." The demon dragon was silent for a moment, thinking deeply, then murmured, "Logical, that's a reasonable conclusion." On this side, the protagonist continued his explanation. From the series Assassin's Hostage Incident, it's clear they're collaborating with Troiven. And the precursor of Black Tower is the Island Sea Transport League, the organization through which the Empire's financial streams flow. The demon dragon narrowed his eyes. "That explains Troiven's enormous war funds." Theo agreed, "Exactly. With the island's strategic position, it will become an even greater threat as the war continues. That's why our top priority must be reinforcing the neglected Bacchus territory." However, Troiven has concentrated enough forces at the Central Plateau and Harmon Castle that it looks like an all-out effort. Ragnar has also deployed troops to counter them. "We have no soldiers left to redeploy." Theo cried out, "They can't simply abandon those strategic points. That's why you asked for independent command of the campaign." From reinforcing the Bacchus territory to investigating the islands suspected of funding Troy, Theo declared confidently, "I can handle it all myself." The demon dragon looked at him in surprise. "You foresaw this much from the start of your request." The demon dragon gave a short laugh and finally nodded. "Very well, since it's related to the war, there will be no problem. You're permitted to proceed, but don't be reckless." Theo bowed slightly. "I will remember that." As the demon dragon watched Theo leave, he told himself that the documents Theo brought were high-quality intelligence. But Theo's choice to report directly to him, instead of to an intelligence specialist like the Black Dragon, meant that Theo intended to act on his own. In that case, the demon dragon murmured inwardly, "This permission is merely a formality. If it's Theo, he's already prepared everything." Back in the present, just as the Troiven soldier was about to stab Sybil, the captain who had seemed drunk suddenly sprang into action. With a motion as quick as a blade, Sybil hurled a bottle straight at the attacker's face, the liquid splashing into the soldier's eyes and temporarily blinding him. The Troiven soldier recoiled, rubbing his face, then froze when he realized the liquid wasn't booze but orange juice. Sybil grinned broadly and giggled. "I never did like drinking." Before the enemy could react, Sybil moved like lightning and felled him in a single decisive motion, killing him instantly. Another member of the support unit rushed over and reported they dealt with the vanguard trying to infiltrate. Sybil nodded decisively and said, "Good, hurry up and light the signal fire." His subordinates exchanged excited, confident remarks. One observed that their swords would cut through Troiven's forces, something he had never imagined during the opening ceremony. Another laughed and said they weren't idle either. As Sybil prepared to light the signal fire, he glanced at them mischievously and muttered that none of his team ever listened to their captain. Just as Sybil bent down to light the fire, one of the Troiven soldiers feigning death suddenly moved. He snatched up a dagger and lunged at Sybil with a crazed look. Sybil and the others realized it too late. The dagger had been swung toward, but before the strike could land, a streak of metal flashed through the air, and the Troivan soldier's head dropped clean to the ground. Standing behind the corpse was a calm, confident man with a faint smile. It was Navin Bacchus, head of the Bacchus clan. He slowly lowered his sword and said nonchalantly, "Careful now. If any of you are hurt, how am I supposed to face our lord?" Sybil, embarrassed by his presence, hurriedly bowed and said he'd make amends. Navin smiled warmly and waved. "I'm joking, relax." But then his tone suddenly grew cold. "However, if you insist on relaxing, there is one thing the Lord should handle." Sybil casually handed the torch to Navin and said, "Please hold the flame for me. I have matters to discuss with my comrades." Navin immediately responded with a stone-cold expression, raising his sword threateningly. Sybil was punched by Navin for joking around. Shouts rang out across the battlements. I was joking. I'll go do it right away." Signal fires along the castle walls flared up one after another, lighting the dark night. Soldiers rushed to their positions, shields raised and bows drawn, ready for the coming assault. Navin stepped onto the battlements and looked down. His sharp gaze caught the Troivan forces climbing the stone wall. He wondered silently, what did our lord see? How far ahead could he foresee? How could he see through everything? Below, the Troivan ranks froze as they noticed the signal fires blazing. Fear spread through their ranks as they realized the truth. Their ambush had failed. They were the ones caught in the trap. In a clear, angry voice, Sybil shouted, "The Troivan vermin have attacked. Hold Bacchus Castle, annihilate the intruders." Then the one-sided slaughter began. Castle soldiers unleashed volleys of arrows and spells from the walls, cutting mercilessly through the invading Troivan army. Under the stormy sky, Theo finally arrived in Bacchus territory. He looked toward the distance and saw smoke faintly rising from the battlefield. Has the battle already broken out? It seems I arrived just in time. With determination in his eyes, he tightened the reins and rode down toward the castle. The wind howled around him as Theo gave a faint smile and said. Moments later, the battlefield fell silent as the last Troivan soldier's body hit the ground. Navin, Sybil, and the Bacchus clan soldiers stood amid the smoking wreckage after the raid. Their chests heaved, weapons still stained with the inky black blood of war. Lord Theo's orders to defend Bacchus territory had been carried out thoroughly. Theo glanced around and chuckled to himself. "You didn't have to shout like that, really." He placed a warm hand on Sybil's shoulder. "You did very well." Those words struck Sybil more powerfully than any blade. Tears welled in his eyes. "He noticed me." Sybil stood rooted, basking in that recognition, while his comrades clustered around, teasing with a hint of envy. "We're jealous of you. You're one lucky guy." Theo moved toward Navin. "I didn't expect you'd come in person." Theo gave a small smile. "I stopped by as a precaution, but it seems in the end you didn't need the help." Navin glanced at Sybil, and the soldiers gathered near the signal fire with a curious smile. "Where did you find people like thee?" Theo's chest swelled with quiet pride. "They are men I trained with when I was a junior swordsman. They wanted to serve me, so they joined the Camellia Palace Guard." Theo looked at Navin and added, "It seems they've also won your approval." Navin lowered his head, his smile growing gentler. "To be honest, at first I didn't expect much. They were just mid-rank swordsmen, lacking real combat experience or notable achievements. But after working with them for a few days, I felt the difference. Their skills are raw, yes, but I can trust them." Theo closed his eyes for a moment, receiving the praise. "Hearing you say that makes me proud too." He murmured, then opened his eyes and looked directly at Navin. "I have a request for you, Navin." He gestured toward the ranks of soldiers who had responded to the signal fire. "Now that the vassals and knights have gone, the Bacchus Knight Order stands empty. How would you feel about training these friends of yours to become the Bacchus Knight Order?" Navin inhaled, excitement slowly crept across his face, gradual but genuine. The Knight Order. "It's been a long time since I've felt anticipation like this." Watching his change, the responsibility naturally shifted onto Navin's shoulders with ease. Theo straightened, made a decision, and began to walk, waving casually. "Then I'll count on you." Navin blinked, startled. "You're leaving already, young master." "Yeah," Theo replied simply. "I've seen what I needed to see here. I'm just passing through. I have other business." Navin asked, "Other business?" Theo turned back and answered warmly. "An investigation of the floating isles." Navin bowed his head and gave a chuckle. "I should be used to this by now, but your boldness still surprises me, young master." Theo's smile widened as Navin continued. "Isn't that place notorious for hostility toward outsiders? And it's very hard to get into." "Don't worry, I have my own way," Theo replied. Leaving Bacchus behind, along the windswept coast lay the port city of Dion, bustling with its own rhythms. In the lower quarter of the city, a noisy tavern rang with clamor. A hooded figure pushed the door open and stepped in. He didn't notice the large man blocking the way and bumped into him. The big man's rough hand reached out and grabbed the newcomer's shoulder rudely. "Hey shorty, you got your eyes on your feet." The hooded man calmly looked up and replied in an even tone, "Ah, my fault, I must not have seen you down there." The rude man bristled at the insult. Oh yeah, I'll bend down to your level, see how you like. The tavern's noise seemed to hold its breath. Then in an instant the hooded man's hand flashed like lightning, grabbed a mug of ale, and smashed it into the big man's forehead. The room's atmosphere shifted from loud to tense silence, then to wild excitement in a single breath. People leaned forward, watching intently. Oh, a fight, someone shouted, half in thrill, half in warning. Others burst out laughing. The serving girls hurried over. Hey, wait, I'm coming. Yes, here's your drink. In the candlelit room behind the tavern, a woman's voice rose as she read a report to the man opposite. Summary of the request is as follows. The floating isles will regularly supply gunpowder and steel to Troyven as agreed. All costs will be billed as rent for the Azure Dragon sword. The man slammed his hand on the table, his face twisted with rage. A request. Dream on, that's a straight-up threat. The man was Antonio Spinola, head of the Spinola house and the next leader of their maritime empire. His anger filled the room as he snorted. And what is this rent fee? They stole that damned sword and now say they'll rent it back to make money. What a joke, I won't fall for that. But sir, we have no other choice, do we? Antonio's reflection shimmered on the polished surface of the nearby globe. Without the Azure Dragon sword, the floating isles will sink quick. He rubbed his forehead. The disappointment in his voice turned to despair. Damn it, if we hadn't lost that sword, we wouldn't be under their thumb. His gaze darkened. Is there truly no hope left for our isles? Before an answer came, a loud crash sounded from outside. Shouts, curses, and splintering wood. The sounds of a tavern brawl poured into the room. Antonio rushed to the door and kicked it open. You bastards, my head's about to explode. What is going on now? What the hell, you idiots? Fighting again. The room went suddenly silent. Dozens of faces turned to him, some guilty, some defiant. How many times have I told you not to get drunk anymore? Only drink quietly, understand, idiots. From across the room, a familiar, calm voice rang out. At last he's decided to show himself. The speaker pulled back his hood to reveal sharp eyes and a confident smile. It was Theo Ragnar, Antonio Spinola, the next head of the Spinola family. Inside Antonio's office, he leaned back in his chair and tapped his fingers impatiently on the desk. So you say you want to go to the floating isles, and you want me to put you on my ship as a fighter. Theo nodded without flinching. That's right. I've heard sea monsters have been appearing more often near that floating land. As for my skills, what you saw earlier should be proof enough. Besides, your ship is short-handed, isn't it? Then it's mutually beneficial. Antonio stroked his chin, his tone skeptical. You're not wrong, we're looking for a few capable fighters. Suddenly his gaze sharpened, his posture shifting from weary to alert. But you will not be boarding my ship. For a mercenary seeking work, your gear is too clean. No scratches, no stains. And that brawl earlier happened right where I am. Is that really a coincidence? Besides, you clearly know I have a ship heading to the floating isles. Nothing about this is normal. He leaned forward, fingers interlaced beneath his chin. If you were me, would you let someone like that onto your ship? Theo gave a short, amused laugh. I'd be disappointed if you didn't see through that. Good, let's get straight to the point. Theo reached into his cloak and pulled out a small metal badge, placing it on the table. The armed resistance fighting for the liberation of the floating isle. The Black Moon leader Antonio Spinola. That name struck like lightning, Antonio's eyes widening in shock. Before he could react, Theo leaned in, his voice steady. So, Antonio Spinola, let's make a deal. Antonio's jaw tightened. How do you know I'm the Black Moon leader? Theo's smirk returned. Come on, that's not the important part, is it? It's not how I knew, but what I know. For example, about the Azure Dragon, sword that you so desperately crave. At the mention of that weapon, Antonio's composure shattered. His chair toppled backward onto the floor as he leapt up. You bastard, so you're a hunting dog for Troyven after all. Theo's tone remained cold and precise. The basis of any agreement is calm, Antonio. Don't lose it. Antonio glared at him. Even if I stay calm, this is absurd. If you're not allied with Troyven, there's no way you'd know about the Azure Dragon sword. Before Theo could answer, the door swung open and one of Antonio's guards stepped in. Lord Antonio, is everything all right? Antonio waved him off. The guard hesitated, then bowed and left. Theo smiled lightly, the corner of his mouth curving into a faint, confident grin. What if I told you I hold the Azure Dragon sword? Ridiculous, right? The truth is Troyven stole it, and now you're claiming you possess it. Nonsense, why is that nonsense? Theo replied. They're like me, likely only claiming they have it, never actually showing. Antonio's head began to spin as confusion clouded his thoughts. Come to think of it, they've never actually shown us the real thing. It's unbelievable that our judgment could be so clouded, even with the fate of the Isles at stake. Theo's smile lingered as he leaned forward slightly. You have nothing left to lose, do you? So why not hear me out? Antonio drew a deep breath, then sank back into his chair. His voice softened, though suspicion remained. All right, I'm listening. Theo's expression turned serious. The legends and mysteries of the floating isle. All begin with the story of the hero Kriemhild, right? With a resigned sigh, Antonio opened one of the nearby drawers and took out an old journal. It seems you already know the tale. Yes, he thrust his sword into the sea worm's head, ravaged the oceans, and sealed it beneath those ocean waves. The legendary hero Kriemhild. Antonio's voice grew heavier as he continued. That fairy tale is true. The floating isles are said to drift on the sea, thanks to mysterious current. But that's not correct. The sea worm sealed by Lord Kriemhild lies deep beneath the seabed, and the immense magical energy it releases creates an upward etheric flow that keeps the island aloft. The Azure Dragon Sword is the device that maintains that seal, an intermediary artifact that stabilizes the etheric flow. But since Troyven stole the Azure Dragon Sword, the etheric flow has become unstable. If the Azure Dragon Sword isn't returned soon, the isles will sink to the ocean floor. Massive waves will rise from the sea, tearing everything apart. Buildings, infrastructure, the people who live there, houses, their livelihoods, everything will be swallowed by the sea. He stared straight at Theo, his voice urgent. I'm not joking. The lives of everyone on the isles are at risk. If you truly have the Azure Dragon Sword and you return it to us, we'll give you anything you want. Theo's face darkened. Returning it isn't a real solution. Anyone could steal it again. The image of the Azure Dragon Sword flashed before Theo's eyes. Its dark radiance remained deeply etched in his memory. But most importantly, that would mean I'd have to give it up entirely. Antonio's voice turned resolute. Then let's proceed with a deal. What do you want? If it's money, we can pay whatever it takes. Theo looked up, his face calm but firm. No, what I need isn't money. A faint red gleam entered Theo's eyes. I've prepared for this. A way to keep the Azure Dragon Sword and still save the isle. All you have to do is take me to the floating isles. A few moments later, the battlefield fell silent as the last Troyven soldier's body hit the ground. Navan, Sybil, and the Bacchus family soldiers stood amid the still smoking ruins of the raid. Their chests heaved, weapons still slick with the inky black blood of war. Lord Theo's order to defend Bacchus territory had been carried out to the letter. Theo glanced around, chuckling softly to himself. You didn't have to yell like that, geez. He placed a warm hand on Sybil's shoulder. You did really well. Those words hit Sybil harder than any blade ever could. Tears welled up in his eyes. He actually noticed me. Sybil stood frozen, basking in that recognition, while his teammates crowded around, teasing him with a mix of envy. So jealous of you, you lucky bastard. Theo walked over to Navan. I didn't expect you to show up in person. Theo gave a small smile. I just dropped by as a precaution. Looks like you guys didn't even need my help in the end. Navan glanced at Sybil, and the other soldiers gathered near the signal fire with a curious smile. Where'd you find people like? Theo's chest swelled with quiet pride. They're the ones I trained with back when I was a beginner swordsman. They wanted to serve me, so they joined the Camellia Palace Guard. Theo looked at Navan and added, looks like they've earned your approval too, huh? Navan bowed his head, his smile softening even more. Honestly, at first I didn't have high hopes. They're just mid-tier swordsmen, no real combat experience or standout achievements. But after working with them for a few days, I could feel the difference. Their skills are still rough, sure, but I can trust them. Theo closed his eyes for a moment, soaking in the praise. Hearing you say that makes me pretty proud too. He muttered under his breath, then opened his eyes and looked straight at Navan. I've got a request for you, Navan. He gestured toward the long line of soldiers who had responded to the signal fire. Now that the vassals and knights have left, the Bacchus Knights Order is empty. What do you think about training these friends of yours to become the Bacchus Knights Order? Navan took a deep breath, excitement slowly creeping into his expression, slow but genuine. A Knight's Order. It's been a long time since I felt this kind of anticipation. Watching the change in him, responsibility settled naturally onto Navan's shoulders with ease. Theo straightened up, made his decision, and started walking away, waving casually. Then I'm counting on you. Navan blinked, startled. You're leaving already, young master. Yeah, Theo replied simply. I've seen what I needed to see here. I was just passing through anyway. I've got other things to handle. Navan asked, another purpose. Theo turned back, answering cheerfully. An investigation into the floating archipelago. Navan bowed his head and let out a small laugh. I should be used to it by now, but your boldness still catches me off guard, young lord. Theo's smile widened as Navan continued. Isn't that place notorious for being hostile to outsiders? And it's really hard to get in. Don't worry, I've got my own way, Theo replied. Leaving Bacchus behind, along the windswept coast lay the bustling port city of Dion, alive with its own rhythm. In the lower district of the city, a rowdy tavern buzzed with noise. A hooded figure pushed the door open and stepped inside. He didn't notice the big man blocking the way and bumped right into him. The big man's rough hand shot out and grabbed the newcomer's shoulder roughly. "Hey shorty, your eyes hanging down by your feet or what?" The hooded man calmly looked up and replied in an even tone, "Ah, my bad, I guess I didn't see you down there." The thug flinched, the insult sharpening his brows. "Oh yeah, then let me bend down to your eye level." The noise in the tavern seemed to hold its breath. Then in a flash, the hooded man's hand snatched a mug of beer and smashed it into the thug's forehead. The room's atmosphere shifted from noisy to tense silence, then to wild excitement in a single breath. People leaned forward, watching intently. "Oh, fight on," someone yelled, half thrilled, half warning. Others burst out laughing. The barmaids rushed over. "Hey, hold on, I'm coming. Yes, here's your drink, sir." Inside a candlelit room behind the tavern, a woman's voice rang out as she read a report to the man across from her. Summary of the demands. The floating archipelago will regularly supply gunpowder and steel to Troyven as agreed. All costs will be counted as rental fees for the Azure Dragon Sword. The man slammed his hand on the table, face twisting in rage. Demands, dream on, that's a blatant threat. The man was Antonio Spinola, head of the Spinola family and the next leader of their maritime empire. His anger filled the room as he snorted. "And what's this rental fee nonsense? They steal the damn sword and then say they'll rent it back for money. What a farce, I'm not falling for it. But sir, we don't have any other choice, do we?" Antonio's reflection gleamed on the polished orb beside him. "Without the Azure Dragon Sword, the floating archipelago will sink fast." He rubbed his forehead, disappointment turning to despair in his voice. "Damn it, if we hadn't lost that sword, we wouldn't be under their thumb like this." His eyes darkened. Is there really no hope left for our archipelago? Before an answer could come, a loud crash echoed from outside. Shouts, curses, and the sound of splintering wood. The noise of a tavern brawl spilled into the room. Antonio stormed to the door and kicked it open. "You damn idiots, my head. About to explode already, and now this. What the hell's wrong with you morons? Fighting again." The room went dead silent, dozens of faces turning toward him, some guilty, some defiant. "How many times have I told you no more getting drunk? Drink quietly only, got it, idiots." From the far side of the room, a calm, familiar voice rang out. "Finally, he shows himself." The speaker pulled down his hood, revealing sharp eyes and a confident smile. It was Theo Ragnar, Antonio Spinola, the next head of the Spinola family. Inside Antonio's office, he leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers impatiently on the desk. "So you're saying you want to go to the floating archipelago and join my ship as a fighter?" Theo nodded unfazed. "That's right. I've heard sea monsters are showing up more often near that floating land. As for my skills, what you just saw should be proof enough. Your ship's short on people anyway, right? It's a win-win." Antonio stroked his chin, his tone turning skeptical. "You're not wrong, we are looking for a few good fighters." Suddenly his eyes sharpened, his posture shifting from weary to keen. "But you're not getting on my ship. For a mercenary looking for work, your gear's way too clean. Not a scratch, not a speck of dirt. And that brawl just now happened right where I am. Pure coincidence. Plus, you know way too much about my ship heading to the floating archipelago. Definitely not normal." He leaned forward, fingers interlaced under his chin. "If you were me, would you let someone like that on board?" Theo gave a short, amused laugh. "I'd be disappointed if you didn't see through that. Good, let's cut to the chase." Theo reached into his cloak and pulled out a small metal badge, placing it on the table. Armed Resistance Organization, fighting for the liberation of the floating archipelago. Black Tower leader Antonio Spinola. The name hit like thunder, Antonio's eyes widening in shock. Before he could react, Theo leaned in closer, voice steady. "So, Antonio Spinola, let's make a deal." Antonio's jaw clenched. How do you know I'm the Black Tower leader?" Theo's smirk returned. "Come on, that's not the important part, is it? It's not how I know, it's what I know. For example, about the Azure Dragon sword you're so desperate for." Hearing that weapon, Antonio's calm shattered, his chair tipping backward as he shot to his feet. "You bastard, you're Troyven's lapdog after all." Theo's voice stayed cool and precise. "The foundation of any deal is calm, Antonio, don't lose it." Antonio glared at him, even thinking calmly, "This is ridiculous. If you're not with Troyven, there's no way you'd know about the Azure Dragon sword." Before Theo could reply, the door burst open and one of Antonio's guards stepped in. "Lord Antonio, everything all right." Antonio waved him off. The guard hesitated, bowed, and left. Theo smiled faintly, lips curling into a subtle, confident grin. "What if I told you I'm the one holding the Azure Dragon sword? Ridiculous, right? The truth is Troyven stole it, and now you're claiming you've got it. Absurd." "Why's that absurd?" Theo replied. "They're just like me. Probably just saying they have it, without ever showing it." Antonio's mind spun as confusion clouded his thoughts. Thinking back, they never actually showed me the real thing. I can't believe our judgment got this clouded, even with the archipelago's fate on the line. Theo's smile lingered as he leaned forward slightly. "You've got nothing left to lose, right? So why not hear me out completely?" Antonio took a deep breath, then slumped back into his chair. His voice softened, though suspicion remained. Fine, I'm listening. Theo's expression turned serious. The legends and mysteries of the floating archipelago. All start with the story of the hero Kriemhild, right? A resigned sigh. Antonio opened a drawer beside him and pulled out an old journal. Looks like you already know the story. Yes, he drove his sword into the head of the sea dragon that ravaged the ocean. The floating archipelago is said to hover over the sea thanks to mysterious current. But that's not true. The sea dragon sealed by Lord Kriemhild lies deep beneath the ocean, and the massive mana it releases creates an uplifting flow that keeps the islands afloat. The Azure Dragon Sword is the device maintaining that seal, a medium that stabilizes the mana flow. But ever since Troyven stole the Azure Dragon Sword, the mana flow has become unstable. If the sword isn't returned soon, the archipelago will sink to the bottom of the sea. Huge waves will rise from the ocean, tearing everything apart. Buildings, infrastructure, the people living there, their homes, their lives, everything will be swallowed by the sea. He looked straight at Theo, voice urgent. I'm not joking. Everyone's lives on the archipelago are in danger. If you really have the Azure Dragon Sword and return it to us, we'll give you anything you want. Theo's face darkened. Returning it isn't a real solution. Anyone could steal it again. The image of the Azure Dragon Sword flashed in Theo's mind, its dark light still etched in his memory. But most importantly, that would mean I'd have to give it up completely. Antonio's voice grew firm. Then let's continue the deal. What do you want? If it's money, we can pay whatever amount. Theo's eyes lifted, his face calm but resolute. No, what I need isn't money. Theo's eyes glowed faintly red. I've prepared for this. A way to keep the Azure Dragon Sword and still save the archipelago. All you have to do is take me to the floating archipelago. Sweat rolled down Antonio's face. He stared in stunned disbelief at Theo's words. The scene shifted to the vast sea stretching like a living map, restless and silver under the glaring sky. A sailing ship skimmed the waves, bow rising and falling as it carried Antonio and Theo toward a horizon thick with islands. Theo stood at the railing, wind tousling his hair. When he spotted the sight ahead, his smile widened. Finally, there it is. The floating archipelago hovered above the ocean like a patchwork of towns and harbors. Large and small ships traded around its ports, a blend of sails and drifting smoke. Once a legendary trade alliance, with customs so distinct even the emperor had to grant it autonomy. The archipelago now bore the scars of occupation. Under Troyven's control since the Great War, it had been stripped and turned into a military production. Watching a row of forges spitting sparks like fireflies, Theo felt a cold shiver grip his chest. By the end of the Great War, many satellite islands had slipped beneath the waves, vanishing from maps forever. He fixed his gaze on the islands, letting a thought settle like a blade in his mind. For the sake of both Ragnar and the archipelago, Troyven's traces must be erased. Before he could plan further, Antonio's voice cut across the deck. You're not kidding, right? You promised to save these islands. What you said earlier about stopping them from sinking by moving the islands themselves. Theo's smile didn't waver. Don't worry, it's possible. Because the sea dragon lies beneath the archipelago, deep at the ocean floor, is an ancient guardian of the old dragon. Then Theo drew the Azure Dragon sword from its sheath and placed it before the guardians. What does this sword look like to you guys? Drake said bluntly. Whoa, that's a real relic. Hunt's sword chimed in. A sacred artifact of the old dragon. As Theo reached out to nearly touch the sword, faint trails of energy shimmered out. He frowned. Just as I thought, but why isn't it compatible with Ragnar? The fairy dragon tilted its head closer. Hard to say. It seems the guardian bound to the Azure Dragon Sword abandoned its duty and fled from the artifact itself. Theo's eyes widened, fled from it. The fairy dragon glanced at Griffin before explaining. It's happened before. Back when a guardian forgot its own mission. Theo looked at Griffin's tense expression. You guys could do that too if you accepted the price right. Griffin's reply was blunt. Only a madman would. Only one could escape and still survive. It's not simple at all. So not every dragon can pull it off. Makes sense. After all, the mana leaking from him is enough to keep the whole archipelago afloat. Wait, so if I overpower him, I could move the islands myself. Drake answered gravely. In theory, yes, but you'd have to seal him first. Can you handle that? Before Theo could reply, the fairy dragon added what the others feared. Even weakened after abandoning the ancient relic, he's still among the strongest. Griffin tilted its head. Can you even reach the ocean floor? Theo's smile returned. Of course I've got a plan. Don't worry about how I'll get down there or how I'll seal him. I've already thought it through. The scene cut back to the present on the ship's deck. Antonio's tense voice cut through the quiet. So that statue really has the power to save the islands, a power even the locals don't know about. Theo glanced at him, face calm. Still doubting me, even after I showed you the Azure Dragon Sword. Antonio gritted his teeth and bowed his head. Guilt and worry flashed across his face. I'm not doubting, just worried. My homeland's fate is on the line. I hope you understand. Theo's eyes softened a bit. He exhaled and smiled with steady confidence. Yeah, I get it. Just get me there first. I'll make sure it's saved. A faint glow shimmered before Theo's eyes as a system notification flashed. Side quest, Azure Dragon Sword. 30 objectives. Return the sword to its original resting place, locate the site, defeat the Guardian, and claim ownership. The scene shifted as night fell over the floating archipelago in eerie stillness. Moonlight poured down like liquid glass, bathing the silent docks and harbors in silver. Beneath this calm surface, inside a dimly lit wine cellar, Antonio had gathered his most trusted subordinates, soldiers ready to bet their lives for their homeland. Antonio pointed at Theo as his men stood at attention. Our mission is simple. Escort this man to the Kriemhilde monument. Once there, he'll handle the rest. The soldiers exchanged tense glances as Antonio continued. You all know Troivan has bribed the main family heads. That's why security around the monument is tight. We'll use the secret path as usual. It'll get you close enough. Every soldier stood straight, eyes blazing with resolve. Yes, sir. Long live the floating archipelago. Antonio turned to Theo. Then it's all yours. Theo nodded once, eyes sharp and unreadable. Got it. Among the gathered soldiers, one lingered at the back, lips curling into a sly smile. His eyes gleamed with something far from loyal. The scene moved to the archipelago's center. The colossal statue of Kriemhilde towered at the heart, a dragon-shaped memorial carved into the very cliff face. Around it, high walls and moonlit watchtowers gleamed, guarded by soldiers gripping spears tight, completely unaware of the shadows creeping below them. Deep beneath the surface, Theo and his group slipped silently through a secret passage, an ancient staircase damp with sea salt, eyes narrowing as he trailed his hand along the stone wall. So they really do have a secret path. One of Antonio's soldiers whispered, "We're inside now. The waterfall noise keeps detection low, but please stay careful." Theo nodded slightly, opening his pack and drawing the Azure Dragon Sword. Its blade shimmered faintly, resonating with unseen power. He turned to the soldiers with a calm voice. "Thanks for your effort. From here on, I'll go alone." The soldiers stared in awe at the sword's glow. One whispered, eyes wide, "Is this really the Azure Dragon Sword?" Theo's gaze shifted upward to the towering statue of Kriemhilde. The sword in his hand vibrated with energy. The closer he got, the stronger it reacted. Following the statue's length up to the massive dragon head, the origin has to be up there. He took a breath and leaped upward, body moving like a shadow through the faint moonlight. Below, one of the soldiers watched Theo's climb. He really has the Azure Dragon Sword. Finally, there's hope for our archipelago, but his relief lasted only a sec. Before the soldier could react, a hand clamped over his mouth, and a dagger sliced cleanly across his throat. His eyes widened in shock, blood spilling silently onto the stones. The assassin stepped back, face cold, dagger glinting in the moonlight as he whispered, "Now we'll take back the stolen Azure Dragon Sword." Above, at the peak of the colossal Kriemhilde statue, Theo had reached the dragon's crown. He stared at the towering statue. It reacted strongest here. The question is what happens next. Without hesitation, Theo drove the sword 30 inches into the ground, flinching as pain tore through his flesh. His hand burned from the sword's power, stabbing it the same way as before caused nothing. Theo pulled out a recovery potion and drank it. "Let me think this through. Maybe there's a hidden message," but before he could finish the thought, the air around him shifted quickly. The assassin emerged from the shadows, eyes blazing red with bloodlust. Without a word, he charged, sword slicing through the air with deadly intent. Yet when the blade passed through the space where Theo had stood, it hit nothing. The assassin's eyes widened. What? Before he could recover, pain exploded in his gut. Theo had reappeared behind him, feet slamming into his ribs. The impact sent the assassin flying backward, body twisting midair with a crack. He coughed blood, clutching his side, dizziness flashing across his face. How did he get behind me? Theo landed lightly, adjusting his stance, eyes sharp as lightning. The assassin planted his sword in the ground for balance, breaths ragged. From behind him, two more figures appeared. "Lord Grey, you okay?" "I'm fine." Grey growled, eyes locked on Theo. "He's strong." They charged straight at Theo. Still held the recovery potion in one hand, a slow, mocking smile spreading across his face. Outside the walls of the Kriemhilde monument, a deafening explosion shattered the silence. The guards shuddered and exclaimed, "Did you hear that? Sounded like something broke." Then another soldier pointed upward, voice trembling. "Look, the monument, the Kriemhilde monument." All eyes turned to the colossal statue. What they saw left them frozen in disbelief. Damn it. How could this happen? The statue was crumbling, massive stone blocks peeling from its body and falling like meteors. The roar of collapse drowned the night. The scene cut back to moments earlier beneath the massive staircase of the Kriemhilde statue. Antonio paced restlessly, brows furrowed as he looked up the tunnel. Why is it taking so long? What the hell are they doing up there? Before anyone could answer, hurried footsteps echoed through the passage. A female soldier staggered out, gasping for breath, face pale in the flickering torchlight. Lord Antonio, big trouble. Gray and his crew, the ones with us, they suddenly attacked our guest. Antonio's eyes widened. What? Damn it. So Troivan's spies infiltrated this deep. Meanwhile, at the top of the colossal statue, Theo's sword clashed with 3 assassins at once. Theo spun to parry and counter, pushed back by their relentless attacks. Damn it, these bastards aren't amateurs. His eyes darted between them. Even when I leave an opening, they don't rush in recklessly. They're stalling for time. They've already taken 3 C zones, so they're waiting for reinforcements to slip in quiet. Theo gripped his sword tighter. No way I'm letting that happen. His voice startled the leader. What's he trying to do? Instantly, Theo's sword swept wide through the air, unleashing a surge of energy that tore the stone beneath their feet. The ground shook violently, shockwaves ripping the rock apart as if the sky itself had been split. When the dust cleared, the ground cracked open beneath them, revealing something ancient glowing below. Gray's eyes widened in horror. How did he know? Theo's expression shifted from tense to excited. So it's been right under my feet all this time. Theo surged forward as Gray shouted orders to his men. Stop him at all costs. But Theo moved faster than their reaction, the azure dragon sword humming with energy in his hand. A faint chime rang out as another system notification flashed before his eyes. Side quest, dragon-slaying sword Bamung. Desires to return to its original resting place. Objective, locate its position, defeat the Guardian, and claim ownership. Theo's thoughts clicked into place. I was overcomplicating it for nothing. It wants to return. The sword reacts strongest here. This is its original spot. He raised Bamung high, the blade shimmering with brilliant green flames. With one decisive thrust, Theo drove it straight into the heart of the ruin before him. It can only be here. The moment the blade struck, the ground convulsed, energy exploding from the ruin like a tidal wave of light, shaking the colossal statue to its core. Gray and his men were hurled back, tumbling across the cracked stone floor, their screams drowned in the roar of unleashed power. Theo stood firm, hands locked on the hilt, body trembling as the ruin's energy surged through him, blinding light swallowing every. Outside, guards along the Kriemhilde walls spun around as a deafening crack tore through the night. Did you hear that? Something just broke. Then came the cry that froze everyone in place. Look, the monument. Look at the Kriemhilde monument. All eyes turned upward, horror sweeping over the fortress. The once-proud colossal statue of the archipelago began to collapse. Damn it, how is this possible? Theo's body twitched as he slowly came to, vision blurry, and a dull ache throbbing behind his eyes. What happened? Did I pass out? Theo blinked, trying to focus, then froze. The battlefield was gone, no ruins, no monument. Around him stretched a dense forest with ancient tree roots twisting across the ground. So I survived. As expected, this is definitely inside the ruined dungeon. A familiar voice sounded beside Theo. So this is that guy's domain. Theo turned to see his guardians standing before him in miniature versions of their true forms. He raised an eyebrow. What's with those weird shapes? The fairy dragon sighed, crossing its tiny arms. I'm manifesting directly using your mana as a medium. Your lack of magic power makes us look ridiculous. Anyway, for a ruined guardian to hold such deep longing and compassion for a human, that's no small thing. Theo's eyes widened. A human. Wait, could that human be Kriemhilde? Griffin shook its head. We're not sure. We only read the lingering remnants of thoughts. Theo paused to think. Given the situation, that's probably it. With no ruined guardian left, let's explore this place slowly. Perched high among the branches, a skeletal archer drew an arrow, its hollow eyes glowing. Right away it let go, and the arrow tore through the wind straight toward Theo with zero mercy. Theo's razor-sharp instincts let him spot it coming without any trouble. He spun around and snatched the arrow out of the air with ease. An ownerless house, right? That's what you guys said. So how do you explain this? He whipped around and noticed way more movement now. From behind the trees, skeletal soldiers started crawling out. Bones clacked and creaked in a creepy chorus as dozens, then hundreds of them clambered over roots and boulders. Intruder, intruder. Bamung belongs to Kriemhilde. The air grew thick with the stench of rot as their numbers swelled. In moments Theo was completely surrounded, a jagged ring of rusted blades formed by an army of skeletons. For Kriemhilde, we will annihilate the intruder. Griffin's feathers stood on end. So that's how it is. I never thought that guy would go this far just to guard some ruins for a human named Kriemhilde. Suddenly, another arrow shot straight at Theo. Raised his hand and caught it mid-flight, spun it around, and fired it right back. The arrow whistled past Griffin and punched straight through the skull of a charging skeleton. Theo slowly exhaled, face ice cold. They're a lot, but nothing special. I just cut through every last one of them and it's over. Simple as that. The ancient dragon floated closer, shaking its head. It won't be as easy as you think. Theo frowned. What do you mean, look closer? His eyes tracked the scene and he froze. The skeleton whose skull had just shattered was still moving, its fingers twitched, bones grinding and clicking as it slowly picked its sword back up. The broken pieces of its skull began fusing together again, glowing faintly as they regenerated. These weren't normal soldiers. They were immortal warriors, Dragonbone guardians programmed to wipe out intruders. And like a wave, the rest followed suit, swords raised high, hollow eye sockets blazing with vengeful light. Theo's eyes widened as he watched the shattered skeletons reassemble themselves, but then that familiar smirk crept back. Yeah, definitely not gonna be easy. Without hesitation, the skeletal horde surged from every direction, and the forest exploded into chaos. Theo's blade sliced through the air. The ring of metal striking bone echoed everywhere as skulls shattered and rib cages crumbled. Griffin hovered nearby, clearly annoyed. We can't keep fighting this endless battle forever. Got a better idea. Griffin's golden eyes narrowed. I'll give your idiot self some advice. That Kriemhilde guy, you said he's a human like you, right? Then just tell him to give up ownership. Easy. Theo blocked another incoming arrow. Frustration boiling. He's a legendary hero. If he's still alive after all these years, can you even call him human anymore? Dumbass. Griffin puffed up and glared at Theo. Insolent mortal. Wasting advice on an idiot is pointless. Theo snatched Griffin's beak midair. The hell did you just say, you oversized feather duster? Before he could finish, a brilliant blue light flashed right in front of his eyes. System notification. This dungeon is the final gift Leviathan left for Kriemhilde. Reclaim ownership of the gift from Kriemhilde. Theo's expression froze. Reclaim ownership of the gift. Wait, maybe this big idiot was actually right. But before Theo could piece it together, the skeleton soldiers surged again like a tide of death from every angle. In an instant, he leaped into the air. Theo stretched out his hand and summoned multiple swords via remote control. He used them as stepping stones and rocketed upward, grabbing a thick branch hanging above the chaos. Hanging from the branch, he scanned the mob below. This can't just be endless revival. Activating H-Ling synchronization, the mind gate. His eyes flared brilliant blue as his perception expanded like ripples across a pond, sensing every movement and aura in the skeletal army. All right, if my gut's right, there's definitely something different. And then he saw it amid the crowd. One skeleton stood out clearly. Its aura burned deep crimson instead of the murky blue of the others. Theo's lips curved into a confident grin. Found you. Not wasting a single second, he kicked off the branch. Swords materialized under his feet like glowing platforms as Theo streaked through the air straight toward the Redora skeleton. Earlier when they charged him, one of them had turned and fled. He should have realized, the moment Theo closed in, that skeleton's head snapped up, a flash of panic flickering in its empty sockets. Theo raised his sword, black lightning crackling along the blade. Too late. Black dragon flash technique. The black lightning needles erupted from Theo's blade in jagged streaks. They ripped through the air, slamming into the ground and skeletons at the same time. A deafening explosion followed, flooding the area with blinding light. A system chime rang in his mind, notification. Remains of Kriemhilde collect. Collect the remaining remains to confront Kriemhilde. Theo glanced at his right hand. His palm glowed with deep crimson light. A small, smooth, ancient bone fragment rested in his palm, pulsing with energy. Item acquired notification. Third cervical vertebra of Kriemhilde. Theo's grin widened, excitement clear in his eyes. Just like I thought, I was right. Keep collecting them like this and we're good. Scene shifts to the floating archipelago's harbor, now swallowed by an endless storm. Sheets of rain lashed the wooden docks, lightning tearing the night apart. Amid the chaos, one of them spotted a lone figure walking toward the shipyard. A man in a black cloak moved with calm, unhurried steps. You're late, something happened. The cloaked figure stopped abruptly, nothing worth mentioning, but the storm actually makes things easier. What's going on here? The navigator stammered, eyes wide. Corpses everywhere, passengers, crew, guards, even merchants, all sprawled motionless, eyes vacant and pale. The deck was slick with rain and blood. One young sailor dropped to his knees, trembling. What the hell is this? The passengers, they're all dead. The cloaked figure stepped over them without flinching. Those idiot floating island soldiers. The azure dragon sword was practically handed to them on a platter, and they still let it slip away. He reached beneath his cloak and pulled out a metal mask. Doesn't matter who holds it now. In the end, the entire floating archipelago is already in our hands. As thunder cracked, the man's name hung in the wet air like a curse. Ninth of the 9 Phoenix Lords of Troyvan Noil. Rain poured in sheets across the floating archipelago, roofs slick, streets turning into rushing rivers. Windows flew open and people rushed outside, faces full of disbelief. Whispers spread through the storm as they stared into the void where a sound like a mountain splitting had shaken the night. How is this possible? What do we do? Out there, towering over the waves, the colossal statue of the water dragon, the guardian deity that had protected the islands for centuries, was collapsing. A young man's voice trembled in a whisper. The monument, our island's guardian deity, it's falling. Meanwhile, deep inside the ruined dungeon, Theo carved a path through the endlessly rising skeletal legion. Bone fragments turned to dust under his blade. One final notification flashed before his eyes. Reclamation complete. Kriemhildi's remains 206,206. Finally got them all, but when he lifted the last tiny, faintly glowing fragment, he blinked in confusion. Navicular bone, where the hell does this one go? Before the uncertainty could settle, another notification flashed. Would you like to access the memories of Kriemhildi engraved in the remains? Without hesitation, yes. The world blurred and Theo felt his consciousness yanked somewhere else. So this is what the hero from the legends looked like. What kind of life did he live? Light enveloped Theo, and the dungeon dissolved into an ancient memory replaying itself, the memories of Kriemhildi etched into the remains. A barefoot child ran along the beach, sand sticking to her feet as she shouted. Toward a hidden cave carved by murky waves. Levi, Levi, I'm here. Her voice echoed through the cavern. There, cradled in a stone nest, lay the dragon-slaying sword Bamung, its surface humming with faint light. She approached without fear, curiosity shining, and placed her small hand on the hilt. Wake up, Levi, I'm here. A burst of blue light flared, and a gigantic water dragon appeared before her, scales shimmering like moonlight tides. Its voice booming like thunder. How many times do I have to tell you? A child like you has no business here. The dragon's growl trembled with irritation. I am Leviathan, guardian deity of the ancient dragon ruins. You're not even of the Ragnar clan. How dare you call me by that name? She just smiled and held up a basket of bread like greeting an old friend, cheeks puffed stubbornly. But your real name is way too long, so Levi is easier. The massive water dragon shrank until it stood before her like a large beast. Do whatever you want. Talking to you is more tiring than anything, foolish child. Then it stared at the bread and muttered, why does that innkeeper always give you bread? She beamed, completely oblivious. Right, I don't get it either. Oh, today was amazing. While Leviathan listened in silence, slowly chewing. And she chattered rapidly about the baker, the docks, random little things. Days turned to years. She grew up. Voice deeper, hair longer, but she always came back with bread and endless stories. Leviathan kept acting grumpy, groaning at every tale, yet never once drove her away. And somewhere between the stories and the silences, the water dragon began watching over her not as the guardian of ruins, but as something closer to family. Many years passed. The cave stayed the same, cold, dim, filled only with the sound of the sea breathing in and out. One night under pale moonlight, those familiar footsteps returned. The water dragon sighed in annoyance and lowered its head. For heaven's sake, I told you not to come anymore. Why are you so stubborn? But before it could finish, something wet splashed onto the stone floor. The smell of blood flooded the cave. Kriemhildi staggered in, body covered in cuts and bruises, blood streaming from her arms and legs. Her voice shook as she reached out. Levi, help me. Strangers had suddenly stormed the town and captured people. Before she could take another step, a soldier burst into the cave and grabbed her by the hair. His holy sword stabbed down right in front of Kriemhildi, terror flashing in her eyes. The soldier yanked her head up by the hair. Got you now, you stupid barbarian brat. Why'd you have to run, huh? Our great emperor is bestowing favor on this backwater sea region. You should be grateful. His face twisted into something vile. And while we're at it, I want to have a little fun. The water dragon watched it all in silence. But its eyes changed, gold and red flaring like molten fire. And its entire body tensed with a rage so deep it shook the air. Instantly, the cave cracked from the unleashed power of the water dragon. The whole island felt the violent tremor. The attack came without warning. In the blink of an eye, the town was swallowed in flames. Greedy fire devoured roofs, racing from street to street. Screams for help mixed with clashing steel and barked orders from the occupying soldiers. Move your asses if you don't want to burn. But even the soldiers started to panic. Hey, what the hell is that noise? The sky above them suddenly darkened. And in that instant, a gale whipped up, turning the rain into slashing blades of punishment. The water dragon rose above the burning town, wings tearing the storm apart. The raindrops themselves became weapons piercing the soldier. What monster is that? Those trying to flee couldn't escape its gaze. And atop the water dragon stood Kriemhildi, tiny compared to the dragon's massive form, wounds still fresh, yet she gripped the dragon-slaying sword Bamung tightly in both hands. The soldier's eyes widened when he saw the girl perched on the giant water dragon's head. Rain poured down his face as he screamed. There's a girl standing on its head. She's controlling it. Kill her first. But he never got the chance to raise his sword. A compressed orb of air and seawater formed in the dragon's jaws and fired. It punched through the soldier's neck so fast his head separated in an instant, tumbling to the wet ground before his body crumpled. Yet around the island's people, a liquid barrier shielded every helpless villager from harm. Kriemhilde remained atop the water dragon, looking down through tears. Her voice breaking, barely audible. "I'm sorry, Levi, I'm so sorry." She pressed a trembling hand to its forehead, guilt twisting every word. "You were supposed to wait for the chosen one, but because of me, because of me." The water dragon's voice lowered. "Don't cry like that, everything's fine, right? But. Suddenly a gentle, radiant light bloomed around her, soft and bright. The protective barrier the dragon had created enveloped Kriemhilde in a gentle cocoon, slowly lowering her to the ground among her people. There's no need to apologize. The moment her feet touched the earth, the villagers called her name over and over. Kriemhilde, Kriemhilde, Kriemhilde saved us all. Kriemhilde looked up at the water dragon, eyes full of sorrow. "But you said, I may have abandoned my duty, but I feel completely at peace. This was my choice." Its eyes softened, remembering the tiny child who used to come chat and laugh beside it. "By my own will, not the ancient dragon, I was able to protect your smile." But peace didn't last under an empire. Far away in a throne room, the emperor slammed his fist in rage. His voice echoed through the grand hall. "My imperial army was defeated by some barbarian brat riding a water dragon. Unacceptable. I grew too complacent because it was a remote territory. Send the royal guard and reclaim that land for me." And the assault came, thick iron chains thicker than ship masts wrapped around the water dragon's body, pinning it in place. The beast roared and thrashed against them as soldiers flooded the island again. Villagers were blindfolded, dragged into lines, spears pressed to their throats. The commander watched smugly from horseback. Interesting, a creature that refuses to die. He pointed his sword at Kriemhilde. "If you're its master, you must know how to kill it. Tell me." The water dragon completely ignored him and looked only at Kriemhilde. "It's all right, Kriemhilde. I'm a guardian deity. I can't die. I'll simply return to a deep slumber." Kriemhilde dropped to her knees, body trembling with the last of the magic left in the ruins. "When I awaken again, you'll definitely be able to call me back." The commander lost patience and raised his hand. Soldiers tightened their grips and lowered spears toward the hostage's throat. The water dragon's eyes softened. "It seems our time is running out." Kriemhilde trembled, unable to move as tears streamed down her face. Rain, mist, seawater gathered around her hand, guiding her arm upward. Her fingers wrapped around the dragon-slaying sword with no intention of striking. "Levi, please don't make me do this. I can't. The water dragon closed its eyes and spoke in a low voice. "Perhaps our fates were sealed the moment I broke the rule. So don't carry the guilt for protecting your people. I'll help you one last time." "I was truly happy, Kriemhilde." And then with a heart-rending hollow sound, the sword plunged deep into the water dragon's body. A roar tore the sky apart as the dragon collapsed. Its massive form crashed to the ground, chains clanking around it. The commander stared at the motionless creature, eyes widening before twisting into manic triumph. He threw his head back and let out a deranged laugh. His voice cut through the rain like jagged lightning. But right at the peak of his laughter, the expression vanished from his face. The smirk melted away, pupils contracting, breath hitching. "Something's wrong." The soldiers around him shuddered, bodies stiffening. "What?" Fear crept into their voices. "How is this possible?" From the horizon, a wall of water rose higher than cliffs, higher than watchtowers. A colossal tsunami awakened by the dragon's final breath. The ground shook beneath the people's feet as the roaring waves surged forward, swallowing everything in their path. Soldiers screamed and tried to flee, but the sea devoured them without hesitation. Yet at the center of the archipelago, the people weren't drowned. The water curved around them, forming that familiar protective barrier once more, shimmering like liquid glass. Kriemhilde stood in the storm, soaked and hollow-eyed, watching the waves carry the fatting form of the water dragon back into the abyss. Her voice cracked. "Levi." Her cry dissolved into the sea, the scene fading. Returning to the silent ruin world where Theo stood, his expression had softened, a quiet sorrow settling in his eyes. So that's how it was. Kriemhilde wasn't the legendary hero everyone thought she was. She was just a girl, an unfortunate girl, who only wanted to be friends with a guardian deity. Theo's thoughts were interrupted by a voice behind him. He turned and saw the Kriemhilde from the past standing there, the dragon-slaying sword held in her hands. She looked at Theo, her voice heavy with meaning. "So you're the one Levi has been waiting for, the chosen one." She bowed her head, a sad smile appearing. "Because of me, Lord Levi couldn't fulfill his duty. I caused him pain he never should have had to bear." She stepped forward and offered the sword to Theo with both hands. "Please make Levi happy. He was everything to me." Theo took the dragon-slaying sword in his hands, feeling its soft hum against his palm. "Looks like I don't have to do anything special." Kriemhilde blinked, not understanding what he meant. Theo lifted the sword slightly and smiled with certainty. This guy already looks pretty happy to me. Those words hit Kriemhilde harder than any blade ever could. Her breath caught, shoulders trembling as tears welled up and fell. Her voice broke, warm with relief. Thank you so much. The memory dissolved like mist and the world shifted. The rain had stopped over the floating archipelago. Clouds parted, letting moonlight spill onto the ruined plaza where the colossal statue had fallen. Soldiers stood around the shattered stone debris, forming a cordon as soaked, trembling people gathered. Please don't come any closer. But whispers spread through the crowd as someone pointed, voice shaking. Wait, there's someone there. Heads lifted, breaths held. Atop the highest piece of the fallen statue stood a lone figure. As the light gradually reached where the figure stood, eyes widened in disbelief. It can't be that. The one who saved our island from being swallowed all those years ago, isn't it? Theo stood amid the ruins, cloak billowing in the sea breeze, surrounded by ceaseless cheers. It's Kriemhilde. Kriemhilde has returned. Scene shifts to an underground meeting room on the floating archipelago. A secret council chamber trembled with panicked whispers. Senators from the 3 maritime clans had gathered in secret. Cold, authoritative voice floated through the dim hall. You assembled pretty quickly. Everyone in the room froze. Standing in the doorway was Noel, one of Troiven's 9 noble vassals. His presence felt like a blade pressed to the throat of the entire room. A man immediately spun toward him, voice cracking with worry. Noel, how are you so calm? Our plan is ruined. The dragon-slaying sword was supposed to be in Troiven's hands by now. That clueless galleon was right about that. But another immediately shot back. Then what the hell is that thing the outsider's holding? Because of him, everyone on the archipelago was rushing toward the monument, shouting that he was the legendary hero Kriemhilde. At this rate, the power of the 3 maritime clans would fall into his hands. This wasn't what we agreed on. But Noel's calm didn't waver. Yes, he had personally handed over the dragon-slaying sword. In exchange, Troiven promised the clans would keep their status. His gaze swept over them like a cold-blooded predator. But watching you all make such a fuss over something so trivial is really annoying. That word annoying landed like a slap. One senator, offended by Noel's contempt, stepped forward and grabbed his shoulder. What, trivial, Noel, what do you think our 3 maritime clans even are? The moment the words left his mouth, Noel's sword flashed and cleaved the man cleanly in two. The body hit the floor with a wet thud, blood pooling, the room instantly filling with the sharp stench of iron. Noel didn't flinch, he just looked down at the corpse and said in a flat, bone-chilling voice, "What do I think you are? Obviously insects. I can crush you anytime I want." Another senator recoiled in horror. Noel, what are you doing? Noel wiped the blade on his own cloak, face still terrifyingly calm. You're traitors who sold out your own country for personal gain. You should be grateful Troiven tolerated you this long. Instead, you whine about ruling the floating archipelago even as it sinks. Greed has limits if you still want any mercy. The remaining senators trembled, trying to defend themselves. Are you serious? Without the archipelago's capital, Troiven will collapse too. Hearing this, Noel stepped closer until the man could feel his breath. His eyes reflected nothing but bloodlust. Fool, you still don't get it, do you? The man froze, every hair standing on end. Noel whispered, if you don't want to be slaughtered right here, shut your mouth and do exactly what I say. The senator's lips clamped shut immediately, sweat dripping from his chin as he struggled to breathe. Noel turned away as if nothing bothered him. If you want to live, bring me the dragon-slaying sword. Bunch of trash. Right before stepping out, a soldier knelt respectfully before him. Forgive me, ninth pillar Noel, may I ask you something? Noel paused and nodded. The soldier swallowed hard and asked, do you really trust handing the sword's recovery over to them? Noel's voice stayed serious. I know what worries you. I'd prefer to retrieve it myself, but the situation doesn't allow it. One of Ragnar's 9 dragons, the tyrant dragon, is here. Noel's eyes narrowed further. Since he's arrived, restraining him is our top priority. The day was just beginning on the other side of the archipelago, as crowds gathered around the rain-washed ruins of the colossal dragon statue. Shards glittered in the sunlight, whispers rippling through the sea of people as Theo descended the broken stairs. The crowd erupted, voices overlapping into a thunderous roar. Kriemhilde, Kriemhilde. Theo forced an awkward smile. He knew they saw Kriemhilde as a god, but he hadn't expected it to be this intense. His thoughts drifted to the girl he'd seen in the memories. Kriemhilde wasn't some mythical savior or divine hero. She was just a kind girl caught up in a tragedy far too big. His fingers tightened around the dragon-slaying sword. Even this sword they believed belonged to her. But in truth, it was a relic of the primordial dragon, usable only by a Ragnar. When Theo reached the bottom of the stairs, a man broke from the crowd and shouted in desperation, Kriemhilde, I beg you, please listen. Those cursed Troiven scoundrels are dragging the archipelago to ruin. So many here can't escape. If your heart still holds any mercy, please save this island. Theo blinked, then let out a small, amused huff. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to play along just a little. He raised the dragon-slaying sword high, his confident voice echoing across the ruins. People of the floating archipelago, I promise you this. I'll do everything in my power to save this island. A wave of hope surged through the crowd. Their voices rose again as they chanted his name. When Theo finally stepped down to the lowest stair, a calm but reverent voice greeted him. We have been waiting for your arrival, Kriemhilde. A woman in ceremonial robes approached, regal, with dark hair. I am Marty, High Priestess of the Kriemhilde Temple. Please allow us to guide you from here. The scene shifts as they cross a long mountain bridge leading to the temple. People line the path in awe, whispering prayers and blessings as Theo passed. Inside the temple, where ancient frescoes lit the corridors, Marty spoke softly. For generations our priests have maintained this place, believing in the prophecy that one day the hero would return. Please come this way. Theo's eyes widened. Marty gestured toward a statue and revealed a small pearl necklace. It is said to have belonged to the hero Kriemhilde herself, and it is the key to reaching the abyssal waters in the deep sea. A system notification flashed before Theo's eyes. Magic accessory, gate link key, Kriemhilde's pearl. Marty continued. Now that you possess it, shall we proceed? Theo hesitated, then sighed. Before we go, there's something I need to tell you. But the priestess only smiled serenely. There is no need to be afraid, my lord. Theo froze. How did she know? Marty turned to look at him and answered. The dragon-slaying sword is a relic of the primordial dragon. Naturally, only a Ragnar can awaken it. The reason we call this place the home of Kriemhilde. Even I could sense it after guarding the sanctuary across generations. The sorrow of a girl who had no choice but to wound the one dearest to her. Her final wish was to protect this island. Kriemhilde has acknowledged you, so you deserve to be treated accordingly. Marty led Theo down an ancient staircase carved beneath the temple. At the bottom was a stone altar overlooking a pitch-black abyss. If you cast the necklace from here, a gate connecting to the water dragon will open. She placed a small ring in Theo's hand. Keep this with you. It will allow you to breathe and move underwater. With eyes closed in solemn prayer, I pray for your success and for the salvation of the floating archipelago. Theo slipped the ring on and gripped it tightly, a gentle but determined smile forming. No need to worry. I'll save this place, no matter what it takes. Scene shifts back outside the Kriemhilde Temple, where a crowd had gathered under daylight. People knelt along the long stone bridge, hands clasped, eyes closed as they prayed to the legendary hero. Suddenly, a earth-shaking crash shattered the silence. A soldier slammed his halberd down on the path, shouting, "Everyone evacuate immediately." Another soldier stepped forward, voice cold as steel. The 3 maritime clans have completed their investigation. The man you're worshipping is a terrorist, an imposter, someone daring to impersonate the hero Kriemhilde. A retrieval operation for the stolen dragon-slaying sword is underway. Citizens, disperse at once. Gasps rippled through the crowd. How can this be? Is that true? Fear and confusion etched across their faces. Among the armored men stood Spinola Umberto, head of one of the 3 maritime clans. Sweat slid down his face as he watched the bewildered faith. That's right, I think I made the right decision. My reputation might collapse after this, but without that sword my head will roll first. I don't have time to cling to any dignity anymore. With a sharp breath he drew his sword. I'm going to die anyway, so why should I care about honor anymore, even if it means killing everyone here? He raised his sword and ordered. From this moment on, anyone who stands in our way for any reason, kill without mercy. The soldiers surged forward like unleashed beasts, charging straight toward the praying civilians and the temple itself. Spinola followed, muttering, I have to retrieve the dragon-slaying sword at any cost. Scene cuts back to Theo, now deep beneath the temple. Descending the stairs, the priestess had guided him down. The spiral stone steps twisted into darkness until they met the shimmering surface of still water. Theo paused, studying the partially submerged stairs. So this is it. He reached into his coat and pulled out the pearl Marty had entrusted, a relic Kriemhilde had worn last. Then he let it drop into the water. The pearl slowly sank, vanishing beneath the surface. The moment it disappeared from sight, the water began to stir. Small ripples spiraled outward, deepening into churning waves. The circle of water suddenly parted, forming a floating circular pathway like a gate made of light. It hummed faintly, droplets hovering in the air like drifting stars. Theo took a deep breath, steeling his resolve, then leaped into the passage. The instant his body passed through the swirling ring, the world shifted violently around. Then, with a sudden jolt, everything stabilized. Theo opened his eyes and found himself floating deep within the vast, unfamiliar darkness of the ocean. He slowly turned his head, taking in the immense underwater world before him. I made it in, but I still have no idea where to go from here. As he drifted forward, letting instinct guide him through the abyss, something brushed the edge of his senses. Theo froze mid-current, eyes narrowing, but he saw only empty water. No sound, no shape, no trace. He scanned the area again, hand tightening as he thought to himself. I'm not imagining it. There's definitely something here. From behind, a series of ominous red lights flickered into existence, glowing like demonic lanterns igniting in the dark. Theo's eyes widened. He whipped his head around to look at the massive shapes writhing through the water, their scales shimmering like liquid obsidian, jaws lined with razor-sharp teeth, accompanied by terrifying hissing growl. One by one, the creatures fully emerged from the shadows. They circled him like wolves sizing up prey. Theo slowly exhaled, gripping Bamung tighter. He gave a wry inner smile. Sea serpents, the guardians of the deep. He glanced around, dozens of colossal sea serpents tightening their encirclement closer and closer. If they're here, that means. Spinola Umberto's voice tore through the air as he raised his sword high and bellowed. From this moment on, anyone who stands in our way for any reason, eliminate them. At his command, the mercenaries surged forward like a pack of unleashed wolves, charging straight toward the kneeling civilians praying outside the Kriemhilde temple. Confusion rippled through the crowd as people struggled to make sense of what was happening. Some muttered in worry, "Why are the 3rd District soldiers from Heian here? Are they seriously calling innocent people terrorists?" Before Spinola's soldiers could reach the civilians, the High Priestess Marty stepped forward, her voice sharp and full of authority. "Stop. All of you stop right now." With steady steps, she placed herself between the mercenaries and the praying people. Her white robes were soaked from the sea mist carried on the wind. "Terrorists, on what grounds do you make such a claim? The man you're accusing is clearly the reincarnation of Kriemhilde." Behind her stood the temple knights, shields raised in solid support. "I swear on the honor of every priest who has guarded this temple across generations. Aren't you the ones who need to explain yourself? Why are you bringing Troivan mercenaries into a sacred site dedicated to the holy maiden Kriemhilde?" Gasps erupted through the crowd. Troivan, faces paled as the truth spread. Someone else shouted, "They're the ones who stole the dragon sword. Didn't the 3rd District lose the dragon-slaying sword in their ambush? Wait, don't tell me." A furious man strode straight up to one of the soldiers and roared, "You colluded with the Troivan clan, didn't you? Stealing the dragon-slaying sword wasn't enough. You're even selling out the holy maiden Kriemhilde." The civilians exploded in rage. "We won't let you do whatever you want. This time we'll protect Kriemhilde." Spinola Umberto's face twisted in panic and fury as he watched the crowd turn against him. One of his subordinates leaned in, voice tense and pleading, "Lord Spinola, you've gone too far. We should retreat and regroup before this spirals out of control." But Spinola snarled, eyes wild. He shoved the subordinate aside and roared, "Troivan mercenary legion, kill them all." Chaos erupted instantly. Citizens screamed as the mercenaries slashed through the crowd, blood spraying across the temple bridge. Another of Spinola's commanders grabbed his arm and yelled, "Snap out of it, Lord Spinola. This will only incite the people more and ruin your reputation." But reason had died in Spinola's mind. The one who needs to snap out of it is you, Romulan. Will reputation protect your soon-to-be-severed neck? Once we chose to betray the floating archipelago, our only role left is to be Troivan's perfect hunting dogs. His soldiers hesitated only a moment before obeying the brutal order. "Anyone who gets in the way, kill without mercy. I'll bear every responsibility. We must reclaim the dragon-slaying sword no matter what." On the High Priestess's side, the temple defenders held firm, fear flashing in their eyes as they saw Spinola's full force charging with murderous intent. One guard leaned close to Marty and urged urgently, "We should retreat right now. This is getting too dangerous." But before he could finish, Marty planted her feet and shouted, "No, we fight alongside the people." Clashes rang out as both sides collided. Spinola's soldiers bellowed, "As if we're gonna let you do whatever you want," while the temple knights and civilians shouted back, "Hold the line, don't let them break through." Spears thrust forward brutally toward unarmed civilians. One man ducked as a spear tip hovered inches from his chest, breath catching in terror. But in the final instant, steel rang sharply. Antonio Spinola himself stepped in, swinging his sword precisely and knocking the spear aside, saving the man by a hair's breadth. Antonio wasn't the only one advancing. His subordinates rushed in beside him, forming a steel wall between Spinola Umberto's army and the horrified civilians, blocking attack after attack. The sudden intervention made Spinola Umberto's eyes widen in disbelief, fury twisting his face. "You idiots, what the hell are you doing?" Antonio parried an incoming strike, gripping his sword tight. "Long time no see, father." But Spinola Umberto showed no warmth, only sharper rage. "Abandoning your rightful inheritance just to pull this stunt. What a ridiculously pathetic story." Antonio's jaw clenched at the accusation. With anger flaring, he swung his sword so hard an incoming spear snapped in two, metal shards spinning across the ground. "What do you mean by pathetic stunt? Betraying your own country or slaughtering innocent civilians?" Spinola Umberto's fury only deepened, eyes trembling with rage as he spat venom. "You worthless bastard son." Both armies clashed fiercely. With Antonio and his men joining the temple knights and civilians, their side finally had a slim chance. Antonio pushed forward through the chaos. All Black Tower members present. Advance, suppress those unjust bastards, and protect the civilians at any cost. The battlefield erupted with fresh power as swords met spears again and again, sparks flying like scattered embers. While Antonio fought fiercely, shielding civilians whenever he could, a grim thought weighed heavy in his mind. No matter how much I try to rally the people, the reality is still overwhelmingly against us. We're still outmatched in strength and numbers. The line won't hold much longer, please hurry. Scene shifts to Theo. He was floating in the deep sea encircled by sea serpents. Theo scanned their movements. I figured there be sea serpents, but I didn't expect this many. He watched their silent gliding, noticing something odd. Even though they surrounded him, none seemed ready to attack. Why are they just holding position? Theo slowly lowered his sword as realization dawned. Could the reason be the sealed aura of Leviathan inside the blade? The idea sank in deeper. He cautiously reached toward one sea serpent while thinking to himself that if his hunch was right, this might work. The sea serpent didn't retreat. Instead, it lowered its glowing eyes as Theo's palm rested on its head. A system notification appeared. Sea serpent trusts you. You have been acknowledged as its master. Blue light spread from Theo's hand, diffusing through the water like drifting sparks. Another notification followed. Wyvern tamming activated. Sea serpent has been tamed. Theo watched the glowing energy swirl around his hand and exhaled. It feels just like the first time I tamed Ragnar. An emotional echo flowed through the dragon heart. He could sense Leviathan's memories beneath the wave. The curiosity, the fear, and everything the great guardian felt as it sank into the abyss. All of it vibrated through him, now exactly as the sea serpents remember. Theo began communicating with the sea serpents through pure telepathy. Their thoughts flowed through his mind like currents. You were all drawn here by Leviathan's power gathering together. That's why you didn't attack me. You're just observing, waiting, because I carry the same aura as. Another sea serpent glided closer, its eyes dimming with worry, and whispered directly into his mind. Theo's expression sharpened, then softened in surprise. Is that really true? But instead of fear, a slow smile spread across his face. Theo reached out, gently patting the sea serpent, and spoke warmly. Don't worry, just trust me. I'll handle this no matter what. Take me there. Theo climbed onto the sea serpent's back, gripping the dragon-slaying sword tightly, as the creature coiled through the water, leading him toward Leviathan's resting place. They plunged deeper and deeper into the abyss. The world darkened until only faint blue glimmers remained. Pressure thickened around him. Currents twisted violently. Theo raised a hand to shield his face, feeling the ocean squeeze like a fist. The deeper we go, the stronger the currents. Mana is distorting around us. Clear sign we're getting close to Leviathan. He activated Dragon Egg Synchronization, the Mind Gate. His eyes glowed with strange blue light cutting through the darkness. And then at the very bottom of the deep sea, Theo finally saw it. The colossal form of the water dragon Leviathan lay motionless on the ocean floor. Corrupted purple mana streaks wrapped around its massive body like chains. Theo's breath caught. He whispered, "So this is Leviathan. It really has been lying dormant at the bottom all this time." Even with Leviathan's size, the pressure was terrifying. Yet something about the mana felt wrong, twisted. The mana flow is so strange. Just like the sea serpent said, this isn't the Leviathan I saw in Kriemhildi's memory. Suddenly Griffin materialized beside him, feathers bristling as it hissed in shock. Whoa, this thing is completely rotten. Theo blinked in shock, eyes wide. But before he could react, the ancient dragon floated forward and said quietly, "Agreed. Its condition is dangerously unstable." Theo looked between them, tension rising. "Is it really that bad?" The ancient dragon sighed, voice calm but heavy. "I thought you'd sense it yourself. You carry the same aura as him after all." Theo's eyes widened as faint purple mist coiled around the aura he possessed. "Don't tell me this is the same demonic corruption from the cave back then." The ancient dragon nodded. "Exactly. Leviathan has been fully overtaken by the corruption. It's lost all reason." Before Theo could focus his thoughts, the purple streaks flared violently. The water dragon's eyes snapped open, glowing like molten amethyst. Then its roar exploded through the depths, sending a tidal shockwave ripping across the ocean floor, shaking the currents around him. Scene shifts to a building perched on a cliff right by the sea. The interior was utterly wrecked, as if it had just endured a brutal battle. Noel stepped in, slowly, calm as he spoke. "Our two nations may be at war, but there's one thing we need to make clear." Tyrant Dragon, in front of him, a man leaned back against the rubble. The man let out a soft, mocking chuckle, lips curling. "Been a while, huh, Ninth Phoenix Lord of Troyven, Noel." The tall man was Dantaral, one of Ragnar's 9 dragons. Seeing Dantaral's utterly calm demeanor, Noel's eyes flashed with rage. "You think this is the time to laugh? Have you forgotten our past?" His voice boomed, shaking the hall. While we fought the Ragnar clan, you took the north in exchange for keeping Troiven's takeover of the archipelago secret. Tyrant Dragon propped his chin, pretending to ponder. I don't recall breaking any deal. Is there a problem? That mocking smile stabbed straight into Noel's last shred of restraint. He slammed his foot down, cracking the stone floor. Stop playing dumb. Are you seriously saying you don't know the sixth heir candidate pulled something behind our backs? In his mind flashed the image of Theo Ragna, with the dragon-slaying sword making his blood boil even hotter. Noel's eyes blazed with killing intent. Be honest, Tyrant Dragon. A massive wave of murderous aura erupted around him, so thick the air warped. Yet Danteral stayed seated, even smiling like he was watching cheap entertainment. Noel pointed straight at him, growling, if there's no reasonable explanation, our agreement ends here. Scene cuts deep to the ocean floor, back to Theo, facing the colossal form of Leviathan, now fully stained with toxic black-purple demonic corruption streaks. Purple veins pulsed beneath the once majestic blue scales, making Leviathan's entire body look poisoned to its very soul. Theo frowned, recalling, don't tell me this is demonic corruption. The ancient dragon beside him nodded, face darkening. Precisely. Leviathan has been completely seized and has no reason left. Before Theo could react, Leviathan jerked violently. Purple light flared, its eyes opened, deep amethyst pits burning with hatred. A roar thundered out, strong enough to split undersea currents, the pressure from the bellow shaking the entire area. Theo gritted his teeth. What the hell is this? How could Troivan? The ancient dragon pointed at the deep purple crystal embedded in Leviathan's forehead. When the dragon-slaying sword was pulled, the ancient seal was broken. Leviathan would have stood to protect this archipelago then. But look, Troivan has something powerful enough to poison an entire guardian deity. Leviathan began losing control. The sea dragon was about to go berserk. The ancient dragon recoiled in alarm. It hasn't noticed us yet, but before it could finish, Theo had already shot forward. His eyes lit up with cold blue light. Can't wait any longer. This is the only chance before it spots us. I have to seize the advantage no matter what. He activated embryonic synchronization vision, sharpening like a blade. Theo peered through layer after layer of scales, through veins of toxin, and finally saw it, the source of the demonic corruption. He charged straight, the dragon-slaying sword aimed at the crystal. If I destroy it, the corruption will be purged. But suddenly, ominous lightning streaks shot out from the demonic crystal. A compressed, repulsive force blasted out like a storm, hurling Theo backward like a rag doll. His body slammed into the ocean floor, carving a deep crater of ruin. He clenched his teeth in fury, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and forehead. Damn it, they installed a defense mechanism. Before he could even stand up, the massive shadow had already enveloped him completely. Leviathan had spotted its enemy. Damn it. It dove down like a meteor, but Theo dodged at the very last second. The ocean floor exploded in a violent blast from the impact. Griffin charged forward with a roar. You can only choose one. Destroy that magic crystal before everything spirals out of control. Hit it right in the center of its forehead, exactly where you struck before. Theo backed away to keep his distance and tried to think clearly. But how the hell am I supposed to close the gap now? I'm not fast enough to get past that wall. Before he could finish the thought, Leviathan had already gathered energy and fired straight at him. A gigantic orb of blinding light formed in its maw, so dense and radiant it made Theo's lungs feel like they were collapsing. Right after came a deadly beam that obliterated everything in its path. Theo spun aside at the absolute final moment. The energy torrent ripped through the water like it wanted to annihilate the entire ocean. Caught in the shockwave, Theo tumbled wildly in the currents until a sudden movement appeared right in front of him. A sea serpent shot forward, catching him and pulling him out of the bombardment zone. Theo barely managed to grab its body as the serpent dragged him clear of Leviathan's second slam. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. Why the hell is it saving me? No time to figure it out. Theo immediately climbed onto its back and gripped its scales tightly. Moving underwater is tough as hell, but with you helping, that changes everything. He slapped the sea serpent hard. Let's go, straight to the wound on Leviathan's forehead. The sea serpent shot forward like a spear. The closer they got, the thicker the corrupting demonic pressure became. The water around him started to tremble violently. The perfect moment arrived. Theo launched himself off the serpent's back. The dragon-slaying sword in his hand blazed with light, his eyes glowing red with concentrated killing intent. Lesson learned from the fight with Griff. He activated his active skill, and a flood of system notifications flashed up. Activating Griffin Claw, suppression rate against stronger opponents skyrockets. Activating Fairy Tribe enhancement, immunity to demonic corruption, protecting the body. activating Dragon Devourer, channeling power to resist demonic energy. Theo roared, half my blood paid in blood, guardian against guardian. He twisted his body, unleashing a colossal energy blade that sliced straight through the ocean and slammed into the crystal. 5 Dragon Claw. The crystal cracked, then cracked again, but it still held. Theo gritted his teeth. Still not enough, huh? He poured every last drop of mana he had left into it and pushed harder. A familiar sound rang out, crack. The crystal shattered into countless fragments. A blinding explosion of light swept across the entire ocean floor. Theo panted heavily, but suddenly he sensed someone standing right behind him. A familiar figure materialized, the final fragment of Kriemhildi's memory. She trembled, eyes downcast, filled with sorrow. The ocean shook once more. A colossal pillar of light shot straight up toward the surface. Leviathan lay dying, its eyes flickering between light and darkness. At last, the guardian's sanity returned. It looked at the sword-wielding figure and rasped hoarsely, "Kriemhildi, is that you?" But the figure dissolved, leaving only Theo standing there. He gave a small smile. "Sorry, I'm not her. I'm Theo Ragna, the Chosen One. I came to deliver her final words." Theo closed his eyes, recalling Kriemhildi's last smile. She had smiled right up until the very end. Leviathan fell silent, its voice trembling. "I understand now, so all this time, she was still protecting me." Griffin cut in, "No time left, get back into the artifact now." The true dragon added, "Agreed, pass your power to the Chosen One." Leviathan furrowed its brow. "As much as I want to, that's impossible. I already defied the primordial dragon's command and abandoned my duty as guardian. Now I'm corrupted by demonic essence. Even if you saved me, my fate can't be changed." It pointed a claw at Theo. "So before I vanish completely, I'll transfer every last bit of my power to you. But fair warning, it's going to hurt like hell. Can you handle it?" Theo gave a confident little laugh. "I can take it. Who do you think I am?" Leviathan let out a long, exhausted but relieved breath. "At least I like your confidence. Then use it to protect everything Kriemhildi wanted to protect. Protect the island." Theo's heart tightened. He raised the dragon-slaying sword with resolute eyes. "I swear, I'll protect the people of the island." Leviathan closed its eyes peacefully. "Thank you, Theo Ragna." Its gigantic body began dissolving into streams of golden energy that swirled around Theo like a storm. Griffin shouted, "Leviathan's ocean current is fatting. The archipelago's gonna sink fast. Hurry up, there's no time left. Absorb that power now." Theo looked up and said, "Don't worry, Leviathan." He charged straight into the heart of the energy storm. "I'll take your power and lift the entire archipelago myself." The instant he began absorbing it, a terrifying pressure exploded across the whole archipelago. From mountaintops to the ocean depths, everyone felt Leviathan's final wave crashing down. Right when the protagonist touched the swirling vortex of energy, it erupted with ferocious force, forcing his eyes wide open. And deep inside he thought, "I was way too cocky." The shrunken guardian deities, Tian Long, Griffin, and Wyvern, flashed and appeared within the vortex. Even they had warned him. Leviathan's power was on a completely different level. The truth hit too late. The mana was too vast, too wild, too ancient. Another violent eruption tore outward and blasted Theo backward, spinning wildly in the crushing currents. I never imagined it would be this overwhelming. At this speed, his body wouldn't hold. And just as the agony threatened to swallow him whole, a glowing command sliced through the chaos. Use the sword. Theo forced his battered body to move, gripping the dragon-slaying sword tightly. His eyes sharpened with determination as he carved a path straight through the raging vortex. In the next instant, he plunged downward in a violent burst of green light, hurling himself directly into the core of the power. A massive explosion rippled outward like an oceanic storm. Theo floated at its center, dwarfed by the churning vortex below. The violent mana storm compressed into a perfect sphere, a miniature ocean suspended in midair. Through the swirling mana, Griffin appeared and said, "Looks like the kid actually used his brain." Tian Long floated beside it, tension crackling like static. "So that's it." He used the dragon-slaying sword as a medium to lighten the burden on his body. Exactly. Leviathan really helped him until the very last second. Theo gripped the dragon-slaying sword tighter as it rattled, anchoring himself against the swirling current. Below, the radiant sphere expanded, growing brighter and brighter until it illuminated the entire abyss. He stood at the heart of the storm, feeling Leviathan's colossal power settle into him like the weight of the ocean itself. And with a rare satisfied smile, he thought, "This overwhelming mana, it's like I'm holding the entire sea dragon Leviathan in my hands. Every bit of pain was worth it." But Tian Long rushed forward, yanking him back to reality with a warning. "This isn't the time to relax, Chosen One. If you want to move the archipelago, this is your one and only chance to wield Leviathan's full power." Theo surged forward, channeling every ounce of the power Leviathan had entrusted to him. Mana roared around his body, trailing streaks of light behind him. Got it. Tian Long appeared at his side, reminding him, have you decided on the destination? Theo didn't hesitate. There was only one perfect place in his mind, and the answer was unmistakable. Northeast Ragnar Bay, the very spot where the floating archipelago had once rested. As the core blazed brighter, his resolve locked in complete. That location wasn't just suitable. It was the single point where Leviathan's power could anchor the archipelago back in place. Far above, the battlefield outside Kriemhildi's temple still raged fiercely. Soldiers clashed amid sparks and desperate cries when suddenly the sky cracked open. A roaring tsunami crashed down like divine judgment. The impact was beyond endurance, freezing every warrior mid-swing. Panic spread as the sky filled with blinding power. What the hell is happening? Did something happen to Lady Kriemhildi? It's not gonna sink, right? But the tremor beneath their feet answered before anyone could speak. What? It's actually sinking. Another soldier shouted and pointed at the coastline as it twisted and warped. Everyone look over there. The shore, look at the coastline. Because the ground was shifting, violent whirlpools swirled around the archipelago as the entire landmass began to drift. It's moving. The archipelago is actually moving. Deep inside the fortress, where Noel faced the tyrant dragon, the entire room started collapsing as seawater surged through the cracked floor. Noel staggered for balance, eyes wide in disbelief as the island continued its massive shift. What the fuck is going on? Did he absorb the dragon-slaying sword's power this fast? The tyrant dragon just grinned wickedly, a gleam of twisted amusement curling at the corner of his mouth as he said, "This ain't the time for us to stand around anymore. Things have already gone this far. Why don't we just call it here?" Noel snapped in fury. "You trying to weasel out of this, tyrant dragon?" But the tyrant dragon's smirk only deepened. "Even I didn't predict Theo Ragnar's move. The plan's pretty much over. Looks like he's already exposed the secret of the dragon-slaying sword. Then isn't that good? Kill him and take the sword back." Noel stiffened, replying with bitter rage. "You planning to use me to deal with someone who could become your own rival? Want to keep your hands clean while I do the dirty work?" The tyrant dragon leaned back with absolute confidence. "Instead of wasting time like this option benefits you way more, doesn't it?" Back outside the temple, Antonio watched the landmass tilt and glide across the sea. Shock exploded across his face. The archipelago is really moving. That kid actually did it. With the final danger lifted, he raised his voice over the battlefield, commanding the troops and citizens. "Everyone stand down. The archipelago isn't sinking anymore. We're all safe now." But his words were cut short as a brutal slash tore viciously across his side. Antonio's breath caught, his face twisting in pain as he gasped from the sudden attack. But at the very last moment, a blade sliced through the air and blocked the strike by a hair's breadth. The surrounding soldiers froze, stunned by how fast he moved. With one simple swing, Theo cleaved the charging guard in half midair. The soldiers around them erupted in excitement, shouting, "Kriemhildi has returned. She succeeded in sealing the water dragon." Antonio stumbled forward, breathing uneven but eyes full of hope. "Hey Ragna, the archipelago's safe now, right? Yeah, it won't sink anymore." The tension melted from Antonio's shoulders, and he exhaled with a grateful smile. "Thank you, kid. It's shameless of me to ask for one more favor." But Theo gently cut him off right away. "Don't worry about it. Just rest, Antonio." Antonio froze. Those words carried absolute certainty. Theo's gaze swept over the wounded guards, acknowledging their efforts. "I fully understand what every single one of you did to protect the floating archipelago and to protect." Then he stepped forward, cloak billowing in the wind. "From now on, I'll take care of this place." Spinola Umberto's soldiers recoiled at those words. Fear gripped their hands as they realized the power standing before them was on a level far beyond their control. Spinola Umberto roared in furious desperation. "What the hell are you idiots standing around for? The dragon-slaying sword is right there. Stop hesitating and seize it now." Driven more by panic than courage, the army charged forward with frenzied screams. But right at that moment, Noel stepped onto the battlefield, his voice trembling with rage as he spoke. "In the short time I was gone, you've already turned this place into a complete mess." Theo's expression changed instantly. Shock flooded his face as he realized exactly what was about to happen. Panic sharpened his voice as he shouted, "Everyone get down." The air seemed to crack as a razor-thin red line began to glow ominously in the distance. Spinola Umberto and his troops stiffened as similar deep red lines appeared across their neck. Then a blinding slash tore through the battlefield, and in the next instant, every mark Noel had carved exploded at once. Spinola Umberto's entire army burst into sprays of crimson blood, heads perfectly and brutally bisected, an execution carried out in a single unstoppable strike. But before the attack's full destructive force could wipe everything out, a colossal wave of energy and water surged outward. The shockwave ripped across the land as the surrounding sea erupted. Waves crashed in every direction under the clash of two overwhelming forces. And in that single sweeping surge, the entire formation on the bridge collapsed. Water and blood flooded the stone walkway. Soldiers toppled like broken dolls, scattering across the battlefield. Antonio stared through the splashing water, his breath trembling as the impossible unfolded right before him. No way. Noel's attack finally subsided enough for him to see the truth sprawled across the soaked bridge. Corpses, torn uniforms, and shattered weapons littered a massive red streak of blood. The nobles, the guards, all of them dead. Noel stood atop Spinola Umberto's severed head, his boots mere inches from the spreading pool of blood below. You pathetic pirates, you couldn't handle one damn brat and instead turned everything into this disaster. Antonio's eyes widened, every trace of color draining from his face. Father! Theo stepped past Antonio, his stride steady despite the blood-soaked chaos around him. Snap out of it and evacuate the citizens right now. The floating archipelago will need you. Antonio understood and began leading the people to safety. Theo narrowed his eyes at Noel, studying him through the lingering mist of water and blood. Even from this far away, I could only block a mediocre strike. Noel charged forward, his entire body wreathed in raging red flames. Ragna, you arrogant little bastard, this is the end of your insolence. Theo felt the sheer killing intent radiating from him. Just who the hell are you? Noel's shadow dissolved into a ferocious blaze, his presence burning like a wildfire. I'll tear you apart piece by piece until even your own father wouldn't recognize what's left. Facing such an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, even the protagonist couldn't help but feel fear grip his heart. He told himself that someone this absurdly strong couldn't just appear out of nowhere. It defied all logic. Legends don't step out of thin air without history or traces. He clenched his teeth against the terror. He guessed that the man before him was almost certainly one of Troiven's 9 Phoenix Lords. They were humans enhanced to counter Ragnar's 9 dragons, biological weapons, monsters wearing human skin. Their power and brutality surpassed imagination, created for the sole purpose of slaughter. In the Great War, they matched the 9 dragons in strength and swept battlefields like living catastrophes. Theo wondered they completed them this early. Is the timeline shifting, or is my knowledge still missing pieces? Noel swung his sword with earth-shaking force. The attack carved a perfectly straight line through the ground, splitting it open with a deafening roar as dust erupted like geysers. Theo leaped aside to dodge, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. He was too fast. That speed wasn't just blinding, it was instantaneous. Theo took a step back, boots sliding across shattered gravel. Just as he'd predicted, this was the strategic weapon designed to counter the 9 dragons. Right then, Noel unleashed his aura. It expanded outward like a violent shockwave. The ground beneath him cracked, spiderweb fractures racing outward as if the earth couldn't bear his weight, sending tremors rippling through the air. Theo once again weighed his chances in this fight. He calculated probabilities, variables, and the vast gap in power. If the man in front of him truly was one of the 9 Phoenix Lords, he didn't have even a thousandth of a chance to win. Defeat was inevitable. But before he could measure or plan a retreat, Noel leaped and attacked. The distance vanished in a fraction of a second. Theo somehow blocked the strike on pure instinct rather than sight, but the impact was brutal. He was hurled into the air by the collision. Theo gritted his teeth against the pain as the shock from the hit reverberated through his arms and up to his shoulder, not giving him even a second to escape. Noel raised his sword high overhead, the blade glowing with terrifying light. As he slammed down with full force, he mocked that with the dragon-slaying power flowing through him, Theo shouldn't even be able to hold the sword. Theo strained to raise his blade and block, a desperate defense against an unstoppable foe. The result, he was blasted backward toward the buildings behind him. Theo skipped across the surface like a stone thrown on water, crashing through brick walls and glass. Dust and debris engulfed the area as he smashed into structures and brought them crumbling down. Noel landed gracefully, his boots making almost no sound, complete contrast to the violence he'd just unleashed. He told Theo to give up. He warned that if he kept going, he'd only make the pain worse. Before the dust cloud cleared to reveal Theo's position, 3 daggers suddenly shot out from the haze, aimed straight at Noel. Noel casually swatted the attack aside with his hand and caught them midair effortlessly. He sneered that the attack was just clowning around and he didn't have time for games here. He tossed the weapons aside with contempt. However, before he could finish speaking, Theo appeared behind him. Noel glared at him, eyes cold and unimpressed. You're too old to be playing childish tricks like that. Theo felt a mix of anger and confusion at the comment. He slashed downward, kicking up a thick cloud of dust as the shockwave echoed through the ruins. When the dust settled, reality was clear. Noel had blocked the slash with only his own sword. He hadn't even taken a single step. In Noel's mind, he began to understand what Lord S had hinted at. The pieces of the puzzle were starting to fit. A memory surfaced in Noel's mind. He stood rigidly in a dimly lit room. Eid Troiven was warning him about Theo Ragna, the next generation of House Ragnar. Eid told him to pay special attention to the boy. It wasn't just a warning, it was a mission directive. Eid ordered that if the opportunity arose to confront Theo, Noel must eliminate him immediately. Back in the present, Noel swung his sword casually. The sheer wind pressure alone swept away the surrounding dust. The ground beneath him lay in ruins from the force of Theo's attack, proof that this kid possessed dangerous power. Noel thought to himself that if Theo was left alive, he would surely become a massive variable in the war, one they couldn't afford. Therefore, he was a threat that had to be eradicated. The decision was made. Then we see Noel's sword drenched in Theo's blood. Dark liquid ran along the blade's grooves and dripped to the ground. It was a deep wound. Theo was fleeing and struggling to buy time. Every second counted. One of his guardian spirits was contacting him, asking what he was doing because they needed more time to help. A system notification appeared before Theo's eyes. Activation of supporting fairy technique failed. Cooldown still active. The life-saving skill was completely useless right now. He told himself he couldn't afford to lose here, even as blood poured from the wound, soaking his clothes and leaving a long trail behind him as he ran. The system displayed, time remaining until the dragon-slaying sword stabilizes was over 2 minutes. 2 minutes in a fight at this speed felt like an entire millennium. Theo gripped the sword tighter, knuckles white. If he could just borrow Leviathan's power one more time, he might escape this. As he neared the harbor, the salty sea air mixed with the metallic scent of blood. He caught Noel's reflection in the water, charging from behind. The once peaceful harbor was instantly destroyed by Noel's attacks. Warehouses collapsed, wooden crates shattered. Theo leaped back, dodging the strike by a hair as blood from his wound sprayed across the blazing red wreck. Before he could even catch his breath, another attack came rushing in. Theo leaned back sharply, narrowly escaping a slash that flattened the buildings behind him. The sword chi sliced through stone and steel effortlessly, bisecting structures. The upper parts of the buildings slowly slid down, crashing with enough force to shake the ground. Noel kept pursuing like a predator toying with wounded prey. Theo darted into the ruined buildings, climbing over piles of rubble and twisted metal to find an escape route. Even so, Theo forced his battered body to keep moving with whatever strength he had left. He swung his sword with every ounce of power he had, unleashing a blazing attack, a wave of energy that obliterated everything in its path. When the dust cleared, Theo was utterly stunned, his heart tightening. Noel stood there completely unscathed. Not a scratch, not a speck of dust on his clothes. Noel charged again, unleashing a relentless barrage like a tidal wave. While Theo was cornered, his mind frantically searched for options that didn't exist. Sparks flew every time their swords clashed. Theo barely managed to stand, arms trembling, stance crumbling. Noel's attack sliced through everything, street lamp, the ground, the ruins. With a massive explosion, Theo was blasted into the ocean. Noel leaped after him and appeared hovering in midair like an executioner. He swung his sword, unleashing countless slashes. Invisible blades of air tore across the sea surface, sending massive waves surging up before crashing down. When the water calmed slightly, Theo burst out and appeared in front of Noel. He was soaked to the bone, trembling and gasping desperately for air. His chest heaved with ragged breaths. In his mind he thought, just a little more time until the dragon-slaying sword stabilizes. He checked the notification. 17 seconds left. Only 17 seconds. Noel gathered sword chi, his blade glowing with terrifying light. This fight starting to get boring. Let's end it here. Theo's eyes widened. He knew the situation had turned extremely dangerous. This would be the finishing blow. So he came up with a way to distract him for a split second. A gamble. A stupid, desperate gamble. Theo's gaze locked on his dragon-slaying sword, and he made his decision. He hurled the sword up over Noel's head, discarding his only weapon. What you're after is this dragon-slaying sword, right? If you're so great, come and take it. Noel froze for a moment, staring up at the spinning weapon. That was the brief instant Theo had been waiting for, a flicker of hesitation. A sea serpent leaped from the water and snatched the sword in its jaw. Right then, Theo taunted Noel. Looks like you don't have what it takes. Noel's eyes bulged with rage, his calm facade cracking. You damn brat, right to the end, you're still pulling cheap tricks. Theo stood firm on the dock as countless sea serpents rose behind him, emerging from the abyss like ancient guardian deity. Noel glared furiously, his pride wounded far deeper than his body ever could be. The sea serpent's attacks shot straight toward Noel in a unified line, focused beams of energy-churning chaos beneath the water's surface. Noel blocked them and smirked. You really think these damn snakes can change anything? With a casual swing of his sword, he swept away the serpent's assaults, turning them into harmless mist. But this time he was caught off guard when he saw Theo charging straight in for the attack. Noel sneered, "The guy who's been running away this whole time finally has the guts to come at me. I don't care what scheme you're cooking up, but go ahead and throw everything you've got. I promise I'll give you a spectacular ending." Noel gathered his energy, the pressure becoming unbearable, making the air thick and suffocating. Theo's eyes locked on the notification. The countdown had stopped. 0. The dragon-slaying sword was fully stabilized. A voice echoed in his mind. "Thank you, Chosen One. Use the power I left behind to protect yourself." It was an acknowledgement and granting of true authority. Noel was stunned by the sudden shift in Theo. The atmosphere around him changed in an instant. A notification popped up. Received the hidden skill Nibelung contained within the sword. A water dragon rose as Theo swung his blade, formed from the ocean itself and pure mana. It roared with a sound that shook the heavens. When their swords clashed, the impossible happened. Noel's blade, the one that had endured everything, shattered into fragments. Shards of steel scattered like confetti. Theo pressed the attack without losing momentum. A colossal water dragon surged forward from his slash, immense, majestic, and terrifying. It was ready to erase anything in its path. The brutal collision sent Noel flying like a torn ragdoll, his clothes shredded in patches, fresh blood spraying through the air. Noel fell freely and slammed into the water. The impact was so violent, he couldn't even reflexively brace himself for a safe landing. The wooden bridge below collapsed entirely under the force of his fall, leaving a violent ocean whirlpool that swallowed every trace of the enemy. Theo landed on what remained of the bridge, standing tall amid the spray of mist. The tide of battle had completely turned. He was now firmly in control. But Noel wasn't going to die that easily. From the depths of the sea, he slowly rose to the surface. Under the dim light, his body revealed a horrifying network of stitches, scars from a past tortured by inhuman experiments. Noel let out a hoarse laugh. "Ha ha ha, what a shame, huh? That looked like your ultimate move. You failed, kid." He shouted with manic excitement, a twisted grin hidden behind the mask covering his severely burned face. "That's all you've got, and you think you can kill me? Keep dreaming." In response to that arrogance, Theo only looked down coldly. "I was thinking the same thing. The 9 Phoenix Lords are supposed to rival the 9 dragons, so of course you wouldn't go down that easily." With that, Theo raised the dragon-slaying sword high, his eyes blazing with vengeful fire, ready to obliterate his foe. Instantly, the sea behind Noel began to rise, standing upright like a living creature, obeying Theo's every command. At that moment, it felt as though the entire ocean rested in the palm of Theo's hand. Theo pointed the sword straight at Noel. "I may not be able to kill you right this second, but this power is more than enough to send you to the deepest abyss." Half submerged in the water, Noel was immediately dragged by the powerful current. He felt the water constrict around him in terror and rasped in panic. "Damn it, what the hell is this current?" The sea churned into a Chinese letter waterspout under Theo's command, spinning with unstoppable speed. He shouted, "Sink to the bottom of the ocean like that." Under the authority of the water dragon Leviathan, Noel was utterly powerless. No matter how wildly he thrashed, the cold current relentlessly pulled him into the vortex and dragged him into utter darkness. Before the raw force of nature embodied by the sea, a human had no chance to resist. Noel's final words were nothing but a desperate scream. "You damn brat." Silence fell over the area. Theo stood there with trembling shoulders from exhaustion. The sharp pain in his side forced him to clutch it tightly. Suddenly, the view narrowed, focusing only on his hair fluttering before his entire body collapsed to the ground. He lay sprawled on the stone, breathing heavily as if a 1,000-ton weight had finally lifted from his chest. "Leviathan, I kept my promise. If you ask for anything more, I probably won't ever open my eyes again." Time passed quietly. Theo had returned among the island's people. Antonio stood by the shore, staring toward the mainland in awe. "This is the first time in my life I've witnessed something like this. I'm not sure if my calculations are accurate. But at this speed, approaching the coastline won't face any obstacle." Antonio turned to him with a wry smile. "When you first said you'd move the entire archipelago, I thought you were crazy. But seeing the reality right in front of me, I have no choice but to believe." From the crowd, a curious woman spoke up. "But why go through all this trouble to move the whole island? Wouldn't resealing the water dragon be easier?" Theo calmly explained to the people. "Yes, that would be simpler, but if we did that, today's tragedy would just repeat itself sooner or later. People like Troyven and the Northern Alliance would never give up trying to seize the dragon-slaying sword. Your island would be put in danger again. Only when it's no longer at risk of sinking and is properly protected can everyone truly feel secure about the future." He continued, "From now on, the floating archipelago will be anchored in the northeast bay of the Ragnar family. Since it's no longer drifting, maybe we should give it a new name." Excitement lit up everyone's faces. being close to the Ragnar family meant absolute safety. Antonio looked at Theo intently. He swallowed hard and took a deep breath to muster the courage for what he was about to say. He suddenly bowed deeply and spoke. "Young master, please forgive me. The hostage incident at the series trading caravan caused by Black Tower not long ago. The White Dragon team had to sacrifice so much. Even if we were threatened by Troyven, we can't escape responsibility for what happened. If you wish to hold us accountable for that." Theo stepped forward and lightly patted Antonio's shoulder. "Yes, you're right. You need to take responsibility for that right now. Say it, anything. Even if you want this head, I'll offer it to you." But in response, Theo simply replied calmly, "Antonio, leader of the Northern Maritime Alliance, I want you to take that empty seat." Antonio looked up in shock. What are you saying?" Theo explained clearly. "The Ragnar family's CERES Chinese letter has been completely wiped out. Right now the North has no large-scale trade routes anymore. I don't want to worry about that anymore because I believe your island's maritime alliance will do everything to fill that gap." Antonio stammered, "But I'm not worthy of that position." Theo didn't argue. He turned to the crowd and asked loudly, "Everyone heard that. Lord Antonio says he's not worthy. What do you all think?" In the silence, Saintess Marty suddenly raised her hand and spoke. "I fully agree to let Lord Antonio take this position. We've all seen his sincerity." Following the Saintess, the woman who had asked the question earlier also raised her hand. "I agree too. He should be our leader." One by one, thousands of hands rose, chants of Antonio's name filling the air. Seeing the people wholeheartedly support a leader with true heart, Theo smiled in satisfaction. He thumped his chest lightly and declared firmly, "Then it's settled. First condition. As long as the Maritime Alliance fulfills its duties and gives priority to the Ragnar family, I, Theo Ragna, swear on my family's name to guarantee absolute security and autonomy for this archipelago. I stake my honor on this oath being fulfilled." Antonio closed his eyes, overcome with emotion. A true heir of the great Ragnar family stood before him, entrusting him with the duty to protect the people. He had no reason left to refuse. Antonio gave a small smile. "In the end, I'm still just the one receiving favor." He stood tall and proclaimed clearly, "On behalf of the Maritime Alliance, I, Antonio Spinola, swear to cooperate fully with the Ragnar family." A blood oath had been sealed for the new alliance, granting Theo immense political power in the race to become head of the Ragnar family. The people erupted in joyous cheer. Right then, the island suddenly shook violently as if it had collided with something, startling Antonio in terror. But Theo only smiled, closing his eyes in content. "We've arrived. Welcome to the floating archipelago's new home." Meanwhile, on a distant, nameless rocky shore, furious waves crashed wildly against the cliffs, as if the ocean itself were raging. Suddenly, a scarred hand gripped the rock tightly. Noel, the one thought to have been buried at the bottom of the sea, was still alive. He had used his last scraps of strength to swim back up. His lungs greedily gulped air after holding his breath for so long. Noel crawled ashore, coughing violently from the water and the crushing pressure on his chest. His rage flared wildly. "That bastard Theo Ragna. Next time we meet, I'll tear you apart and devour your guts." Suddenly, a cold voice rang from atop the cliff, making Noel flinch. Power enough to face the Ragnar family's 9 dragons. What a disappointing performance. Noel froze, trembling as he looked up toward the voice. "Tyrant Dragon." He shouted, "That's right. Didn't you say you'd be in trouble if our plan failed? What do you want? Whatever it is, just help me this one time." The Tyrant Dragon didn't reply. He leaped straight down from the cliff, landing with such force that he shattered the hard rock beneath him, proving he was no ordinary being. He strolled forward casually. "Foolish. It seems you still don't know what I want. Fine, I'll tell you." He smirked with utter contempt. "My intention was for you to seize the archipelago, and then I'd simply take it from your hand." Noel was stunned, a bad feeling surging. "What? Don't tell me. You plan to snatch it from us right from the start. Taking back what was stolen. Doesn't that sound perfect? I thought you lot would at least handle that annoying brat, but clearly I was wrong. I never imagined worthless insects like you would fail so miserably against a kid." Noel's fury exploded. His arm suddenly deformed, swelling grotesquely as if about to burst. "This is the final combat form of a 9 Phoenix Lord. You're too arrogant, Tyrant Dragon. The era of the 9 dragons is over. I'll show you the true power of the 9 Phoenix Lords. You'll pay for that disrespectful attitude." But before Noel could strike, a terrifying blast of energy shot straight at him, like a gunshot, erasing half his body in an instant. It was an attack from the Tyrant Dragon himself. He watched Noel's lifeless corpse get blown away and said coldly, "Those Eastern bastards really are all talk. Even if the old 9 dragons are past their prime, you think you can compete with that level of skill? Ha, if it were one of the old-timers or that lizard god guy, maybe you'd have had a chance." He walked away, his eyes gleaming with murderous hunger as he looked toward the mainland. Theo Ragnar. Let's see just how strong you really are. Amid the frigid battlefield, the forces of House Troyven stood like iron pillars, in stark contrast to the defeated soldiers kneeling helplessly at their feet. At the center, Ead Troyven stood unmoved, his cloak billowing in the biting wind, his face completely expressionless. Behind him were ranks of steel-disciplined soldiers, their silence radiating the absolute authority of the family. Among the chained prisoners, one trembling figure slowly lifted his head, the bruises on his face unable to hide the burning hatred in his eyes. He gritted his teeth audibly and snarled through ragged breaths. "You disgusting worms, do you really think this will help you defeat our House Ragna?" His shout shattered in the air, but he kept spitting venomous words. "In the end, the blade of Ragna will deliver death." The sentence was abruptly cut off. A blazing red streak tore through the air, and his head fell before the victim even realized what had happened. Ead Troyven lowered his sword with terrifying calm, crimson blood running along the steel blade and dripping onto the frozen ground. How boring, every damn Ragna bastard spouts the same nonsense. The body crumpled into the snow just as a soldier rushed over in panic, dropping to his knees before Ead. "Young master, urgent news, the floating archipelago campaign has failed." Ead's eyes shifted slightly as he asked in a steady voice, "What about Noyle?" "We've lost contact with him, my lord." From the ranks, another figure stepped forward, clad in gleaming iron armor, his helmeted face tilting slightly as he stood beside the kneeling soldier. His voice was calm but laced with danger. "Looks like that defective product failed after all." He slowly raised his head, a predatory gleam shining behind the visor. "If we lose the floating archipelago, our main distribution network collapses, and the balance of war could shift completely. Please allow me to personally clean up this mess." He was one of the 9 Phoenix Lords, the one ranked first. But without hesitation, Ead turned away, his cloak sweeping across the blood-soaked snow. "No, forget it. We've already recovered the massive capital from the archipelago." Ead walked on as the Troyven army advanced behind him, swords rising and falling in deadly arcs, mercilessly executing every last prisoner. "It's a shame, but we can't let this cloud our vision and forget the real objective. Redirect all remaining forces to the central front." This entire conflict was just a feint to draw their attention. Ead paused for a moment, a faint purple glow flickering deep in his eyes. "Burn this into your minds. Our goal is singular, and everything is for his sake." Ead's voice echoed across the vast expanse in reverence for the resurrection of the mad dragon emperor. The scene faded, then shifted to the sun-drenched horizon of the newly revived floating archipelago. The calm waters sparkled, ships bustling in and out of the harbor, the air filled with the laughter and chatter of merchants and work. Inside an office overlooking the docks, Antonio Spinola was buried under a mountain of documents. Exhaustion was etched into every line of his face. His fingers pressed hard against his temples to ease the throbbing headache. The door creaked open softly. Theo stepped in with his usual calm demeanor. "You look like you're carrying the weight of the world." He approached the desk, standing in the warm golden afternoon light. "Is the Ragnar family's transport network running into trouble?" Antonio sighed, trying to play it cool but failing. "That's one hell of a question. Everything was so much simpler when we didn't have to calculate variables for a sea full of drifting ice." Antonio pushed back his chair and stood, looking Theo straight in the eye with conflicted emotion. "Let me be honest, I'm afraid of House Ragna. I'm grateful you freed us from Troyven, but nothing in this world comes free. With one snap of Ragna's fingers, everything we've built could be wiped out. The only thing that changes is the name of the invader." Antonio lowered his head, shadows covering his expression. "Sometimes I think we were safer just drifting endlessly on the sea." Instead of getting angry, Theo simply smiled, crossing his arms and leaning back casually as he replied, "I get it. That's a concern any leader has to weigh, but my view is the opposite. Precisely because it was a drifting island, the floating archipelago was the most dangerous place of all." Antonio's eyes widened. Theo extended his hand, revealing a small gleaming medal. "Isolation means no enemies, and so the place gradually becomes unfamiliar with combat. Even in this crisis, you couldn't mount a proper resistance." Theo flicked his wrist, sending the medal spinning through the air before it landed neatly in Antonio's palm. "National defense can't be solved by dependence. Even when facing huge risks, a nation has to prepare itself." Theo looked at him for a moment before asking, "Do you know about House Ragna's White Dragon unit?" "Of course, the legendary aerial strike force riding wyverns." "Exact." Theo gave a cryptic smirk. "This archipelago has creatures just like wyvern." Antonio's face hardened. "You mean the sea serpents? Don't even mention them. Those vicious beasts travel in packs and crush everything in their path. Whenever they show up, it's an emergency." Right then, a shout from the harbor echoed into the office. "Emergency. Sea serpents sighted at the docks. Evacuate all civilians immediately. Combat forces prepare to engage." Antonio cursed in shock and started to rush out, but Theo stopped him with a gentle wave. No need to panic like that. Theo smiled and strode to the door, flinging it open as if welcoming a guest. Antonio froze as a massive sea serpent head appeared right in the doorway, casting both of them in its shadow. The creature lowered its head, filling the entrance like a living gate. "These are the ones I summoned," Theo pointed casually. Antonio's jaw dropped, sweat pouring down his face. "What, you deliberately called those sea thugs here? Have you lost your mind?" Ignoring Antonio's panic, Theo slowly placed his hand on the beast's snout in an unbelievably natural gesture. "So, how about it? I'll teach you how to tame them." Before the stunned soldiers and civilians watching, more sea serpents rose from the water, gathering around Theo like a legion awaiting their master's command. Just like the White Dragon Unit, this archipelago can form its own cavalry. We'll call them the Kriemhilde Knight Order. While everyone was still in shock, one sea serpent approached Antonio, nudging its head against him as if testing. Antonio trembled, then let out a forced laugh as he felt the creature's breath. "Looks like it's already picked you." Sunlight poured through the towering glass ceiling of the main hall, casting long golden streaks across the polished stone floor. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy as footsteps echoed, and a mysterious figure approached Theo with a face full of astonishment. "This is ridiculous. You really accomplished all this in just a few days," Theo shrugged. "It had to be done." Cleve stood nearby, rubbing her forehead. "Do you even realize what you've done? The floating archipelago was a classified investigation target for Black Tower because it was Troyven's financial lifeline. Acting on your own like this." Theo narrowed his eyes. "Classified investigation? What do you mean? If Black Tower knew how important this place was, why did they just stand by and let it get taken? Why the silence?" Before Theo could dig deeper, a deep voice rang out, silencing the entire grand hall. "You're Theo Ragna." A man stepped forward, his lips curling into a mocking smile. "The old 9 dragons kept hyping it up so much I had high expectations, but looking at you, you're just some spoiled pretty boy, not much of a man at all." He waved his hand dismissively, as if brushing off a trivial insult, his smile sharpening like a predator. "Anyway, nice to meet you." Theo's heart tightened. "Tyrant Dragon Danteral. What the hell is someone like him doing here?" Both Theo and Cecilia bowed respectfully as Danteral approached. He waved lazily. "Oh, no need for that formal old crap, just relax." Cecilia straightened, her voice trembling with tension. "Lord Danteral, why didn't you report anything to Black Tower about the situation here?" Danteral glanced at her with a half-smile. "Sorry, I got here a bit late." Cecilia's calm shattered into anger. "Late? Because of your delay, our position in Black Tower is becoming extremely precarious." The room suddenly shook violently as an overwhelming pressure swept through, a deep crimson aura exploding around Danteral. "Ah, my apologies for that," Danteral said, the red energy swirling around him like a ferocious beast. "But honestly." Cecilia was the first to collapse, her body buckling as if the air had turned to stone. Theo wasn't faring much better. His eyes widened in horror as the weight of that aura slammed into him. Danteral stood like the eye of the storm, his voice booming like thunder. "Do you have the confidence to bear the consequences?" The shockwave erupted, shattering nearby windows. Theo gritted his teeth, fighting to keep his footing as the floor seemed to tilt beneath him. Every breath was now a battle for survival. Damn it, I knew he was strong, but this is beyond imagination. Theo's vision blurred, his chest burning. Only now did he truly understand why, in his previous life, House Ragna had completely failed to stop the invasion of the floating archipelago. The crushing pressure that had felt like the sky collapsing suddenly vanished. Cleve and Theo remained kneeling on the cold stone, bodies still trembling after Danteral's crimson aura had swallowed the entire room. Danteral threw his head back and let out a hearty, mocking laugh. "Relax, you two. I was just messing around, wanted to see how sharp you really are." Even after Danteral retracted his killing intent, Theo and Cleve had to struggle to steady their ragged breathing. "You've grasped the situation, though it looks like you still don't fully understand what's really coming." He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Once the real storm starts, things are going to get a lot more interesting." Before Theo could fully stand, Danteral slapped him hard on the back, the impact rattling his spine and forcing the air from his lungs. "What's wrong? Even a light tap like that too much for you?" Theo forced himself upright, maintaining his calm facade. "Sorry, sir, I'm still adjusting." Deep down, Theo was far from comfortable. He studied the man before him, Danteral d'Alon. Theo knew that no matter how much he joked or acted carefree, the true nature beneath that mask never changed. Power was the only thing he pursued. Danteral wasn't here for loyalty or duty to House Ragna. He was here because this place offered a path to ultimate power. He was part of the reserve force, yet he'd arrived before anyone else. Theo thought silently, cold sweat trickling down his cheek. Danteral was extremely dangerous, even among the 9 dragons. Why would someone like him show up here first? To stay safe, Theo chose to play along. He bowed respectfully and said sincerely, I apologize, I failed to grasp Lord Danteral's intentions and acted improperly. Grasp my intentions, don't overthink it, it's not that complicated. Danteral grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he looked Theo up and down. So you're the sixth successor, Theo Ragna, not bad up close. Danteral suddenly extended his hand with a confident smile. As expected, worthy of being the new heir. I'm counting on you from now on. Theo was momentarily stunned. He still couldn't read this man's true motive. Still, he calmly took the hand. The handshake carried overwhelming force. You flatter me, sir. Right then, Cleve stepped forward, her face grave as she cut through the tension. Sorry to interrupt, but there's an additional report. The reserve forces have completed their mission. Reallocation of personnel is no longer necessary. Everyone is ordered to assemble at the central front immediately. Danteral shrugged arrogantly. Job done, so time to head back and guard the territory, pretty standard stuff. But then his voice dropped, killing intent suddenly flaring and freezing Cleve in place. But first, there's someone I need to deal with. The reserve forces dared to summon me for an inspection. This is Black Tower's will. Crimson aura coiled around him like a beast. Danteral's eyes narrowed like growling blades. Robert, that bastard, right? Cleve froze, cold sweat soaking her clothes. Danteral strode past her, his voice dripping with venom. Go find that smug prick and deliver my message. If they want to chase me, tell them to drag their own asses here. The floor trembled under his steps. As he left, the scene shifted dramatically to a blazing battlefield. In the sky, white-armored knights tore through the clouds in perfect formation. Their wyverns dove like arrows. Below, cavalry thundered across the ground. Troivan forces retaliated with massive barrages, cannon fire and explosives staining the sky red. Amid the blizzard on the Cal Highlands, House Ragna and Troivan clashed. Theo and the white-armored cavalry descended from the sky, landing first. Their wings kicked up swirling snow. The moment its claws touched ground, Theo surged forward. A Troivan soldier didn't even have time to scream before Theo's blade sliced clean through him. Anti-air cannons neutralized, a veteran shouted. High above, Evelyn guided her wyvern in a flawless spiral formation. Her eyes were ice gold. White wyvern unit prepare to strike, all units descend. The wyverns folded their wings and plummeted like meteors. Not far away, Torkel watched the spectacle with an arrogant grin, commanding the black-armored cavalry. Flying around sure looks flashy. He said to his subordinate, Commander Torkel, there you go again. Our people will feel bad if they hear that. The female subordinate glared at him. Torkel laughed heartily and donned his helmet. All right, sorry, but they're way stronger than our little sparrow. His voice grew serious. He spurred his horse forward ahead of hundreds of black warhorses. Crush everything in your path. We trample the enemy today to pave the way for tomorrow. The black-armored cavalry charged forward. The ground thundered as 100 warhorses surged like an unstoppable black iron wave. Torkel led the charge, his spear carving blazing arcs through the freezing air, tearing through Troivan ranks with absolute overwhelming force. Dust, ice, and smoke rose in a towering black column reaching toward the clear sky. The battle ended at the Ragnar camp, under the flickering glow of campfires. Torkel strode up to Theo and gripped his hand tightly. You did great, brother, Theo replied humbly. You're too kind, Commander Torkel. I told you to just call me Big Bro. Torkel laughed heartily and slapped Theo's shoulder. Anyway, you've earned a break. Let's grab a drink sometime soon. As Torkel walked off, a senior white-armored member draped an arm over Theo's shoulder teasingly. Whoa, calling the black-armored cavalry commander Big Bro now. You're rising fast, kid. Compared to what you pulled off at the floating archipelago, this is just the cherry on top. A hand suddenly smacked down on the teaser's head. Erin pushed up her glasses and sighed in exasperation. Enough already. He just got back from the battlefield. Let him rest. Theo bowed politely. I'm fine. Senior Erin, what's the current war situation? Erin's expression turned serious instantly. She stepped to the map table and pointed at Troivan positions. Overall, we hold the advantage, but there's something very strange. Even though we've approached their main headquarters, Troivan forces aren't moving at all, as if they're waiting for something. Theo narrowed his eyes at the map, and with his knowledge as a reincarnator who knew the locations of the ancient dragons, he immediately spotted the anomaly. Troivan's formation isn't defensive, it's far too purposeful. Their real target is the resting place of one of the primordial dragon's artifacts. Theo's gaze fixed on a single point, the White Tower ruin. In another dark and desolate corner of the war, where corpses lay scattered and gray smoke blanketed everything, an enemy soldier staggered backward, a choked cry for help stuck in his throat. Help. A blur flashed past, and a hooded figure appeared behind him, a single severed head from neck. 9 Phoenix Lords, huh? The hooded figure muttered irritably. Why haven't they shown themselves yet? It's been nothing but small fry for days, boring as hell. Two other hooded figures approached. They were Ragnar's successors, Ansio third in line and Jishar fourth. "You're being awfully blunt, Jishar." Ansio chuckled softly. Suddenly the air grew heavy. Dantaral stepped forward, his eyes sharp and crimson. "That mouth of yours still hasn't changed, Jishar. I told you to swing your sword only after careful calculation. Haven't you kicked that reckless habit yet?" Ansio's eyes lit up. "Master, long time no see." Dantaral said coldly. "I heard you two screwed up at the floating archipelago and handed it over to the dogs." He smirked dangerously. "Consider it the price for watching a good show. But don't get too cocky. The one rising below is moving fast and will come for you soon enough." Ansio paused. "You mean Torkel? If it's that guy, we're already prepared." "No." Dantaral's voice dropped, each word falling like a blade into ice. "I'm talking about the sixth successor." Ansio blinked, then burst out laughing. "Come on, master. Who do you think trained us? We're not rookies who'll get pushed around by some kid." But Ansio's smile vanished when Dantaral locked eyes with. The air froze solid, a bone-chilling cold enveloping them. Dantaral spoke his final words, heavy and absolute. "But what if that kid is the chosen one?" Ansio and Jishar froze. That title carried a weight that shook their minds. Dantaral turned and walked away, his cloak sweeping the snow as he prepared to leave. No room for doubt anymore. Ansio and Jishar silently followed, all jokes and grumbling gone. Dantaral issued one last cold order like steel. "While there's still time, you must eliminate him at all costs." A few hours before Theo set foot on the blood-soaked battlefield, he sat inside a horse-drawn carriage. Theo stared at the White Tower Grand Battle map. "That's also an ancient relic of the primordial dragon, right?" Right beside him, the Divine Guardian spoke. "Correct." That confirmation sent Theo into a brief silence. His mind drifted back through time to fragments of his previous life. Even in that brutal timeline, the White Tower was the first area house Troivan targeted and captured. The true dragon turned to explain further. Guardians can vaguely sense each other's positions through an invisible spiritual link, no matter the geographical distance across this continent. The Guardian of the White Tower received the largest share of power from the primordial dragon's essence. Theo looked at the Guardian in utter shock, disbelief clear in his eyes. "What?" Right then, the second Guardian stepped forward to join the conversation. "He's right. Not all artifacts carry equal power. The division of the ancient dragon's essence was never fair or uniform. Each artifact was granted different powers and roles in maintaining the world's order. Some received immense strength and responsibility, serving as hidden pillars upholding the foundation of this world. And the Guardian of the White Tower was a prime example, a sentinel with power far beyond imagination." The second Guardian moved closer to the map. Its presence chilled the surrounding air. "An artifact with such terrifying power is currently right inside Troivan territory." Theo nodded slowly, his face darkening. This strategic disadvantage was truly catastrophic. Letting such a colossal source of power fall into enemy hands was like waiting for a disaster to erupt. The Spirit Guardian looked straight into Theo's eyes, its expression gravely serious. "Do you remember what happened with the water dragon Leviathan? House Troivan possessed dark secret arts to poison guardians and drain the primordial dragon's power, an alchemical technique that turned the world's protectors into tools of destruction." The Guardian leaned forward and issued the final command. "You must seize it before House Troivan completes their plan." Theo's expression hardened. He had been thinking the exact same thing. The scene shifted back to the present at the Central Highlands command tent. Inside Ma Long's tent, tension hung thick in the air. Ma Long leaned over the strategy table reading the report Theo had submitted. "So we have to head to this rocky mountain," Theo replied without flinching, calm and steady. "Troivan forces are concentrating unusually at those coordinates. They're definitely moving there for a very specific and important reason, I'm certain." Theo's reasoning was logical, but the commander wasn't easily swayed. No need to say more. "You want to abandon the main front for an independent mission. You seem to have gotten too arrogant with that air candidate title. You think I'll just let you do whatever you want." A flash of surprise crossed Theo's face. "Without official permission, you won't be able to infiltrate deep into enemy territory. That's not what I meant." Ma Long stared at Theo for a moment, then suddenly smiled. "I was just kidding." The tension in the tent snapped like a dry branch. "I trust your judgment. Go ahead without worry." He also reassured Theo that the white dragon-armored cavalry would never weaken just because he wasn't there. Hearing those words, a grateful smile finally appeared on the young man's lips. Ma Long smiled back. "When you return, make sure to bring back plenty of spoils. If you fail, I'll cut your entire rations as punishment." Theo gave a confident grin and bowed respectfully to the commander. "I won't let you down." Mid treacherous mountain ranges, where jagged peaks rose like broken fangs and howling winds tore through narrow ravines, the White Tower stood imposingly. Up close, its structure was even more majestic than in memory, a towering pillar of ivory-white stone defying the swirling black clouds. Troivan forces were encamped thickly around it. Their campfires dotted the mountainside like scattered stars. Theo approached the target on his wyvern under cover of night, looking down at the patrols on the outer perimeter. One careless move closer and detection was guaranteed. The guard density was far heavier than Theo had anticipated. The wyvern landed softly on a nearby outcrop, its claws touching the frozen rock with only the faintest click. Theo dismounted, his movements fluid and silent like water seeping into stone. "You're amazing. You can even change your body color at will to blend into the darkness. That's definitely the trait of a dragon spirit mixed with Serpent King." It approached and nuzzled his hand affectionately. Its golden eyes gleamed with intelligence. "Thanks, Umbra. Thanks to you we got here easily." Theo then ordered Umbra to return to base. The infiltration ahead was for him alone. Umbra spread its wings and flew back toward the camp, while Theo activated his peak movement technique. Theo crouched behind a massive boulder, breaths shallow and perfectly controlled, sharp eyes tracking every enemy movement. Security around the White Tower truly had no gaps. Heavily armored soldiers patrolled the walls in steady rhythm. Meanwhile, mages stood ready, their staves glowing brightly with defensive spell. But unexpectedly, a soldier near Theo's hiding spot sensed something off. Anyone there? He stopped, tilting his head, straining to listen through the howling wind. His comrade asked boredly after a long shift. "What's up?" the first soldier replied. "I feel something." He gripped his sword hilt tightly, the dry scrape of metal on sheath echoing in the quiet night. He narrowed his eyes cautiously into the deep darkness, but saw nothing. The boulder remained still and cold. The soldier exhaled, tension easing, and turned back. "Sorry, guys, must have been my imagination." But the sight before him nearly stopped his heart. Theo was right there. He struck like lightning, snapping the second soldier's neck before he could react. Before the first soldier could respond, eyes widening in absolute terror, Theo lunged. The distance vanished in a heartbeat. The soldier opened his mouth to scream the alarm. Intruder. At another side of the White Tower, deep in the central shrine, a horrifying scene unfolded. A massive blood pool filled with thick, viscous crimson liquid. Torchlight along the stone walls reflected on its surface, forming grotesque shapes. In the center of the pool lay a giant cocoon wrapped in pulsing red veins like enormous vines. The young master of House Troivan stood before the blood pool, his face illuminated by the evil ritual's red glow. His eyes fixed on the cocoon with manic fascination. Right then, footsteps echoed from behind on the cold stone floor. What an interesting sight. It was the high priest of the holy demon cult, infamous across the continent for boundless cruelty. He stood with hands clasped behind wide sleeves, watching the pulsing cocoon with delight. "I never thought House Troivan would dare oppose House Ragna to this extent, partnering with the holy demon cult to revive the deposed dragon emperor from years ago." At that moment, the light shifted for a clearer view of the cocoon. Inside the thin membrane, a humanoid form was enveloped in dense blood veins. They wrapped the entity like a spiderweb, anchoring it to the pool's heart and continuously channeling dark energy into its core. Eid turned to the high priest with furious eyes. "Watch your words carefully. He is the true master of House Ragna. The one currently on the throne is merely an imposter. Soon, the real master will reclaim everything. We who serve the true master are the real Ragna. Remember that." The high priest smirked, his tone condescending yet feigned submissive. "I'll keep that in mind." He reported that preparations for the resurrection ritual were nearing the final stages as requested. To summon him back from the other side, worthy sacrifices were required. The key ingredients were the body of a Ragna family member and the power of the primordial dragon. Eid walked forward, boots crunching on cracked stone. A family member's body can be obtained anytime, so the key right now is conquering the White Tower. He turned to a subordinate kneeling in the shadows. "How's the conquest of the White Tower progressing?" The subordinate trembled as he reported. "The power residing inside the White Tower is immense and resisting our demonic poison fiercely. Even the holy demon cult's high priests have poured all their magic into helping, but conquering it within the set timeframe seems impossible." The Troivan young master suddenly unleashed his aura, a wave of darkness crushing the space, the pressure turning tangible and heavy like molten lead. He pinned the subordinate to the floor, cracks spider-webbed outward from where the soldier knelt under his master's wrath. In rage, he roared, "For his resurrection, the primordial dragon's power is the only key. Nothing is impossible. We will make it possible by any means necessary." The subordinate gasped for mercy, eyes bulging from the overwhelming pressure. "Forgive me, young master, my thinking was shallow. Please spare me." The Troivan young master finally retracted the pressure. The aura vanished as quickly as it appeared. The soldier looked up, gasping with blood streaming from his nose. He was broken but still alive. Right then, another subordinate rushed in pale with fear, dropping to his knees with urgent news. There's an intruder in the White Tower. The corpse of the soldier Theo had killed, neck twisted completely. The entire area was now under intense search. Troivan soldiers, shouts echoed through the mountain ravine. From afar, the whole chaos was being watched from high above. On the cliffs overlooking the valley, a figure sat silently in the shadow. The panic of Troivan's soldiers, Theo disguising himself and blending into the enemy ranks to join the search. All of it fell under the sharp, calculating gaze of one observer. That was Ancio Ragna, perched casually on a high rock outcrop, legs dangling as if enjoying an entertaining play on stage. Watching Theo's actions, he murmured with a mix of admiration and curiosity, killing only those who need to die, disguising as the enemy without a second thought like a true shadow operative. So in your past life, you really did work for Black Snow. Theo was proving to be a far more intriguing variable than Ancio had ever imagined, an unexpected factor in the grand plan he hadn't fully accounted for. Ancio wanted to test just how far this reincarnated warrior could go. Jishar Ragna, standing in the shadows right behind him, spoke coldly. Stop with the pointless thoughts and keep tailing him. Don't get spotted like what happened with Torque. Ancio licked his lips, eyes flashing with the thrill of a predator. Relax, little sis, I'll follow orders. A Troivan soldier rushed up in panic. He dropped to one knee, gasping between ragged breaths. Young master, emergency. Something happened at the White Tower. An intruder has appeared. The instant those words rang out, Eid's expression twisted violently. Something deep inside him seemed to snap. His jaw clenched so hard the grinding of teeth echoed clearly. Even the way they had arranged the army formation had been subtly manipulated by that intruder, just enough to avoid raising suspicion. Suddenly, a razor-sharp realization flashed through Eid's mind. It can't be. The truth crashed into him in an instant, one single name surfacing in his thought. Eid's face contorted, eyes blazing with chilling killing intent as he hissed through gritted teeth. It has to be him, Theo Ragna. But then the fury vanished as quickly as it had erupted. Eid's face returned to an eerily calm composure, eyes narrowing with cold calculation. The soldier below continued his desperate report, completely unaware of the shifting calculations in his master's mind. We should reinforce the guard immediately and tighten the search. With our current forces, we'll catch him in no time. Unnecessary, Eid said curtly. The soldier blinked in stunned silence. Eid looked toward the assembled troops and issued new orders. Leave only a minimal force at the White Tower, everyone else withdraw immediately. The soldier's face drained of color, panic plain. But my lord, if we do that, the primordial dragon's power could be stolen. Eid stepped forward, cloak sweeping across the dry stone. That's exactly the point. Eid didn't bother looking back. His gaze was fixed on the distant horizon, where the majestic silhouette of the White Tower pierced through the thick black clouds. He whispered, eyes gleaming with sinister intent, the intruder is almost certainly that brat Theo Ragna. He will conquer the White Tower and emerge having claimed the primordial dragon's power. As if to affirm his resolve, Eid raised a gloved hand high. In an instant, 3 pitch-black figures materialized from the deep shadows behind him. They bowed in perfect silence like statues awaiting command. Eid gave a twisted smile under the dim torchlight, revealing his true ambition. If we can't conquer it ourselves, we'll let him do it for us. Then we simply take the dragon's power from his own hands. Ain, a tall, imposing figure, stepped forward. Zui, a massive guardian subordinate, wielding a great hammer. Tri, finally a graceful yet deadly female assassin with disciplined poise. The 3 stood in a line before Eid, a circle of absolute loyalty forged in cruelty. Eid issued the command coldly. The moment you confirm he has obtained the primordial dragon's power, kill him and bring it to me. Understood, master. Their voices answered in chilling unison. The scene shifted to the rugged terrain surrounding the White Tower. Wind howled through jagged rock crevices. We have to find him. A soldier shouted, voice cracking from tension. The commander quickly regained control and barked. You 3 search around the base of the tower. The rest follow me. We'll sweep this side. As the soldiers moved off, their torches flickered like scattered fireflies in the dark night. From the shadow of a large boulder, Theo watched silently, eyes cold, every movement perfectly controlled. He turned and moved in the opposite direction, melting into the darkness like a blade gliding through night. Now in Troivan's soldier uniform, Theo held a torch, hood, and mask completely concealing his identity. I didn't expect them to fall for it so easily. No recognition signals, no additional reinforcements. He looked toward the massive structure towering ahead, realization deepening. No, the security here has been suspiciously lax from the very beginning. The tower rose high above him, a colossal spiral carved from white stone and ancient power. Its form dominated the frozen landscape around. As Theo approached the entrance, an uneasy feeling rose in his chest, as if they were deliberately luring him inside. Suddenly, a blue holographic interface appeared before his eyes. You have discovered the relic of the primordial dragon White Tower. The notification dissolved into sparkling particles as Theo pressed his hand to the stone pedestal, searching for hidden trap. Trap or not, it didn't matter. He pressed his fingers firmly against the freezing stone surface. The slab reacted instantly. A brilliant, intense light exploded beneath his palm. Theo's eyes widened in shock as the relic pulsed with radiant energy. A blinding white halo erupted like a wave, bathing the ruins in light. The reinforced glow formed a shimmering path that split the stone, revealing a hidden passage. Because one truth would never change, he had to seize the primordial dragon's power before they did. The halo swallowed Theo's figure into a pure white veil. Another system notification appeared, entering the relic of the primordial dragon White Tower. Space stilled, until sharp footsteps shattered the silence. I heard about it from Master, but I never imagined a primordial dragon relic hidden in a place like this. Beside him, Ancio maintained her steady stance and replied calmly, "It seems infiltrating House Troyven was for this reason too." Jishar tilted his head back, slapping a gloved palm against his forehead before letting out a booming laugh, as expected from the Chosen One. But Ancio didn't smile. Her voice cut through his excitement coldly. "Even though the title of Chosen One carries immense weight, do you really think he can achieve something like this just because he's the Chosen One?" Jishar's laughter faded, replaced by a sly glint in his eyes. "Well, we did find his discarded uniform as proof, but it was thrown away too obviously. Don't you think he's deliberately luring us?" Ancio stared straight ahead, voice devoid of warmth. "His intentions don't matter. We just need a justifiable reason to act." "Let's go, Jishar. We need to set the stage before he comes out." "I'm not going anywhere," Jishar said in an unshakable tone. "I'll wait for him to step out of this tower." Ancio paused and slowly turned to look at him. "What?" Jishar raised his sword in front of his face, steel catching the faint light. "Aren't you curious? I want to see what his face looks like when he dies." The smile spreading across his face no longer looked human. His eyes widened with feral excitement. Inside the White Tower ruins, the old world seemed to dissolve after a blinding white flash. The brilliance swallowed stone, air, and sound in an endless white ocean. Theo squinted and raised a hand to shield his eyes as the searing light pressed against his eyelids. Damn it. Before him rose pale stone pillars, stretching to an impossibly distant ceiling, lost in the light. Theo's fingers tightened around his sword hilt, eyes turning icy. "I can't afford to let my guard down." He felt enormous pressure weighing on his shoulders. This guardian had received the most power from the primordial dragon. It had to be a colossal, ferocious beast, something worthy of guarding this relic. Then from the deep darkness ahead, two red dots ignited like burning blades. A low, sharp sound echoed. Theo reacted instantly, dropping his center of gravity into a combat stance. But when the figure stepped out of the shadows, Theo's breath caught in absolute shock. Emerging onto the stone steps was a tiny creature, waddling like a baby dragon. "You've finally arrived, Chosen One." Before Theo could process anything, the little dragon huffed indignantly. "Just a moment ago, some weirdos tried to sneak in here with spirit demon poison. Do you have any idea how annoying it was to stop?" Theo stood frozen, mouth agape, sweat beading on his temple, as he tried to reconcile this image with the concept of a terrifying guardian. This tiny thing is the guardian who received the most power. He slowly turned toward his own guardians, pointing helplessly at the miniature one. "Hey, you guys are sure this is the one we were talking about, right?" The true dragon looked at Theo with utmost seriousness. "Don't judge by appearances, Chosen One." Griffin observed the tiny creature with cold eyes and muttered dryly, "Though you yourself look like a spoiled pretty boy who's always rambling about being the successor, or whatever." Theo immediately lunged, clamping both hands over Griffin's beak as it squawked in protest. Were all the other guardians really afraid of this thing? Right then, the tiny monster perked up cheerfully, waving its little arms in greeting. "Oh right, how rude of me. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Karato Suchus, the most loyal servant of the great primordial dragon, inheritor of the greatest power, and guardian of the gate to the myriad gods' temple that connects to other worlds." It raised a tiny hand and added brightly, "Just call me Karato for short." Theo stared at it for a long moment. The only word that surfaced from his stunned thoughts escaped his lips. Myriad gods' temple. Karato nodded enthusiastically, circling above Theo's head. "That's right, the myriad gods' temple, where the gods reside." It descended to hover right in front of Theo, tone shifting to instructive. "You know that the relics of the primordial dragon are fragments of his divided power, correct? In the past, the primordial dragon was entrusted with many duties." A radiant, ethereal silhouette of a colossal dragon with vast wings appeared behind Karato. Guarding the gate connecting the myriad gods' temple to the mortal world was one of those roles. The one who inherited that sacred duty. The loyal servant who has perfectly preserved the primordial dragon's power is me, Karato Suchus. Theo looked at it with furrowed brows, mind swirling with distant thoughts. Gods, I've only ever read about them in ancient texts. Theo raised his head and asked loudly, do those entities really exist? Karato repeated its name once more, with absolute solemnity. Theo hesitated, pronouncing it again, Karato Suchus. The effect was immediate. Karato lit up like a lantern, spinning in midair with boundless excitement. Yes, you just called my name correctly, didn't you? Theo rubbed his forehead while watching the tiny creature twirl, thinking to himself that this one wasn't normal either. But you're forcing me to be patient. Right, Karato Suchus, tell me, do the gods really exist? Karato flew close enough for Theo to see his own reflection in the guardian's sparkling eyes. Of course. Doesn't it feel familiar to you? If I mention those messages only you can see, does anything come to mind? Theo froze in place, heart skipping a beat as a cold jolt ran down his spine. The system windows, those absurd blue screens only he had seen since the challenge began, they flooded his mind like a dizzying waterfall. Every moment surged up at once. Karato hovered before Theo, eyes narrowing. Exactly, that is where this trial ends. The scene shifted to the Ragna family, meeting in the Central Highlands Command tent. Inside the tent, Robert Ragna stood imposingly before the tactical map. I believe everyone here understands why we must concentrate our forces on this front. Robert continued in a cold, emotionless tone. This war is being unnecessarily prolonged. The main reason is interference from Troivan's 9 pillars. Therefore, the Ragna Council must directly oversee military operations to accelerate progress. Midway through his speech, one of the 9 dragons tried to interrupt, but Robert narrowed his eyes instantly. Any questions or suggestions will be discussed privately after I finish this report. Robert made it clear this was not the place for petty objections, but one person didn't care about the rule. Dantaral, the one called Tyrant Dragon, leaned back in his chair, lips curling into an arrogant, mocking smile. I'm afraid this report needs to be paused, because there's another matter just as important as the war itself waiting to be judged. Dantaral pointed a finger toward the tent entrance. The heavy canvas flap lifted, and Ancio Ragna stepped inside. Ancio bowed respectfully. First, my sincerest apologies to everyone, but this is an extremely urgent matter. Please forgive my intrusion. Ancio straightened, holding a neatly folded Ragna uniform in her hands. She raised it before them, eyes gradually turning icy. Would you mind taking a moment to look at this? I personally witnessed Theo Ragna's betrayal. What you're seeing is the most solid proof of his treason. He discarded his uniform in the middle of battle and fled. Ancio's accusation landed like a stone in still water, sending violent ripples through the tent. An elder suddenly stood, letting out a mocking laugh that echoed. Ha, imagine, a Ragna warrior throwing away his uniform right in the heat of battle. Could there be clearer, more shameful evidence than this? Whispers spread quickly, then fell into a tense, suffocating silence. Every eye locked on the empty uniform, as if a sharp blade hovered at their throats. Julius remained silent, his face shrouded in shadow beneath the dim lamp. His mind raged as he stared at the fabric. Theo, you little brat, what the hell are you scheming? Far from the gunpowder-scented suspicion in the war tent, Theo stood amid the serene radiance of the myriad gods' temple. Theo's breathing quickened as he tried to piece together the truth. So the blue notification windows only I can see, they're actually messages sent directly from the gods. Karato shrugged smugly, tiny wings fluttering. Yes, that's obvious. Though I can't explain the details, I don't have the authority to see the contents inside them either. What about the other chosen ones? Do they see these windows too? Karato shook his head firmly. No, among all the chosen, you are the only one granted that privilege. Theo froze, a jolt running down his spine. But why me? Why am I different? The tiny guardian's expression suddenly shifted. Because you are the one. A soul-shaking shockwave suddenly tore through Theo's body before Karato could finish the sentence. Theo gritted his teeth, legs buckling under him on the stone floor. Karato hovered silently above, watching Theo clutch his head in agony. Ah, I get it, it's being filtered out. Looks like that secret still isn't ready to be revealed. Filtered, just how much do you actually know about all this? Karato's demeanor changed in an instant, its eyes flashing with a reflected gleam across the myriad gods' temple floor. I've been waiting a very long time for you to ask that, it declared. Its voice rang with obsessive excitement. Do you truly wish to know the truth behind the curtain? Before Theo could react, the space behind the guardian warped violently. A colossal, intricately carved stone gate suddenly materialized from thin air. Karato landed on the pedestal before the gate. If you crave the truth that badly, then as the chosen one, I shall grant you the trials of the myriad gods' temple. A clear metallic chime echoed through the grand hall, and the familiar blue system window appeared once more. The guardian proposes initiating the myriad gods' temple trial for you. Light twisted violently around Karato, its form distorting into a shadowy silhouette beneath a blood-red sky. Exactly. This is the test to explore your own soul and discover your true self. We will trace back to your previous life, delving deep into the core of your subconscious, but never underestimate it simply because it belongs to you. It is another world, a place even you are unaware of. If you fail this trial or allow yourself to sink too deeply into the illusions of the subconscious, you will fall into eternal coma. Your soul will be imprisoned there forever, but if you succeed, you will earn the right to face the truth. You will have the chance to stand before the gods. Theo's pupils contracted, cold sweat pouring down his spine. Corrado raised a spinning orb of energy in its tiny claws. Inside burned the number 12 like a divine seal. There are 12 floors in total within this trial tower. So, do you have the courage to accept this challenge? Theo stood motionless amid the erupting white light surrounding him as a confirmation window appeared. Do you wish to enter the first floor of the myriad gods' temple trial? Theo's fingers tightened around his sword hilt. Hesitation vanished, terror dissolved. Without a single word, he reached out and touched the glowing panel. As the system accepted his choice, Theo turned and stepped away from the safety of the myriad gods' temple. His footsteps echoed on the ancient stone as he approached the massive gate. He placed both hands on the freezing stone surface and glanced back at Corrado one last time. You said you, tell me the truth, right? I have mountains of questions that need answers. Just what is that nameless sovereign? Will the great war break out again? And why am I the chosen one? The gate groaned open as Theo pushed with force, his silhouette stretching long beneath the blinding light pouring from within. A resounding bell tolled through the void as a new notification appeared. Entering the first floor of the myriad gods' temple trial. The moment he crossed the threshold, Theo found himself standing on a colossal stone fortress floating in a space that defied all laws of physics. Around him swirled crimson currents like storm clouds. Fragments of ancient architecture drifted weightlessly through the murky cosmic void. Theo exhaled slowly. So this is the inside of the trial tower. A large notification panel shimmered into view with sparkling light. Objective: to enter the subconscious world, you must suppress your own consciousness and open the path. Theo lowered his gaze. From cracks in the fortress's stone floor, inky black liquid began to seep out. The droplets gathered into pools and slid toward one another in a terrifying manner. They merged, forming a thick, quivering black mass that pulsed like a living creature. It's starting already, an entity born from my own subconscious. This is the gateway I have to open. Even though the opponent looked massive and fearsome, Theo still held a sliver of confidence. But that illusion of control shattered instantly. A piercing, wind-tearing screech rang out. Theo's instincts screamed in alarm, and he twisted aside just as a flying blade grazed his cheek. Theo spun back into a defensive stance, heart pounding. It threw a sword right from the start. Theo suddenly froze, eyes widening in absolute shock. No, it can't be. A notification appeared above the entity as the transformation completed. Guardian of the subconscious gate. The creature standing before him was no longer a shapeless black mass. It was a perfect replica of Theo Ragna. Snow-white hair, expressionless face, empty eyes staring back at him. In its hand was an identical sword to the one Theo held. Objective: eliminate your true self. Theo's heartbeat echoed through the silent space as he faced his own double. Theo lowered his center of gravity, forcing himself to stay calm. So my real opponent is myself. Maybe that's actually better. Instead of fighting some nameless monster with unknown origins, I understand myself better than anyone. I know my habits, my weaknesses, my instinctive reaction. But that sense of advantage lasted less than a second. Theo's double suddenly erupted. A terrifying psychic pressure exploded from its body, blasting Theo backwards several steps. A deafening screech rang out as black lightning crackled around its limbs, leaving charred scars on the fortress stone. Dark lightning coiled around its arms, enveloping its entire body in a brutal aura of electric energy. Theo's eyes widened in horror. That's thunder dragon breath. No time to think. The blades came flying like black lightning. Theo tried to maneuver and deflect the strikes, but every movement seemed to be anticipated by his opponent. Theo's boots slid across the stone until he felt his heels hanging over the edge of the fortress's abyss. He looked up at the black lightning storm rushing toward him. The world before Theo was now swallowed by dark thunder. I won't back down. Instead, he took a deep breath and charged straight into the storm. 5 Dragon Claw. Theo's sword swung in a brilliant arc, unleashing 5 dense blue energy streams. They tore through the air like the claws of an ancient celestial dragon. The attack collided head-on with the double's black lightning storm, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The entire space screamed as light and darkness clashed wildly. Theo stood amid the devastated battlefield, his arms trembling violently from the aftershock. His vision blurred for a heartbeat, as he tried to peer through the dissipating smoke and dust. This is going to be tough. The white-haired double still stood completely unharmed. It remained rooted in the exact same spot as before the clash, its blank face staring at Theo, sword lowered casually at its side. Have I really become this strong already? The double raised its sword into a guard stance without hesitation, and in a flash it charged. Its figure blurred, feet barely touching the ground as it glided over cracked stone. Closing the distance in an instant, the air screamed as a downward slash descended with murderous intent. Theo charged forward in refusal to retreat, executing Dragon Flash, a dazzling, masterful sword strike straight at the double. Radiant light tore through the darkness of the arena, drawing a blinding arc that overwhelmed sight and sense alike. But then nothing. When the dust cleared, the double had vanished. Theo halted, both swords cutting through empty air where his opponent had stood just a breath ago. The sudden silence sent a chill down his spine. He scanned rapidly, heart pounding, every sense stretched to its limit. And then from above, the double descended. It had used the chaos to leap onto the high stone beams, now falling like a meteor. Instinct screamed warnings, giving him no moment of respite. The double unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes, each one a deadly masterpiece, weaving an inescapable steel net. His clothes tore, bruises and fresh blood quickly spreading across his body. Pain radiated through his limbs, but his eyes remained resolute. He charged upward, their swords met, the violent shock traveling from hands to teeth, sparks flying and illuminating their identical, sweat-drenched faces. They spun, slashed, a deadly dance of mirrored perfection, but he was tiring. Each block felt heavier than the last, muscles trembling, the ground cracking beneath their feet from the transmitted force of will through steel. He fought desperately, realizing that from sword paths to the smallest habits, the double was identical to him. Like battling a god who knew every secret, every weakness, every advanced technique perfectly countered by the same technique. When both recoiled from the impact, Theo saw the double wasn't fatigued at all, breathing steady, stance flawless. He needed a variable, something the mirror couldn't predict. The thought flashed, if it's a perfect copy, it must share the same blind spots. But right then, a colossal slash descended, shattering the arena floor. Theo blocked by a hair, giving a faint smile, because if it were him, he wouldn't give his opponent time to think either. Light flashed, dust and debris obscuring vision. In the thick smoke, Theo suddenly did something insane. He hurled his own sword straight at the double. The subconscious monster froze for a split second before this suicidal tactical move and easily swatted the blade aside. But that was the trap. Theo had vanished into the smoke and reappeared right behind it. If it were the old me, I'd be panicking right now. Drawing on memories from his past life, he executed Flying Sword, a technique requiring absolute precision that high-level masters rarely use. Thunk, the blade pierced through the double's chest, black liquid gushing from its mouth. Theo smiled. Even a shadow has something to learn. The double began to melt, dissolving into a thick pool of black ink on the floor. System, you have defeated your ego. Congratulations, you have cleared the first floor. A massive stone gate crashed down from the ceiling. Theo stepped through, vanishing into the radiant light toward the next floor. Far from the isolation of the White Tower, the political landscape of Ragna shifted violently like sand in a storm. A soldier discarding his uniform in wartime. What clearer evidence of treason could there be? In that moment, silence enveloped the tent. Ma Long's gaze slowly shifted to Ancio. Is it true that Theo Ragna has defected and entered Troivan territory? Ancio answered without hesitation, affirming she had personally witnessed Theo Ragna willingly step into enemy lands. She looked down at the uniform on the table, stating that this alone was sufficient proof. T-letter 1ED Long shot to her feet in disbelief. Impossible. Theo would never do something like that. Her voice trembled with rage and loyalty. She immediately sent a private message to Ma Long, hoping to uncover some hidden truth. But Ma Long only sneered back through the link. Looks like you haven't heard yet. Seems Theo trusts me more. Deep down, even he hadn't expected Theo to push things this far. Memories surfaced of their conversation in the camp when Theo said he would infiltrate enemy territory. Ma Long had told him not to return empty-handed, and Theo had replied with the eyes of someone who had seen the future. Through the link, Theo had once said that Jishar Ragna and Ancio Ragna were tailing. Right now, those two were still hiding outside the tent, concealed among the trees. The irony made Ma Long grit his teeth. Theo had made it clear. Their goal was to drag him down and eliminate him from the power struggle. But he planned to turn their scheme against them. Recalling everything, Ma Long couldn't suppress a smile. He stood and declared agreement with Ancio. A perfect move. Ancio bowed, believing victory was already secure. But Lam Long, who had observed silently from the beginning, sensed the anomaly. He understood that Ma Long couldn't possibly be unaware, and the anger was merely a mask. Even so, he went along with it. The order was given. A pursuit team was formed immediately. The Ragna family machine began operating to hunt down its own heir. Meanwhile, inside the Pantheon, Theo stepped into the second floor, where temperature shifted abruptly. The cold light vanished, replaced by scorching heat and the roar of infernal flames. Then he froze. Before him lay a city in flames. The sky choked with smoke and ash, screams of the dying echoing through narrow alleys. It was the place massacred in his previous life, the nightmare he had buried deep in his soul. The notification appeared. Second floor trial. The path into the subconscious is not a battle of the body, but a war with your own past. Two figures stepped out from the smoke, faces painfully familiar. Voices filled with malice rang out, the very ones that had haunted him for years. The next notification followed. Past life trauma blocks the way. You must overcome it to proceed. Theo stood amid the sea of fire, then he laughed. A twisted, murderous smile. HMPH, looks like this trial is way too easy for me. Staring at the two before him, Theo's voice rang out. How ridiculous. In hindsight, there was a time when you bastards were genuinely an unbeatable psychological nightmare for me. Axion, who always carried blind arrogance, felt insulted. Have you truly lost your mind, you worthless scum of the Ragna clan? Before Axion's insult could finish, a spray of bright red blood tore through the gray smoke, moving at a speed that seemed to bend reality. His head flew into the air. His eyes still showed bewilderment before his world was plunged into darkness. Not giving his opponent a single second to collect himself, Theo lunged like a phantom, the sword drawing a blazing red arc and ripping through the silence of the battlefield within the subconscious. The slash was so fast Axion couldn't even raise his weapon to defend. The keen blade cut through him, neatly bisecting his body. Blood rained down around Theo, soaking his cloak. He brought his hand to his face, fingers curling slightly as a dark, sharp smile spread across his lips. Thanks, I really wanted to kill you in this state. The system bell rang cheerfully, shattering the heavy silence. You have passed the second layer challenge. Victory over psychological trauma, proceeding to the next layer. Everything happening inside the subconscious was being closely observed by the Guardian. Oh, fascinating. Perhaps this one can truly reach the hall of 10,000 gods. It seems you place great faith in him. Oh, deity of causality. Theo's conquest then turned into a massacre. Each step he took triggered the system bell. Layer 3, defeat the false personality. Layer 4, defeat the dark ego. Layer 5, conquer the collective unconscious. With each passing layer, Theo felt his rhythm improve markedly. By the 10th layer, his opponent was slammed to the ground with destructive force. Theo stood amid the ruined arena, already past the 10th layer. The time to clear each layer is shortening. For some reason, everything feels increasingly easier. Surely it won't end this simply, right? Karato smiled cryptically. You needn't worry, chosen one, for from now on, the real trials begin. The door to layer 11 opened, leading Theo into a wholly different space. It was a vast, cold cavern filled with jagged stalactites that dangled from the high ceiling like the fangs of ancient beasts. A glowing blue notice appeared in the darkness. This is a primordial cave simulating the genesis of life. Objective: journey upstream through time within the primordial cave. Theo stepped inside, all his senses on high alert. He wondered inwardly, is this challenge just a matter of following this path? He kept walking. Suddenly, a new notification appeared. To reach your root, you must return to oblivion before birth. As you trace back the process of being born, the senses you gained at birth will be lost one by one. Theo abruptly halted, eyes wide. What? The system gave him no time to react. A direct penalty descended. You are losing your hearing. You no longer perceive the sounds of the world. Then touch. Theo no longer felt his skin's contact with the cold air, nor the weight of his boots on the stone. You are losing your sight. You no longer see the forms of the world. A final message appeared as all 5 senses were completely sealed. Your mana usage is restricted, adrift in endless darkness. Theo felt his body disintegrating, even his mana severed. So breaking this condition is the key to layer 11. He clenched his fist, trying to recall past experiences. Theo remembered being split by his father's sword. The sensation of suppressed energy was similar to now. A spark of hope ignited in his mind. What if I use the old method /translated? What then, Griffin, Azure Dragon? He commanded in his mind, betting everything on the summoned spirit beast's power to break the sensory blockade. However, as the 5 senses vanished, his consciousness began to scatter like grains of sand before the wind. The summons failed completely. The void had severed all external connection, and the Guardians had no response at all. The only way is to seek a solution from deep within yourself. On the cavern's cold stone floor, Theo's physical body collapsed. The Griffin and Azure Dragon Guardians panicked around their master. Chosen one, what's wrong with you? Don't trip and fall like that, get up. But from deep within the tunnel, a cold voice echoed, it's useless. It was Karato. All his senses and mana have been cut off. No matter how much you scream, words cannot reach him. The small guardian descended near the motionless corpse, eyes cold. All beings perceive space and time through the senses, but ironically, only after losing them does a truth become alive. The truth that you have been abandoned by the world to which you belong. A dark red aura flared around Karato as it retracted its claws at primordial fear. In the primordial cave, the boundary between self and world is erased. At this rate, the Chosen One's consciousness will dissolve, and he will end up in a state no different from the dead. Karato sighed in disappointment and turned to leave. I thought this Chosen One might be somewhat different. What a pity, my disappointment equals my initial expectation. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure erupted from Theo's body, accompanied by a voice, I will kill. Theo's body suddenly unleashed a blood-red radiance, bathing the cavern in brutal light. I will slaughter you all, spare not a single one. It was the malicious intent of the rampaging dragon that the Ragna Patriarch had implanted in his body. When Theo collapsed, this vicious part seized control. How did things turn out like this? Karato froze and turned, exclaiming, impossible. He was using his own madness to bind his dissolving consciousness within absolute void. Within the mind, the red gem on Theo's chest radiated searing heat. A voice of immense authority thundered, Theo Ragna, I accept your pact. I will grant you the power to overcome this reality. A gigantic hand rose from the darkness. Above it, a grotesque face with a twisted, malicious grin. Seize it, destroy it, and offer everything to me. Sacrifice this world. Theo stood within a cage of blood-red iron, but contrary to the entity's expectation, he felt no fear. A confident smile crossed his lips. Actually, I think I'll refuse that pact. The abyssal voice trembled in astonishment. Pretense, I have already given you power, so fulfill the contract at once. So that's it, the source of the power you just bestowed upon him. Theo stared into the demon's eyes and replied, yes, I returned all that power, not a shred left behind. You dare play such a cunning trick, he smiled. Consider this the one time you help your grandson. Foolish, truly an arrogant grandson. I will remember this, Theo Ragna. The void collapsed completely, and Theo's senses returned in a burst of brilliant blue energy. He rose in the cavern, his momentum unrelenting. System, you have passed the Layer 11 challenge. Theo looked up at the fatting beam. I'm not sure waking the rampaging dragon was a wise idea, but since it helped me clear the stage, I'll take the relief. His spirit beasts rushed over at once. Griffin and the Azure Dragon collided with Theo in joy. Why is everyone reacting like this? Are you okay? We were so worried. If you were going to die foolishly like that, we'd rather take this body than lose you. Don't make everyone anxious, Chosen One. Theo looked at them, a little surprised. A brilliant white light flared at the end of the corridor, signaling the end of the sensory void. The Layer 11 challenge was officially over. He sighed wearily, finally reached the final layer. Immediately, the system announced you have entered Layer 12 of the Hall of Gods challenge. And the next moment Theo suddenly found himself lying on a bed. He slowly stepped down, then scanned the room around him, muttering, is this a bedroom? But wait, this place is clearly a space I've never seen before, yet it's oddly familiar. He gripped the edge of the mirror and ground his teeth. Honestly, even that strange dream from the other day, who are you to keep appearing before me? No sooner had he finished speaking than a dizziness hit him, making him clutch his face. Then the system announced you have passed the Layer 12 challenge, conquered the relic of the ancient dragon, the White Tower. The reward is the right to enter the Hall of Gods. Next, our protagonist was transported to a space that looked as if it lay outside the universe. He stared in astonishment and looked ahead. Before him floated a gigantic gate suspended in midair. The system confirmed he had arrived at the Hall of Gods. Silence in the void was bone-chilling. Theo stood before a gigantic gate, so majestic it felt suffocating. Ancient patterns on the gate radiated an otherworldly pressure. Is this truly the Hall of 10,000 Gods? Suddenly, a system window flared to life before his eyes, slicing through his thought. Congratulations, you have reached the gate of the Hall of 10,000 Gods. The mind gate has been significantly enhanced. This is a deserved reward for conquering the ancestral dragon ruin at the White Tower. At that moment, a familiar voice tinged with nostalgia sounded from behind. You have come a very long way. Theo startled and turned. A slender yet authoritative woman stood there. Lord Brooke, how can you appear here? Didn't you say last time you couldn't leave the star cluster? Lodbrok smiled faintly. You're right. The entity standing before you now is not entirely me. This is only a remnant, a small fragment of the consciousness I entrusted to your mind gate. At the moment your Thunder Gate advanced, I can temporarily roam the outside world in this form. The system vibrated again, displaying a notification about the deepening link between Theo and the Dragon Guardian. Now the connection was so firm he could hear her call across any space or time. Lodbrok stepped closer, her gaze at once proud and a little pitying. Increasing power means your rank has changed. I truly did not expect you to reach the Hall of 10,000 Gods so quickly. You've worked hard. Theo curled his lips slightly, wearing a calm smile. I didn't do anything special. I only did what an ally like me should do. Lodbrok closed her eyes and shook her head with a sigh at his stubbornness. Are you really that different? You can say such lies without even blinking. Your brazenness and stubbornness haven't changed at all, just like the day I first met. As they drew near the gate, Lodbrok thought to herself, Hall of 10,000 Gods, surely Sigurd is here as well. Hall of 10,000 Gods, surely Sigurd is here as well. Suddenly a bone-freezing chill swept in. Lodbrok shuddered. Cold sweat began to run down her temple. From the cracks of the hall's gate, dank black masses began to pour out like molten tar. Stay close to me, don't leave the Dragon Guardian's range, Lodbrok shouted, instantly deploying a sturdy barrier to envelop them both. Theo was also left speechless. From the thick darkness, a colossal entity rose. It had no fixed shape, but its body was studded with thousands of blood-red eyes blinking incessantly. It was the Nameless Lord. Whispered voices of hatred and polyphonic sounds echoed from it, threatening to shatter the listener's mind. It hurts. Why must I endure this? I do not deserve it. I will crush everything. Stop tormenting me. Let me go. Theo squinted, assessing silently. Not right. Though both exude dangerous auras, they are clearly different entities. Lodbrok, what exactly are they? Lodbrok struggled to maintain the barrier as her breath grew heavy. They are beings known as outer gods. I will explain more later, but we must leave immediately. This place is no longer safe. However, immediately after, a blinding white light suddenly exploded from the void, clearing away the surrounding darkness and striking directly at the outer gods. The hall's gate thundered open, and a figure stepped out from the center of that light. Long time no see, Lodbrok. Glad to see you've retained some of this consciousness. Hearing the familiar voice, she hurriedly turned her head. Sigurd, she trembled as she uttered the legendary name. Theo froze, his gaze fixed on the man who had appeared. The man's bearing and features closely resembled his, but the aura he emitted was on an entirely different level. Sigurd Ragna, could this man truly be the progenitor of my clan? The outer gods screamed madly. It hurts, it truly hurts, slaughter them, why is it you again? Theo watched in astonishment. They took such a heavy blow and yet remain unharmed. Facing that frenzy, Sigurd merely flicked his hand calmly. A gigantic blade of light appeared, slicing through space in an instant. The nameless entity was cleaved in two. Its wails of agony echoed through the void before it dissolved into shards of energy. Sigurd turned to Theo, his eyes deep as if holding the clan's entire history. At last you have reached this place. Looking at you, I see you have countless questions for me, don't you? Ask them. I will answer what I am permitted to reveal. Theo regained his composure and asked the man from the tower's final trial. I have seen him in previous dreams. Do you know who he is? Sigurd regarded Theo intently, a knowing smile touching his lips. Theo Ragna, one who returned from death, returned from the past. Do you think you have truly regressed? Sigurd's question struck Theo like lightning. He hurriedly asked, what do you mean? Sigurd cut him off coldly as darkness began gathering again in the distance. For now, I can only reveal this. Then he raised his hand high. Tens of thousands of blades of light appeared in the sky, raining down like a storm to utterly annihilate the remnants of the outer gods attempting to revive. It is not yet time for you to know the whole truth. When the moment is ripe, when you are strong enough to once more set foot in this sanctuary in body and bone, all secrets will reveal themselves. Seeing Sigurd turn his back to step deeper into the gate, Lodbrok cried out in despair. Sigurd, wait, where are you going? Don't leave me without a word like last time. Suddenly, another colossal entity emerged from behind the gate, the deity of cause and effect. It said nothing, only reached out and pushed gently. An irresistible force flung Lodbrok and Theo away from the Hall of 10,000 Gods gate. Her face instantly went blank with shock. She realized the enormous being before her was the deity of cause and effect. I'm sorry, Lodbrok, but you cannot enter this place yet. Sigurd's voice faded as the hall's gate began to close slowly. Lodbrok watched the legendary hero's silhouette and screamed desperately, Sigurd. At that moment, the system suddenly displayed a warning. The deity of cause and effect has found. Theo stood stunned. Found me? What does that mean? Why would that deity target me? The gate slammed shut completely, signaling the end of the 7th mission. Congratulations, you have excellently completed Scenario Mission 7. On this side, Theo could only turn to the woman beside him, Lodbrok, and ask, Lodbrok, what on earth was that? Lodbrok said sternly, Theo, what we just witnessed does not belong to this world. They are alien entities, and they will become your most fearsome enemies in the future. The laws of this world have no effect on them. Their sole goal is to erase reality. She placed her hand on Theo's chest where his heart was pounding and smiled encouragingly. Go and become even stronger. You are the only hope. Only when you reach the pinnacle can you protect the world and those you love. Then the system awarded him special reward for accessing the Hall of 10,000 Gods. You have gained the freedom to use Nirvana. Congratulations on officially becoming the owner of the ancestral dragon, Ruin Tower. Commencing full-body remodeling, you have attained the true power of the dragon-formed human. May your journey be well-structured and prosperous, O recipient of the protection of cause and effect. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back on the top floor of the White Tower. The tiny guardian Karato was there, leaping up in joyful celebration of his return. Look at the great successor. Seems you're really enjoying this new power, aren't you? Theo, still dazed by the guardian's words, raised his hand to look. Theo's hand was now covered in glossy black dragon scales, harder than any steel in the world. He examined himself in the reflection on the blade. His body had been completely transformed. Theo Ragna stood stunned, eyes fixed on his arm. Flesh had now altered, taking on sharp, sturdy contours like true dragon scale armor, activating the draconification state. The tiny guardian hovering beside him explained softly, "Thanks to the ancestral dragon relics you obtained, the blood dragon talent in your body has been upgraded to a new level." Theo clenched his fists, feeling an explosion of physical power and endurance. Not only his physical strength, but even the flow of mana within him had reached an entirely different tier. Cultivating mana now flowed as naturally as breathing. He could control and release it absolutely at will with no barriers. Of course, I can also adjust it at will. Suddenly, the system interface popped up an enticing prompt. System, you have reached Nirvana. Do you want to activate it? The moment Theo accepted, a seismic shift occurred in his mind. His cognitive power expanded infinitely, gaining absolute control over the surrounding space. Behind his head, a radiant circle of light appeared bearing a divine symbol, identical to that of the great ancestor Sigurd. Theo thought inwardly, this is by no means ordinary. This power is enormous. I must master it immediately. This is not something to be used carelessly. The memory of Sigurd's admonition resurfaced. After all, the legend that founder Sigurd reached the realm of the gods and ascended has long been known, but I never thought it was true. You likely still have many doubts, but for now I cannot answer all your questions. One day, when you set foot here again, you will learn for yourself. Theo realized that to find the ultimate answers, he must walk the path of becoming a god of the Hall of 10,000 Gods like those who came before. The storm of emotions within Theo gradually calmed, but the presence of the deity of cause and effect beside Sigurd continued to trouble him. He realized a shocking truth. The Ragna clan were not merely rulers of the north. The Ragna bloodline was not born to be kings, but to be guardians of the world against dark forces that seek to destroy reality. The dragon guardian nodded approvingly. It seems you have understood. Indeed, that is the silent and noble sacrifice of the Ragna bloodline. Theo began to grasp it. So the Chosen One always appears in this lineage, to reach the highest level and confront the outer gods alongside the deity of cause and effect. Thinking that, he asked again, so is the world where that mysterious man exists also related? I mean the trial on the 12th floor. The guardian smiled faintly and replied, indeed, it was a strange sight, but I'm not sure. All I know is that that world is connected to your trial. Theo scratched his head. That makes sense. Even the guardian knows nothing about that place. Exactly what kind of place is it? The guardian closed his eyes and declared softly, my duty ends here. I have given you all you need to know. Now depart, Chosen One. But be prepared. Some uninvited guests are waiting for you outside this tower. Theo showed no fear. Instead, he smiled slyly. As expected, they followed me exactly according to plan. It would be rude to keep them waiting too long. Shall we go greet them? The White Tower suddenly trembled. Theo stepped out of the ruin, gripping the sword hilt, his upper body bare. So you finally decided to show your face. A mocking voice rang out. Honestly, does it make sense for an older brother to wait for his younger brother like this? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Don't you see Theo, my younger brother? Standing before him was Jishar Ragna, one of the clan's powerful heirs. He held a weapon in his hand, a murderous aura thick around him. Theo remained oddly calm. Sorry to keep you waiting. Jishar's elder brother laughed excitedly. Oh, you know me. There are few left in this world who would dare to look me straight in the face like this. In Theo's mind, vivid memories of Jishar from a past life surfaced. He recalled how Jishar defeated Axion, a supposed genius, with his bare hands, no sword needed. Axion wasn't even worthy as an opponent. Exactly. Even among heirs, there must be hierarchy, right? I had high expectations for a rising top heir after so many years, but you're not even worth me unsheathing my blade. Truly disappointing. Back in the present, the protagonist beamed brightly. Of course, you're an heir too. How could I not know that? But more importantly, first I want to say thank you. What? The smile on Jishar's face vanished. He didn't understand what Theo meant. Theo explained, you went to the trouble of coming here to save me, didn't you? Jishar laughed heartily. This candidate heir speaks rather adorably, quite different from that name Torkel. But I'm here to kill you. In the blink of an eye, Jishar vanished and reappeared right behind Theo. The Reaper's scythe swung, aiming to sever his neck in one strike. But Theo gently blocked the attack with his sword and turned to face him. I know you came to kill me. Cut the pointless theatrics. Do the traces I left help you track me down? If I had to guess, Troyven's forces are about to arrive to capture me for conquering the White Tower. If that happens, I couldn't escape alone. So I used my twin older siblings, because you always shadowed me. I figured that by leaving behind my uniform, you'd lead the pursuit team straight here. Jishar gritted his teeth, suddenly remembering seeing Theo's discarded uniform. He warned his sister then, leaving it so conspicuously. Wasn't that a trick played on us? Yet his sister didn't believe it, which made him snarl in frustration. Ha, I wasn't wrong, Ancio, that foolish sister of his. Over here, Theo continued. I never thought you'd go ahead on your own. Jishar swung his scythe and knocked Theo backward. He skidded across the hard stone for about 30 meters and came to a stop. Theo panted from the strain of the fight. I figured it wouldn't be easy. In the blink of an eye, Jishar closed in and taunted. So what if that's the case? As soon as your head rolls on the ground, it's over. He tightened his grip on the sword and thought to himself, right, from the start I never expected to have a civil conversation with him. Rather, someone like Torkel is the strange one, being an heir of a Ragnar who worships the strong. So surely each person holds their own steadfast creed. But that doesn't make me an exception. As the two weapons were about to clash in midair, suddenly from behind a giant bearing a hammer charged in. A shock explosion detonated between Theo and Jishar, forcing both to jump back and evade. Jishar ground his teeth in fury. Damn it, what on earth is happening? From the gray smoke, two terrifying figures emerged, a woman with blazing red eyes and a hulking giant of rippling muscles. What a pity, I thought we could finish both Ragna in one blow. Theo squinted and said, looks like larger players than I expected have appeared. The one opposite curled his lip. You are Theo Ragna, right? Credit to your intelligence. You realized we deliberately let you into the tower, but to us that's an insult. Do you really think the two of you can stand against Troyven's 9 great works? This girl is the third ranked of Troyven's 9 phoenix arts, Try. The bulky man remaining is the second ranked of Troyven's 9 phoenix arts, Zue. We really are lucky. The two heirs carried the body here themselves. Theo stood there, sweat pouring from his brow. He was concentrating all his strength to analyze the situation. These two possess the power of the 9 phoenixes, beings born to oppose the 9 dragons. I have to find a weakness. Try continued to hover above, her voice cold as a blade. You two will make excellent sacrificial offerings. He will surely be pleased. Sacrifice? Theo asked curiously. Immediately, Try's teammate shouted, Try, I told you to stop talking nonsense. Try waved her hand, unconcerned by her comrade's anger. What are you whining about? We're going to kill them all anyway. If you're unhappy with how I do things, you should have dealt with them back at the first strike. Zue growled in his throat. You always get on my nerves. The murderous intent in the air thickened. The sky seemed to turn blood red as both unleashed their full killing instincts. Theo adopted a stance and thought, just their mana alone is this strong. Luckily, they seemed to dislike each other, if I can exploit that gap. But his line of thought was cut off by a sudden burst of movement. Try vanished from her position, streaking across the battlefield like a deep red lightning bolt. Then let's begin. The faster one gets the prey. Theo was caught in a dense web. Dozens of deep red slashes simultaneously tore through his body, blood beginning to seep from the wounds, soaking Theo. So fast, I didn't expect her to unleash over 30 sword strikes in such a short instant. The final slash aimed at my neck, that one was even stronger. Try sneered, raising her hand before her mask with delight. Not bad, you were about to lose your head a moment ago. She tilted her head curiously and asked, You're the one who took down Noyle in the Flying Isles, aren't you? Noyle, he remembered the subordinate he'd faced. So she's talking about that guy. This organization really does reach everywhere. Theo inhaled deeply, a faint smile forming at the corner of his mouth. That guy was a loser. He was the first opponent in a long time who made me feel like I'd slammed into a wall. Seeing Theo's expression change, Try laughed loudly, her form blurred in the cold wind. Even that puzzled look of yours is cute. Try launched herself into the night sky. Her figure was surrounded by blazing red energy. Try's eyes looked down at him mischievously. Don't worry, since you're pretty handsome, I'll at least leave your head on your shoulder. As Try lunged with her claws spread wide, Theo did not dodge. He erupted with power and charged straight up to meet her in midair. On the other side, Jishar wasted no time either. Darkness spilled from his body. The shadow assassin sword, Black Heaven Flying Blade, split into many copies of Jishar, each plunging down like an avenging spirit. The clones attacked simultaneously, their blades weaving a net of dark energy that slammed into the ground. When the dust cleared, Jishar landed and squinted. That wasn't enough to finish him off. Try executed a skillful somersault. Jishar's dark energy slid beneath her feet without causing any damage. Try lightly landed on a sharp rock. Surprising, I thought you want to take my darling's life too, but it seems you value him more than I expect. The sarcasm pushed Jishar to his limit. His eyes blazed with fury. He's my prey, you bastard. I'll kill you first. Try just tilted her head and snorted. Ha ha, not bad, but I don't like love triangles. Try lunged forward, her claws flashing. I just want to be alone with my darling, so please disappear, okay? But Zwei also acted. He swung his giant stone hammer at Jishar, forcing him to struggle to dodge. A thunderous explosion erupted. The block succeeded, but the weight behind Zwei's strike was overwhelming. A violent shockwave burst forth. Meanwhile, the woman, upon landing, had lunged straight for her teammate. Her metal claws dug into the giant's head, climbed onto his shoulder, and whispered coldly, "You muscle-brained fool, I'm attacking him, can't you see? Want me to kill you first?" Zwei looked down, his voice so cold it froze the air. "Didn't you say the faster one gets the prize? Get lost, unless you want to die." Try sprang up, murderous intent now aimed squarely at her own comrade. Bastard. Theo stood amid the chaos, gripping his sword in complete astonishment. They're having internal trouble. That's unpredictable. He glanced at Jishar and saw he had also reached his limit. Jishar's face was now a mask of boundless rage, his eyes glowing red with killing intent. Immediately the surrounding space shattered, spawning hundreds of black stone blades hovering in the air. Shadow Assassin Sword, Black Heaven Flying Blades. That big brute is mine, Jishar declared plainly. Try giggled, tapping her claws against Zwei's helmet with a clacking sound. Oh my, you really made him mad. He's going to kill you. Jishar rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks on the giant, while Try turned back to toy with Theo. Try dove down from the sky, aiming straight at Theo and said, "Now it's just the two of us, darling. Let's finish what we started, shall we?" Theo remained unfazed, his gaze locked on the shadow streaking toward him. She seems very confident in her speed. Their clash created a moving fog no eye could track. Theo braced against the momentum as the ground beneath shattered into debris. High-speed combat is much harder than pure strength fights. It gnaws at concentration terribly, sparks flying like dying stars. She's even faster than Nabin, Theo observed, and her strikes always aim for the vital points. But in this life-or-death moment, a ruthless resolve rose. Theo deliberately loosened his guard around his neck. What if I expose a weakness? She'll surely bite immediately. Try's golden eyes flashed. Spotting the opening, she poured everything into the finishing blow. Theo twisted back. Her metal fingers only grazed his hair. A massive blue mana surge exploded from Theo's body, the terrible pressure bending the surrounding space as he smiled. Dragon Claw. Her expression remained calm in the face of the counterattack. Theo used the Mystic Thunder skill. Blue-white mana lightning shot from his sword, weaving a deadly net. Try leapt back, searching for a gap within the storm of energy surrounding them. Sword Chi with lightning attribute. No wonder dodging is useless. Then her gaze paused for a beat, as wave after wave of terrifying sword Chi passed before her, plowing the ground into unrecognizable ruin. Try narrowed her eyes at the devastation Theo had caused, destroying the terrain to slow me down. A cheap trick, but not bad. But unfortunately, nothing can stop me. Saying that, her body shot forward again at lightning speed, leaving trails of red light in her wake. Amid the dust and chaotic energy, a figure wearing a plague doctor mask watched from afar. HMPH, Try may not be complete, but she already possesses 30% of the Black Dragon's power. The figure murmured, yet he still blocked and countered. How interesting, he's the top among Troiven's 9 phoenixes. Aim. Suddenly he paused, narrowing his eyes toward the center of the crater. Could it be? A sinister red gleam flashed in his eyes. Oh, this is getting fun. Among the shattered battlefield, Try flitted back and forth cautiously. HMPH, I openly exposed a weakness, yet you still won't act. You're hesitant to step out of that smoke, aren't you? She flipped a few times in the air and called out, "How long do you intend to hide in there, darling? The thing I hate most is a man who keeps a woman waiting." No sooner had she finished speaking than a massive mana surge, in the shape of a dragon, lunged at her. But that sudden attack was easily dodged by Try's agile twist. Her eyes widened in surprise. That form is exactly what the master mentioned. Theo underwent an extreme transformation. His hair turned a brilliant silver and sharp horns sprouted from his brow. He wore a predator's smile and spoke with full confidence. Too bad, I thought you couldn't dodge while airborne. Tri froze for a moment, then her gaze showed sultry admiration. Oh, so you have a wild side too, do you, darling? The battlefield was torn apart by the brutal clash of two opposing powers, white lightning and deep red mana colliding. Tri hovered over the wreckage. She tilted her head slightly, her tone laced with sarcastic doubt. They say the Ragna line are descendants of dragons, but are they conducting shady experiments behind everyone's backs? Anyway, you look much hotter now than before. This version of you suits my taste. Theo didn't back down an inch. He met the taunt with equal confidence. I'm glad you like it. From here, it'll only get more interesting. Instantly, reality exploded. Theo surged upward like the eye of a storm. He unleashed dozens of overlapping slashes, just as she had at the start of the fight. His body was cut by the strikes, blood spurting relentlessly. Theo lifted his face and smiled. I hope you enjoy this. At the same time, from a jagged rock above, Ain watched everything with calculating amusement. Impressive, so that's dragon transformation. Previously, it wasn't impossible to match Tri's speed, but after his draconic transformation, he completely dominated. Meaning the moment he used the dragon form, his power surpassed the 9 phoenixes at present. Dangerous as it is, it's absolutely magnificent. Beneath the ravaged ground, the battle reached a new climax as Theo's blade broke through Tri's defenses and plunged deep into her shoulder. Tri winced in pain, hissing through her teeth. Yes, he truly is dangerous. I can't afford to be careless for even a second. A fierce pink radiance erupted from her hand as she concentrated all her strength. If I end this fight with this decisive blow, he won't have a chance to recover. The air seemed to tear apart as the final strike detonated. A colossal column of energy shot skyward, sending dust and debris flying. Ain adjusted the brim of his hat, eyes still fixed on the swirling smoke. This Ragna has exceeded my expectations. He glanced toward another nearby fight. Let's see how things are over there. Down below, Jishar moved across the battlefield like a seasoned predator. His strikes flowed smoothly, each slash leaving a streak of dark energy cutting through space. Well, it seems his air candidate title isn't just for show, he's pretty good. Jishar seemed ecstatic, his eyes wide with mad fervor as he laughed loudly and surged forward. Swinging a vicious blade aimed straight at the giant Zway's throat. Ain's eyes narrowed, gleaming behind the plague doctor mask, his voice turning cold. But unfortunately, he picked the wrong opponent. The giant's eyes suddenly lit up as he read his opponent's movement. At the very moment Jishar's blade struck his body, all it touched was an afterim, while Zway himself had already moved around to the giant's back to prepare a counterattack. The speed made Jishar panic and look back. Impossible. He dodged my strike with that massive frame. Zway's hammer fell like a meteor, the ground seeming to scream as everything shattered. Ain shrugged in disappointment. I know he's a candidate, but is this all he has? Zway was originally created to face the demon dragon, but right now he's operating at only 20% of his raw capacity, so it's understandable. However, Ain closed his journal with a satisfied click. Even so, I'm delighted to discover many ways to improve. Jishar barely escaped death by pure instinct, landing on a shattered stone pillar. Damn, this has gone beyond my imagination. His power is far greater than I envisioned. The supreme battle force of Troiven's 9 phoenixes. Rumor said they were knockoffs made to oppose the 9 dragons. Could it be that now I don't even have enough strength to defeat an artificial being? But that weakness lasted only an instant. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt until his knuckles went white. All right, damn it, come at me if you can. If pure strength can't beat you, I'll use every trick I have. He poured mana into his blade, unleashing a destructive technique with a mad smile. Shadow Assassin Sword, Molan. Black Sword Chi spiraled toward Zway like a storm of dark blade. But Zway simply replied. He swung his hammer and dispersed the blades as if they were mist. Zway snorted with contempt, his face calm. Pathetic, this is all you've got. Jishar roared and slammed his 2 blades together. Of course not. Now I really begin. From the darkness at his feet, dense black chains erupted and coiled around Zway's massive arms, binding him in place. This was the Shadow Assassin Sword, Heavenly Net. Zway gritted his teeth, killing intent radiating like scorching heat. Do you really believe this toy web can hold me? Jishar stood on a vibrating chain and wore a calculating smile. Of course it won't work on you. I never said it would stop you because you're not the real target. Zway blinked in confusion. What? Jishar shot up into the sky. The chains not only tightened but began to pull hard, dragging massive chunks of earth and rock caught in their links. Thousands of floating boulders formed a meteor shower aimed straight at Zway's position. Zway snarled in anger. You dare use this cheap trick. A cataclysmic explosion swallowed Zui within it. Elsewhere, the protagonist's battle had also ended. At his feet lay Tri. Her body collapsed on the rubble. Both of her metal-clawed arms had been severed at the elbow. Theo looked down at her, his voice low and authoritative. I'll spare you for now because I promised I'd return with spoils. But instead of fear, a strange expression crossed Tri's face. Behind her mask, she blushed slightly, as if forgetting her precarious state. You've definitely become hotter than before. May I be moved by you? Theo didn't bother to reply and turned away. Is Jishar's side not finished yet? Zui had now broken through the rubble and risen up, hoisting the boulders as if they had no weight. Jishar immediately dove down from above at deadly speed, aiming straight for the giant's helm. A battle erupted anew. Jishar attacked frantically from every angle, but it didn't even draw a drop of blood from the big man. Jishar grit his teeth in anger. Damn, my attacks aren't strong enough to break that armor. At that moment, Theo suddenly charged in, launching a lightning-fast strike that sent Zui flying. Theo slowly stepped to Jishar's side and nonchalantly said, I'm here to lend a hand. Jishar fell silent, looking at Theo with annoyance. This brute who asked you to interfere. He glanced at the hero's draconic form and cursed inwardly. Dragon transformation. He really is the chosen of the Ragna line, damn it. Then he boldly added, after this fight I'll settle things with you. Theo smirked, seeming to sense his brother's intent. I'll be looking forward to it. He adjusted his grip on the sword, eyes locked on the dust and smoke ahead. But first, let's clean up these traitors. Jishar grumbled, don't order me about. If you stay overconfident like that, you'll lose your life in no time, because the one you're about to face is on a completely different level. The three most powerful killing intents collided across the ravaged valley. Jishar took stance with his twin blades. Theo tightened his hold on his sword, and in the smoke, Zui waited silently. A new storm was about to sweep the battlefield. Thorkel sat tall in his saddle, his massive frame looming over the entire formation behind him. When Thorkel spoke, his voice carried an absolute authority that tore through the silence. From this moment forth, under the laws of the great Ragna clan, we are executing an arrest warrant for Theo Ragna on suspicion of treason. As the soldiers prepared to march, Thorkel's expression grew even grimmer. Theo, I truly don't believe you would betray the Ragna family. But the clan's teachings and the laws of this house are my father's will. Resisting the law is a denial of both the family and its head. He tightened the reins and turned his horse toward the path ahead, his hesitation fatting into a cold sense of duty. If he refuses to comply with the arrest order, military law permits execution on the spot. Those words erased any lingering doubt. I cannot let this continue any longer. Taking a deep breath, he let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the ranks. Black iron armored cavalry, follow me. Elsewhere in the heart of the camp, the white armored dragon cavalry stood stunned as the news spread. Young Master Theo is a traitor. Another turned sharply to the commander, asking in a panic, Captain, is it true that young Lord Theo betrayed us? Please say something. Evelyn lowered her head slightly, her voice softer than usual. I'm sorry, I don't have all the details myself. Julius spoke in a cold tone. We're ready, let's move out. She looked up, protesting in disbelief. Young Lord Theo is a traitor. That makes no sense at all. She stepped forward, gripping her weapon before turning to Julius. Captain, you know him better than anyone. Why are you starting this campaign without asking questions? Julius met her gaze with an unreadable expression. Evelyn, since when did the white armored dragon cavalry care about such things? We just need to trust our comrade like we always do. Without waiting for a response, he soared into the sky, becoming a dark silhouette against the moonlight. Evelyn watched him go, his words echoing in her mind. Slowly, the doubt on her face vanished, replaced by a firm resolve. The captain is right. I trust young Lord Theo. She turned to face the entire unit and raised her voice with authority. Everyone, follow the captain. The response was immediate. Yes, ma'am. A roar echoed across the mountains as each wyvern spread its wings and surged into the sky. The night air was filled with the sound of beating wings as the white armored dragon cavalry advanced. Far from the scene, under the pale moonlight, Danteral stood silently observing the cavalry disappear on the horizon. His posture was motionless, but the tension in his body was impossible to hide. Beside him, Aaron noticed the change and spoke carefully. Master, is there something troubling you? Danteral's face darkened, his voice laced with irritation. This situation disgusts me. It's absolutely revolting. A man who broke an elder's arm just to protect his subordinate is now taking the lead in a manhunt for desertion. It's a pathetic farce. Aaron spoke softly. If that is true, then... Danteral cut her off. Exactly. They are covertly plotting something. He reached out toward a nearby boulder, his fingers sinking deep into the stone as if it were mere clay. With a sudden burst of power, the rock was torn to shreds. There's no other way now. We can't just ignore what's happening. If that's the case, I will intervene personally. Back on the battlefield, Theo stood amidst the lingering smoke and asked Jishar bluntly in a steady voice, "First, let's clean up these rebels." Jishar glanced at Theo with irritation. "Don't give me orders. If you stay this reckless, you'll lose your life. The person you're about to face is on a completely different level than the ones you've taken down before." Theo replied, "No problem, just act according to my plan." Hearing this, Jishar's face soured. "I made myself clear, do not give me orders." A violent burst of emerald mana exploded from Jishar's body, radiating outward in sharp waves that made the air vibrate. He warned coldly, "After I deal with that bastard, you're next. Just sit tight and wait your turn." Seeing this, Theo gave a faint smile, as expected of a potential successor. "I suppose I was worrying too much. Understood, I'll wait in silence." Jishar dropped into a low stance, his hands tightening around the two sickles as he prepared to strike. Then, without warning, his body shot into the air like a bolt of lightning. Jishar moved, his following descent chaotic and overwhelming. His two blades crossed as he unleashed his technique, sound-killing sword afterimage blade. The sky darkened as hundreds of sharp, black energy blades manifested instantly, filling the air with a dense storm of death. They converged and hammered down like an unceasing rain, each strike aimed at tearing through the giant's defenses. Zui reacted without a moment's hesitation. He tilted his head slightly, letting out a low growl before swinging his massive hammer up. The first wave of shadow blades was pulverized on contact, vanishing under the terrifying power of the blow, but the storm didn't stop. Every blade from Jishar was caught in the vortex and destroyed before it could even touch the armor. As the spiral dissipated, the battlefield returned to a ruined silence. Dust hung heavy in the air. Zui remained standing exactly where he was. His red sensors narrowed as he locked onto Jishar. "All right, now it's my turn." Zui lunged forward. His massive frame closed the distance in a heartbeat, his speed a total contradiction to his size. Jishar's eyes widened as he struggled to keep up with the movement. He's this fast despite having such a colossal body. Reacting on instinct, Jishar swung his blades to defend, knowing that taking a direct hit from those attacks was too risky. However, blindly evading would never lead to victory. An opening would surely appear. The moment he loses momentum from a missed strike, I'll deliver the finishing blow. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than his weapons were smashed to pieces by Zui. He gave a smug, provocative smile. "It looks like you've run out of chances to pull those cheap little tricks." Jishar stared at him in a fury and replied, "You're getting cocky just for breaking one weapon." In the background, Theo observed everything calmly. "It seems this will take longer than expected. In the meantime, I'll interrogate this captured Phoenix member." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, making him spin around in surprise. "Oh, seeing it up close is truly a marvel, isn't it? This is a structure that continuously transmits lightning from the protector into the chainswords to bind the prey. Furthermore, the swords resonate with each other to amplify the chains. Quite a sophisticated creation." "When did this guy get here?" Theo narrowed his eyes, assessing the situation. Given the circumstances, he had to be another Phoenix member. Seeing that the man could sense him, it was no longer a matter of being strong or weak. Phoenix number 1 glanced at him and said, "A pleasure to meet you, Theo Ragna." The mana radiating from him was horrific and overwhelming. On this side, Ain continued, "It's only right to call it dragonification. You can't possibly win with only 30% of the Black Dragon's power." Hearing this, Theo asked in confusion, 30% of the Black Dragon's power? What do you mean by that?" Ain declared, "Exactly what you just heard. This is the Human Enhancement Project I've been pouring my research into. The Phoenix Project was created to rival the 9 dragons of the Ragna family. That number represents the completion level of the experimental subjects in this research. In other words, test subject number 8 possesses power equivalent to 30% of the Black Dragon. The fact that you defeated her proves you have already far surpassed that 30% threshold." Theo smiled, his voice laced with malicious mockery. "Only 30%. You dare to oppose the Ragna clan with such a pathetic amount of energy." Ain didn't reply. Instead, he quickly pulled out a vial of dark red liquid. He threw it straight at Tri, and it lodged directly into her neck, making her cry out in pain. She struggled, screaming for mercy. "Wait, please stop. I beg you, just take this thing out, I can keep fighting." But before the words could leave her mouth, her body began to swell in a grotesque and painful mutation. Why is this happening? A second later, a sickening explosion erupted in the middle of the snowy field, covering the area in shredded flesh and foul-smelling blood. Theo watched the scene, calculating the cause, an explosion caused by a mana backflow. This was a technique upgraded from the blood backflow soul burst. Ain continued to explain, "What you just saw was a specimen carrying 40% of the Black Dragon's power. A force approaching the original power of the 9 dragons has already reached perfection, but as you witnessed, creating a vessel capable of withstanding that energy is the ultimate challenge. He suddenly reached a hand out toward Theo and made an offer. So, come to our side, Theo Ragna. If we combine your physical condition with my technology, the seat of the Ragna clan head will surely be yours. When that time comes, surpassing Kai Ragna won't just be a far-off dream. As he spoke, something was blown toward Ain, causing an explosion behind him. It was Zwei. His body had been knocked back by Jishar like a shattered stone. Jishar laughed loudly with excitement. HMPH, you Phoenix lot aren't as special as I thought. Ain stepped beside Zwei and said, seeing his current state, I truly have no excuse. In that case, the trial ends here. Don't just lie there, get up and clean up this mess. An eerie orb of mana enveloped the giant. His strength was restored, his wounds vanished instantly, and his power surged several times higher. Jishar's face went pale immediately. What? He can regenerate. In a fraction of a second, his tentacles surged forward, twisting and turning with an unpredictable trajectory, easily impaling Jishar's stomach and lifting him into the air. The pain shot straight to his mind, knocking Jishar unconscious instantly as he coughed up blood from the severe wound. Ain looked at the overwhelmed Theo and continued. Originally, my goal was to eliminate you and seize the power of the ancient dragon, but for now, I'm satisfied with this result and will withdraw. Theo narrowed his eyes in a panic. Unbelievable. Even if he was exhausted, how could he take Jishar out that easily? Ain's voice changed abruptly. It seems we have some uninvited guests arrive. He grabbed Jishar and whispered a farewell. As for my offer of cooperation, I hope you give it some serious thought. From behind, the sound of hoofbeats thundered. Thorkel was charging with a sharp spear in hand. With a powerful leap, Thorkel and his warhorse lunged forward like a drill, aimed at piercing anything in their path. However, Ain quickly vanished into thin air, leaving behind a promise. I look forward to our next meeting, Theo Ragna. Theo roared in fury. Get back here, you bastard. But all effort was in vain. All that remained was the thick dust from Thorkel's attack and a long fissure in the ground. He let him escape. Theo quickly ran over and said, Commander Thorkel, you've arrived at the perfect time. Please order a pursuit immediately. But the only response he received was a cold statement. Theo Ragna, I am officially executing the arrest warrant against you for treason. The Shattered Valley grew increasingly crowded. Commander Thorkel and the black-armored cavalry surrounded the solitary figure of Theo Ragna. The heavy silence of the arrest was broken by the heavy thumping of wings. The white-armored dragon cavalry descended from above. The massive wyverns landed on the opposite side of the crater. The blonde member, looking tense and worried, shouted, Captain. He looked at Thorkel facing the exhausted Theo and whispered with concern, Is this going to be okay? From the edge of the snowy plateau, Ancio and Dantaral appeared. Ancio swept her eyes over the blood-stained snow and frowned. Jishar is nowhere to be found. She thought to herself, could it be? Dantaral clicked his tongue in annoyance. Ancio, what the hell is going on here? Ancio replied, her expression grim. It seems the interference of the Phoenix has complicated everything. She looked down into the massive crater where the battle had taken place. I don't think Jishar was killed, but in the worst-case scenario. At the mere suggestion that Jishar might have failed, a dark and brutal smile spread across Dantaral's face. The possibility of chaos seemed to please him more than it worried him. That sharp, cruel smile widened. If that's the case, even better. I'll use this chance to crush that arrogant brat. Thorkel sat motionless like an iron statue on his horse, his voice as majestic as the law itself. I declare your arrest for treason. Before Theo could respond, Dantaral stepped forward, his murderous aura surging. An arrest during wartime, he sneered. He should be executed on the spot. Both Jishar and Ancio witnessed your betrayal. His voice was cold as ice. If you have any excuses, let's hear them. Theo didn't flinch, his gaze steady. I can explain everything, but there is something more urgent right now. Dantaral's hand began to glow with chaotic dark energy. More urgent. Suddenly, Dantaral's presence exploded. He hovered over Theo, his eyes glowing like burning embers. What could possibly be more important than your betrayal in this situation? But the strike never landed. In a flash, Julius lunged forward, grabbing Dantaral's wrist and thwarting his plan. Stop fabricating vague stories to frame him. We still have the body of the Phoenix member that Theo killed. Both their eyes darted to Try's body, lying cold and mangled on the snow. Dantaral didn't back down. He glanced at the corpse and then turned back to Julius with a smirk. You think that's enough evidence? Julius tightened his grip, the sound of straining skin and muscle audible. If you keep weaving these lies, you'll end up just like the Grand Elder. Dantaral's face darkened, and a red aura of murderous intent began to radiate from him. I don't see anything unreasonable in what I'm saying, but if you think you can take me on, then by all means try. Before swords could be drawn and things could escalate, Theo Ragna shouted between them. Stop this right now. We don't have time for this. Two Phoenix members from Troyven have severely wounded Jishar and kidnapped him. We must pursue them immediately. Ancio stood paralyzed, her eyes widening as Theo's words sank in. Isn't that a much more urgent matter? Behind her, the white-armored dragon cavalry erupted into whispers. Theo killed a Phoenix member, so he might not actually be a traitor. Henkus frowned and argued. Exactly. Being a traitor just for taking off a uniform. That sounds ridiculous. Evelyn nodded in agreement. It's just an excuse. Theo turned to face the entire force, his expression grave and determined. I will answer for all treason charges in court. A successor candidate of the clan has been kidnapped. We must rescue Jishar first. Evelyn looked at him, a quiet realization dawning. He's right. The treason charge is just a political maneuver. Her eyes flickered toward the tyrant dragon. I'm sure the tyrant dragon cares more about his disciple than politics. Even a man like him would want to rescue Jishar first. Her thoughts were cut short when Dantaral's presence exploded violently, his murderous intent reaching the sky as his face contorted in rage. What absolute nonsense. Ancio and Theo looked up, frozen before the tyrant dragon's face, which was twisted with fury. Dantaral ground his teeth, his voice a dangerous, low growl. Jishar fell into their hands. You certainly have a silver tongue. He brought his glowing red eye close to the boy and roared, Stop this babbling and prove your innocence. If you can't, you'll be executed on the spot. In response, a shimmering, chaotic aura began to radiate from Theo's body. Dantaral's smile turned savage. Nothing to say. Have you given up and accepted your death? Theo's gaze remained locked onto the tyrant dragon. Think what you want. Suddenly, a blinding burst of mana exploded, knocking Dantaral's arm away. Theo's form had changed. He turned back to Dantaral, his eyes cold and steady. To me, rescuing a warrior of Ragna is far more important than proving my innocence. The transformation made everyone freeze. Thorkel sat on his horse, stunned by the power Theo had just awakened. The entire white-armored dragon cavalry could only watch in horrified silence as his dragon form emerged. While we fight here in vain, the time to save Jishar is running out. He turned his sharp gaze directly on the tyrant dragon, questioning him. Permit me to ask you one thing. Do you actually intend to protect the Ragna clan? Or are you so thirsty for your throne that you're willing to abandon even your own disciple? Dantaral's face contorted with pure rage. He ground his teeth and growled from deep in his throat. What, you little brat? But his roar was drowned out instantly. Theo's mana exploded. A pillar of brilliant blue energy shot straight into the sky, creating a violent vortex of wind and light that forced everyone to shield their eyes. Julius watched the scene with a mix of pride and awe. Theo, that is. The entire battlefield was covered in an ethereal blue light, swirling as if to swallow space itself. The elders and hardened soldiers stood paralyzed, their mouths agape as they felt the crushing pressure. The ground began to shake from the center of the blue fire. A mysterious black dragon claw stomped hard onto the earth. Julius threw his head back and laughed, a fierce grin spreading across his face. Haha, it turns out he wasn't joking when he said he'd return with a surprise. Evelyn, standing behind him, could only whisper tremblingly, It can't be. A pair of massive feathered wings tore through the fog, followed by the heavy breathing of an ancient beast. Thorkel's soldiers stood like statues, the blood drained from their faces. Henkus was nearly in tears, his voice trembling with fanatical fervor. A descendant of the legendary dragon, destiny will lead the Ragna clan. On the other side, the elder completely lost his composure. His jaw hung open in a silent scream of horror. No, it's impossible, he shrieked. How could a half-breed like him summon such dragon guardians? The swirling mana solidified into the forms of the great red dragon, the majestic griffin, and the ancient fairy dragon, all standing in a line of absolute loyalty behind Theo. Griffin narrowed its eyes at the boy and smiled. Ha, so you intend to use us, using Nirvana to mimic an isolation zone. Impressive, however. The Guardian looked down at Theo. You know that with your current strength, you can only summon illusions of us. Without our physical bodies, we cannot fight him for you. Theo explained without flinching. I never intended to fight the tyrant dragon from the start. He turned toward the sea of soldiers, his sharp eyes calculating. I just need to shut him up right now and pull public opinion to my side. He looked at the four guardians shimmering in blue mana. Nothing is more effective for that than you. The impact was immediate. The black-armored cavalry looked at the legendary beasts in a daze. He really is the descendant of the legendary dragon. You can summon the guardians. Theo Ragna. He is the legendary protector of Ragna, the one destined to lead us. Suddenly, the entire valley erupted in cheers as hundreds of arms were raised toward the sky, their loyalty shifting completely. Theo Ragna is the true heir of the dragons. The heir of the ancient dragon would never betray Ragna. We should have known when he prioritized saving Lord Jishar first. Theo looked at the ranks of the black armored cavalry, a sharp smile touching his lips. Good, the tide has turned. Now it won't be difficult to convince them to go save Jishar. But then Dantaral's roar tore through the air, instantly silencing the cheers. Nonsense. The tyrant dragon lunged forward, his fist clenched with the weight of a falling star. As the blow struck, Theo's nirvana zone shattered, the brilliant mana splintering into sharp shards, and the guardians vanished into thin air. Theo looked through the settling dust, his eyes narrowing coldly as he faced the monster before him. Behind him, the soldiers were pale with horror. He dared to attack the guardians. Dantaral stood amidst the thinning mist, his silhouette dark and oppressive. You arrogant, foolish brat. Do you think summoning a few lizard illusions can erase the crime of treason? He turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the trembling soldiers with pure contempt. You're all the same, you damn insects. Only because you believe in legends like mindless children are you tricked by such stupid illusions. The heir of the dragon clan summoning guardians. How can you keep babbling such rubbish? Suddenly, the tyrant dragon's voice went dead silent. The air around him changed drastically, becoming thick with an absolute stillness. As he looked around the ruined valley, he saw hundreds of eyes locked onto him. They were no longer looking at him with fear. They were looking at him with a singular, united hatred. Thorkel stood motionless, his teeth gritted so hard his jaw muscles bulged. The elder's voice was like low thunder as he condemned the blasphemy. Lizards, how dare he call the guardians lizards? Julius stepped forward, his eyes burning a fierce red as he glared at Dantaral. You've gone too far, tyrant dragon. Theo closed his eyes for a brief second, a triumphant smile pulling at the corners of his mouth. Thank you, Lord Tyrant Dragon. You just made everything a whole lot easier. The legend of the Dragon Emperor turned out to be his own grave. The Iron Cavalry stood frozen at the arrogant proclamation. Theo Ragnar sneered. He didn't bother in the slightest that he was standing surrounded by the clan. The soldiers below began to whisper. Disrespecting a legend in front of Ragnar's kin was sheer madness. Thorkel Ragnar ground his teeth, sweat streaming down his face. He couldn't believe what he'd just heard. He glared at Theo with venom. The kid's confidence was plainly an insult to him. Thorkel growled that if that legend was so grand, he'd test its strength himself. He roared and unleashed a devastating strike. Thorkel was certain that whoever Theo was, he'd be hurt by this blow. Theo stared at the incoming shockwave. He stood still, showing no sign of dodging. A thunderous explosion ripped the air. A blaze of red light filled everyone's sight. The soldiers recoiled in terror. The force of the attack made them shudder. Through the dust, a colossal pillar of light shot skyward. This power was beyond a regular cavalryman's control. A deep voice cut through the chaos. Kyle Ragnar appeared, angrily scolding his subordinates for acting on their own. The clan head's sword plunged into the ground, halting every burst of force. The air turned eerily silent. Pressure radiated from the blade, knocking down any will to fight around it. No one dared utter a word. Kyle's imposing silhouette emerged from the red haze. The clan leader's authority could crush anyone. Kyle stared at Thorkel and asked sarcastically how he could entrust the battlefield to someone who couldn't keep his cool. All the cavalry knelt in unison. His presence had completely snuffed out the nascent civil strife. Thorkel hurried to justify himself. He claimed this wasn't internal conflict, but punishment of a traitor. He pointed at Theo, accusing him of wearing the enemy's uniform and tarnishing the Ragnar name. Thorkel shouted, demanding Kyle allow Theo's execution immediately as an example. Kyle curled his lip in contempt. He called the old man a barking dog who didn't know his place. Kyle's gaze was so sharp it seemed to pierce Thorkel. He asked who authorized the old man to pick targets without order. Overwhelmed, Thorkel collapsed, trembling and speechless. He was utterly cowed by the clan leader's presence. Kyle demanded everyone explain why they caused this commotion in the middle of the battlefield. Theo Ragnar spoke up to break the tense air. He reminded them that the fourth heir, Jishar Ragnar, had been captured fighting the Troivan forces. Thorkel rose, dismissed Theo's words, and ordered a pursuit team formed immediately to rescue him. Theo mocked that the old man was always led by his emotion. Kyle watched in silence. He looked at his son with a different, somewhat curious expression about what he was about to say. Theo asked coldly about the law of the jungle. Isn't the loser's death obvious? His words stunned everyone. Thorkel roared, reminding Theo that Jishar was his brother first. He couldn't believe such cruelty. Theo looked at him with pity. He said the old man had completely misunderstood his true intent. Kyle stood towering, declaring the Ragnar clan was no place for family sentimentality. His words were ice cold. A strange light flickered in Theo's eyes. He was preparing his final card to convince his father. Theo insisted they had to rescue Jishar, but not because he was kin. If they didn't rescue Jishar now, The honor and the fear the name Ragnar inspired would vanish completely. That was the real loss. The troops fell silent. Theo's argument struck at the very core of the clan's power, what Kyle valued above all. In the distance, a mysterious figure cloaked in white was also taken aback by Theo's sharpness. He aimed to sow a fear worse than death. They had to make an example, so no one dared touch a Ragnar without permission, the only way to preserve authority. Kyle Ragnar remained silent, but his eyes showed he was pleased with his son's reasoning. His aura began to surge more fiercely. Thorkel lost his patience and shouted they were straying from the main issue, Theo's treason. He was furious at being played by a kid. Kyle barked for silence. A burst of force detonated beside Thorkel as a stern warning, never interrupt. He gripped the sword's hilt and uttered the clan's word honor with overwhelming power. Every argument about Theo suddenly became meaningless. Kyle loomed over Theo, his shadow swallowing the boy. The father-son confrontation had entered a whole new phase. Kyle Ragnar stared at his son and said Theo spoke, as if he were the master of the clan himself. He sheathed his sword, the metal's ring sharp and decisive. The earlier bluster gradually tightened into restraint. Kyle curled a knowing smile, an intriguingly good answer, he thought, from a child he'd once written off. Theo silently met his father's gaze, aware he'd just passed a life-or-death test with his razor argument. The clan head immediately ordered the army. From this moment, all cavalry present would switch to rescue duty. All Ragnar forces shouted their assent in unison. The sole objective now was to seize Jishar back from the Troivan enemy. Kyle Ragnar turned to Theo once more, calling his son's name with a markedly different tone. He insisted they needed a private conversation after the battle was over. Theo nodded slightly, sweat still beading on his brow. He knew this was only the beginning of great changes in the clan. Elsewhere on the northern border, the air was bleak and deathly. The headquarters of the dark cult emerged from the night. Ancio, the enemy's junior clan head, showed clear displeasure as he sat astride his horse, watching the progress of the foul ritual. The revolting thing was the dragon cocoon, a pulsing mass of living flesh ready for a grotesque rebirth. A lackey dropped to his knees, trembling and apologizing for losing Theo's trail and failing to bring the precious item back. He begged Ancio for mercy. Ancio snarled the orders again. He told them to bring Theo and the sacred relic back to resurrect the violent dragon emperor. But they returned empty-handed. Ancio's anger made the surrounding soldiers afraid to even breathe hard. The lackey hurriedly explained Theo was too valuable to kill on the spot, but he'd brought back a substitute. He had no excuse left for his failure, only the hope that this replacement would soothe his master's wrath. Ancio looked toward the cocoon, which radiated dark energy. An ordinary Ragnar body wouldn't suffice for this ancient rite. He asked whether another sacred relic could be used to make up the shortfall. The situation was becoming extremely urgent. The old sorcerer beside him mentioned the Dragon Savior sword, one of the most powerful weapon-type sacred relics available. The gigantic sword lay in a stone coffin, emanating a cold, murderous aura. It would be the weapon the violent Dragon Emperor would use against Kyle Ragnar in the future. Ancio clicked his tongue in regret. They should have captured a higher-quality sacrificial item from the start instead of patching things together like this. Suddenly, a soldier burst in with urgent news. The main Ragnar Legion was launching a direct assault on the base. Ancio froze. This news was beyond his expectations. He hadn't imagined the enemy would move so fast. Ragnar's cavalry were frantically breaking the front lines, going all out to reclaim their heir. Ancio muttered, certain someone like Kyle would leave Jishar to the clan's law of the jungle. So why was this happening? Jishar Ragnar lay gasping on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. He sneered despite teetering between life and death. He whispered that he had known for sure the clan would come to rescue him. The pride of Ragnar was not to be underestimated. The cult's henchmen began to panic, fearing that once Kyle Ragnar personally intervened, this place would be razed to the ground. The old sorcerer clicked his tongue, worried the Ragnar forces would soon find the exact location of the rite. Time was running out for them. The dark cult's barrier could only conceal them to a certain extent. Once energy erupted, it would reveal them immediately. The old sorcerer asserted the violent dragon emperor could only be resurrected on this northern land. Miss this moment, and there would be no other chance. Ancio ground his teeth and made up his mind. He couldn't allow the resurrection plan to be delayed another second. It was time for decisive action. Jishar's eyes flew wide as he felt death draw nearer than ever, his gaze filled with fury and helplessness. Ancio ordered Ain to take Jishar along. He decided to sacrifice him alive with the Dragon Savior sword immediately. Jishar screamed in terror as fleshy tendrils began to coil tightly around his body. He hadn't expected to become the offering for such a grotesque thing. The old sorcerer nodded in agreement. It was indeed a wise decision to salvage the situation. They had to complete the ritual before Ragnar stormed in. The dragon cocoon expanded, ready to engulf the sacrifice. A horrific scene unfolded in the heart of the dark cult's base. Jishar's body was pierced by crimson tendrils. His pitiful screams were drowned by the metallic scent of blood. Ancio stood before the massive mass of flesh radiating energy. The great resurrection ritual had officially begun, dyeing the space red. His eyes flashed with an eerie purple light as he declared that today, at this very place, a new chapter of history would be written. The violent dragon emperor would be reborn using the blood and sacred relics of House Ragnar. A true catastrophe was about to be unleashed on the world. A blazing red fissure suddenly tore open the space in the middle of the arena. The crack spread outward like a giant eye, scrutinizing the entire world. In the blink of an eye, Theo found himself standing on a field of ruins floating in the void, and he exclaimed in astonishment. Kyle casually explained it was a temporal rift, the perfect place for a private father-son conversation. Even Lodbrok inside Theo's mind froze. She realized this was truly a space outside all rules of time and space. She shivered, wondering if this could still be called swordsmanship, while Theo began to feel his father was unrealistically powerful. Staring at his father's back, Theo thought to himself that no matter how you looked at it, this man had already surpassed the level of ordinary mortal. Kyle suddenly spun around and asked if Theo was done chatting, as if he plainly knew the boy was communicating with the spirit in his head. He affirmed he brought Theo here for a private dialogue, and didn't want any ancient spirits butting in. Vlong, Kyle spoke Lodbrok's name bluntly in a voice cold enough to cut to the bone. Immediately, the Thunder Gate alarm system was forcibly shut down, completely severing the link between Lodbrok and Theo. Lodbrok was flung out, clutching her head and breaking into a cold sweat. She hadn't expected this old man to be a monster who could interfere with her power. Theo was stunned that his father could even block the Thunder Gate. He wondered just how far his sight truly reached. Kyle fell silent for a moment. The atmosphere thickened and the pressure mounted. Then he suddenly asked a question that froze Theo. Have you ever hated me? Theo was frozen by the bluntness of the question, his eyes betraying obvious turmoil. Kyle went on to list his mistakes, from abandoning him and his mother for so many years, to allowing the clan brothers to slaughter each other under the banner of the law of the strong. Theo looked up at his father, seeming to try to digest these bitter confessions. He remained silent, not rushing to respond, but calmly continuing to listen. Amid the desolate void, the two father and son stood facing each other in a prolonged silence. Kyle chuckled with satisfaction at Theo's honesty. He hadn't panicked or tried to deny the facts. He began to expound that once one becomes the house head of Ragnar, you must not look at anything except the absolute power necessary to maintain the world's order. Kyle asserted this was the belief he used to protect these lands, for House Ragnar bore the duty of safeguarding the world. He added that he wasn't merely hunting reincarnates, but in reality cleansing the rats causing chaos within the clan. In shattered memories, the mad face of the violent dragon emperor, Kyle's father, appeared hauntingly. Kyle admitted he had personally killed his father when he went mad, accepting the blood on his hands to protect their common home. He closed his eyes, as if recalling every purge undertaken to keep this world at peace. Suddenly, a gigantic magic circle flared behind Kyle. He confessed he'd become too powerful for this world. Theo recognized it at once as the call from the Pantheon, the place for entities that have surpassed mortal limits. Kyle stood tall within the radiance, exuding an existence that seemed to have brushed the threshold of divinity. Golden chains descended from the void, beginning to wrap around the house head's body. He explained that when power surpassed human realms, a call from the Pantheon would continuously pull him away to join a greater battle. Kyle gripped the chains, saying he couldn't simply abandon the clan to chase personal glory. And that was why he decided to seal his own power. He revealed a bitter truth. The more power he displayed, the tighter these fateful chains bound him. Theo listened intently as Kyle said fear was necessary to keep the clan from collapsing, even if he could not draw his sword. Alone in the infinite expanse, Kyle confessed he had to become a monster to protect this place. His eyes blazed in the dark as he issued a challenge. Theo, do you have the strength to break these chains? Theo showed no hesitation. A confident smile slowly appeared on his lips at his father's grand challenge. Theo paused, admitting he wasn't entirely sure whether the path he was walking was the correct one. But the two roads his father had abandoned, the clan and the call from the Pantheon. Right then, he activated Nirvana to expand his mind, a technique to steady his spirit against the enormous pressure from his father. He declared loudly that he would shoulder everything in his father's stead. By vowing to become a house head greater than his father, Theo stared into his father's eyes with iron resolve. Kyle suddenly burst into hearty laughter at the absurd arrogance of the son he once underestimated. He realized Theo's answer had always been consistent, so he decided to postpone his departure for a while longer. Kyle's gaze turned icy. He wanted to see whether this was empty talk or a truth that could shake destiny. The reigning house head smiled, declaring he would use his own eyes to witness his son bear the weapon of fate. "Prove it, Theo. Prove you are worthy to be the lord of House Ragnar." Meanwhile, in the north, the cavalry moved at high speed, but saw no sign of the Troyven legion. They began to worry they had gone too far off the map without finding the enemy's main camp. The captain abruptly ordered the troops to halt when he realized something was wrong right before their eyes. He blamed himself for not noticing the anomaly sooner, as the atmosphere around them suddenly shifted. The other knights stood aghast, staring at the snow-covered cliffs that fell eerily silent. A whirl of pitch-black energy appeared in the sky, signaling the presence of some dark sorcerer. The captain, horrified, realized this was an illusionary barrier crafted by the dark cult to blind them. The entire unit froze before a blazing red energy barrier that had just revealed itself, shattering the camouflage of the white snow. They looked up at a grotesque structure covered in blood and flesh, a horrifying sight amid the snowy plain. The unit seized, realizing the Troyvans had colluded with the dark cult to perform an evil ritual here. At that moment, the forensics team began announcing identification results from the horrific wreck. The body amid the pile of flesh was confirmed to be Sir Gisard Ragnar, a noble member of the house. A member of the unit couldn't believe her ears. She screamed in despair, refusing to accept that Gisard was dead. Despite the forensics team's order to preserve the scene, another knight lost control and rushed into the wreck. She brandished her sword, threatening anyone who tried to stop her from reaching her comrade's corpse. Her eyes full of hatred, she was ready to kill anyone who dared block her path at that moment. Gisard's corpse lay motionless among chunks of red flesh that looked like grotesque blood blooms. A cavalry member collapsed beside him, calling Gisard's name in vain with a heart-wrenching pain. Based on the residual energy, the sunglasses-wearing captain judged that he had only recently died. The armored cavalry captain advised her not to blame herself too harshly. The reality was their unit had done all it could. He looked toward the sacrificial altar, asserting with certainty that this was evidence of a dark cult resurrection ritual. His expression turned grave as he noticed the residual energies from ancient relics converging. The scene ahead was horrifying. Blood-stained stone pillars, and the presence of an entity not belonging to the realm of the living. A member of the unit kept crying, regretting that if they'd arrived sooner, they might have saved Gisard. Tears streamed down the face of the bravest female warrior. The captain coldly ordered her to be quiet, so he could focus on thinking through this dire situation. Above them, the silhouette of a madman began to take shape, wearing a grotesque grin. He bared sharp fang-like teeth, an unmistakable sign of utter madness. It was the violent Dragon Emperor, resurrected and sneering at the punks who'd pulled off the ritual. Meanwhile, in another space, Kyle Ragnar suddenly felt a familiar murderous aura that sent a chill through him. Both Kyle and Theo were stunned. They sensed an incredibly terrifying presence had just risen. Kyle muttered in disgust, realizing that even after his son had chopped off the man's head, the fellow kept causing trouble from beyond the grave. Standing in the trembling arena, Theo felt a horrific shift in the atmosphere. Kyle looked deep into his son's eyes and asked if he still remembered his arrogant words. Theo replied decisively, "Yes, father." "Challenges arrive earlier than expected," Kyle warned, implying Theo's declaration would soon be tested. The resurrection of the violent Dragon Emperor had become reality, heralding a dark new chapter for House Ragnar. The whole continent trembled as Troyven officially declared war, though their true purpose was far more insane. They'd performed a dark ritual to resurrect the violent Dragon Emperor, the brutal former house head of Ragnar. Ragnar didn't publicly confirm it, but the gruesome traces at the altar suggested the ritual had been a resounding success. To halt that old monster's power, Ragnar immediately mustered full force to launch a total assault as the continent's strongest. Everywhere was ruin, with tattered banners of the defeated strewn about. Troyven forces repeatedly collapsed, losing territory and quickly being driven into a corner. Yet behind this swift victory lurked a baffling irregularity. At headquarters, a member of the Nine Dragons slammed the table in anger after a month, with no sign of the violent Dragon Emperor. The war room grew tense as everyone realized the enemy was retreating too easily instead of playing their trump card. They'd rather abandon land than show their face, clearly plotting a far bigger trap. A scarred man sneered, thinking everyone was overreacting about an old corpse long dead. To him, even if the violent Dragon Emperor truly returned, he couldn't do much against their current strength. He only cared about the immediate result, Their troops were slaughtering the enemy left and right. The female mage opposite him coldly pointed out that his view was extremely narrow. She found him ridiculous for failing to recognize the danger that name represented. She warned that the violent dragon emperor's specialty was mind manipulation, which could make Ragnar collapse from within without a single sword drawn. Rumors of internal infiltration were causing suspicion to flare among the 9 Dragons' members. The scarred man snapped back immediately, telling her to mind her weak daughter instead of slandering others behind their backs. A bang on the table silenced the pointless quarrel. The masked warrior spoke up to reassure everyone, insisting that no matter what happened, Ragnar still had the victory in the bag. Just level Troiven's capital to the ground, and any worries about that name will vanish with the ashes. There was now only one path left to solve everything. Charge straight into the enemy's final stronghold, with a smile dripping with killing intent. At the camp, soldiers bustled about preparing for the decisive battle under the late afternoon sun. The plan was set. In 3 days, they'd bring down Troiven's capital and end the war for good. Ragnar's warriors strode confidently through the camp, each one eager and impatient. A few soldiers started joking around to lighten the tense mood, dreaming of going home for celebration feast. Erin pouted because they teased her about the dress her mother sewed, her expression so severe it was almost terrifying. Selford panicked and began flattering her to patch things up, giving the others a chance to mock him gleefully. Theo watched the lively scene from afar with a brooding look, feeling out of place amid the cheer. He couldn't feel happy when this victory had come far too easily compared to what he remembered in his past life. In his memory, this war shouldn't have broken out for another 5 years. Could its early arrival mean the enemy hadn't finished gathering strength? But Theo's gut told him things weren't that simple. Why would Troiven bother resurrecting the violent dragon emperor if they didn't intend to use him? Theo's eyes hardened as he realized he'd altered the future far more than the original trajectory allowed. When everything goes too smoothly, unforeseen variables are bound to pop up. He knew he'd definitely missed something. Lost in thought, he was startled when Thorkel suddenly appeared behind him. Thorkel had also noticed how oddly quickly the Troivens retreated and wanted to hear his younger brother's take. His face suddenly went stern as he pressed, asking whether Theo was some traitor worried about the enemy. Seeing Theo's pale face, Thorkel laughed and patted his shoulder. It turned out he was only teasing to ease the pre-battle pressure. He told Theo not to worry so much and thanked him for the things he'd done to help last time. Even though another brother had fallen, Thorkel believed that alone wasn't enough to shake an empire like House Ragnar. As long as the Ragnar clan maintained unity and consensus, he was sure there would be no division or defeat. Thorkel laughed heartily, convinced the Ragnar dynasty would never crumble. Suddenly his tone grew serious. He wanted to ask Theo something extremely important. Thorkel grabbed Theo's shoulder, his gaze full of gravity. He wanted to know, deep down, what Theo's vision of an ideal House Ragnar looked like, and he reminded him how Theo had gone all out to save their brother Jishar. Theo, Thorkel said, he didn't want Ragnar to be an empire of cruelty and oppression. Though it sounded naive, he'd always yearned for a Ragnar completely different from the present. Not an order built on the weak fearing the strong, but a place where every member could trust one another enough to literally watch each other's backs. Hearing that, Theo nodded silently, thinking it was truly a wonderful answer. Thorkel told Theo to get plenty of rest. The whole army would march out officially in 3 days. He gave Theo a small smile. Though a rival for the house head position, in Thorkel's eyes Theo was still a trustworthy brother. He realized Thorkel was aiming for the same goal he had in his past life. This would definitely be an incredibly solid ally once it was all over. As he was about to leave, Hulkus called him back. Hulkus eagerly proposed a one-on-one bout to blow off steam after a month straight on the battle. But Theo apologized, saying another time. He had urgent business to deal with now, leaving Hulkus standing there looking disappointed. Theo decided to leave the camp alone on his mount. He wanted to scout ahead to see if the future held any unexpected twists. He silently admired Thorkel's straightforwardness, a brother he truly didn't want to cross paths with in a fight. At the banks of a fast-flowing snow river, Theo's gaze caught on something unusual. He was briefly surprised to see a small figure struggling in the current. It was a gaunt old man, trembling as he tried to cross the icy river with a wooden cane. The cold water rushed wildly, as if it might swallow the frail body at any moment. The old man slipped in panic, seemingly without hope. Fortunately, a strong hand grabbed his in time, pulling him out of danger by a hair. Theo advised him to turn back and take the bridge. The current here was too strong for an old man. The old man showed clear astonishment that his rescuer was a famed Ragnar warrior. Theo gently asked if he had some urgent reason to risk the crossing. The old man's eyes filled with sorrow as he said his sick grandchild was waiting for medicine on the far bank. Seeing the sweat and genuine worry on the old man's face, Theo's compassion stirred. He couldn't just leave. Without hesitation, Theo told him to climb onto his back so he could carry him across. The old man was flustered, hardly believing a noble would help so thoroughly. Theo planted steady steps through the raging water, carrying the old man on his shoulders with great care. On Theo's back, the old man was moved, saying that if he died now, he would have no regrets. He quietly rejoiced for Theo, assuming the boy had a warm family. Hearing the word family, the old man's face suddenly turned strangely pensive. He muttered, asking what family really meant. He asked whether family was simply people sharing warmth like this. The question made Theo pause for a beat. From the murky darkness, an entity wreathed in murderous intent appeared. A cold voice declared he was mistaken. A crimson murderous aura engulfed the space, signaling a horrifying truth about to be revealed. House Ragnar was never a place for cozy family games. Theo's expression fell at the mention of family. He coldly said he didn't know what family truly was. Hearing that, the old man narrowed his eyes at him from behind, his gaze revealing an unpredictable, sinister edge. He changed tone and invited Theo to his home for dinner as thanks for the kindness. The house was just across the river. Seeing Theo hesitate, the old man smiled kindly and told him not to worry. Theo gave a faint smile and agreed, unsuspecting of the trap closing in. But when the old man's bony hand touched Theo's shoulder, the air turned bone-chillingly cold. The old man whispered praise for how sturdy and warm Theo's back was, then his voice warped into something eerie. He asked why from that warm back, he could only hear the icy wind of death whistling. A disgusting red-black murderous aura began to envelop them both. The old man's eyes flared red with malice. He laughed madly, convinced that what makes a person is a warm heart, something a Ragnar warrior like Theo would surely be delicious to taste. His laughter turned grotesque. He licked his lips with craving as if he'd found a particularly tasty prey. Then, he began in a mysterious tone. Under the shroud of darkness and the icy current, their two silhouettes cast on the river like an omen of death. The old man ordered coldly, "Come with me." What followed promised an inevitable confrontation between Theo and this mysterious entity. This time our destination was the border forest north of the demonic sea, the territory of House Ragnar. Amid the snow-cloaked night, the mysterious ghost castle suddenly emerged beyond the magic barrier. Only at the stroke of midnight, when the barrier was weakest, would this refuge reveal its true form. This was the residence of the former househead, Hilda Ragnar, a powerful and equally dangerous woman. Theo sensed the time had come and prepared for this unannounced visit. He urged his spirit Mount Umbra down, shattering the silence that cloaked the ancient castle. Standing before the great hall, Theo silently noted the place was maintained far better than its creepy name suggested. His footsteps echoed on the cold stone as he made his way toward the castle gates. He wondered what future awaited him behind that door, and oddly enough felt a thrill. He recalled Hilda's gaze at the appointment ceremony, clearly benign and curious. He guessed she wouldn't kill him on sight. No sooner had he thought that than the heavy doors began to open on their own. Theo squinted into the dark void inside the castle. He told himself that whatever happened, he'd find an escape route. Inside was a vast great hall, with lavish chandeliers lining the way. The clack of his boots on marble rang dry as Theo pushed deeper into the silent corridor. Suddenly, the space around him began to warp. The paintings on the walls became oddly empty. A flash of light sprang up before his eyes, making Theo step back into a defensive stance. He was stunned to see the figure of a little girl appear amid the phantom white smoke. The scene abruptly shifted to a strange, snow-covered village, where a figure ran for their life in desperation. Theo looked around in panic, sweat beginning to bead on his tense face. He realized he'd stepped into a powerful illusion magic that enveloped the entire castle. Ahead stood a young woman with her eyes blindfolded in black, exuding an invisible pressure. Theo guessed this was an illusion Hilda had personally crafted to welcome her uninvited guest. A brutal battle erupted before his eyes, blood and corpses strewn everywhere amidst the blizzard. The girl wildly swung her weapon, single-handedly fighting off a pursuing army with terrifying speed. Theo froze when he realized the murderous aura and the illusion's presence were so lifelike his body reflexively went on guard. Shards of memory kept crashing in, depicting that girl alone overcoming countless blood-soaked battlefields to rise up. Though he knew it was only an illusion, the pressure of that powerful presence kept Theo from averting his eyes for even a second. He began to vaguely realize who that proud, maddened young woman really was. No doubt about it, that was the former head of House Ragnar, Hilda in her youth. He was stunned to realize what he was witnessing was the entire life of this terrifying woman. A magnificent hall appeared, Hilda seated on a powerful throne, but behind it lay utter, crushing loneliness. The eyes of the one on the throne held a chill so cold it crawled under the skin. The image of Hilda collapsing in a pool of blood in the silent hall after being betrayed by her closest confidant. The horrifying next scene unfolded as she used her own eyes to end that suffering. Death repeated itself in the illusion like an endless loop, with no escape. Theo was shocked. Now, he understood the deeper meaning behind the strange things she had once said. The illusion faded, and Hilda sat on the throne in reality, coolly asking, "You're a reincarnator, aren't you?" She smiled with sarcasm and remarked that Theo's acting skills were indeed impressive. "No need to hide it, I'm a reincarnator too," she calmly confessed the earth-shattering secret. What Theo had just seen were countless past lives of Hilda, a woman who'd replayed her life far too many times. Theo went numb, realizing he wasn't the only one wielding temporal power, and the woman before him had been driven utterly mad by it. The illusion began with a horrific tableau, heads impaled on stakes before the castle hall. Amid that atmosphere of death, a noble hand nonchalantly swirled a glass of deep red wine, as if savoring the view. Hilda sat on the throne in full authority, her gaze hollow among the corpses of her enemies. A tear slid down the iron woman's cheek as she sensed the presence of someone familiar. Suddenly, a sharp sword pierced her chest from behind in a brutal strike. The one who struck was none other than the only man to whom she had given her complete trust. Hilda whispered, "Why would the one I love do this?" Blood beginning to spill from the corner of her mouth. The man sobbed, saying he could no longer face the souls of the thousands who had died by her hand. Instead of anger, Hilda gently told him to go first. She would follow soon to repay him. In a mad moment of the illusion, she took a dagger and gouged out her own eyes so she wouldn't have to see this world anymore. Mad laughter echoed through the hall as she declared that in the next life, she would sow terror far worse than this. Theo witnessed it all with a shudder of horror, cold sweat streaming down his face. A flurry of fragmented memories showed Hilda had suffered countless brutal deaths in previous loops. An empty picture frame appeared like a warning about the uncertainty of fate. Standing in the corridor, Theo realized in horror that no matter how many times she rewound, Hilda's end was always betrayal and ruin. He wondered what had turned a person so savage and desperate. Had the endless cycle of reincarnation driven her onto a path of madness with no way out? A rising fear gripped Theo. If he kept reincarnating, would he meet the same fate as them? Theo tried to steady himself, hardening his eyes to keep his mind intact under the overwhelming pressure. The fog of illusions suddenly vanished when a cold voice sounded right beside his ear. He realized the whole spectacle was just an elaborately prepared greeting from Hilda, with a slightly mischievous twist. Theo stood in the actual great hall, facing the woman perched arrogantly on the throne. Hilda looked at him with a mysterious smile and asked teasingly, "Was the little play entertaining?"